Marxism and Art. Edited with historical and critical commentary by Maynard. Solomon. Contents. Preface Zilli. Section 1, Marx and Engels. General Introduction, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels 3. A reader in Marxist Aesthetics Selected Texts 22 The Prerequisites of History 22 History 26 Forms of Consciousness 35 Revolution and Utopia 52 Art and Society 61. Section 2, The Second Generation. William Morris _79. Art, Labor, and Socialism 83. 8 Contents. Antonio Labriolaci. Historical Materialism 94. Forms of Consciousness 96. Franz Mehring 99. A Note on Taste 102. Lessing and Drama 106. Karl Koski I 12. Art and the Conception of God in Ancient Israel 115. Georgy Plekhanov I 19. The Role of the Individual in History 125. Art and Social Life 128. Labor, Play, and Art 140. Rosa Luxemburg 144. On Russian Literature 149. Stagnation and Progress of Marxism 154. Section 3, The Bolsheviks. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin 163. Leo Tolstoy as the Mirror of the Russian Revolution Ln. Tolstoy 174 Leo Tolstoy and his Epoch 177 Party Organization and Party Literature 179 On the Question of Dialectics 183. Leon Trotsky 187. Art and the Party 193. Creativity and Class 194. Art and Class 196. Nikolai Bukharin 199. What is Art? 205. Poetry 205. Anatoly Lunacharsky 215. Alexander Blok 220. Dostoevsky 227. 169. Contents. Section 4, Zdanovism. General Introduction, Zdanovism 235. Maxim Gorky 242. Art and Myth 243. Yuri Davidov 245. The Tolstoyan View of Art 246. Mao Zedong 250. Literature and Revolution 251. Jean-Paul Sartre 253. The Novel and Reality 255. W.E.B.Du Boles 258. The Nature of Intellectual Freedom 259. Section 5, The Return to Marxist Humanism. Antonio Gramsci 263. Marxism and Modern Culture 266. Ernst Fischer 270. Productive Memory 272. Sidney Finkelstein 274. Art as Humanization 277. Bella Balish 281. The Visible Man 284. The Face of Man 289. Mikhail Bakhtin 292. Laughter and Freedom 295. Section 6, The Sources and Function of Art. Christopher Caldwell 303. Illusion and Reality 320. 9. X Contents. George Thomson 342. Pity and Fear 345. Improvisation and Inspiration 347. Bertolt Brecht 355. Epic Theater 360. Theodore W. Adorno and Hans Eisler 370. The Sociology of the Musician 376. Ear and the Function of Music 378. Music and the Film 380. Georg Lukács 383. The Ideology of Modernism 396. Shakespeare and Historicism 400. Introduction to a Monograph on Aesthetics 404. Max Raphael 420. The Elements of the Paleolithic World 426. Notes on the Nature of Art 442. Rembrandt, Joseph interprets Pharaoh's Dreams Art, Opiate, Transcendence 450. Section 7, The Trajectory of Art. General Introduction. Marxism and Utopia 457. Friedrich Engels 468. The Overthrow of the Matriarchy 471. Harry Slowchower 474. Literature and Society 480. Malraux Man's Fate 484. Existentialism and Myth 489. Alick West 492. Form 496. André Breton 502. Surrealism and Historical Materialism 508. Action and Dream 510. 446. Contents. The Cultural Heritage 511. Elamurfa 513. Herbert Marcuse 515. The Images of Orpheus and Narcissus 524. A Note on Dialectic 533. Walter Benjamin 541. Fairy Tale and Myth 547. Dialectics and Dream 549. The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction 550. Louis Philippe, or, The Interior 557. Three Theses on the Philosophy of History 559. André Malraux 562. The Work of Art 563. Ernst Bloch 567. On the Threepenny Opera 576. The Meaning of Utopia 578. Utopia in Archetypes and Works of Art 583. Contributors' Bibliographies 589. Supplementary Reading 611. Sources for Selection 627. Marx and Engels, editions cited 643. Preface. This anthology contains selections from the works of 36 authors. Divided into 7 sections. Section 1, A Reader in Marxist Aesthetics, consists of a set of excerpts from the works of Marx and Engels that are pertinent to an understanding of Marxist philosophy, its goals, and its aesthetic assumptions. The arrangement of sections 2 and 3 and the Bolsheviks is roughly chronological, bringing the development of Marxist approaches to the arts up to the early 1930s. Section 4 is concerned with the emergence of Stanovism as a dominant feature of Soviet Marxist artistic theory and attitudes from the mid-1930s onward. The selections in this and the following section, The Return to Marxist Humanism, are largely devoted to a critique of Stanovism and to a number of attempts at retaining or re-establishing the humanist core of Marxist aesthetics. In the final sections of the book and the trajectory of art, chronology gives way to conceptual categories, which may serve to illuminate the main lines of development. A qualitative advance in Marxist aesthetic theory took place during the 14 Preface 1930s in the work of Max Raphael, Walter Benjamin, Ernst Bloch, Harry Slowchower, Christopher Caldwell, Alick West, André Breton, André Malraux, among others. This was the point at which the aesthetic of Marxism momentarily overtook Marx's 1845 theses on Feuerbach, with their simultaneous discovery of the power of the thinking subject in history and the necessity of grounding revolutionary theory in historical political practice. Marxist aesthetics hovered on the edge of a major integrative breakthrough. During the following decades, however, these approaches tended to be regarded as departures from a supposed orthodox norm, as heretical, eccentric, or unwarranted intrusions of non-Marxist ideology into a fully formed and self-contained system. Now, once again, the serious investigation of the meaning, method, and implications of Marx has been resumed. Therefore, This anthology will trace not the creation of a new Marxism but the recognition of hitherto latent aspects of Marxism that have been made manifest through the analysis of Marx by some of his strongest disciples. In another context, T.W. Adorno touched on the dialectics of this latency of ideas. Hegel taught that wherever something new becomes visible, immediate, striking, authentic, a long process of formation has preceded it and it has now merely thrown off its shell. Only that which has been nourished with the lifeblood of the tradition can possibly have the power to confront it authentically. And he called attention to Freud's parallel insight, that a liberating idea must have undergone the destiny of repression, the state of being unconscious, before it could produce such mighty effects on its return. The return of the repressed contents of Marxism at this juncture of its historical evolution has created the groundwork for a Marxist aesthetics in our time. We will attempt to delineate some of the discernible patterns of historical growth or change in the attitudes of Marxists toward art, to discover whether the followers of Marx and Engels have extended or restricted the implications of Marxism for the arts. We will argue that the Marxist approach indeed contains its specific and unique aesthetic categories rather than being merely a variant form of the socio-genetic approach to art. We will have traveled a long way from the narrow economic determinism usually equated with Marxism. Whether we will also have journeyed beyond the legitimate aesthetic implications of Marxism, whether the more imaginative, dialectical, and utopian theories. 1. Adorno, Prisms, p. 155. 2. Sigmund Freud, Moses and Monotheism, p. 130. Preface 15. Of some modern Marxists are to be seen as departures from a congealed system, or whether they are in fact unfoldings, confirmations, and restorations of the original but latent content of Marxism is a question that the reader will be in a position to determine for himself. It is my own view that the logic of Marxism itself has inexorably produced an ongoing convergence of aesthetic ideas by many of its best minds, and I have attempted to highlight this in the closing sections of the anthology. I believe it could be demonstrated that even among the earlier followers of Marx there were those who were tending toward an understanding of the transcendent and revolutionary components of the aesthetic dialectic. This is explicit in William Morris. Plekhanov's ambivalent involvement with the play Drive confirms it, as does Mehring's acceptance of several of the main tenets of Kantian aesthetics. Rosa Luxemburg's concept of the unfulfilled potentialities of Marxism is in this line, as is Lenin's insistence upon the active role of consciousness, and Bukharin's exposition of poetic language as mediating between biology and revolution. Even George Lukács' The Shakespeare of Stanovism appeared in his last works to be on the verge of a dialectical reversal. His recognition of the fundamental teleological pattern of the labor process in Marxism was but a short step away from bridging the chasm that separated him from the utopianism of Ernst Bloch. The purpose of the anthology is not to present an abstract demonstration of a thesis. This book is an attempt at a historical survey of past work with indications of further possibilities in an important field of aesthetic endeavor. It is to be hoped that larger relevances will be illuminated, the connections between the arts and society, between imagination and history, between art and revolution. And if this book can make a small contribution to understanding why it is that radical and revolutionary movements almost inevitably go through a stage of repressive attitudes toward art and artist, it will have served its purpose. The anthology is necessarily highly selective. Although I have attempted to represent most of the leading lines of exploration in Marxist aesthetics, and to give at least some representation of the major figures as well, a number of well-known Marxists who have written on the arts are not included. Many of these are critics who, though they have brilliantly applied Marxist categories to the arts, have broken no new theoretical ground. This includes critics and scholars such as Arnold Kettle, Jeffrey M. Matthews, A. L. Morton, Frederick Ontal, Wilhelm Hausenstein, Edmund Wilson, Harry Allen Potemkin, Dorothy Van Ghent, T. K. Whipple, J. Kashkine, Arnold Hauser, Hans Meyer, Ernst Mayr, and Lucien Goldman. Also omitted are the frankly Stanovist critics. For reasons set forth in the introduction to Section 4, the general approach of Stanovism to the arts is, however, represented paradigmatically by the excerpts from Lukács' The Ideology of Modernism. There are, nevertheless, other significant omissions, which can only be justified by lack of space, or by the fact that a given point of view is already represented elsewhere in the anthology. Among these are the important writings of Mikhail Lifshitz, Galvano della Volpe, Hector Agosti, Roger Garotti, Henry Lefebvre, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, A. Vorensky, and A. Bogdanov. The specialist will readily be able to extend this list. The serious student is referred to the bibliographies. Each author's selections are introduced by the editor. In addition, he has supplied general introductions to sections 4 and 7. Citations of the sources from which the selections have been drawn begin on page 627, and a full list of the English-language editions used for quotations from Marx and Engels follows. There are two bibliographies. First, a bibliography of the relevant writings by each of the major contributors together with a highly selective listing of secondary sources. Second, a selective bibliography of Marxist writings on each of the various subdivisions of the arts. The anthology was initially conceived of as a classic collection of basic texts with brief informational headnotes and a general historical introduction. It is wholly because of the insistence of my editor, Angus Cameron, that the book has taken its present form, a series of critical commentaries and historical notes on the authors and selections. I am grateful to Messrs. Cameron and Simon for providing this opportunity. Thanks to Paul Picone, editor of Telos, for permission to reprint the general introduction to Section 7 and the introduction to Ernst Bloch, which appeared in Telos in slightly different form. Thanks also to the helpful staffs of the New York Public Library and the libraries of Columbia University. And to Alick West, George Thompson, Andre Malraux, T. Stanhope Sprigg, and George Mauberg, who provided valuable data. I also wish to thank Harry Slochauer, Peter Bergman, Marks W. Wartofsky, and my wife for helpful comments and suggestions. Maynard Solomon. New York. August 1972. Preface to the third printing. The interval since the first publication of this book has seen a continued growth in the reputations and influence of many Marxist critics and aesthetic eons. At the same time, there has been some reluctance to acknowledge the Marxist character of those writers who depart from the notion of Marxism as a fixed system and instead devote themselves to the creative application of Marxist principles and methodology. But submissiveness to doctrinal assumptions is contrary to the critical and rebellious temper of Marx, who, in the 18th Brumaire, wrote of the need to create something that has never yet existed, and who set his followers the restless task of finding once more the spirit of revolution, not of making its ghost walk again. This book is an exact reprint of the Vintage Books edition of 1974, which corrected a number of minor errors and misprints in the Alfred A. Knopf edition of 1973. Maynard Solomon. New York. January 1979. Marx and Engels. General Introduction. /. The world has long dreamed of something of which it only has to become conscious in order to possess it in actuality. Marx, Letter to Arnold Ruge. As a young man, Karl Marx aspired to be a poet. A number of poems written for his father and his fiancée survive, along with other poems, a fragment of a drama, and an incomplete fantasy stylistically reminiscent of Lawrence Stern and E.T.H.A. Hoffmann. In mid-1837, Marx briefly decided to become a theater critic, to his father's dismay. During his earlier university years he was as much a student of literature and aesthetics as he was of jurisprudence and philosophy. He studied Greek classics under A. W. Schlegel and ancient mythology under Welcker. He took courses in modern art. He translated Tacitus' Germania and Ovid's Elegies. In 1837 he read with delight Reimarus on the artistic instincts of the animals. The aesthetic and critical writings of Lessing, Winckelmann, Hegel, and others came under his scrutiny as part of his deep interest in the arts. Apparently, however, poetic creation represented formlessness, chaos, and danger to Marx. Writing to his father in 1837, Marx refers to the broad and shapeless expressions of unnatural feeling which permeate his early poetry. Everything real grew vague, he wrote, and all that is vague lacks boundaries. Seeking an anchor, Marx attempted to unite science and art in a quasi-philosophical dialogue, kleanths, but this too bore him like a false-hearted siren into the clutches of the enemy. He underwent a brief emotional crisis and determined thereafter to carry on positive studies only. I burned all my poems, my sketches for novellas, etc. Marx had abandoned poetry in favor of philosophy. There, surely, he would be able to discover, as he wrote to his father, our mental nature to be just as determined, concrete, and firmly established as our physical. Thenceforward, Marx's excursions into aesthetics were to be marked by a clear pattern, many beginnings and no conclusions. From late 1841 through the spring of 1842 he devoted himself entirely to researches and writings on religious art, first for sections of 2 pamphlets by Bruno Bauer and then for 2 independent articles, on religious art and on the Romantics, which have not survived. Registered in 1857 to 1858 he took extensive notes in aesthetics and prepared a detailed synopsis of Vischer's Ästhetik for an intended encyclopedia entry on the subject, but this project too was never completed. Shortly thereafter, he abandoned his introduction to his contribution to the critique of political economy, leaving unsolved the problem he had raised of how art transcends its social origins. And Marx never fulfilled his ambition to write an extended study of Balzac's La Comédie Humaine. Friedrich Engels also began his career as a would-be poet and literary critic. Simultaneous with his pseudonymous writings on religion and social manners for Karl Gutzkau's Telegraph für Deutschland in the late 1830s, he dreamed, according to his biographer, Gustav Meyer, of preaching through poetry the new ideas which were revolutionizing his inner world. He wrote poetic cycles to humanity in the style of Shelley, and he began a translation of Queen Mab. He composed choral pieces for the musical society in his native Bremen, in which he had served as a chorister. His writings on literary subjects from 1838 to 1842 fill 150 pages of his collected works, registered as he progressed rapidly from Gutzkow to Bern, from David Friedrich Strauss to Hegel, from the liberalism of young Germany to left Hegelianism, to membership in the Chartist movement, to the decisive influence of the utopian Robert Owen, to his essay on Carlyle and his sketch for a critique of political economy in 1844, to the collaboration with Marx in the same year. He, like Marx, inexorably subordinated his aesthetic and literary interests to politics and economics. Because of the early subordination of their aesthetic proclivities to the requirements of a revolutionary movement and to the more pressing need to devote themselves to the investigation of history and political economy, Marx and Engels left no formal aesthetic system, no single extended work on the theory of art, nor even a major analysis of an individual artist or artwork. Marxism, accordingly, does not begin with a theory of art. There is no original Marxist aesthetics for later Marxists to apply. The history of Marxist aesthetics has been the history of the unfolding of the possible applications of Marxist ideas and categories to the arts and to the theory of art. This anthology will document some of the stages of that process down to the present. Marx and Engels, however, did leave a large body of brief comments and writings on art and literature. These were first collected in 1933 by Mikhail Lifshitz and F. P. Schiller and were expanded by Lifshitz in editions of 1937, 1948, and 1957. The latest and most comprehensive collection contains just under 1,500 pages of selections drawn from the correspondence, from reviews, encyclopedia articles, marginal notes, manuscript jottings, and excerpts from larger works on political economy, philosophy, and history, in which comments on art and artists are embedded usually by way of illustration. An abbreviated but indispensable selection is available in English based on Lifshitz's earliest collections and on Jean Freville's edition, Sur la littérature et art. The range of subjects touched on by Marx and Engels is immense. Nevertheless, these writings are not a coherent body of texts which clearly define the content of a Marxist approach to art or set the boundaries for such an approach. In an extraordinary tour de force which has not been surpassed, Mikhail Lifshitz used these texts in the early 1930s to construct a provisional model of Marx's philosophy of art. Registered in it, he traced the evolution of Marx's early aesthetic views as they paralleled the phases of his general philosophical outlook, proceeding from Romanticism to Hegelianism, thence through left Hegelianism and a brief period of bourgeois liberalism, to the agnostic materialism of Feuerbach, and ultimately to the grounding of his own philosophy in the labor process, in history and political economy. As Lifshitz somewhat acidly points out, he and his colleagues were publishing and exploring the manuscripts of the early Marx and studying the relationship of Marx to his philosophical predecessors 30 years before those subjects were taken up by Western advocates of a new Marxism. Registered utilizing the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 and the full range of early writings, Lifshitz sketched the outlines of classical aesthetic theory in Marx and simultaneously revealed the reverberations and confirmations of many of its concepts in Marx's later writings. As for the specific and unique categories of Marxist aesthetics following the emergence of a distinct Marxist philosophy, Lifshitz focuses especially on art as a form of the labor process, as a mode of education of man's senses, on the gradual development of man's creative abilities and understanding by means of spiritual production itself, and, moreover, by means of the expansion of the objective world of industry. Lifshitz stresses Marx's writings on the disparity between social and artistic development, seeing the ultimate purpose of Marx's aesthetic to be the resolution of the contradiction between the growth of productive forces and the increasing alienation of the productive classes, seeing in Marxism a means of abolishing the contradictions between oppressors and the oppressed, between physical and mental labor, thereby making possible the creation of a classless, unalienated, universal culture. For Lifshitz, the historically conditioned contradiction between art and society is as indispensable an element of the Marxist interpretation of the history of art as is the doctrine of their unity. And Lifshitz insists upon the dialectically active role of art. In a brilliant gloss on the economic and philosophic manuscripts he writes, "Artistic modification of the world of things is one of the ways of assimilating nature. Creative activity is merely one instance of the realization of an idea or a purpose in the material world, it is a process of objectification." While it is apparent that such factors as these constitute nodal points and fruitful categories of the Marxist approach to the arts, it is equally apparent that no hypothetical reconstruction of a Marxist aesthetic system can be accepted as definitive. At most it may be seen as approximating in theory a work that was never accomplished in actuality. The significance of Lifshitz's monograph is that it revealed the implicit unity of Marxist writings on literature and art by regarding them against the background of the evolution of Marxist theory. As Lifshitz wrote, in dealing with questions of art and culture, the importance of Marxist theory would be immense even if nothing were known about the aesthetic views of the founders of Marxism. Therefore, although their writings on art do not constitute an aesthetic system, neither can they be described as the incoherent shreds and patches of which Ernest J. Simmons writes. Degree René Welleck notes that they are held together by their general philosophy of history and show a comprehensible evolution if the chronology of their composition is not ignored. 1. A recent study, Peter Demetz's Marx, Engels, and the Poets, is helpful in its attempt to follow that chronological development. It traces the origin of the Marxist aesthetic pronouncements in the writings of Young Germany, the left Hegelians and Carlyle, through the Hegelian and Feuerbachian stages of its development, into a supposed period of economic determinism toward a more relaxed and tolerant constellation of ideas exemplified in Engels' later writings. Unfortunately, neither Welleck nor Demetz comes to grips with Lifshitz's brilliant reconstruction. Perhaps it is the very absence of a definitive work by Marx on criticism or aesthetic theory which has opened the door to interpretation, prevented the reduction of Marxist aesthetics to a rigid set of accepted formulas, and made impossible any impoverishing descent into academicism. Marx's work arose in part as a reaction against the grandiose attempts at the systematization of knowledge by his metaphysical predecessors. His intellectual labors can be regarded as a perpetual tension between the desire to enclose knowledge in form and the equally powerful desire to reveal the explosive, form-destroying power of knowledge. Cohesion and fragmentation warred within him. It cannot be accidental that he brought none of his major system-building works to completion: the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, the economic and philosophic manuscripts, the German ideology, the Grundrisse, were all incomplete and, except for an introduction to the first of these, remained unpublished in his lifetime. Even the concluding volumes of Capital were abandoned by Marx a half-decade before his death. Resistance to systematization was perhaps inevitable for one who understood the shortcuts and ruses by which Hegel had constructed his comprehensive worldview and thereby partially closed off the positive development of his philosophy. Feuerbach had already taken the path toward fragmentation in his Principles for a Philosophy of the Future and his Essence of Religion. Marx's world-shattering theses on Feuerbach are in this line of development, as is the Communist Manifesto, in which Marx's suppressed poetic strivings find their full expression. The Marxist texts on aesthetics, in this sense, are aphorisms pregnant with an aesthetics and unsystematized aesthetics open to endless analogical and metaphorical development. Section 1 of this anthology consists of a brief Marxist reader in aesthetics containing, in addition to representative comments on art and literature, passages from the works of Marx and Engels which are relevant to the nature of art and its function in social life. No attempt is made here to comment on the aesthetic or critical implications of these passages. The primary purpose of the reader is to provide a framework through which students may find their own way into the rich proliferation of possibilities, and to provide the background against which the later selections in the anthology may be considered. The work of post-Engels Marxist critics and aesthetics should be regarded not only as applications of Marxism to the arts, but as a collective commentary on the writings of Marx and Engels, as attempts to elaborate the legitimate implications of Marxism to the arts. Nevertheless, even the totality of work by Marxists in this field far from exhausts those possibilities, as a careful study of the selections from Marx and Engels will reveal. For example, until the publication of the first two volumes of Lukács Aesthetics die Eigenart der Ästhetik 1t there was no systematic study of the implications for aesthetics of the Marxist theory of the labor process. No Marxist has yet attempted to formulate a theory of the creative process itself on the basis of Marx's occasional comments on artistic creativity. The implications of the decisive and wholly original Marxist category of the fetishism of commodities have barely been explored, with the notable exception of Walter Benjamin's later writings. The specific proof of Marx's liberating comment that the forming of the five senses is a labor of the entire history of the world down to the present has not yet been given. Nor has any Marxist critic as yet confronted the explosive potentialities of Marx's and Engels' insistence that the mode of production must be defined biologically as well as in terms of economics. A number of Marxist concepts such as alienation, false consciousness, ideology, superstructure, class consciousness, etc. have fared better among the philosophers and sociologists. 1 degree others, especially those relating to the artist's class affiliation and outlook, have been heavily worked by the practicing critics, often to the exclusion of other significant categories. The analysis of the class origin, position, and ideology of the artist is indeed a fruitful branch of Marxist inquiry, which has led to important results both within Marxism and within the various schools of the sociology of knowledge. But when such analyses have been completed, we are left with a host of other questions: the nature of creativity, the aesthetic experience, the dialectics of form, the psychology of art, the etiology of art forms, the evolving meanings of the work of art, and so on. Restrictive uses of a small portion of the Marxist vocabulary are unfortunate, since the broader application of the totality of categories of Marxist theory is capable of illuminating sectors along the entire range of aesthetic questions. A secondary function of our selections from Marx and Engels is negative, to define the Marxist approach to art by telling us what it is not, what it cannot be. The selections serve as a counterweight to the ever-present tendencies of later Marxists to equate art with ideology, or to insist on total parallelism between class interest and artistic expression. The writings stand as crucial correctives to the tendency to reduce Marxism to economic determinism. The recognition of ambivalence in class psychology was inherent in Marx's view, as was the knowledge that art transcends its creator's conscious intent and class position. Marx was well aware of the disproportion between artistic achievement and social evolution, fully cognizant of the existence of universal factors in art which make possible its impact across class lines and historical boundaries. Nevertheless, later Marxists have used selected comments of Marx and Engels on literature and art as justification for treating art as a mutant ideological form, for neglecting both the immanent and the transcendent qualities of the work of art, for finding one-to-one relationships between art and politics, or art and class struggle, or art and economic development. Marx and Engels did none of these, but their general emphasis, conditioned as it was by the Enlightenment rather than by the romantic view of the artist, was on the artist as thinker, as educator, as unfolder of social truths, as one who reveals the inner workings of society, as ideologist who pierces the veil of false consciousness. Engels' highest praise for Balzac is that one could learn more about French society from him than from all the professional historians, economists, and statisticians of the period together. And this is virtually identical with Marx's earlier comment on the great school of British novelists whose eloquent and graphic portrayals of the world have revealed more political and social truths than all the professional politicians, publicists, and moralists put together. But even these comments, which stress the utilitarian and educational side of art, express the belief that the sensuous specificity of artistic portrayal is of a higher order than more scientific analyses of class society and its internal conflicts. For many decades, refutations of Marxism took the form of ritualistically equating it with a mechanistic form of economic determinism. This did not necessarily arise from dishonesty on the part of Marxism's opponents, for it was as a doctrine of economic determinism that Marxism was comprehended and taught by many of its own early adherents, especially during the period of the Second International. Marx and Engels themselves felt that they had paid excessive attention to this aspect of the dialectic during the post-1848 years. Pressing questions of political organization and the task of formulating a critique of capitalist economy as the basis for a socialist revolutionary movement had occupied Marx almost exclusively from the mid-1840s until the early 1870s, leading to neglect of the dissemination of Marxism's underlying philosophical assumptions, which had been left, as Marx wrote, to the gnawing criticism of the mice in 1846. It was one of Marx's characteristics that he did not seek to create a nucleus of intellectual disciples trained in these principles, with an understanding of the dialectic and of the materialist conception of history. Engels aside, there was no Marxist of the first rank until the 1880s. Many of those who called themselves Marxists remained largely under the impression that Marxism was identical with the economic interpretation of history. Contributing to this misapprehension is the fact that virtually all the works that constitute the philosophical foundation of Marxism were unknown or unpublished until after the death of Marx. Even more striking is the observation that most of the documents which are crucial for a formulation of the Marxist approach to art remained in manuscript or in obscurity until relatively recent times. Until the publication of Anti-Diering in 1878, the only major statement of Marxist theoretical positions widely known among socialists was the Communist Manifesto. Engels' Ludwig Feuerbach and the Outcome of Classical German Philosophy appeared in 1888, it included the first publication of Marx's theses on Feuerbach of 1845. Marx's Poverty of Philosophy, although published in 1847 in France, achieved its first German publication only in 1885. The correspondence with Lassalle, along with Marx's dissertation on Democritean and Epicurean philosophy, his articles in the Reinigungszeitung, and his 1843 Introduction to a Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right were made generally available by Mehring in 1902. The German ideology remained in obscurity until 1932, the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, the Dialectics of Nature, and most of Marx's and Engels' correspondence relevant to aesthetic questions similarly appeared only in the 1930s. Marx's fundamental principles of the critique of political economy was virtually unknown even to specialists until 1953. The assimilation and impact of these works, therefore, is a matter for our own time rather than a 19th century affair, and the chronology of publication goes a long way toward explaining the currents and countercurrents in Marxist philosophy and aesthetics. Marx himself published no major work during the last decade of his life as he struggled vainly to complete Capital. To Engels, in his last years, fell the task of bringing Marxism up to date, of acknowledging and squaring accounts with the various component sources of Marxism, of correcting the distortions and false emphases which the exigencies of a political revolutionary movement had woven into the Marxist fabric. 1 Engels' major corrective to the widespread misconceptions about Marxism was in relation to economic determinism, a simplistic socio-genetic theory deriving its main support and wide popularity from its surface lucidity, its apparent ability to explain virtually any idea or historical event in terms of its class origin or its reflection of economic or political interest. This actually was but a variant form of the mechanistic materialism of Buechner, Voigt, Moleschott, and other writers of the post-1848 period, whose views were adopted as advanced, common-sense materialism by the socialist working-class movement of the later 19th century. The premise of Marxism is this: it is not men's consciousness that determines their existence, but on the contrary their social existence that determines their consciousness. Marxism demonstrates that the conflicts within the material foundation of society give rise to certain forms of consciousness. Engels writes that the fundamental proposition of the Communist Manifesto is that in every historical epoch, the prevailing mode of economic production and exchange, and the social organization, necessarily following from it, form the basis upon which is built up, and from which alone can be explained the political and intellectual history of the epoch. 7. Elaborating the implications of this premise, Marxism attempts to show the bondage in which man's consciousness has been held by the relations of material production, to reveal the domination of the producer by the product of his labor. Marxism's goal is the liberation of consciousness, the freeing of praxis from bondage via revolutionary theory. Theory also becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses. As Bloch writes, the economic dialectical interpretation of history gives knowledge of the real motivations and substance of a period, and of the actual contents within the shell. Consciousness, shaped by the material base, serves to explode the relations of production when these have reached the stage of historical ripeness. Despite the publication of Anti-Dühring and Ludwig Feuerbach, Engels' so-called letters on historical materialism of the 1890s indicate that many of Marxism's ablest students were still unable to grasp the concept that superstructural consciousness through its interaction with other levels of the superstructural hierarchy and even by its reaction upon the economic base could change history. To many, this appeared to negate the essential Marxist formulations about the ultimate primacy of matter and of the mode of production, which they understood undialectically as negating the activity of the human subject, converting man into a passive object of material forces. Marxism, however, has had its greatest successes precisely in the realm of heightening and transforming consciousness as a prelude to the intended transformation of society. At the very time that Engels was composing his last works, Marxism had become the accepted philosophy of a party representing large segments of the German working class, and was making inroads in other countries as well, including Russia, the United States, England, and France. Its theories were gripping the masses. To the extent that its exponents emphasized the derivative aspect of the various modes of consciousness, they appeared to negate the means of explaining Marxism's influence. Marxism could only account for its revolutionary power by correcting the economic determinist emphasis, by explaining how men are able to make their own history even though they do not do so out of whole cloth. This posed an apparently insuperable difficulty for those who regarded Marxism as an unalloyed science of society. If ideas can transform society, how can it be asserted that economic forces are in the last analysis decisive? If superstructural categories are contingent upon the material base, how can it be said that such categories are in turn decisive in the transformation of the material base? If Marxism posits the dependency of superstructure upon material social historical development, how can Marxism itself be explained except as a premature expression of a working class which has not yet asserted itself in a decisive economic sense? Further, if the ruling ideas are the ideas of the ruling class, how can the anti-capitalist power of the Marxist theories themselves be explained? Is Marxism exempt from its own laws? As has been indicated, the issue turns on dialectics. Marx had laid the groundwork for the solution to these difficulties as early as 1843, in the introduction to a contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, where he described the philosophical artistic dream history in which Germany had avoided the necessity of present political action but in which it had anticipated its revolutionary future. Engels patiently took up this thread in his later writings. In Ludwig Feuerbach, he wrote, just as in France in the 18th century, so in Germany in the 19th, a philosophical revolution ushered in the political collapse. Superstructural events, ideas, philosophy, art, etc. prefigure changes in the mode of production. Marxism not only allows for, but demands the heightening of consciousness as a necessary precondition for historical progress. The stress in Engels' later works upon the active and revolutionary side of superstructural processes reconfirmed the presuppositions from which Marxism originated. The ruling ideas of each age are the ideas of the ruling class. These include an anticipatory element which comes into being not primarily as the emerging consciousness of a rising class but as the highest level of consciousness of the most advanced members of the ruling class itself, who seek thereby to avoid the painful realities of social existence as well as to transcend their awareness of impending extinction as a class. These ideas penetrate various strata of society through the mediation of the art forms and theoretical writings in which they are expressed, becoming part of the consciousness of oppressed classes, crystallizing into the utopian, revolutionary, system-shattering goals of ascending groups, the imaginative models by which the mode of production is ultimately transformed. No revolution can take place without the work of ideological preparation, without the transformation of consciousness. History is an extension of the labor process, in which, writes Marx in Capital, we get a result that already existed in the imagination of the laborer at its commencement. And underscore this brings us back into the aesthetic dimension. It is mankind's dream work, play, poetry, theoretical science, philosophy, its mock world into which the imagination withdraws for sustenance and rejuvenation, which is a necessary motor of the labor process and of history itself. It is inherently unprofitable to attempt to arrive at discrete categories of a doctrine that aims at philosophical totality, which seeks not only to dissolve categories but indeed to merge the separate disciplines of knowledge into a single historical discipline. The subdivision of Marxism into an ever-increasing number of categories tends to obscure the main threads of Marxist thought, including those which are applicable to the formation of a Marxist approach to the arts. Marxism aims to treat each fact from the point of view of all the antagonistic relationships within which that fact exists, and the primary doctrines or fundamental categories of Marxist theory are interpenetrating aspects of such a dialectical totality. Not only is each separate category of Marxist thought inseparably connected to every other by way of dialectical unity or opposition, but Marxism's concepts cannot be separated either from its assumptions, its methods, or its goal. The student who abstracts one facet of the dialectic and attempts to apply it shortly reaches an impasse which no longer resembles creative or authentic Marxism. Marxism is the symbolism of dialectical conflict, of drama, of the unity of opposites, of revolutionary change, of matter and man in motion, constantly transcending the moment, pointing into the future. The demonstration of this lies in reading Marx rather than his commentators. As Engels wrote to Joseph Bloch, I would ask you to study this theory from its original sources and not at second hand, it is really much easier. However, we can offer, schematically, a few examples of such dialectical interplay. In Marxism, the category of alienation is to be seen as the antithetical state of humanism. Alienation is a negative consequence of class-engendered productive relations, which is to be measured against the ideal humanist passion for the liberation of mankind's potentialities, which in turn constitutes the goal of Marxism. The Marxist premise being determines consciousness taken by itself may be read as a deadening statement of human passivity. In Marxism, it must be read as the dialectical twin of the proposition that men make their own history, and of such formulations as theory becomes a material force when it grips the masses. Subject and object interpenetrate and struggle in Marxism, both are dynamically active, although the material factor is ultimately decisive. And Marxism is a philosophy of praxis, social life is essentially practical. All mysteries which mislead theory into mysticism find their rational solution in human practice and in the comprehension of this practice. Practice therefore guides theory toward understanding. Simultaneously, theory guides practice toward liberation, the immediate task of philosophy, which is at the service of history, is to unmask self-alienation in its unholy forms. Writing of Luther and the Reformation, Marx notes, as the revolution then began in the brain of the monk, so now it begins in the brain of the philosopher. Theory, tested in reality, serves as paradigm of human activity. You cannot abolish philosophy without making it a reality. Thought strives for realization, while reality must itself strive toward thought. For Marx writes that the socialist tendency takes the primitive age of each nation as its pattern, and the Marxist model of the future is the primitive matriarchal communism of prehistory purged of its terror. Marxism's futuristic thrust is anchored by historical memory, by the restoration of meaning. Surplus value is an economic category whose supersession constitutes the foundation for the fulfillment of Marxism's aesthetic and humanist goals. Marx's discovery of the hidden material sources of proletarian exploitation exists as a basis for the conquest of hunger and the satisfaction of mankind's sensuous and spiritual needs and potentialities. The labor process is human only to the extent that it is not immediately practical, leavened and prepared by the imagination. Labor takes on its specifically human form. Really free labor, writes Marx in the Grundriss, gives up its purely natural, primitive aspects and becomes the activity of a subject controlling all the forces of nature in the production process. It is at this visionary juncture that man determines his destiny and bridges the split between himself and nature. Man therefore becomes able to understand his own history as a process, and to conceive of nature as his own real body. The aesthetic dialectic in Marxism takes manifold forms, a number of which will be explored in the course of this anthology. The central dialectic may be, art as the product of divisions within the material productive base, and art simultaneously as a goal-projecting concretization of human desires capable of a role in the transformation of that material base by means of its consciousness-altering essence. Art simultaneously reflects and transcends, says yes and cries no, is created by history and creates history, points toward the future by reference to the past and by liberation of the latent tendencies of the present. Marxism is concerned with the trajectory of art as well as with its sources. Art's ability to transcend a historical moment was of special concern and interest to Marx himself. It has remained for 20th century Marxists to take up the question anew and to indicate the ways in which art serves as a vehicle of the dynamically active subject in history. Many of Marxism's decisive formulations deal with various aspects of the veils which conceal economic and material reality from consciousness: the fetishism of commodities, reification, alienation, false consciousness, ideology, objectification, estrangement. All of these are aspects of the illusory consciousness which constitute the negative reality of class society. Engels, in the closing pages of Ludwig Feuerbach, had presented a model of the driving forces which lie behind this negative reality. As Marcuse perceived, in Marx's work the negativity of reality becomes a historical condition associated with a particular form of society. The given state of affairs is negative and can be rendered positive only by liberating the possibilities immanent in it. **. The Marxist critique of capitalism aims to pierce the disguise, to make known this negativity, to liberate consciousness and thereby to move closer to the abolition of the prevailing mode of production and beyond it toward the self-realization of humanity. This gives rise to a basic Marxist methodological approach, that of demystification, the rending of the veil of appearance which, as Marx repeatedly insists, does not coincide with the essence of things. Registered Paul Ricoeur places Marxism in the school of suspicion as a philosophy devoted to distinguishing between the patent and the latent. Asterisk the search in Marxism for the real beneath the apparent takes the form of unmasking, of uncovering the positive essence that is hidden by the negative conditions of class existence so that things and men may be restored to their essential state of being. Asterisk demystification shatters false consciousness, exposes the human relations which underlie the commodity relationship, reveals the true motivations of historical movement. The materialistic dialectic, writes Lukes, shows the path that leads to the conscious control and domination of production and to the liberation from the compulsion of reified social forces. Here we touch on one of the central difficulties of the Marxist approach to art. Reasoning from the above, many Marxists have analogically utilized the demystification strategy as proper to the analysis of art. Instead of liberating consciousness, this tends to deaden both the force and the grace of imagination and to deprive art of its transcending force, converting Marxist aesthetics into socio-genetic reductionism. Certainly it is a function of Marxist criticism to show the derivation of art forms and artworks from social historical processes and in so doing to distinguish between the transitory, class-bound elements of art and the goal-projecting, revolutionary iconology of art. However, art is not an economic category, nor is it to be confused with the various Marxist categories of false consciousness. Art is itself a strategy of demystification, a withdrawal from the negative reality of an alienated class society into a different order of reality which common sense deems illusion but which is actually the symbolic precipitate of the materialist sensuous substructure of human relations and desires. Art is a distinct form of the labor process in which amid the myriad effusions and narcotic productions of class culture is kept alive the materialized imagery of man's hope and of that very same human essence which Marxism seeks to reveal. Marxism, having supplied the theoretical means of analyzing the historically shaped contradictions which give rise to art, has the greater task of preserving and liberating the congealed symbols of beauty and freedom which live on within the masterworks of art. For Marxism, art is many things. Among them, art is man's mode of mediation between the senses and the intellect, between cognition and feeling. It is a means of educating man's senses, his sensibility, and his consciousness. It is an activity through which mankind transcends the present, steps beyond the threshold of the given. It is a mode of human expression which provides both the passion and the enthusiasm to permit the transformation of the latent into the actual. It is within this framework that the Marxist critic takes his place. The possible functions of Marxist criticism are theoretically limitless because the whole of corporeal reality intervenes between the mode of production and the artist. But the critic may not be termed a Marxist merely because he has devoted himself to some portion of the dialectic of art, no matter how dialectically he has analyzed the intricacies of form or the interconnections between symbol and reality, no matter with what sociological precision he has set forth the class makeup of audiences and artist or the material genesis of art forms, the artistic derivatives of ideological patterns. Marxist criticism emerges not accidentally, spontaneously, or dispassionately. The hallmark of the Marxist critic is his passionate involvement in humanity, his utopianism, his desire to make the irrational rational, to end exploitation of man by man, to transcend alienation, to eliminate the unnecessary tragedies of class society, and to limit the primal conflict between man and natural necessity. Then, as Schlochauer points out, tragedy will not be eliminated but will be elevated to its purest form, in which man may confront the conditions of existence with dignity. Degree the infinite relations that precede and rise from the artwork, radiating and reverberating, are all proper functions of Marxist criticism, but consciousness and purpose ultimately determine the definition of the Marxist. The 11th thesis on Feuerbach is the starting and the ultimate point of Marxism. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point is to change it. To this we may add, with Ernst Bloch, not just to change the world, but to improve it supremely. Selected texts. The prerequisites of history. Marx, the labor process from capital. Labor is, in the first place, a process in which both man and nature participate, and in which man of his own accord starts, regulates, and controls the materiae reactions between himself and nature. He opposes himself to nature as one of her own forces, setting in motion arms and legs, head and hands, the natural forces of his body, in order to appropriate nature's productions in a form adapted to his own wants. By thus acting on the external world and changing it, he at the same time changes his own nature. He develops his slumbering powers and compels them to act in obedience to his sway. We are not now dealing with those primitive instinctive forms of labor that remind us of the mere animal. An immeasurable interval of time separates the state of things in which a man brings his labor power to market for sale as a commodity, from that state in which human labor was still in its first instinctive stage. We presuppose labor in a form that stamps it as exclusively human. A spider conducts operations that resemble those of a weaver, and a bee puts to shame many an architect in the construction of her cells. But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is this, that the architect raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality. At the end of every labor process, we get a result that already existed in the imagination of the laborer at its commencement. He not only effects a change of form in the material on which he works, but he also realizes a purpose of his own that gives the law to his modus operandi, and to which he must subordinate his will. And this subordination is no mere momentary act. Besides the exertion of the bodily organs, the process demands that, during the whole operation, the workman's will be steadily in consonance with his purpose. This means close attention. The less he is attracted by the nature of the work, and the mode in which it is carried on, and the less, therefore, he enjoys it as something which gives play to his bodily and mental powers, the more close his attention is forced to be. The elementary factors of the labor process are I, the personal activity of man, i.e., work itself, 2, the subject of that work, and 3, its instruments. Engels, Labor, Power and Creation from Review of Marx's Capital. The capitalist finds on the commodity market under present social conditions a commodity which has the peculiar property that its use is a source of new value, is a creation of new value, and this commodity is labor power. Marx, Labor Power from Capital. By labor power or capacity for labor is to be understood the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities existing in a human being, which he exercises whenever he produces a use value of any description. Marx, The Labor Process from Capital. The labor process, resolved as above into its simple elementary factors, is human action with a view to the production of use values, appropriation of natural substances to human requirements. It is the necessary condition for effecting exchange of matter between man and nature, it is the everlasting. 24 Marx and Engels. Nature-imposed condition of human existence, and therefore is independent of every social phase of that existence, or rather, is common to every such phase. Marx, The Labor Theory of Value from Capital. Hence, when we bring the products of our labor into relation with each other as values, it is not because we see in these articles the material receptacles of homogeneous human labor. Quite the contrary, whenever, by an exchange, we equate as values our different products, by that very act, we also equate, as human labor, the different kinds of labor expended upon them. We are not aware of this, nevertheless we do it. Value, therefore, does not stalk about with a label describing what it is. It is value, rather, that converts every product into a social hieroglyphic. Later on, we try to decipher the hieroglyphic, to get behind the secret of our own social products, for to stamp an object of utility as a value, is just as much a social product as language. The recent scientific discovery, that the products of labor, so far as they are values, are but material expressions of the human labor spent in their production, marks, indeed, an epoch in the history of the development of the human race, but, by no means, dissipates the mist through which the social character of labor appears to us to be an objective character of the products themselves. The fact, that in the particular form of production with which we are dealing, viz., the production of commodities, the specific social character of private labor carried on independently, consists in the equality of every kind of that labor, by virtue of its being human labor, which character, therefore, assumes in the product the form of value. This fact appears to the producers, notwithstanding the discovery above referred to be just as real and final, as the fact, that, after the discovery by science of the component gases of air, the atmosphere itself remained unaltered. Marx, The Primacy of Nature and of Biology from Pre-Capitalist Economic Formations. The original conditions of production appear as natural prerequisites, natural conditions of existence of the producer, just as his living body, however reproduced and developed by him, is not originally established by himself, but appears as his prerequisite. His own being is a natural 25. Prerequisite, not established by himself. These natural conditions of existence, to which he is related as to an inorganic body, have a dual character. They are subjective and objective. Marx, Production and Consumption, from Introduction to a Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. Production is at the same time also consumption. Twofold consumption, subjective and objective. The individual who develops his faculties in production, is also expending them, consuming them in the act of production, just as procreation is in its way a consumption of vital powers. In the second place, production is consumption of means of production which are used and used up and partly reduced to their natural elements. Engels, Man and Nature, from Dialectics of Nature. In short, the animal merely uses external nature, and brings about changes in it simply by his presence. Man by his changes makes it serve his ends, masters it. This is the final, essential distinction between man and other animals, and once again it is labor that brings about this distinction. Marx, Labor, Consciousness, and Beauty, from Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts. Conscious life activity directly distinguishes man from animal life activity. It is just because of this that he is a species being. Or it is only because he is a species being that he is a conscious being, i.e., that his own life is an object for him. Only because of that is his activity free activity. Estranged labor reverses this relationship, so that it is just because man is a conscious being that he makes his life activity, his essential being, a mere means to his existence. In creating an objective world by his practical activity, in working up inorganic nature, man proves himself a conscious species being, i.e., as a being that treats the species as its own essential being, or that treats itself as a species being. Admittedly, animals also produce. They build themselves nests, dwellings, like the bees, beavers, ants, etc. But an animal only. 26. Marx and Engels. Produces what it immediately needs for itself or its young. It produces one-sidedly, whilst man produces universally. It produces only under the dominion of immediate physical need, whilst man produces even when he is free from physical need and only truly produces in freedom therefrom. An animal produces only itself, whilst man reproduces the whole of nature. An animal's product belongs immediately to its physical body, whilst man freely confronts his product. An animal forms things in accordance with the standard and the need of the species to which it belongs, whilst man knows how to produce in accordance with the standard of every species, and knows how to apply everywhere the inherent standard to the object. Man therefore also forms things in accordance with the laws of beauty. History. Marx. The individualization of man through history from pre-capitalist economic formations. But man is only individualized through the process of history. He originally appears as a generic being, a tribal being, a herd animal, though by no means as a political animal in the political sense. Exchange itself is a major agent of this individualization. It makes the herd animal superfluous and dissolves it. Once the situation is such, that man as an isolated person has relation only to himself, the means of establishing himself as an isolated individual have become what gives him his general communal character. Engels, Dialectics from Anti-Deering. When we reflect on nature, or the history of mankind, or our own intellectual activity, the first picture presented to us is of an endless maze of relations and interactions, in which nothing remains what, where and as it was, but everything moves, changes, comes into being and passes out of existence. This primitive, naive, yet intrinsically correct conception of the world was that of ancient Greek philosophy, and was first clearly formulated by Heraclitus: everything is and also is not, for everything is in flux, is constantly changing, constantly coming into being and passing away. But 27. This conception, correctly as it covers the general character of the picture of phenomena as a whole, is yet inadequate to explain the details of which this total picture is composed, and so long as we do not understand these, we also have no clear idea of the picture as a whole. In order to understand these details, we must detach them from their natural or historical connections, and examine each one separately, as to its nature, its special causes and effects, etc. This is primarily the task of natural science and historical research, branches of science which the Greeks of the classical period, on very good grounds, relegated to a merely subordinate position, because they had first of all to collect materials for these sciences to work upon. The beginnings of the exact investigation of nature were first developed by the Greeks of the Alexandrian period, and later on, in the Middle Ages, were further developed by the Arabs. Real natural science, however, dates only from the second half of the 15th century, and from then on it has advanced with constantly increasing rapidity. The analysis of nature into its individual parts, the grouping of the different natural processes and natural objects in definite classes, the study of the internal anatomy of organic bodies in their manifold forms, these were the fundamental conditions of the gigantic strides in our knowledge of nature which have been made during the last 400 years. But this method of investigation has also left us as a legacy the habit of observing natural objects and natural processes in their isolation, detached from the whole vast interconnection of things, and therefore not in their motion, but in their repose, not as essentially changing, but as fixed constants, not in their life, but in their death. And when, as was the case with Bacon and Locke, this way of looking at things was transferred from natural science to philosophy, it produced the specific narrow-mindedness of the last centuries, the metaphysical mode of thought. To the metaphysician, things and their mental images, ideas, are isolated, to be considered one after the other apart from each other, rigid, fixed objects of investigation given once for all. He thinks in absolutely discontinuous antitheses. His communication is, yeah, nay, nay, for whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. For him a thing either exists, or it does not exist. It is equally impossible for a thing to be itself and at the same time something else. Positive and negative absolutely exclude one another, cause and effect stand in an equally rigid antithesis one to the other. At first sight this mode of thought seems to us extremely plausible, because it is the mode of thought of so-called sound common sense. But sound common sense, respectable fellow as he is within the homely precincts of his own four walls, has most wonderful adventures as soon as he ventures out into the wild world of scientific research. Here the 28 Marx and Engels metaphysical mode of outlook, justifiable and even necessary as it is in domains whose extent varies according to the nature of the object under investigation, nevertheless sooner or later always reaches a limit beyond which it becomes one-sided, limited, abstract, and loses its way in insoluble contradictions. And this is so because in considering individual things it loses sight of their connections, in contemplating their existence it forgets their coming into being and passing away, in looking at them at rest it leaves their motion out of account, because it cannot see the wood for the trees. For everyday purposes we know, for example, and can say with certainty whether an animal is alive or not, but when we look more closely we find that this is often an extremely complex question, as jurists know very well. They have cudgelled their brains in vain to discover some rational limit beyond which the killing of a child in its mother's womb is murder, and it is equally impossible to determine the moment of death, as physiology has established that death is not a sudden, instantaneous event, but a very protracted process. In the same way every organic being is at each moment the same and not the same, At each moment it is assimilating matter drawn from without, and excreting other matter. At each moment the cells of its body are dying and new ones are being formed. In fact, within a longer or shorter period the matter of its body is completely renewed and is replaced by other atoms of matter, so that every organic being is at all times itself and yet something other than itself. Closer investigation also shows us that the two poles of an antithesis, like positive and negative, are just as inseparable from each other as they are opposed, and that despite all their opposition they mutually penetrate each other. It is just the same with cause and effect. These are conceptions which only have validity in their application to a particular case as such, but when we consider the particular case in its general connection with the world as a whole they merge and dissolve in the conception of universal action and interaction, in which causes and effects are constantly changing places, and what is now or here an effect becomes there or then a cause, and vice versa. None of these processes and methods of thought fit into the frame of metaphysical thinking. But for dialectics, which grasps things and their images, ideas, essentially in their interconnection, in their sequence, their movement, their birth and death, such processes as those mentioned above are so many corroborations of its own method of treatment. Nature is the test of dialectics, and it must be said for modern natural science that it has furnished extremely rich and daily increasing materials for this test, and has thus proved that in the last analysis nature's process is dialectical and not metaphysical. 29. Marx, the essential formulation of Marxism from Preface to a Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. The general result at which I arrived and which, once won, served as a guiding thread for my studies, can be briefly formulated as follows: in the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations a distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so can we not judge of such a period of transformation by its own consciousness. On the contrary, this consciousness must be explained rather from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social productive forces and the relations of production. No social order ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, and new, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself. Therefore mankind always sets itself only such tasks as it can solve, since, looking at the matter more closely, it will always be found that the task itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution already exist or are at least in the process of formation. In broad outlines Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and modern bourgeois modes of production can be 30 Marx and Engels. Designated as progressive epochs in the economic formation of society. The bourgeois relations of production are the last antagonistic form of the social process of production, antagonistic not in the sense of individual antagonism, but of one arising from the social conditions of life of the individuals, At the same time, the productive forces developing in the womb of bourgeois society create the material conditions for the solution of that antagonism. This social formation brings, therefore, the prehistory of human society to a close. Engels, The Materialist Conception of History, from letter to J. Bloch. According to the materialist conception of history, the ultimately determining element in history is the production and reproduction of real life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. Hence, if somebody twists this into saying that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms that proposition into a meaningless, abstract, senseless phrase. The economic situation is the basis, but the various elements of the superstructure, political forms of the class struggle and its results, to wit, constitutions established by the victorious class after a successful battle, etc., juridical forms, and even the reflexes of all these actual struggles in the brains of the participants, political, juristic, philosophical theories, religious views, and their further development into systems of dogmas also exercise their influence upon the course of the historical struggles, and in many cases preponderate in determining their form. There is an interaction of all these elements in which, amid all the endless host of accidents, the economic movement finally asserts itself as necessary. Otherwise, the application of the theory to any period of history would be easier than the solution of a simple equation of the first degree. We make our history ourselves, but, in the first place, under very definite assumptions and conditions. Among these, the economic ones are ultimately decisive. But the political ones, etc., and indeed even the traditions which haunt human minds also play a part, although not the decisive one. 31. Marx, Human Energy and Productive Forces, from letter to Pvnenkov. It is superfluous to add that men are not free to choose their productive forces, which are the basis of all their history, for every productive force is an acquired force, the product of former activity. The productive forces are therefore the result of practical human energy, but this energy is itself conditioned by the circumstances in which men find themselves, by the productive forces already acquired, by the social form which exists before they do, which they do not create, which is the product of the preceding generation. Because of this simple fact that every succeeding generation finds itself in possession of the productive forces acquired by the previous generation, which serve it as the raw material for new production, a coherence arises in human history. A history of humanity takes shape, which is all the more a history of humanity as the productive forces of man and therefore his social relations have been more developed. Hence it necessarily follows that the social history of men is never anything but the history of their individual development, whether they are conscious of it or not. Engels. The twofold character of the mode of production, from the origin of the family, private property, and the state. According to the materialistic conception, the determining factor in history is, in the last resort, the production and reproduction of immediate life. But this itself is of a twofold character. On the one hand, the production of the means of subsistence, of food, clothing, and shelter, and the tools requisite therefor; on the other, the production of human beings themselves, the propagation of the species. The social institutions under which men of a definite historical epoch and of a definite country live are conditioned by both kinds of production, by the stage of development of labor, on the one hand, and of the family, on the other. The less the development of labor, and the more limited its volume of production and, therefore, the wealth of society, the more preponderatingly does the social order appear to be dominated by ties of sex. However, within this structure of society based on ties of sex, the productivity of labor develops more and more, with it, private property and exchange, differences in wealth, the possibility of utilizing the labor power of others, and thereby the basis of class antagonisms, new social elements, which strive in the course of generations. 32. Marx and Engels. To adapt the old structure of society to the new conditions, until, finally, the incompatibility of the two leads to a complete revolution. The old society based on sex groups bursts asunder in the collision of the newly developed social classes. In its place a new society appears, constituted in a state, the lower units of which are no longer sex groups but territorial groups, a society in which the family system is entirely dominated by the property system, and in which the class antagonisms and class struggles, which make up the content of all hitherto written history, now freely develop. Marx and Engels, Sex and Society from the German Ideology. The production of life, both of one's own by labor and of fresh life by procreation, appears at once as a double relationship, on the one hand as a natural, on the other as a social relationship. Marx and Engels, The Class Struggle from the Communist Manifesto. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended, either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. In the earlier epochs of history, we find almost everywhere a complicated arrangement of society into various orders, a manifold gradation of social rank. In ancient Rome we have patricians, knights, plebeians, slaves, in the Middle Ages, feudal lords, vassals, guildmasters, journeymen, apprentices, serfs, in almost all of these classes, again, subordinate gradations. The modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new conditions of oppression, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses, however, this distinctive feature: it has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. 33. Marx, Ideology and Reality from the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Upon the different forms of property, upon the social conditions of existence, rises an entire superstructure of distinct and peculiarly formed sentiments, illusions, modes of thought and views of life. The entire class creates and forms them out of its material foundations and out of the corresponding social relations. The single individual, who derives them through tradition and upbringing, may imagine that they form the real motives and the starting point of his activity. While Orleanists and Legitimists, while each faction sought to make itself and the other believe that it was loyalty to their two royal houses which separated them, facts later proved that it was rather their divided interests which forbade the uniting of the two royal houses. And as in private life one differentiates between what a man thinks and says of himself and what he really is and does, so in historical struggles one must distinguish still more the phrases and fancies of parties from their real organism and their real interests, their conception of themselves, from their reality. Engels, Base and Superstructure from Letter to W. Borgias. Political, juridical, philosophical, religious, literary, artistic, etc., development is based on economic development. But all these react upon one another and also upon the economic basis. It is not that the economic situation is cause, solely active, while everything else is only passive effect. There is, rather, interaction on the basis of economic necessity, which ultimately always asserts itself. So it is not, as people try here and there conveniently to imagine, that the economic situation produces an automatic effect. No. Men make their history themselves, only they do so in a given environment, which conditions it, and on the basis of actual relations already existing, among which the economic relations, however much they may be influenced by the other, the political and ideological relations, are still ultimately the decisive ones, forming the keynote which runs through them and alone leads to understanding. 34. Marx and Engels. Marx, Man and Economics from Theories of Surplus Value. Man himself is the basis of his material production, as of all production which he accomplishes. All circumstances, therefore, which affect man, the subject of production, have a greater or lesser influence upon all his functions and activities, including his functions and activities as the creator of material wealth, of commodities. In this sense, it can truly be asserted that all human relations and functions, however and wherever they manifest themselves, influence material production and have a more or less determining effect upon it. Marx, The Universal and the Particular, from Introduction to a Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. All stages of production have certain landmarks in common purposes. Production in general is an abstraction, but it is a rational abstraction, insofar as it singles out and fixes the common features, thereby saving us repetition. Yet these general or common features discovered by comparison constitute something very complex, whose constituent elements have different destinations. Some of these elements belong to all epochs, others are common to a few. Some of them are common to the most modern as well as to the most ancient epochs. No production is conceivable without them, but while even the most completely developed languages have laws and conditions in common with the least developed ones, what is characteristic of their development are the points of departure from the general and common. The conditions which generally govern production must be differentiated in order that the essential points of difference be not lost sight of in view of the general uniformity which is due to the fact that the subject, mankind, and the object, nature, remain the same. 35. Forms of consciousness. Marx and Engels. Being, consciousness, and the ideological reflex from the German ideology. The fact is, therefore, that definite individuals who are productively active in a definite way enter into these definite social and political relations. Empirical observation must in each separate instance bring out empirically, and without any mystification and speculation, the connection of the social and political structure with production. The social structure and the state are continually evolving out of the life process of definite individuals, but of individuals, not as they may appear in their own or other people's imagination, but as they really are, i.e., as they operate, produce materially, and hence as they work under definite material limits, presuppositions, and conditions independent of their will. The production of ideas, of conceptions, of consciousness, is at first directly interwoven with the material activity and the material intercourse of men, the language of real life. Conceiving, thinking, the mental intercourse of men, appear at this stage as the direct efflux of their material behavior. The same applies to mental production as expressed in the language of politics, laws, morality, religion, metaphysics, etc., of a people. Men are the producers of their conceptions, ideas, etc. real, active men, as they are conditioned by a definite development of their productive forces and of the intercourse corresponding to these, up to its furthest forms. Consciousness can never be anything else than conscious existence, and the existence of men is their actual life process. If in all ideology men and their circumstances appear upside down as in a camera obscura, this phenomenon arises just as much from their historical life process as the inversion of objects on the retina does from their physical life process. In direct contrast to German philosophy which descends from heaven to earth, here we ascend from earth to heaven. That is to say, we do not set out from what men say, imagine, conceive, nor from men as narrated, thought of, imagined, conceived, in order to arrive at men in the flesh. We set out from real, active men, and on the basis of their real life process we demonstrate the development of the ideological reflexes and echoes of this life process. The phantoms formed in the human brain are also, necessarily, sublimates of their material life process, which is empirically verifiable and bound to material premises. Morality, religion, metaphysics, all. 36. Marx and Engels. The rest of ideology and their corresponding forms of consciousness, thus no longer retain the semblance of independence. They have no history, no development, but men, developing their material production and their material intercourse, alter, along with this their real existence, their thinking, and the products of their thinking. Life is not determined by consciousness, but consciousness by life. In the first method of approach, the starting point is consciousness taken as the living individual. In the second method, which conforms to real life, it is the real living individuals themselves, and consciousness is considered solely as their consciousness. Engels, Ideology and False Consciousness, from letter to Franz Mehring. Ideology is a process accomplished by the so-called thinker consciously, it is true, but with a false consciousness. The real motive forces impelling him remain unknown to him, otherwise it simply would not be an ideological process. Hence he imagines false or seeming motive forces. Because it is a process of thought, he derives its form as well as its content from pure thought, either his own or that of his predecessors. He works with mere thought material, which he accepts without examination as the product of thought, and does not investigate further for a more remote source independent of thought. Indeed, this is a matter of course to him, because, as all action is mediated by thought, it appears to him to be ultimately based upon thought. The historical ideologist thus possesses in every sphere of science material which has formed itself independently out of the thought of previous generations and has gone through its own independent course of development in the brains of these successive generations. True, external facts belonging to one or another sphere may have exercised a codetermining influence on this development, but the tacit presupposition is that these facts themselves are also only the fruits of a process of thought, and so we still remain within that realm of mere thought, which apparently has successfully digested even the hardest facts. 37. Marx, on the productivity of all professions from theories of surplus value. A philosopher produces ideas, a poet poems, a clergyman sermons, a professor compendia, and so on. A criminal produces crimes. If we look a little closer at the connection between this latter branch of production and society as a whole, we shall rid ourselves of many prejudices. The criminal produces not only crimes but also criminal law, and with this also the professor who gives lectures on criminal law, and in addition to this the inevitable compendium in which the same professor throws his lectures onto the general market as commodities. This brings with it augmentation of national wealth, quite apart from the personal enjoyment which, as a competent witness, Herr Professor Roscher, us the manuscript of the compendium brings to its originator himself. The criminal moreover produces the whole of the police and of criminal justice, constables, judges, hangmen, juries, etc., and all these different lines of business, which form equally many categories of the social division of labor, develop different capacities of the human spirit, create new needs and new ways of satisfying them. Torture alone has given rise to the most ingenious mechanical inventions, and employed many honorable craftsmen in the production of its instruments. The criminal produces an impression, partly moral and partly tragic, as the case may be, and in this way renders a service by arousing the moral and aesthetic feelings of the public. He produces not only compendia on criminal law, not only penal codes and along with them legislators in this field, but also art, belles lettres, novels, and even tragedies, as not only Milner's Should and Schiller's Räubershow, but also Oedipus and Richard III. The criminal breaks the monotony and everyday security of bourgeois life. In this way he keeps it from stagnation, and gives rise to that uneasy tension and agility without which even the spur of competition would get blunted. Thus he gives a stimulus to the productive forces. While crime takes a part of the superfluous population off the labor market and thus reduces competition among the laborers up to a certain point, preventing wages from falling below the minimum, the struggle against crime absorbs another part of this population. Thus the criminal comes in as one of those natural counterweights which bring about a correct balance and open up a whole perspective of useful occupations. The effects of the criminal on the development of productive power can be shown in detail. Would locks ever have reached their present degree of excellence had there been no thieves? Would the making of banknotes have reached its present perfection had there been no forgers? Would the microscope have found its way into the sphere of ordinary commerce but for trading frauds? Doesn't practical chemistry owe just as much to adulteration of commodities and the efforts to show it up as to the honest zeal for production? Crime, through its constantly new methods of attack on property, constantly calls into being new methods of defense, and so is as productive as strikes for the invention of machines. And if one leaves the sphere of private crime, would the world market ever have come into being but for national crime? Indeed, would even the nations have arisen? And hasn't the tree of sin been at the same time the tree of knowledge ever since the time of Adam? In his fable of the bees, Mandeville had already shown that every possible kind of occupation is productive, and had given expression to the line of this whole argument. That what we call evil in this world, moral as well as natural, is the grand principle that makes us sociable creatures, the solid basis, the life and support of all trades and employments without exception. There we must look for the true origin of all arts and sciences, and the moment evil ceases, the society must be spoiled if not totally dissolved. Only Mandeville was of course infinitely bolder and more honest than the Philistine apologists of bourgeois society. Marx, The Fetishism of Commodities, from a contribution to the critique of political economy. It is only through the habit of everyday life that we come to think it perfectly plain and commonplace, that a social relation of production should take on the form of a thing, so that the relation of persons in their work appears in the form of a mutual relation between things, and between things and persons. That a social relation of production takes the form of an object existing outside of individuals, and that the definite relations into which individuals enter in the process of production carried on in society, assume the form of specific properties of a thing, is a perversion and by no means imaginary, but prosaically real, mystification marking all social forms of labor which create exchange value. Marx, The Fetishism of Commodities, 2 from Capital. A commodity appears, at first sight, a very trivial thing, and easily understood. Its analysis shows that it is, in reality, a very queer thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. So far as it is a value in use, there is nothing mysterious about it, whether we consider it from the point of view that by its properties it is capable of satisfying human wants, or from the point that those properties are the product of human labor. It is as clear as noonday that man, by his industry, changes the forms of the materials furnished by nature, in such a way as to make them useful to him. The form of wood, for instance, is altered, by making a table out of it. Yet, for all that, the table continues to be that common, everyday thing, wood. But, so soon as it steps forth as a commodity, it is changed into something transcendent. It not only stands with its feet on the ground, but, in relation to all other commodities, it stands on its head, and evolves out of its wooden brain grotesque ideas, far more wonderful than table turning ever was. The mystical character of commodities does not originate, therefore, in their use value. Just as little does it proceed from the nature of the determining factors of value. For, in the first place, however varied the useful kinds of labor, or productive activities, may be, it is a physiological fact, that they are functions of the human organism, and that each such function, whatever may be its nature or form, is essentially the expenditure of human brain, nerves, muscles, and c. Secondly, with regard to that which forms the groundwork for the quantitative determination of value, namely, the duration of that expenditure, or the quantity of labor, it is quite clear that there is a palpable difference between its quantity and quality. In all states of society, the labor time that it costs to produce the means of subsistence, must necessarily be an object of interest to mankind, though not of equal interest in different stages of development. And lastly, from the moment that men in any way work for one another, their labor assumes a social form. Whence, then, arises the enigmatical character of the product of labor, so soon as it assumes the form of commodities. Clearly from this form itself. The equality of all sorts of human labor is expressed objectively by their products all being equally values, the measure of the expenditure of 40 Marx and Engels. Labor power by the duration of that expenditure, takes the form of the quantity of value of the products of labor, and finally, the mutual relations of the producers, within which the social character of their labor affirms itself, take the form of a social relation between the products. A commodity is therefore a mysterious thing, simply because in it the social character of men's labor appears to them as an objective character stamped upon the product of that labor, because the relation of the producers to the sum total of their own labor is presented to them as a social relation, existing not between themselves, but between the products of their labor. This is the reason why the products of labor become commodities, social things whose qualities are at the same time perceptible and imperceptible by the senses. In the same way the light from an object is perceived by us not as the subjective excitation of our optic nerve but as the objective form of something outside the eye itself. But, in the act of seeing, there is at all events, an actual passage of light from one thing to another, from the external object to the eye. There is a physical relation between physical things. But it is different with commodities. There, the existence of the things qua commodities, and the value relation between the products of labor which stamps them as commodities, have absolutely no connection with their physical properties and with the material relations arising therefrom. There it is a definite social relation between men, that assumes, in their eyes, the fantastic form of a relation between things. In order, therefore, to find an analogy, we must have recourse to the mist-enveloped regions of the religious world. In that world the productions of the human brain appear as independent beings endowed with life, and entering into relation both with one another and the human race. So it is in the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. This I call the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labor, so soon as they are produced as commodities, and which is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. This fetishism of commodities has its origin, as the foregoing analysis has already shown, in the peculiar social character of the labor that produces them. Marx, Alienation from Capital. Within the capitalist system all methods for raising the social productiveness of labor are brought about at the cost of the individual laborer, all means for the development of production transform themselves into means of domination over, and exploitation of, the producers. They mutilate the laborer into a fragment of a man, degrade him to the level of an appendage of a machine, destroy every remnant of charm in his work, and turn it into a hated toil. They estrange from him the intellectual potentialities of the labor process in the same proportion as science is incorporated in it as an independent power. They distort the conditions under which he works, subject him during the labor process to a despotism. The more hateful for its meanness, they transform his lifetime into working time, and drag his wife and child beneath the wheels of the juggernaut of capital. But all methods for the production of surplus value are at the same time methods of accumulation, and every extension of accumulation becomes again a means for the development of those methods. It follows therefore that in proportion as capital accumulates, the lot of the laborer, be his payment high or low, must grow worse. The law, finally, that always equilibrates the relative surplus population, or industrial reserve army, to the extent and energy of accumulation, this law rivets the laborer to capital more firmly than the wedges of Vulcan did Prometheus to the rock. It establishes an accumulation of misery, corresponding with accumulation of capital. Accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, agony of toil, slavery, ignorance, brutality, mental degradation, at the opposite pole, i.e., on the side of the class that produces its own product in the form of capital. Marx, Progress and Alienation from Speech at the anniversary of the People's Paper. There is one great fact, characteristic of this our 19th century, a fact which no party dares deny. On the one hand, there have started into life industrial and scientific forces, which no epoch of the former human history had ever suspected. On the other hand, there exist symptoms of decay, far surpassing the horrors recorded of the latter times of the Roman Empire. In our days everything seems pregnant with its contrary. Machinery, gifted with the wonderful power of shortening and fructifying human labor, we behold starving and overworking it. The newfangled sources of wealth, by some strange weird spell, are turned into sources of want. The victories of art seem bought by the loss of character. At the same pace that mankind masters nature, man seems to become enslaved to other men or to his own infamy. Even the pure light of science seems unable to shine but on the dark background of ignorance. All our invention and progress seem to result in endowing material forces with intellectual. 42 Marx and Engels. Life, and in stultifying human life into a material force. This antagonism between modern industry and science on the one hand, modern misery and dissolution on the other hand, this antagonism between the productive powers and the social relations of our epoch is a fact, palpable, overwhelming, and not to be contract overt. Some parties may wail over it, others may wish to get rid of modern arts, in order to get rid of modern conflicts. Or they may imagine that so signal a progress in industry wants to be completed by as signal a regress in politics. On our part, we do not mistake the shape of the shrewd spirit that continues to mark all these contradictions. We know that to work well the newfangled forces of society, they only want to be mastered by newfangled men, and such are the working men. Marx and Engels, the illusion of the epoch. From the German ideology. This conception of history depends on our ability to expound the real process of production, starting out from the material production of life itself, and to comprehend the form of intercourse connected with this and created by this mode of production, as the basis of all history, and to show it in its action as state, to explain all the different theoretical products and forms of consciousness, religion, philosophy, ethics, etc., and trace their origins and growth from that basis, by which means, of course, the whole thing can be depicted in its totality. It has not, like the idealistic view of history, in every period to look for a category, but remains constantly on the real ground of history. It does not explain practice from the idea but explains the formation of ideas from material practice, and accordingly it comes to the conclusion that all forms and products of consciousness cannot be dissolved by mental criticism, by resolution into self-consciousness or transformation into apparitions, specters, fancies, etc., but only by the practical overthrow of the actual social relations which gave rise to this idealistic humbug, that not criticism but revolution is the driving force of history, also of religion, of philosophy, and all other types of theory. It shows that history does not end by being resolved into self-consciousness as spirit of the spirit, but that in it at each stage there is found a material result, a sum of productive forces, a historically created relation of individuals to nature and to one another, which is handed down to each generation from its predecessor, a mass of productive forces, capital funds, and conditions. 43. Which, on the one hand, is indeed modified by the new generation, but also on the other prescribes for it its conditions of life and gives it a definite development, a special character. It shows that circumstances make men just as much as men make circumstances. This sum of productive forces, capital funds, and social forms of intercourse, which every individual and generation finds in existence as something given, is the real basis of what the philosophers have conceived as substance and essence of man, and what they have deified and attacked, a real basis which is not in the least disturbed, in its effect and influence on the development of men, by the fact that these philosophers revolt against it as self-consciousness and the unique. These conditions of life, which different generations find in existence, decide also whether or not the periodically recurring revolutionary convulsion will be strong enough to overthrow the basis of the entire existing system. And if these material elements of a complete revolution are not present, then, as far as practical development is concerned, it is absolutely immaterial whether the idea of this revolution has been expressed 100 times already, as the history of communism proves. In the whole conception of history up to the present, this real basis of history has either been totally neglected or else considered as a minor matter quite irrelevant to the course of history. History must, therefore, always be written according to an extraneous standard. The real production of life seems to be primeval history, while the truly historical appears to be separated from ordinary life, something extra-superterrestrial. With this the relation of man to nature is excluded from history, and hence the antithesis of nature and history is created. The exponents of this conception of history have consequently only been able to see in history the political actions of princes and states, religious and all sorts of theoretical struggles, and in particular in each historical epoch have had to share the illusion of that epoch. For instance, if an epoch imagines itself to be actuated by purely political or religious motives, although religion and politics are only forms of its true motives, the historian accepts this opinion. The idea, the conception of the people in question about their real practice, is transformed into the sole determining, active force, which controls and determines their practice. 44 Marx and Engels. Marx and Engels, the illusion of the epoch, I. From the Holy Family. Every mass interest asserting itself in the arena of history for the first time goes far beyond its real limits in the idea or imagination and is confused with human interest in general. This illusion constitutes what Fourier calls the tone of each historical epoch. Marx, the symbolic power of money from economic and philosophic manuscripts. By possessing the property of buying everything, by possessing the property of appropriating all objects, money is thus the object of eminent possession. The universality of its property is the omnipotence of its being. It therefore functions as the almighty being. Money is the pimp between man's need and the object, between his life and his means of life. But that which mediates my life for me, also mediates the existence of other people for me. For me it is the other person. Mephistopheles. What, man? Confounded, hands and feet, and head and backside, all are yours. And what we take while life is sweet, is that to be declared not ours? 6 stallions, say, I can afford. Is not their strength my property? I tear along, a sporting lord, as if their legs belonged to me. Shakespeare in Timon of Athens. Gold. Yellow, glittering, precious gold? No, gods, I am no idle votarist. Thus much of this will make black white, foul fair, wrong right, base noble, old young, coward valiant. Why, this will lug your priests and servants from your sides, pluck stout men's pillows from below their heads. 1 Goethe, Faust, Part 1 Faust Study, 3, cf. Goethe's Faust, Part 1, translated by Philip Wayne ed. 45. This yellow slave will knit and break religions, bless the accursed, make the whore leprosy adored, place thieves and give them title, knee and approbation with senators on the bench. This is it that makes the wappened widow wed again, she, whom the spittle house and ulcerous sores would cast the gorge at, this embalms and spices to the April day again. Damned earth, thou common whore of mankind, that put st odds among the rout of nations? And also later. O thou sweet king killer, and dear divorce, twixt natural son and sire, thou bright defiler of Hymen's purest bed, thou valiant Mars, thou ever young, fresh, loved and delicate wooer, whose blush doth thaw the consecrated snow that lies on Dion's lap, thou visible God, that solder st close impossibilities, and makest them kiss, that speak st with every tongue, to every purpose. O thou touch of hearts! Think, thy slave man rebels, and by thy virtue set them into confounding odds, that beasts may have the world in empire. #. Shakespeare excellently depicts the real nature of money. To understand him, let us begin, first of all, by expounding the passage from Goethe. That which is for me through the medium of money, that for which I can pay that am / the possessor of the money. The extent of the power of money is the extent of my power. Money's properties are my properties, and essential powers the properties and powers of its possessor. Thus, what I am and am capable of is by no means determined by my individuality. I am ugly, but I can buy for myself the most beautiful of women. Therefore I am not ugly, for the effect of ugliness, its deterrent power, is nullified by money. I, in my character as an individual, am lame, but money furnishes me with 24 feet. Therefore I am not lame. I am bad, dishonest, unscrupulous, stupid, but money is honored, and therefore so is its possessor. Money is the supreme good, therefore its possessor is good. Money, besides, saves me the trouble of being dishonest, I am therefore presumed honest, I am stupid, but money is the real mind of all things, and how then should its possessor be stupid? Besides, he can buy talented people for himself, and is he who has power over the talented not more talented than the talented? Do not I, who thanks to money am capable of all that the human heart longs for, possess all human capacities? Does not my money therefore transform all my incapacities into their contrary? If money is the bond binding me to human life, binding society to me, binding me and nature and man, is not money the bond of all bonds? Can it not dissolve and bind all ties? Is it not, therefore, the universal agent of divorce? It is the true agent of divorce as well as the true binding agent, the galvanochemical power of society. Shakespeare stresses especially two properties of money: it is the visible divinity, the transformation of all human and natural properties into their contraries, the universal confounding and overturning of things, it makes brothers of impossibilities. It is the common whore, the common pimp of people and nations. The overturning and confounding of all human and natural qualities, the fraternization of impossibilities. The divine power of money lies in its character as men's estranged, alienating, and self-disposing species nature. Money is the alienated ability of mankind. That which I am unable to do as a man, and of which therefore all my individual essential powers are incapable, I am able to do by means of money. Money thus turns each of these powers into something which in itself it is not, turns it, that is, into its contrary. Marx, The Psychology of Capital, accumulation from capital. But original sin is at work everywhere. As capitalist production, accumulation, and wealth become developed, the capitalist ceases to be the mere incarnation of capital. He has a fellow feeling for his own atom, and his education gradually enables him to smile at the rage for asceticism, as a mere prejudice of the old-fashioned miser. While the capitalist of the classical type brands individual consumption as a sin against his function, and as abstinence from accumulating, the modernist capitalist is capable of looking upon accumulation as abstinence from pleasure. 4. An end of the page is torn out in the manuscript ed. 47. Two souls, alas, do dwell within his breast. The one is ever parting from the other. 1. At the historical dawn of capitalist production, and every capitalist upstart has personally to go through this historical stage, avarice, and desire to get rich, are the ruling passions. But the progress of capitalist production not only creates a world of delights, it lays open, in speculation and the credit system, 1,000 sources of sudden enrichment. When a certain stage of development has been reached, a conventional degree of prodigality, which is also an exhibition of wealth, and consequently a source of credit, becomes a business necessity to the unfortunate capitalist. Luxury enters into capital's expenses of representation. Moreover, the capitalist gets rich, not like the miser, in proportion to his personal labor and restricted consumption, but at the same rate as he squeezes out the labor power of others, and enforces on the laborer abstinence from all life's enjoyments. Although, therefore, the prodigality of the capitalist never possesses the bona fide character of the open-handed feudal lord's prodigality, but, on the contrary, has always lurking behind it the most sordid avarice and the most anxious calculation, yet his expenditure grows with his accumulation, without the one necessarily restricting the other. But along with this growth, there is at the same time developed in his breast, a Faustian conflict between the passion for accumulation, and the desire for enjoyment. Engels, all-knowing is sensuous measurement from dialectics of nature. Matter is nothing but the totality of material things from which this concept is abstracted, and motion as such nothing but the totality of all sensuously perceptible forms of motion. Words like matter and motion are nothing but abbreviations in which we comprehend many different sensuously perceptible things according to their common properties. Hence matter and motion cannot be known in any other ways than by investigation of the separate material things and forms of motion, and by knowing these, we also pro tanto know matter and motion as such. Consequently, in saying that we do not know what time, space, motion, cause, and effect are, Nageli merely says that first of all we make abstractions of the real world through our minds, and then cannot know these self-made abstractions. 1 Goethe's Faust. 48 Marx and Engels. Because they are creations of thought and not sensuous objects, while all knowing is sensuous measurement. This is just like the difficulty mentioned by Hegel: we can eat cherries and plums, but not fruit, because no one has so far eaten fruit as such. Marx, Inverted Consciousness and Self-Alienation from Introduction to a Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. The basis of irreligious criticism is, man makes religion, religion does not make man. In other words, religion is the self-consciousness and self-feeling of man who has either not yet found himself or has already lost himself again. But man is no abstract being squatting outside the world. Man is the world of man, the state, society. This state, this society, produce religion, a reversed world consciousness, because they are a reversed world. Religion is the general theory of that world, its encyclopedic compendium, its logic in a popular form, its spiritualistic point d'honneur, its enthusiasm, its moral sanction, its solemn completion, its universal ground for consolation and justification. It is the fantastic realization of the human essence, because the human essence has no true reality. The struggle against religion is therefore mediately the fight against the other world, of which religion is the spiritual aroma. Religious distress is at the same time the expression of real distress and the protest against real distress. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, just as it is the spirit of a spiritless situation. It is the opium of the people. The abolition of religion as the illusory happiness of the people is required for their real happiness. The demand to give up the illusions about its condition is the demand to give up a condition which needs illusions. The criticism of religion is therefore in embryo the criticism of the veil of woe, the halo of which is religion. Criticism has plucked the imaginary flowers from the chain, not so that man will wear the chain without any fantasy or consolation, but so that he will shake off the chain and cull the living flower. The criticism of religion disillusions man to make him think and act and shape his reality like a man who has been disillusioned and has come to reason, so that he will revolve round himself and therefore round his true sun. Religion is only the illusory sun which revolves round man as long as he does not revolve round himself. The task of history, therefore, once the world beyond the truth has disappeared, is to establish the truth of this world. The immediate task of 49. Philosophy, which is at the service of history, once the saintly form of human self-alienation has been unmasked, is to unmask self-alienation in its unholy forms. Thus the criticism of heaven turns into the criticism of the earth, the criticism of religion into the criticism of right, and the criticism of theology into the criticism of politics. Marx and Engels. Class determination of superstructure from the Communist Manifesto. Just as, to the bourgeois, the disappearance of class property is the disappearance of production itself, so the disappearance of class culture is to him identical with the disappearance of all culture. That culture, the loss of which he laments, is, for the enormous majority, a mere training to act as a machine. But don't wrangle with us so long as you apply, to our intended abolition of bourgeois property, the standard of your bourgeois notions of freedom, culture, law, etc. Your very ideas are but the outgrowth of the conditions of your bourgeois production and bourgeois property, just as your jurisprudence is but the will of your class made into a law for all, a will, whose essential character and direction are determined by the economical conditions of existence of your class. Marx and Engels, the ruling ideas, from the German ideology. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, i.e., the class, which is the ruling material force of society, is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal, has control at the same time over the means of mental production, so that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. The ruling ideas are nothing more than the ideal expression of the dominant material relationships, the dominant material relationships grasped as ideas, hence of the relationships which make the one class the ruling one, therefore, the ideas of its dominance. The individuals composing the ruling class possess among other things consciousness, and therefore think. Insofar, therefore, as they rule as a class and determine the extent and compass of an epoch, it is self-evident that they do this in its whole range, hence among other 50 Marx and Engels. Things rule also as thinkers, as producers of ideas, and regulate the production and distribution of the ideas of their age, thus their ideas are the ruling ideas of the epoch. Marx and Engels, the ruling ideas, il from the Communist Manifesto. Does it require deep intuition to comprehend that man's ideas, views, and conceptions, in one word, man's consciousness, changes with every change in the conditions of his material existence, in his social relations and in his social life? What else does the history of ideas prove, than that intellectual production changes its character in proportion as material production is changed? The ruling ideas of each age have ever been the ideas of its ruling class. When people speak of ideas that revolutionize society, they do but express the fact, that within the old society, the elements of a new one have been created, and that the dissolution of the old ideas keeps even pace with the dissolution of the old conditions of existence. Marx, the transitory elements of ideology from the poverty of philosophy. The same men who establish their social relations in conformity with their material productivity, produce also principles, ideas, and categories, in conformity with their social relations. Thus these ideas, these categories, are as little eternal as the relations they express. They are historical and transitory products. There is a continual movement of growth in productive forces, of destruction in social relations, of formation in ideas. The only immutable thing is the abstraction of movement mores immortalize. Marx and Engels. Universal elements in consciousness from the Communist Manifesto. The social consciousness of past ages, despite all the multiplicity and variety it displays, moves within certain common forms, or general ideas. 51. Which cannot completely vanish except with the total disappearance of class antagonisms. Engels, the limits of knowledge from anti-Dühring. The generations which will put us right are likely to be far more numerous than those whose knowledge we are in a position to correct. But a man who applies the measure of pure, immutable, final, and ultimate truth to knowledge which, by the very nature of its object, must either remain relative for long successions of generations and be completed only step by step, or which, as in cosmogony, geology, and the history of man, must always remain defective and incomplete because of the faultiness of the historical material, such a man only proves thereby his own ignorance and perversity. Marx, Eternal Return, from the doctoral dissertation. Not once, not twice, but an infinite number of times the same views have come down to us. Every possible art and philosophy was invented and lost again, and these opinions, like relics, have come down to the present world. We cannot help believing that the same ideas recur to men not once nor twice but over and over again. Engels, Eternal Return, 2 from Dialectics of Nature. It is an eternal cycle in which matter moves, a cycle that certainly only completes its orbit in periods of time for which our terrestrial year is no adequate measure, a cycle in which the time of highest development, the time of organic life and still more that of the life of beings conscious of nature and of themselves, is just as narrowly restricted as the space in which life and self-consciousness come into operation, a cycle in which 52 Marx and Engels. Every finite mode of existence of matter, whether it be sun or nebular vapor, single animal or genus of animals, chemical combination or dissociation, is equally transient, and wherein nothing is eternal but eternally changing, eternally moving matter and the laws according to which it moves and changes. But however often, and however relentlessly, this cycle is completed in time and space, however many millions of suns and earths may arise and pass away, however long it may last before the conditions for organic life develop, however innumerable the organic beings that have to arise and to pass away before animals with a brain capable of thought are developed from their midst, and for a short span of time find conditions suitable for life, only to be exterminated later without mercy, we have the certainty that matter remains eternally the same in all its transformations, that none of its attributes can ever be lost, and therefore, also, that with the same iron necessity that it will exterminate on the earth its highest creation, the thinking mind, it must somewhere else and at another time again produce it. Revolution and Utopia. Marx, Theory and Practice from the 11th Thesis on Feuerbach. The philosophers have only interpreted the world, in various ways, the point, however, is to change it. Marx, Superstructural Dream History from Introduction to a Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. As the ancient peoples went through their prehistory in imagination, in mythology, so we Germans have gone through our post-history in thought, in philosophy. We are philosophical contemporaries of the present without being its historical contemporaries. German philosophy is the ideal prolongation of German history. German philosophy of right and state is the only German history which is on a level with the official modern present. The German nation must therefore join this, its dream history, to its present conditions and subject to criticism not only these existing conditions, but at the same time their abstract continuation. Real life. Embryo of the German nation has grown so far only inside its cranium. In a word, you cannot abolish philosophy without making it a reality. Marx, The Power of Theory from Introduction to a Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. The weapon of criticism cannot, of course, replace criticism of the weapon. Material force must be overthrown by material force, but theory also becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses. Theory is capable of gripping the masses as soon as it demonstrates ad hominem, and it demonstrates ad hominem as soon as it becomes radical. To be radical is to grasp the root of the matter. But for man the root is man himself. The evident proof of the radicalism of German theory, and hence of its practical energy, is that it proceeds from a resolute positive abolition of religion. The criticism of religion ends with the teaching that man is the highest essence of man, hence with the categoric imperative to overthrow all relations in which man is a debased, enslaved, abandoned, despicable essence. Engels, The Development of the Senses from Dialectics of Nature. Just as the gradual development of speech is inevitably accompanied by a corresponding refinement of the organ of hearing, so the development of the brain as a whole is accompanied by a refinement of all the senses. The eagle sees much farther than man, but the human eye sees considerably more in things than does the eye of the eagle. And the sense of touch, which the ape hardly possesses in its crudest initial form, has been developed side by side with the development of the human hand itself, through the medium of labor. Marx and Engels, The Liberation from the Past, from the Communist Manifesto. In bourgeois society, living labor is but a means to increase accumulated labor. In communist society, accumulated labor is but a means to widen, to enrich, to promote the existence of the laborer. In bourgeois society, therefore, the past dominates the present. In communist society, the present dominates the past. 54 Marx and Engels. Marx, The Liberation from the Past, I. From Preface to Capital. Alongside of modern evils, a whole series of inherited evils oppress us, arising from the passive survival of antiquated modes of production, with their inevitable train of social and political anachronisms. We suffer not only from the living, but from the dead. Le Mortcizit Levif. Marx, The Uses of the Past from the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Hegel remarks somewhere that all facts and personages of great importance in world history occur, as it were, twice. He forgot to add, the first time as tragedy, the second as farce. Cossadier for Danton, Louis Blanc for Robespierre, the Montaigne of 1848 to 1851 for the Montaigne of 1793 to 1795, the nephew for the uncle. And the same caricature occurs in the circumstances attending the second edition of the 18th Brumaire. Men make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please, they do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly encountered, given, and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. And just when they seem engaged in revolutionizing themselves and things, in creating something that has never yet existed, precisely in such periods of revolutionary crisis they anxiously conjure up the spirits of the past to their service and borrow from them names, battle cries and costumes in order to present the new scene of world history in this time-honored disguise and this borrowed language. Thus Luther donned the mask of the Apostle Paul, the revolution of 1789 to 1814 draped itself alternately as the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire, and the revolution of 1848 knew nothing better to do than to parody, now 1789, now the revolutionary tradition of 1793 to 1795. In like manner a beginner who has learnt a new language always translates it back into his mother tongue, but he has assimilated the spirit of the new language and can freely express himself in it only when he finds his way in it without recalling the old and forgets his native tongue in the use of the new. Consideration of this conjuring up of the dead of world history reveals at once a salient difference. Camille Desmoulins, Danton, Robespierre, Saint-Just, Napoleon, the heroes as well as the parties and the masses of the old French Revolution, performed the task of their time in Roman costume. And with Roman phrases, the task of unchanging and setting up modern bourgeois society. The first ones knocked the feudal basis to pieces and mowed off the feudal heads which had grown on it. The other created inside France the conditions under which alone free competition could be developed, the parcelled landed property exploited, and the unchained industrial productive power of the nation employed, and beyond the French borders he everywhere swept the feudal institutions away, so far as was necessary to furnish bourgeois society in France with a suitable up-to-date environment on the European continent. The new social formation once established, the antediluvian colossi disappeared and with them resurrected Romanity the Brutuses, Gracchi, Publicolas, the tribunes, the senators, and Caesar himself. Bourgeois society in its sober reality had begotten its true interpreters and mouthpieces in the Sez, Cousins, Royer Collards, Benjamin Constants and Guizos, its real military leaders sat behind the office desks, and the hog-headed Louis XVIII was its political chief. Wholly absorbed in the production of wealth and in peaceful competitive struggle, it no longer comprehended that ghosts from the days of Rome had watched over its cradle. But unheroic as bourgeois society is, it nevertheless took heroism, sacrifice, terror, civil war and battles of peoples to bring it into being. And in the classically austere traditions of the Roman Republic its gladiators found the ideals and the art forms, the self-deceptions that they needed in order to conceal from themselves the bourgeois limitations of the content of their struggles and to keep their enthusiasm on the high plane of the great historical tragedy. Similarly, at another stage of development, a century earlier, Cromwell and the English people had borrowed speech, passions, and illusions from the Old Testament for their bourgeois revolution. When the real aim had been achieved, when the bourgeois transformation of English society had been accomplished, Locke supplanted Habakkuk. Thus the awakening of the dead in those revolutions served the purpose of glorifying the new struggles, not of parodying the old, of magnifying the given task in imagination, not of fleeing from its solution in reality, of finding once more the spirit of revolution, not of making its ghost walk again. Marx, Communism, the negation of alienation from economic and philosophic manuscripts. Communism as the positive transcendence of private property, as human self-estrangement, and therefore as the real appropriation of the human. 56 Marx and Engels. Essence by and for man, communism therefore as the complete return of man to himself as a social being, a return become conscious, and accomplished within the entire wealth of previous development. This communism, as fully developed naturalism, equals humanism, and as fully developed humanism equals naturalism. It is the genuine resolution of the conflict between man and nature, and between man and man the true resolution of the strife between existence and essence, between objectification and self-confirmation, between freedom and necessity, between the individual and the species. Communism is the riddle of history solved, and it knows itself to be the solution. The entire movement of history is, therefore, both its actual act of genesis and also for its thinking consciousness the comprehended and known process of its coming to be. That other, still immature communism, meanwhile, seeks an historical proof for itself, a proof in the realm of the existent amongst disconnected historical phenomena opposed to private property, tearing single phases from the historical process and focusing attention on them as proofs of its historical pedigree. By so doing it simply makes clear that by far the greater part of this process contradicts its claims, and that, if it has once been, precisely its being in the past refutes its pretension to being essential. That the entire revolutionary movement necessarily finds both its empirical and its theoretical basis in the movement of private property, in that of the economy, to be precise, is easy to see. This material, immediately sensuous private property is the material sensuous expression of estranged human life. Its movement, production and consumption, is the sensuous revelation of the movement of all production hitherto, i.e., the realization, or the reality of man. Religion, family, state, law, morality, science, art, etc., are only particular modes of production, and fall under its general law. The positive transcendence of private property as the appropriation of human life is, therefore, the positive transcendence of all estrangement, that is to say, the return of man from religion, family, state, etc., to his human, i.e., social mode of existence. Marx, man is the aim of production from pre-capitalist economic formations. Among the ancients we discover no single inquiry as to which form of landed property, etc., is the most productive, which creates maximum. 57. Wealth. Wealth does not appear as the aim of production, although Cato may well investigate the most profitable cultivation of fields, or Brutus may even lend money at the most favorable rate of interest. The inquiry is always about what kind of property creates the best citizens. Wealth as an end in itself appears only among a few trading peoples, monopolists of the carrying trade, who live in the pores of the ancient world like the Jews in medieval society. Wealth is on the one hand a thing, realized in things, in material products, as against man as a subject. On the other hand, in its capacity as value, it is the mere right to command other people's labor, not for the purpose of dominion, but of private enjoyment, etc. In all its forms it appears in the form of objects, whether of things or of relationships by means of things, which lie outside of, and as it were accidentally beside, the individual. Thus the ancient conception, in which man always appears as the aim of production, seems very much more exalted than the modern world, in which production is the aim of man and wealth the aim of production. In fact, however, when the narrow bourgeois form has been peeled away, what is wealth, if not the universality of needs, capacities, enjoyments, productive powers, etc., of individuals, produced in universal exchange? What, if not the full development of human control over the forces of nature, those of his own nature as well as those of so-called nature? What, if not the absolute elaboration of his creative dispositions, without any preconditions other than antecedent historical evolution, which makes the totality of this evolution, i.e. the evolution of all human powers as such, unmeasured by any previously established yardstick, an end in itself? What is this, if not a situation where man does not reproduce himself in any determined form, but produces his totality? Where he does not seek to remain something formed by the past, but is in the absolute movement of becoming. In bourgeois political economy and in the epoch of production to which it corresponds, this complete elaboration of what lies within man, appears as the total alienation, and the destruction of all fixed, one-sided purposes as the sacrifice of the end in itself to a wholly external compulsion. Hence in one way the childlike world of the ancients appears to be superior, and this is so, in so far as we seek for closed shape, form, and established limitation. The ancients provide a narrow satisfaction, whereas the modern world leaves us unsatisfied, or, where it appears to be satisfied with itself, is vulgar and mean. 58 Marx and Engels. Marx, the utopian reflex from letter to Arnold Ruge. The reform of consciousness exists merely in the fact that one makes the world aware of its consciousness, that one awakens the world out of its own dream, that one explains to the world its own acts. Our entire purpose consists in nothing else but bringing the religious and political problems into the self-conscious human form. Our slogan, therefore, must be, reform of consciousness, not through dogmas, but through analysis of the mystical consciousness that is unclear about itself, whether in religion or politics. In certain facts of nature embodied subjectively and objectively in clans, races, etc. It is well known that certain periods of highest development of art stand in no direct connection with the general development of society, nor with the material basis and the skeleton structure of its organization. Witness the example of the Greeks as compared with the modern nations or even Shakespeare. As regards certain forms of art, as example the epos, it is admitted that they can never be produced in the world epoch-making form as soon as art as such comes into existence, in other words, that in the domain of art certain important forms of it are possible only at a low stage of its development. If that be true of the mutual relations of different forms of art within the domain of art itself, it is far less surprising that the same is true of the relation of art as a whole to the general development of society. The difficulty lies only in the general formulation of these contradictions. No sooner are they specified than they are explained. Let us take for instance the relation of Greek art and of that of Shakespeare's time to our own. It is a well-known fact that Greek mythology was not only the arsenal of Greek art, but also the very ground from which it had sprung. Is the view of nature and of social relations which shaped Greek imagination and Greek possible in the age of automatic machinery, and railways, and locomotives, and electric telegraphs? Where does Vulcan come in as against Roberts and Co., Jupiter, as against the lightning rod, and Hermes, as against the credit mobilier? All mythology masters and dominates and shapes the forces of nature in and through the imagination, hence it disappears as soon as man gains mastery over the forces of nature. What becomes of the goddess fame side by side with Printing House Square? Greek art presupposes the existence of Greek mythology, i.e. that nature and even the form of society are wrought up in popular fancy in an unconsciously artistic fashion. That is its material. Not, however, any mythology taken at random, nor any accidental unconsciously artistic elaboration of nature. Egyptian mythology could never be the soil or womb which would give birth to Greek art. But in any event a mythology. In no event in a society which excludes any mythological explanation of nature, any mythological attitude towards it and which requires from the artist an imagination free from mythology. Looking at it from another side, is Achilles possible side by side with powder and lead? Or is the Iliad at all compatible with the printing press and steam press? Does not singing and reciting and the muses necessarily go out of existence with the appearance of the printer's bar, and do not, therefore, disappear the prerequisites of epic poetry? But the difficulty is not in grasping the idea that Greek art and epos are bound up with certain forms of social development. It rather lies in understanding why they still constitute with us a source of aesthetic enjoyment and in certain respects prevail as the standard and model beyond attainment. A man cannot become a child again unless he becomes childish. But does he not enjoy the artless ways of the child, and must he not strive to reproduce its truth on a higher plane? Is not the character of every epoch revived perfectly true to nature in child nature? Why should the social childhood of mankind, where it had obtained its most beautiful development, not exert an eternal charm as an age that will never return? There are ill-bred children and precocious children. Many of the ancient nations belong to the latter class. The Greeks were normal children. The charm their art has for us does not conflict with the primitive character of the social order from which it had sprung. It is rather the product of the latter, and is rather due to the fact that the unripe social conditions under which the art arose and under which alone it could appear can never return. 1. The site of the Times Building in London. 63. Marx, The Immanence of Artistic Development, 2. From Theories of Surplus Value. With Storch himself, the theory of civilization does not get beyond trivial phrases, although some ingenious observations slip in here and there. For example, that the material division of labor is the precondition for the division of intellectual labor. How much it was inevitable that Storch could not get beyond trivial phrases, how little he had even formulated for himself the task, let alone its solution, is apparent from one single circumstance. In order to examine the connection between spiritual production and material production, it is above all necessary to grasp the latter itself not as a general category but in definite historical form. Thus, for example, different kinds of spiritual production correspond to the capitalist mode of production and to the mode of production of the Middle Ages. If material production itself is not conceived in its specific historical form, it is impossible to understand what is specific in the spiritual production corresponding to it and the reciprocal influence of one on the other. Otherwise one cannot get beyond inanities. This because of the talk about civilization. Further, from the specific form of material production arises in the first place a specific structure of society, in the second place a specific relation of men to nature. Their state and their spiritual outlook is determined by both. Therefore also the kind of their spiritual production. Finally, by spiritual production Storch means also all kinds of professional activities of the ruling class, who carry out social functions as a trade. The existence of these strata, like the function they perform, can only be understood from the specific historical structure of their production relations. Because Storch does not conceive material production itself historically, because he conceives it as production of material goods in general, not as a definite historically developed and specific form of this production, he deprives himself of the basis on which alone can be understood partly the ideological component parts of the ruling class, partly the free spiritual production of this particular social formation. He cannot get beyond meaningless general phrases. Consequently, the relation is not so simple as he presupposes. For instance, capitalist production is hostile to certain branches of spiritual production, for example, art and poetry. If this is left out of account, it opens the way to the illusion of the French in the 18th century, which has been so beautifully satirized by Lessing. Because we are further ahead than the ancients in mechanics, etc., why? 64 Marx and Engels. Shouldn't we be able to make an epic too? And the Henriette in place of the Iliad. Engels, Class and Characterization from Letter to Ferdinand Lassalle. Your sick Engen is entirely on the right road. The principal characters in fact are representatives of definite classes and tendencies and hence definite ideas of their time, and the motives of their actions are to be found not in trivial individual desires but in the historical stream upon which they are being carried. It seems to me that the person is characterized not only by what he does but also by how he does it, and from this point of view the intellectual content of your drama could only gain by a sharper contrast and juxtaposition of the separate characters. Marx and Engels, Art and Declining Classes from Review of Dahmer's The Religion of the New Age. If the decline of earlier classes, such as the medieval knights, provided the raw material for magnificent and tragic works of art, that of the petty bourgeoisie characteristically gives rise to nothing but impotent expressions of fanatical ill will and a collection of Sancho Panza's saws and maxims. Marx, The Truth Content of Art from the English Middle Class. The brilliant contemporary school of novelists in England, whose eloquent and graphic portrayals of the world have revealed more political and social truths than all the professional politicians, publicists, and moralists put together equals. Engels, The Narcotic Element in Art from Retrograde Signs of the Times. It must be a blessed feeling for a legitimist, watching the plays of Racine, to forget the Revolution, Napoleon, and the Great Week. The glory of the Ancien Regime arises out of the earth, the world covers itself with thick 65 piled carpets. In periwig and brocades Louis the Absolute promenades along the landscaped avenues of Versailles, and the omnipotent fan of a mistress rules a happy court and an unhappy France. Marx, innate aesthetic qualities from a contribution to the critique of political economy. Gold and silver are not only negatively superfluous, i.e., dispensable articles, but their aesthetic properties make them the natural material of luxury, ornamentation, splendor, festive occasions, in short, the positive form of abundance and wealth. They appear, in a way, as spontaneous light brought out from the underground world, since silver reflects all rays of light in their original combination, and gold only the color of highest intensity, viz., red light. The sensation of color is, generally speaking, the most popular form of aesthetic sense. Marx, Art and Audience from Introduction to a Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. Production not only supplies the want with material, but supplies the material with a want. The want of it which consumption experiences is created by its appreciation of the product. The object of art, as well as any other product, creates an artistic and beauty-enjoying public. Production thus produces not only an object for the individual, but also an individual for the object. Marx, Symbolism from a Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. But no thing can be its own symbol. Painted grapes are no symbol of real grapes, they are imaginary grapes. Marx, Art and Fear from marginal note in Johann Jacob Grund, Die Malerator Griechen. Everything ugly and monstrous despises art. But nevertheless the portrayal of the gods among ancient nations was never altered, wherever they were. 66 Marx and Engels. Given a perfectly natural portrayal, we find that such treatment received no development. This is because insofar as fear entered into the various conceptions of the gods, and insofar as such gods sanctified the origin of the various social groups, the leaders of such groups found in this fear a means of controlling the populace. In other words, they made this fear of God the citadel of their domination, spreading it among the people and preserving unchanged the ugly, fear-inspiring images of the gods. Since fear paralyzes the mind, people educated and held in fear can never develop and elevate their minds, quite the contrary, the innate ability to imitate and hence acquire artistic feelings, becomes almost completely repressed. Engels, Realism and Partisanship. From Letter to Minnikoski. I have read Old and New, for which I am heartily grateful to you. The life of the workers of the salt mines is described in just as masterly a way as the life of the peasants in Stefan. II. The scenes of Viennese society are also mostly very good. Vienna indeed is the only German city where there is any society. In Berlin there are only certain circles, and still more uncertain ones, and it therefore offers a field only for a novel on the life of the literary circle, bureaucrats, or actors. Whether the motivation of the action in this part of your work does not develop a little hastily is easier for you to judge than for me. Much of what produces such an impression on one of us may be perfectly natural in Vienna, with its own sort of international character, full of Southern and Eastern European elements. The characters in both milieus are drawn with your usual precision of individualization. Each person is a type, but at the same time a completely defined personality, this one, as old Hegel would say. That is as it should be. Only for the sake of impartiality I should find something negative, and here I recall Arnold. In truth he is too faultless, and if at last he perishes by falling from a mountain, this can be reconciled with poetic justice only in that he was too good for this world. It is always bad for an author to be infatuated with his hero, and it seems to me that in this case you have given way somewhat to this weakness. Elsa still has traces of personality, although she is also somewhat idealized, but in Arnold personality is entirely dissolved in principle. 1. Minnikoski's novel Old and New was published in 1884 ed. 2. Minnikoski's novel Stefan von Grillenhof was published in 1879 ed. 67. The root of this defect is indicated, by the way, in the novel itself. Evidently you felt the need of publicly declaring your convictions, bearing witness to them before the whole world. You have already done this is already behind you, and there is no reason to repeat this in such a form. I am not at all an opponent of tendentious poetry as such. The father of tragedy, Aeschylus, and the father of comedy, Aristophanes, were both decidedly tendentious poets, just as were Dante and Cervantes, and the main merit of Schiller's Craft and Loves is that it is the first German political propaganda drama. The modern Russians and Norwegians, who are writing splendid novels, are all tendentious. But I think that the bias should flow by itself from the situation and action, without particular indications, and that the writer is not obliged to obtrude on the reader the future historical solutions of the social conflicts pictured. And especially in our conditions the novel appeals mostly to readers of bourgeois circles, that is, not directly related to us, and therefore a socialist-biased novel fully achieves its purpose, in my view, if by conscientiously describing the real mutual relations, breaking down conventional illusions about them, it shatters the optimism of the bourgeois world, instills doubt as to the eternal character of the existing order, although the author does not offer any definite solution or does not even line up openly on any particular side. Engels, Realism and Partisanship, 2 from Letter to Margaret Harkness. If I have any criticism to make, it is only that your story is not quite realistic enough. Realism, to my mind, implies, besides truth of detail, the truthful reproduction of typical characters under typical circumstances. Now your characters are typical enough, to the extent that you portray them. But the same cannot be said of the circumstances surrounding them and out of which their action arises. In City Girl the working class appears as a passive mass, incapable of helping itself or even trying to help itself. All attempts to raise it out of its wretched poverty come from the outside, from above. This may have been a valid description around 1800 or 1810 in the days of St. Simon and Robert Owen, but it cannot be regarded as such in 1887 by a man who for almost 50 years has had the honor to participate in most of the struggles of the fighting proletariat and has been. One Margaret Harkness published her novel, A City Girl, under the pseudonym John Law in 1887 ed. 68 Marx and Engels. Guided all the time by the principle that the emancipation of the working class ought to be the cause of the working class itself. The revolutionary response of the members of the working class to the oppression that surrounds them, their convulsive attempts semi-conscious or conscious to attain their rights as human beings, belong to history and may therefore lay claim to a place in the domain of realism. I am far from finding fault with your not having written a purely socialist novel, a Tendenz-Roman, as we Germans call it, to glorify the social and political views of the author. That is not at all what I mean. The more the author's views are concealed the better for the work of art. The realism I allude to may creep out even in spite of the author's views. Let me refer to an example. Balzac, whom I consider a far greater master of realism than all the Zolas, past, present, or future, gives us in his Comedy Humaine a most wonderfully realistic history of French society, describing, chronicle fashion, almost year by year from 1816 to 1848, the ever-increasing pressure of the rising bourgeoisie upon the society of nobles that established itself after 1815 and that set up again, as far as it could the standard of the vieille politesse française. He describes how the last remnants of this, to him, model society gradually succumbed before the intrusion of the vulgar moneyed upstart or was corrupted by him. How the grande dame, whose conjugal infidelities were but a mode of asserting herself, in perfect accord with the way she had been disposed of in marriage, gave way to the bourgeoisie, who acquired her husband for cash or cashmere. And around this central picture he groups a complete history of French society from which, even in economic details I have learned more than from all the professional historians, economists, and statisticians of the period together. Well, Balzac was politically a legitimist, his great work is a constant elegy on the irreparable decay of good society, his sympathies are with the class that is doomed to extinction. But for all that, his satire is never keener, his irony never more bitter, than when he sets in motion the very men and women with whom he sympathizes most deeply, the nobles. And the only men of whom he speaks with undisguised admiration are his bitterest political antagonists, the Republican heroes of the Cloître Sainte Mary, the men who at that time were indeed representatives of the popular masses. That Balzac was thus compelled to go against his own class sympathies and political prejudices, that he saw the necessity of the downfall of his 69 favorite nobles and described them as people deserving no better fate, that he saw the real men of the future where, for the time being, they alone were to be found, that I consider one of the greatest triumphs of realism, and one of the greatest features in old Balzac. I must own, in your defense, that nowhere in the civilized world are the working people less actively resistant, more passively submitting to fate, more depressed than in the East End of London. And how do I know whether you have not had your reasons for contenting yourself, for once, with a picture of the passive side of working class life, leaving the active side for another work? Engels, on bias, from preface to the German edition of The Poverty of Philosophy. The first condition of all criticism, freedom from bias. Marx, tendentiousness, from letter to Ferdinand Lassalle. You would have to Shakespeareize more, while at present I consider Schillerism, making individuals the mere mouthpieces of the spirit of the times, your main fault. Engels. Ambivalent reflections of social conditions from the state of Germany. Such was the state of Germany towards the end of the last century. It was all over one living mass of putrefaction and repulsive decay. Nobody felt himself at ease. The trade, commerce, industry, and agriculture of the country were reduced to almost nothing. Peasantry, tradesmen, and manufacturers felt the double pressure of a blood-sucking government and bad trade. The nobility and princes found that their incomes, in spite of the squeezing of their inferiors, could not be made to keep pace with their increasing expenditure. Everything was wrong, and a general uneasiness prevailed throughout the country. No education, no means of operating upon the minds of the masses, no free press, no public spirit, not even an extended commerce with other countries, nothing but meanness and Q.O. Marx and Engels. Selfishness, a mean, sneaking, miserable shopkeeping spirit pervading the whole people. Everything worn out, crumbling down, going fast to ruin, and not even the slightest hope of a beneficial change, not even so much strength in the nation as might have sufficed for carrying away the putrid corpses of dead institutions. The only hope for the better was seen in the country's literature. This shameful political and social age was at the same time the great age of German literature. About 1750 all the master spirits of Germany were born, the poets Goethe and Schiller, the philosophers Kant and Fichte, and, hardly 20 years later, the last great German metaphysician, Hegel. Every remarkable work of this kind breathed a spirit of defiance and rebellion against the whole of German society as it then existed. Goethe wrote Getz von Berlichingen, a dramatic homage to the memory of a rebel. Schiller, The Robbers, celebrating a generous young man who declares open war against all society. But these were their juvenile productions. When they grew older they lost all hope. Goethe restrained himself to satire of the keenest order, and Schiller would have despaired if it had not been for the refuge which science, and particularly the great history of ancient Greece and Rome, afforded to him. These, too, may be taken as examples of the rest. Even the best and strongest minds of the nation gave up all hope as to the future of their country. Engels, The Joys of the Flesh, from George Weirth. In one thing Weirth was a master, excelling Heine, and surpassed in the German language by Goethe alone, that was in expressing natural robust sensuousness and the joys of the flesh. Many readers of the Social Democrat would be horrified, were I to reprint in it individual feuilletons of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. But I haven't the slightest intention of doing so. Yet I cannot refrain from pointing out that there will come a time when German socialists too will triumphantly get rid of the last traces of German Philistine prejudices and hypocritical moral prudery, and anyhow, they only serve as a cover for surreptitious obscenity. Read Freiligrath's epistles, for instance. You would really think people had no sexual organs. and yet nobody was more delighted with a quiet bit of smut than Freilagrath, who is so ultra-chaste in his poetry. It is high time that at least the German workers get accustomed to speaking in a free and easy manner about things they themselves do every day or night. They are natural, inevitable, and highly 71. Pleasant things, as witness the people of Rome, Homer and Plato, Horace and Juvenal, the Old Testament, and the New Irenaeus Xaidu. Moreover, Weirth has also written less obnoxious things, and I am going to take the liberty from time to time of sending some of these pieces to the feuilleton of the Social Democrat. Marx, Censorship and Truth, from Comments on the latest Prussian censorship instruction. Truth can be as little restrained as light, and in relation to what should it be restrained? In relation to itself? Verum index sui et falsi. Hence, in relation to falsehood. If restraint shapes the character of inquiry, it is a criterion for shying away from truth rather than from falsity. It is a drag on every step I take. With inquiry, restraint is the prescribed fear of finding the result, a means of keeping one from the truth. Furthermore, truth is universal. It does not belong to me, it belongs to all, it possesses me, I do not possess it. A style is my property, my spiritual individuality. Le style, say homme. Indeed. The law permits me to write, only I am supposed to write in a style different from my own. I may show the profile of my mind, but first I must show the prescribed mean. What man of honor will not blush at this effrontery and rather hide his head under his toga? At least it is conceivable that under the toga there is the head of a Jupiter. The prescribed mean is nothing but bon mine mauvais jeu. You admire the charming variety, the inexhaustible wealth of nature. You do not demand that the rose smell like the violet. But the richest of all, the mind, is to exist only in one way. I may be humorous, but the law orders that I write seriously. I may be forward, but the law orders that my style be restrained. Gray on gray is to be the only permissible color of freedom. Every dewdrop in the sun glitters in an infinite play of colors, but the light of the mind is to produce only one, only the official color, no matter in how many individuals and in which objects it may be refracted. The essential form of mind is brightness and light, and you want to make shadow its only appropriate manifestation. It is to be dressed only in black, and yet there are no black flowers. The essence of mind is always truth itself, and what do you make its essence? Restraint. Only a good for nothing holds back, says Goethe, and you want to make the mind a good for nothing? Or do you mean the restraint of genius of which Schiller speaks? Then you will first have to transform all citizens and chiefly all 72 Marx and Engels censors into geniuses. But the restraint of genius does not lie in the language of culture permitting no accent and no dialect. Rather it speaks the accent of the substance of things and the dialect of their nature. It is a matter of forgetting restraint and unrestraint, and of crystallizing things. The general restraint of the mind is reason, that universal liberality which is related to every nature according to its essential character. Furthermore, if seriousness is not to fit into the definition of Tristram Shandy, where it is deceitful behavior of the body to cover up the deficiencies of the soul, and if seriousness should mean substantial earnestness, then the entire regulation cancels itself. For I treat the ridiculous seriously when I treat it as ridiculous, and the most serious lack of intellectual restraint is to be restrained about a lack of restraint. Serious and restrained. What wavering and relative concepts! Where does seriousness end, and where does levity begin? Where does restraint leave off, and where does lack of restraint start? We are dependent upon the temperament of the censor. Prescribing a temperament for the censor would be just as wrong as prescribing a style for the writer. If you wish to be logical in your aesthetic criticism, prohibit the pursuit of truth in a too serious and too restrained manner, for the greatest seriousness is the most ridiculous thing, and the greatest restraint is the bitterest irony. Finally, all this proceeds from a completely wrong and abstract view of truth. All purposes of journalistic activity are subsumed under the one general concept of truth. Even if we disregard the subjective side, namely that one and the same object appears differently in different individuals and expresses its various aspects in as many various intellects, shouldn't the character of the object have some influence, even the slightest, on the inquiry? Not only the result but also the root belongs to truth. The pursuit of truth must itself be true. The true inquiry is the developed truth whose scattered parts are assembled in the result. And the nature of inquiry is not to change according to the object. When the object is humorous, inquiry is supposed to appear serious. When the object is touchy, inquiry is to be restrained. Thus you injure the rights of the object as you injure the rights of the subject. You grasp truth abstractly and make the mind an inquisitor who dryly records the proceedings. Or is this metaphysical torment unnecessary? Is truth to be understood in such a way that it is constituted by governmental order, and is inquiry a superfluous and obnoxious third element which cannot be entirely rejected for reasons of etiquette? It almost appears that way. For inquiry is understood a priori as being opposed to truth and appears therefore with the suspicious official patina of seriousness and restraint a layman is supposed to display before a priest. Administrative reasoning is the only rationality in politics. Under certain circumstances concessions are to be made to other reasoning and idle talk, but at the same time this reasoning ought to be conscious of the concession and of its real groundlessness, restrained and subservient, serious and boring. When Voltaire says, tous les genres sont bons, except le genre ennuyeux, the boring type becomes the only type as we can easily observe in the proceedings of the Rhenish states. Why not rather the good old German legal style? You are to write freely, but every word is to be a curtsy before liberal censorship, which lets your serious and restrained words pass. By no means should you lose a consciousness of humility. The legal emphasis is not placed on truth, but on restraint and seriousness. Hence, everything causes concern, seriousness, restraint, and above all a kind of truth under whose vague scope a very definite, very doubtful truth appears to be hidden. Engels, Indignation and Poetry from Anti-Dyeing. The task of economic science is to show the social abuses which are now developing as necessary consequences of the existing mode of production, but at the same time also as the indications of its imminent dissolution, and to reveal, within the already dissolving economic development, the elements of the future new organization of production and exchange which will put an end to those abuses. The indignation which creates the poet is absolutely in place in describing these terrible conditions, and also in attacking those apostles of harmony in the service of the ruling class who either deny or palliate these abuses, but how little it can prove anything for the particular case is evident from the fact that in each epoch of all past history there has been no lack of material for such indignation. Marx, on Poets from Letter to Joseph Wade Meyer. Write a friendly letter to Freilagrath. Don't be afraid to compliment him, for all poets, even the best of them, are courtesans, more or less, and they have to be cajoled to make them sing. R.F. is a real revolutionary and an honest man through and through. Praise that I. 74 Marx and Engels would not mete out to many. Nevertheless, a poet no matter what he may be as a man requires applause, admiration. I think it lies in the very nature of the species. Marx, Language from Pre-Capitalist Economic Formations. Language itself is just as much the product of a community, as in another respect it is the existence of the community. It is, as it were, the communal being speaking for itself. Marx, Productive Labor from Theories of Surplus Value. A writer is a productive laborer not in so far as he produces ideas, but in so far as he enriches the publisher who publishes his works, or if he is a wage laborer for a capitalist. An entrepreneur of theaters, concerts, brothels, etc., buys the temporary disposal over the labor power of the actors, musicians, prostitutes, etc. In fact, in a roundabout way that is only of formal economic interest. In its result the process is the same. He buys this so-called unproductive labor, whose services perish in the very instant of their performance. And these services which he has thus bought enable him to buy them again, that is to say, they themselves renew the fund from which they are paid for. Marx, Aesthetic Need and Commodity Production from Theories of Surplus Value. Certain services, or the use values, resulting from certain forms of activity or labor are embodied in commodities, others on the contrary leave no tangible result existing apart from the persons themselves who perform them, in other words, their result is not a vendible commodity. For example, the service a singer renders to me satisfies my aesthetic need, but what I enjoy exists only in an activity inseparable from the singer himself, and as soon as his labor, the singing, is at an end, my enjoyment too is at an end. I enjoy the activity itself, its reverberation on my ear. These 75 services themselves, like the commodities which I buy, may be necessary or may only seem necessary, for example, the service of a soldier or physician or lawyer, or they may be services which give me pleasure. But this makes no difference to their economic character. Marx, Creativity and Productive Labor from Theories of Surplus Value. The capitalist production process, therefore, is not merely the production of commodities. It is a process which absorbs unpaid labor, which makes raw materials and means of labor the means of production into means for the absorption of unpaid labor. It follows from what has been said that the designation of labor as productive labor has absolutely nothing to do with the determinate content of the labor, its special utility, or the particular use value in which it manifests itself. The same kind of labor may be productive or unproductive. For example, Milton, who wrote Paradise Lost for £5, was an unproductive laborer. On the other hand, the writer who turns out stuff for his publisher in factory style, is a productive laborer. Milton produced Paradise Lost for the same reason that a silkworm produces silk. It was an activity of his nature. Later he sold the product for £5. But the literary proletarian of Leipzig, who fabricates books under the direction of his publisher, is a productive laborer, for his product is from the outset subsumed under capital, and comes into being only for the purpose of increasing that capital. A singer who sells her song for her own account is an unproductive laborer. But the same singer commissioned by an entrepreneur to sing in order to make money for him is a productive laborer, for she produces capital. Man therefore also forms things in accordance with the laws of beauty. Marx, Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts. William Morris was one of those rare men who never found it necessary to repudiate any portion of his past. His life was the process of integrating his aesthetic ideas into the framework of his growing revolutionary awareness. His becoming a Marxist, in the early 1880s, marked a seemingly inevitable stage in his personal evolution and led rather than to a diminution of his artistic productivity or to withdrawal from aestheticism to the creation of several of his greatest works, The Dream of John Ball and News from Nowhere, and to the crystallization of a Marxist aesthetic approach to nature and the labor process. He was perhaps the first major creative artist to become a Marxist on a more than superficial level. His contributions to Marxist aesthetics took so unusual a turn that they have not yet been assessed for what they really are: the first application of the Marxist theory of labor to art, a critique of capitalist society in terms of the alienation of the laborer from the object of his production, a vision of a non-repressive order founded on the reintroduction of the aesthetic dimension into the labor process. These ideas are now taken for granted. They have become part of the Marxist heritage during the past few decades because of the publication of 80. Marx's economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 and of other early writings. It is this recent emphasis on the Feuerbachian and Fourierist side of Marx's development that makes possible a more complete appreciation of the magnitude of Morris' achievement. Marx had written that labor under capitalism is labor in which man alienates himself from his essential nature as a human being as well as from the object of his own production, thereby turning labor into self-sacrifice and mortification, and thereby ultimately alienating man from his fellow men. The free, untrammeled exercise of the labor process, for Marx, is creation in accordance with the laws of beauty. but if the product of labor is wrenched from the laborer by an external system of forced appropriation, then it confronts him as an alien power, thereby turning the worker's activity into a torment. Labor, which is the affirmation of man's species being, of his essential nature, of his aesthetic creativity, is alienated, negated, turned into pain. This pain in turn serves as motor for the negation of alienation, for the complete return of man to himself as a social being, a return become conscious, and accomplished within the entire wealth of previous development. Morris could not have known these passages from the economic and philosophic manuscripts, nor need he have, for similar ideas had become part of his consciousness through more indigenous influences, through Ruskin, who wrote in 1853 that the crucial question of artistic labor was whether the workman shall be a living, progressive, and happy human being, or whether he shall be a mere machine, with its valves smoothed by heart's blood instead of oil, through Ruskin's mentor, Carlyle, in whom were precipitated many of the aesthetic ideas of German classical philosophy and especially those of Goethe and Schiller, and through the utilitarian philosophers, whose work affected Morris so strongly that he regarded the reading of Mill's anti-socialist writings as a major factor in his own conversion to socialism. To Mill and Bentham particularly is Morris indebted for the pain-pleasure dialectic as the driving force of human behavior. That he was predisposed toward discovering these ideas, that he was indeed searching in Marxism for historical and philosophical confirmation of previously conceived notions, is unquestionable. After a brief but intense ecclesiastical period while still at Oxford, Morris was drawn rapidly into an exploration of all the visual arts. He became an architect in 1856, he published his first book of poems in 1858, in 1861 he and a number of like-minded artists and craftsmen founded an William Morris 81. Architectural and interior design firm Morris & Co., where Morris was able to give free rein to his talents in mural painting, stained glass design, metalwork, jewelry and furniture design, embroidery, and ornamental work in every natural medium. Welleck is unkind in writing that it is the paradox of Victorian aestheticism that Ruskin and Morris wanted to revolutionize society and all the things in it, and that finally they and their followers succeeded only in establishing a new decorative style. Rather, one might say that Morris was vainly attempting to recreate with his hands a dream world which industrial capitalism had done away with. All of Morris' early work is an attempted avoidance of confrontation with the alienations of industrial society. None of his pre-Marxist creative writings, the Guinevere, the life and death of Jason, the translations from the Icelandic sagas, the earthly paradise, deal with the present. But Morris was not slow to note that the avoidance of the present does not necessarily alter it, and he moved toward the idea that the institutions of society would have to be changed in order to restore the aesthetic dimension in men's lives. After a brief involvement in reformist organizations, he discovered Marxism and concluded that it was not merely the institutions of society but its very economic foundations which were in need of transformation. Together with Eleanor Marx, Edward Aveling, and others, he founded the Socialist League in 1884, became the editor of its journal, The Commonweal, from 1885 to 1890, was arrested several times for socialist agitation, and in general spent the balance of his life in a most remarkable fusion of revolutionary and aesthetic activity. The beliefs and inclinations of a lifetime pre-Raphaelitism, the medieval handicraft system, the sagas and epics of the Icelandic peoples and of the Greeks, the vision of English national freedom, all were integrated and subsumed under the categories he found in Marxism. His early attachment to King Arthur had led him irresistibly to Karl Marx, wrote William Gaunt. The Round Table was a preparation for communism. The tracing of the direct influence of Marx and Engels on Morris would be an important achievement. It seems to lie primarily in two works, Capital and Engels' Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, which appeared in Lafargue's French translation in 1880. In reading these, Morris was extraordinarily acute in ferreting out and following the outlines and applications of the Marxist theories of alienated labor and revolutionary humanism which had been worked out in the pre-manifesto days. Capital's chapters on the working day, on the division of labor and manufacture, on primitive accumulation of capital, are drenched in these ideas. It took an artist and a humanist to rediscover them. Marx's description of the crippling of body and mind which rises from the division of labor in society and his stress upon the alienation of man from the product of his labor inherent in the transition from handicrafts to manufacture echoed Morris's own beliefs and transformed them in him from an object of faith into an article of knowledge founded on historical and economic analysis. Engels' pamphlet describes how the development of society's productive forces now makes possible the completely unrestricted development and exercise of man's physical and mental faculties. Man finally cuts himself off from the animal world, leaves the conditions of animal existence behind him and enters conditions which are really human. The domination of the producer by the product comes to an end. Morris' life was a search for a transcendence of capitalism with its despoliation of beauty both in labor and in nature, its cash nexus, its destruction of art, its conversion of work into pain, its exclusion of pleasure from the labor process. And this is the ground base of the brief set of selections which are excerpted here from Morris' lectures and essays on art and socialism. Writing and speaking not in the dry jargon of the political Marxist but in grand biblical cadences, his was an early vision of a non-repressive society, socialist in its productive relations, built according to principles of beauty which were to permeate every sphere of life, nature, labor process, leisure, our homes and surroundings. All were to be in harmony with the non-exploitative social relations which constitute the basis of socialist society. In order to create this ideal of beauty it was necessary for Morris to find a model, to leap into the pre-capitalist past, into the 14th century, before the workshop of Raphael, before merchant capitalism, before the enclosures, before the ravishment of the land and the people which accompanied the process of the primitive accumulation of capital. Every utopia needs a past upon which to pattern its future. Morris chose the Middle Ages. Marxism confirmed him in his belief that beauty was incompatible with capitalism. My work is the embodiment of dreams in one form or another, he had written as early as 1856. The task now was to bring about the age of beauty and peace which he had envisioned. William Morris 83. A. William Morris has not yet found a home. The aesthetic movement has never quite forgiven him his involvement in politics. The British establishment admires him as a national monument, but shudders at his betrayal of his own class. The Marxist parties are proud to claim him for themselves, but are wary of his aestheticism, his certain medievalism, his utopianism. Marx too had objected to the romanticist view of feudalism, but in the economic and philosophic manuscripts he had noted that in feudal landed property the lord at least appears as the king of the estate, which is itself like their fatherland. The laborers are bound to the lord by ties of respect, allegiance, and duty. His relation to them is therefore directly political, and has likewise a human, intimate, side. So much for the correspondence between Marx and Morris on pre-capitalist social relations. As for Morris' utopianism, he will only find his place when the utopian socialist sources of Marxist thought are granted their full significance. It was in socialism, utopian and scientific, that Engels tried to reveal Marx's enormous debt to Fourier, to his division of history into stages, his vision of communal organization, his concept of crisis stemming from superabundance, his desire for the liberation of the senses. Most Marxists of the second generation ignored the attempt. Morris was quick to recognize it. He wrote that of all the utopians Fourier is the one that calls for the most attention, since his doctrine of the necessity and possibility of making labor attractive is one which socialism can by no means do without. Morris, Art, Labor, and Socialism, from Lectures on Socialism and Signs of Change. Some people will perhaps not be prepared to hear that socialism has any ideal of art, for in the first place it is so obviously founded on the necessity for dealing with the bare economy of life that many, and even some socialists, can see nothing save that economic basis, and moreover, many who might be disposed to admit the necessity of an economic change in the direction of socialism believe quite sincerely that art is fostered by the inequalities of condition which it is the first business of socialism to do away with, and indeed that it cannot exist without them. Nevertheless, in 84. The teeth of these opinions I assert first that socialism is an all-embracing theory of life, and that as it has an ethic and a religion of its own, so also it has an aesthetic, so that to everyone who wishes to study socialism duly it is necessary to look on it from the aesthetic point of view. And, secondly, I assert that inequality of condition, whatever may have been the case in former ages of the world, has now become incompatible with the existence of a healthy art. But before I go further I must explain that I use the word art in a wider sense than is commonly used amongst us today. For convenience sake, indeed, I will exclude all appeals to the intellect and emotions that are not addressed to the eyesight, though properly speaking, music and all literature that deals with style should be considered as portions of art, but I can exclude from consideration as a possible vehicle of art no production of man which can be looked at. And here at once becomes obvious the sundering of the ways between the socialist and the commercial view of art. To the socialist a house, a knife, a cup, a steam engine, or what not, anything, I repeat, that is made by man and has form, must either be a work of art or destructive to art. The commercialist, on the other hand, divides manufactured articles into those which are propensely works of art, and are offered for sale in the market as such, and those which have no pretence and could have no pretence to artistic qualities. The one side asserts indifference, the other denies it. The commercialist sees that in the great mass of civilized human labor there is no pretence to art, and thinks that this is natural, inevitable, and on the whole desirable. The socialist, on the contrary, sees in this obvious lack of art a disease peculiar to modern civilization and hurtful to humanity, and furthermore believes it to be a disease which can be remedied. This disease and injury to humanity, also, he thinks is no trifling matter, but a grievous deduction from the happiness of man, for he knows that the all-pervading art of which I have been speaking, and to the possibility of which the commercialist is blind, is the expression of pleasure in the labor of production, and that, since all persons who are not mere burdens on the community must produce, in some form or another, it follows that under our present system most honest men must lead unhappy lives, since their work, which is the most important part of their lives, is devoid of pleasure. Or, to put it very bluntly and shortly, under the present state of society happiness is only possible to artists and thieves. William Morris 85. 2. Art is man's expression of his joy in labor. If those are not Professor Ruskin's words they embody at least his teaching on this subject. Nor has any truth more important ever been stated, for if pleasure in labor be generally possible, what a strange folly it must be for men to consent to labor without pleasure, and what a hideous injustice it must be for society to compel most men to labor without pleasure. For since all men not dishonest must labor, it becomes a question either of forcing them to lead unhappy lives or allowing them to live unhappily. Now the chief accusation I have to bring against the modern state of society is that it is founded on the art-lacking or unhappy labor of the greater part of men, and all that external degradation of the face of the country of which I have spoken is hateful to me not only because it is a cause of unhappiness to some few of us who still love art, but also and chiefly because it is a token of the unhappy life forced on the great mass of the population by the system of competitive commerce. The pleasure which ought to go with the making of every piece of handicraft has for its basis the keen interest which every healthy man takes in healthy life, and is compounded, it seems to me, chiefly of three elements: variety, hope of creation, and the self-respect which comes of a sense of usefulness, to which must be added that mysterious bodily pleasure which goes with the deft exercise of the bodily powers. I do not think I need spend many words in trying to prove that these things, if they really and fully accompanied labor, would do much to make it pleasant. As to the pleasures of variety, any of you who have ever made anything, I don't care what, will well remember the pleasure that went with the turning out of the first specimen. What would have become of that pleasure if you had been compelled to go on making it exactly the same forever? As to the hope of creation, the hope of producing some worthy or even excellent work which without you, the craftsman, would not have existed at all, a thing which needs you and can have no substitute for you in the making of it, can we any of us fail to understand the pleasure of this? No less easy, surely, is it to see how much the self-respect born of the consciousness of usefulness must sweeten labor. To feel that you have to do a thing not to satisfy the whim of a fool or a set of fools, but because it is really good in itself, that is useful, would surely be a good help to getting through the day's work. As to the unreasoning, sensuous pleasure in handiwork, I believe in good sooth that it has more power of getting rough and strenuous work out of men, even as things go, than most people imagine. At any rate. 86. It lies at the bottom of the production of all art, which cannot exist without it even in its feeblest and rudest form. Now this compound pleasure in handiwork I claim as the birthright of all workmen. I say that if they lack any part of it they will be so far degraded, but that if they lack it altogether they are, so far as their work goes, I will not say slaves, the word would not be strong enough, but machines more or less conscious of their own unhappiness. I have appealed already to history in aid of my hopes for a change in the system of the conditions of labor. I wish to bring forward now the witness of history that this claim of labor for pleasure rests on a foundation stronger than a mere fantastic dream. What is left of the art of all kinds produced in all periods and countries where hope of progress was alive before the development of the commercial system shows plainly enough to those who have eyes and understanding that pleasure did always in some degree accompany its production. This fact, however difficult it may be to demonstrate in a pedantic way, is abundantly admitted by those who have studied the arts widely. The very phrase is so common in criticism that such and such a piece of would-be art is done mechanically, or done without feeling, express accurately enough the general sense of artists of a standard deduced from times of healthy art, for this mechanical and feelingless handiwork did not exist till days comparatively near our own, and it is the condition of labor under plutocratic rule which has allowed it any place at all. The craftsmen of the Middle Ages no doubt often suffered grievous material oppression, yet in spite of the rigid line of separation drawn by the hierarchical system under which he lived between him and his feudal superior, the difference between them was arbitrary rather than real. There was no such gulf in language, manners, and ideas as divides a cultivated middle-class person of today, a gentleman, from even a respectable lower-class man, the mental qualities necessary to an artist. Intelligence, fancy, imagination, had not then to go through the mill of the competitive market, nor had the rich made good their claim to be the sole possessors of mental refinement. As to the conditions of handiwork in those days, the crafts were drawn together into guilds which indeed divided the occupations of men rigidly enough, and guarded the door to those occupations jealously, but as outside among the guilds there was little competition in the markets, wares being made in the first instance for domestic consumption, and only the overplus of what was wanted at home close to the place of production ever coming into the market or requiring any one to come and go. William Morris 87. Between the producer and consumer, so inside the guilds there was but little division of labor. A man or youth once accepted as an apprentice to a craft learned it from end to end, and became as a matter of course the master of it, and in the earlier days of the guilds, when the masters were scarcely even small capitalists, there was no grade in the craft save this temporary one. Later on, when the masters became capitalists in a sort, and the apprentices were, like the masters, privileged, the class of journeyman craftsmen came into existence, but it does not seem that the difference between them and the aristocracy of the guild was anything more than an arbitrary one. In short, during all this period the unit of labor was an intelligent man. Under this system of handiwork no great pressure of speed was put on a man's work, but he was allowed to carry it through leisurely and thoughtfully. It used the whole of a man for the production of a piece of goods, and not small portions of many men. It developed the workman's whole intelligence according to his capacity, instead of concentrating his energy on one-sided dealing with a trifling piece of work. In short, it did not submit the hand and soul of the workman to the necessities of the competitive market, but allowed them freedom for due human development. It was this system, which had not learned the lesson that man was made for commerce, but supposed in its simplicity that commerce was made for man, which produced the art of the Middle Ages, wherein the harmonious cooperation of free intelligence was carried to the furthest point which has yet been attained, and which alone of all art can claim to be called free. The effect of this freedom, and the widespread or rather universal sense of beauty to which it gave birth, became obvious enough in the outburst of the expression of splendid and copious genius which marks the Italian Renaissance. Nor can it be doubted that this glorious art was the fruit of the 5 centuries of free popular art which preceded it, and not of the rise of commercialism which was contemporaneous with it, for the glory of the Renaissance faded out with strange rapidity as commercial competition developed. 3. In the times when art was abundant and healthy, all men were more or less artists, that is to say, the instinct for beauty which is inborn in every complete man had such force that the whole body of craftsmen habitually and without conscious effort made beautiful things, and the audience for the authors of the intellectual art was nothing short of the whole people. And so they had each an assured hope of gaining that genuine praise and 88. Sympathy which all men who exercise their imagination in expression most certainly and naturally crave, and the lack of which does certainly injure them in some way, makes them shy, oversensitive, and narrow, or else cynical and mocking, and in that case well nigh useless. But in these days, I have said and repeat, the whole people is careless and ignorant of art, the inborn instinct for beauty is checked and thwarted at every turn, and the result on the less intellectual or decorative art is that as a spontaneous and popular expression of the instinct for beauty it does not exist at all. It is a matter of course that everything made by man's hand is now obviously ugly, unless it is made beautiful by conscious effort. But furthermore, the repression of the instinct for beauty which has destroyed the decorative and injured the intellectual arts has not stopped there in the injury it has done us. I can myself sympathize with a feeling which I suppose is still not rare, a craving to escape sometimes to mere nature, not only from ugliness and squalor, not only from a condition of superabundance of art, but even from a condition of art severe and well ordered, even, say, from such surroundings as the lovely simplicity of Periclean Athens. I can deeply sympathize with a weary man finding his account in interest in mere life and communion with external nature, the face of the country, the wind and weather, and the course of the day, and the lives of animals, wild and domestic, and man's daily dealings with all this for his daily bread and rest and innocent beast-like pleasure. But the interest in the mere animal life of man has become impossible to be indulged in its fullness by most civilized people. Yet civilization, it seems to me, owes us some compensation for the loss of this romance, which now only hangs like a dream about the country life of busy lands. To keep the air pure and the rivers clean, to take some pains to keep the meadows and tillage as pleasant as reasonable use will allow them to be, to allow peaceable citizens freedom to wander where they will, so they do no hurt to garden or cornfield, nay, even to leave here and there some piece of waste or mountain sacredly free from fence or tillage as a memory of man's ruder struggles with nature in his earlier days. Is it too much to ask civilization to be so far thoughtful of man's pleasure and rest, and to help so far as this her children to whom she has most often set such heavy tasks of grinding labor? Surely not an unreasonable asking. But not a whit of it shall we get under the present system of society. That loss of popular art is also busy in depriving us of the only compensation possible for that loss, by surely and not slowly destroying the beauty of the very face of the earth. William Morris 89. 4. What is it that I need, therefore, which my surrounding circumstances can give me, my dealings with my fellow men setting aside inevitable accidents which cooperation and forethought cannot control, if there be such? Well, first of all I claim good health, and I say that a vast proportion of people in civilization scarcely even know what that means. To feel mere life a pleasure, to enjoy the moving one's limbs and exercising one's bodily powers, to play, as it were, with sun and wind and rain, to rejoice in satisfying the due bodily appetites of a human animal without fear of degradation or sense of wrongdoing, yes, and therewithal to be well formed, straight-limbed, strongly knit, expressive of countenance, to be, in a word, beautiful, that also I claim. If we cannot have this claim satisfied, we are but poor creatures after all, and I claim it in the teeth of those terrible doctrines of asceticism, which, born of the despair of the oppressed and degraded, have been for so many ages used as instruments for the continuance of that oppression and degradation. 5. To sum up, then, the study of history and the love and practice of art forced me into a hatred of the civilization which, if things were to stop as they are, would turn history into inconsequent nonsense, and make art a collection of the curiosities of the past which would have no serious relation to the life of the present. But the consciousness of revolution stirring amidst our hateful modern society prevented me, luckier than many others of artistic perceptions, from crystallizing into a mere railer against progress on the one hand, and on the other from wasting time and energy in any of the numerous schemes by which the quasi-artistic of the middle classes hope to make art grow when it has no longer any root, and thus I became a practical socialist. A last word or two. Perhaps some of our friends will say, what have we to do with these matters of history and art? We want by means of social democracy to win a decent livelihood, we want in some sort to live, and that at once. Surely anyone who professes to think that the question of art and cultivation must go before that of the knife and fork does not understand what art means, or how that its roots must have a soil of a thriving and unanxious life. Yet it must be remembered that civilization has reduced the workman to such a skinny and pitiful existence, that he scarcely knows how to frame a desire for any life much better than that which he now endures perforce. It is the province 90. Of art to set the true ideal of a full and reasonable life before him, a life to which the perception and creation of beauty, the enjoyment of real pleasure that is, shall be felt to be as necessary to man as his daily bread, and that no man, and no set of men, can be deprived of this except by mere opposition, which should be resisted to the utmost. Antonio Labriola. By dialectics we mean that rhythmic movement of understanding which tries to reproduce the general outline of reality in the making. Labriola. Introduction. The influence of Marxism upon the major disciplines of knowledge began to make itself felt soon after the death of Engels. In the main, its impact was felt in the areas of sociological inquiry, of history, anthropology, political economy, and, of course, in socialist thought itself, which was in process of precipitation into a distinct branch of knowledge, in which Marxism became the dominant tendency and the Marxist writings themselves the subject of systematic development. Among the major figures around the turn of the century whose work was shaped by the encounter with Marxism were Kovalevsky, Tanis, Lavrov, Ferry, Searle, Croce, Durkheim, Weber, Simmel, Gentile, Masaryk, Hobson, Berdyaev, Mikhailovsky, C. Hilferding, Mead, Veblen, and many others. With some, the encounter triggered an exciting intellectual conflict, resulting in a fruitful expansion of ideas. 1. For a summary discussion of this influence, see the introduction to Baudemont and Rubel, Karl Marx Selected Writings in Sociology and Social Philosophy, pages 29 to 48, Lichtheim, Marxism, Passim. 92. Within the various disciplines. Others such as Croce, Simmel, Berdyaev, Searle, G. B. Shaw went through a Marxist period and then passed into one or another form of opposition. Simultaneously, the first wave of revisionism swept through the Marxist parties, centering on questions of revolutionary goals and tactics but profoundly affecting all aspects of Marxist historical and economic theory as well. From within and without the socialist parties, Marxist doctrine was subjected to critical scrutiny and vigorous debate. An extraordinary melange of serious and pseudo-scientific works on Marxism appeared in all countries, in which it was often difficult to find any resemblance between the writings of Marx and Engels and the views which were attributed to them by friend and foe alike. In this atmosphere, the writings of the Italian philosopher Antonio Labriola were important in establishing and popularizing the authentic premises on which Marxism rests. Labriola's essays on the materialistic conception of history and socialism and philosophy were the first post-Engels expositions of historical materialism. As such, their influence was enormous. Essays on the materialistic conception of history was translated into French with an introduction by Georges Searle. Editions in all the major European languages followed. Plekhanov, who wrote that Labriola had given a fuller and better analysis of Marxism than any other materialist writer, introduced him to Russian audiences in September 1897 with an extended essay, The Materialist Conception of History, which in turn exercised a powerful intellectual influence on subsequent generations of Marxists. Lenin read Labriola's essays almost immediately upon publication of the French translation, and was so impressed that he urged both his wife and his sister to prepare a Russian translation. In 1899, Lenin thanked his mother for sending him another book by Labriola, presumably Socialism and Philosophy. Trotsky, too, read Labriola's essays in the 1890s, and was fond of quoting from it in later years. Reprinted here are several selections from the essays, indicative of the flexibility and ease with which Labriola handled the relationship between being and consciousness, the extent to which he was conscious of the need for formulation of a Marxist psychology, the depth of his refutation of economic determinism. Labriola, who was born in Cassino in 1843, began his academic career as a follower of Hegel, Spinoza, and Herbarth. His first work was A. Antonio Labriola 93. Defense of Hegel's dialectics against the neo-Kantianism of Zeller. His principal pre-Marxist works were on traditional subjects such as the doctrine of Socrates, morality and religion, and on moral liberty. From 1874 until his death in 1904 he was professor of philosophy at the University of Rome. He dates the beginnings of his turn towards socialism from 1879 and his explicit acceptance of socialism from around 1887. His first socialist writing was on socialism, followed in 1890 by a pamphlet, Proletarians and Radicals. Preferring oral discourse and instruction to writing, he had misgivings about Engels urging that he write on communism. Or perhaps, having been a propounder of systematic philosophy in his youth, he was loath to systematize Marxism, to which he was in part attracted precisely because he regarded it as one of the ways in which the scientific mind has freed itself from philosophy as such. In 1873 he had written in the preface to On Moral Liberty, "I vow never to shut myself up in any system as though in a prison." In 1897, a confirmed Marxist, he wrote, "And I can repeat that now." An independent and original mind, he observed that Marx was being elevated into a mythical personage and he resisted the attempts to convert Marxism into scholasticism. He was aware that the theory itself had made little headway since its first general formulation and that Marx himself carried his theory to its full conclusion only in one case. In capital he viewed German Marxism as overly possessive of Marx and Engels, and he goaded the Germans about their evident reluctance to make available the philosophical works of Marx and Engels. Labriola aimed at establishing Marxism as an international philosophy at a time when it was in some danger of being converted into a parochial German socialism. In this his objectives were clearly harmonious with those of the emerging Russian Marxists, as well as of the Latin socialists who were Labriola's primary audience. The Bolsheviks and early Soviet Marxists tended to cite old Labriola as an elder statesman, but after the 1920s his works passed into a gentle oblivion. Antonio Gramsci is usually cited as a disciple, but though he often refers to Labriola, his work is more correctly placed in the Luxembourg tradition. Labriola himself could not have founded a school because his works are so firmly rooted in the fundamental and primary concepts of Marxist thought, his main task being the reinforcement and consolidation of those concepts. He was a beloved and influential teacher who launched numerous students on careers which did not always coincide with his own. He would not have wished otherwise, for he himself joined Marx in warning that tradition must not weigh upon us like a nightmare. 94. Labriola, Historical Materialism from Essays on the Materialistic Conception of History. Ethics, art, religion, science, are they then but products of economic conditions, expositions of the categories of these very conditions, effluvia, ornaments, emanations, and mirages of material interests? Affirmations of this sort, announced with this nudity and crudity, have already for some time passed from mouth to mouth, and they are a convenient assistance to the adversaries of materialism, who use them as a bugbear. The slothful, whose number is great even among the intellectuals, willingly fit themselves to this clumsy acceptance of such declarations. What a delight for all careless persons to possess, once for all, summed up in a few propositions, the whole of knowledge, and to be able with one single key to penetrate all the secrets of life. All the problems of ethics, aesthetics, philology, critical history, and philosophy reduced to one single problem and freed thus from all difficulties. In this way the simpletons might reduce the whole of history to commercial arithmetic, and finally a new and authentic interpretation of Dante might give us the Divine Comedy illustrated with the process of manufacturing pieces of cloth which the wily Florentine merchants sold for their greater profit. I said some pages back, in my statement of formulas, that the economic structure determines in the second place the direction, and in great part and indirectly, the objects of imagination and of thought in the production of art, of religion, and of science. To express this otherwise, or to go further, would be to put oneself voluntarily on the road toward the absurd. Before all else, in this formula, we are opposing the fantastic opinion that art, religion, and science are subjective developments and historical developments of a pretended artistic, religious or scientific spirit, which would go on manifesting itself successively through its own rhythm of evolution, favored or retarded on this side or that by material conditions. By this formula, it is desired to assert, moreover, the necessary connection, through which every fact of art and of religion is the exponent, sentimental, fantastic, and thus derived, of definite social conditions. If I say in the second place, it is to distinguish these products from the facts of legal political order which are a true and proper projection of economic kindi. Antonio Labriola 95. And if I say in great part and indirectly the objects of these activities, it is to indicate two things, that in artistic or religious production the mediation from the conditions to the products is very complicated, and again that men, while living in society, do not thereby cease to live alone by themselves in nature, and to receive from it occasion and material for curiosity and for imagination. After all, this is all reduced to a more general formula: man does not make several histories at the same time, but all these alleged different histories make up one alone. And it is not possible to take account of that clearly except at the characteristic and significant moment of the production of new things, that is to say in the periods which I will call revolutionary. Later, the acceptance of the things that have been produced, and the traditional repetition of a definite type, obliterated the sense of the origins of things. Try, if you will, to detach the ideology of the fables, which are at the foundation of the Homeric poems, from that moment of historic evolution where we find the dawn of Aryan civilization in the basin of the Mediterranean, that is to say, from that phase of the higher barbarism in which arises, in Greece and elsewhere, the epic. Or try to imagine the birth and the development of Christianity elsewhere than in Roman cosmopolitanism, and otherwise than by the work of those proletarians, those slaves, those unfortunates, those desperate ones, who had need of the redemption of the apocalypse and of the promise of the kingdom of God. Find, if you will, the ground for supposing that in the beautiful environment of the Renaissance Romanticism should begin to appear, which scarcely appeared in the decadent Torquato Tasso, or that one might attribute to Richardson or to Diderot the novels of Balzac, in whom appears, as a contemporary of the first generation of socialism and sociology, the psychology of classes. Far back, farther, at the first origins of the mythical conceptions, it is evident that Zeus did not assume the character of father of gods and men until the power of the Patria Potestas was already established, and that series of processes began which culminated in the state. Zeus thus ceases to be what was at first the simple Divus or the thunderer. And it is to be observed that at an opposite point of historic evolution, a great number of thinkers of the past century reduced to a single abstract God, who is a simple regent of the world, all that variegated image of the unknown and transcendental type, developed in so great a wealth of mythological, Christian, or pagan creations. Man felt himself more at home in nature, thanks to experience, but felt himself better able to penetrate the gearing of society, the knowledge of which he 96. Possessed in part. The miraculous dissolved in his mind, to the point where materialism and criticism could afterwards eliminate that poor remnant of transcendentalism, without taking up war against the gods. There is certainly a history of ideas, but this does not consist in the vicious circle of ideas that explain themselves. It lies in rising from things to the idea. There is a problem, still more, there is a multitude of problems, so varied, multiple, multiform and mingled are the projections which men have made of themselves and of their economic social conditions, and thus of their hopes and their fears, of their desires and their deceptions, in their artistic and religious concepts. The method is found, but the particular execution is not easy. We must above all guard against the scholastic temptation of arriving by deduction at the products of historic activity which are displayed in art and in religion. Labriola, Forms of Consciousness from Essays on the Materialistic Conception of History. From the fact that history must be taken in its entirety and that in it the kernel and the husk are but one, as Goethe said of all things, three consequences follow. First, it is evident that in the domain of historico-social determinism, the linking of causes to effects, of conditions to the things conditioned, of antecedents to consequents, is never evident at first sight in the subjective determinism of individual psychology. In this last domain it was a relatively easy thing for abstract and formal philosophy to discover, passing above all the baubles of fatalism and free will, the evidence of the motive in every volition, because, in fine, there is no wish without its determining motive. But beneath the motives and the wish there is the genesis of both, and to reconstruct this genesis we must leave the closed field of consciousness to arrive at the analysis of the simple necessities, which, on the one side, are derived from social conditions, and on the other side are lost in the obscure background of organic dispositions, in ancestry and in atavism. It is not otherwise with historical determinism, where, in the same way, we begin with motives religious, political, aesthetic, passionate, etc., but where we must subsequently discover the causes of these motives in the material conditions underlying them. Now the study of these conditions should be so specified that we may perceive indubitably not only what are the causes, but again by what mediations they arrive at that form which reveals them to the consciousness as motives whose origin is often obliterated. And thence follows indubitably the second consequence that in our Antonio Labriola 97 doctrine we have not to retranslate into economic categories all the complex manifestations of history, but only to explain in the last analysis all the historic facts by means of the underlying economic structure, which necessitates analysis and reduction and then interlinking and construction. It results from this, in the third place, that, passing from the underlying economic structure to the picturesque whole of a given history, we need the aid of that complexus of notions and knowledge which may be called, for lack of a better term, social psychology. I do not mean by that to allude to the fantastic existence of a social psyche nor to the concept of an assumed collective spirit which by its own laws, independent of the consciousness of individuals and of their material and definable relations, realizes itself and shows itself in social life. That is pure mysticism. Neither do I wish to allude to those attempts at generalization which fill up treatises on social psychology and the general idea of which is to transport and apply to a subject which is called social consciousness the known categories and forms of individual psychology. Nor again do I wish to allude to that mass of semi-organic and semi-psychological denominations by the aid of which some attribute to the social being, as Schoeffel does, a brain, a spinal column, sensibility, sentiment, conscience, will, etc. But I wish to speak of more modest and more prosaic things, that is to say, of those concrete and precise states of mind which make us know as they really were the plebeians of Rome at a certain epoch, the artisans of Florence at the moment when the movement of the Cyampi burst forth, or those peasants of France within whom was engendered, to follow Taine's expression, the spontaneous anarchy of 1789, those peasants who finally became free laborers and small proprietors, or, aspiring to property, transformed themselves rapidly from victors over the foreigner into automatic instruments of reaction. This social psychology, which no one can reduce to abstract canons because, In most cases, it is merely descriptive. This is what the chroniclers, the orators, the artists, the romancers, and the ideologists of every sort have seen and up to now have conceived as the exclusive object of their studies. In this psychology, which is the specific consciousness of men in given social conditions, the agitators, orators, and propagandists trust today, and to it they appeal. We know that it is the fruit, the outcome, the effect of certain social conditions actually determined. This class, in this situation, determined by the functions which it fulfills, by the subjection in which it is held, by the dominion which it exercises, and finally, these classes, these functions, this subjection and this dominion involve such and such a determined form of production and distribution of the immediate means of life, that is to say, a determined economic structure. 98. This social psychology, by its nature always circumstantial, is not the expression of the abstract and generic process of the self-styled human intellect. It is always a specified formation from specified conditions. We hold this principle to be indisputable, that it is not the forms of consciousness which determine the human being, but it is the manner of being which determines the consciousness. But these forms of consciousness, even as they are determined by the conditions of life, constitute in themselves also a part of history. This does not consist only in the economic anatomy, but in all that combination which clothes and covers that anatomy, even up to the multicolored reflections of the imagination. In other words, there is no fact in history which does not recall by its origin the conditions of the underlying economic structure, but there is no fact in history which is not preceded, accompanied, and followed by determined forms of consciousness, whether it be superstitious or experimental, ingenuous or reflective, impulsive or self-controlled, fantastic or reasoning. Franz Mehring. The truth is that only those scorn the muses who have been scorned by them. Mehring, Karl Marx. Introduction. Franz Mehring came to Marxism in his mid-40s. He was born in Pomerania, where his father, descended from the nobility, was a Prussian officer who later became a high-revenue official. Many of Mehring's forebears were Protestant preachers, and he himself was destined for a similar career. As a child I was supposed to and wished to study theology. After breaking both with his family and with theology, it was as a student of philosophy that he matriculated at the University of Leipzig in 1866, he transferred to the University of Berlin in 1870, where he remained for several years. In 1881 he returned to the University of Leipzig for a year's study and received his doctorate. His dissertation was German Social Democracy, its history and its teachings, but he was not yet a Marxist. During the 1870s he had become a follower of Ferdinand Lassalle, and it was as a Lassallean socialist that he contributed to many liberal and democratic newspapers during the 1870s and 1880s. In 1891, shortly after his dismissal as editor of the democratic Berliner Volkszeitung 100, for his opposition to Bismarck's anti-socialist laws, he joined the Social Democratic Party. He soon was established as one of the intellectual leaders of German social democracy, and by the time of his death in 1919, he had become the outstanding Marxist historian and literary critic of the age, as well as a major political figure who defended Marxism against the revisionist theories of Edward Bernstein and the nationalist leanings of numerous social democrats during the First World War. In late 1918, he joined Rosa Luxemburg, Clara Zetkin, Karl Liebknecht, and others in founding the Communist Party of Germany. A prolific contributor to Die Neue Zeit and other radical journals, he wrote hundreds of articles, essays, and reviews on politics, history, military affairs, philosophy, and literature. He corresponded with Engels, and there is a strong probability that he consciously took it upon himself to carry out a good many of the projects which Engels had left incomplete at his death. It was Mehring who collected the early writings of the founding Marxists and the Marx-Lassalle correspondence, who wrote the definitive history of German socialism, and the first major biography of Marx, Karl Marx, the story of his life. Mehring's belated conversion to Marxism was accompanied by a sudden and sustained interest in aesthetics and literary criticism, subjects which he had not previously dealt with. The Lessing legend, is usually regarded as the first example of sustained Marxist literary criticism. Mering wrote on virtually every major figure in German classical literature. There are essays on Winckelmann, Klopstock, Lessing, Herder, Goethe, Kleist, Beichner, Freiligrath, Wierth, Hebel, Grillparzer, Hofmannsthal, A Life of Schiller, a brief biography of Heine. Of the non-German authors, he dealt with Cervantes, Rabelais, Molière, Zola, Sue, Byron, Ibsen, Tolstoy, Gorky, and numerous others. Generally, the intention of most of these essays was to bring the classics of literature within the understanding of the working class. Simultaneously, he was concerned with aesthetic questions as such, and here he rigorously brought his philosophical training to bear. His aim was to unite the Marxist concern for the ideological content of a work of art with the aesthetic principles of the German classical philosophers and especially Kant and his disciple Schiller. The first selection, from one of his Ästhetiskensstreifzeugen of 1898-99, deals with a Franz Mering 101. Crucial question for Mering, whether a scientific history of aesthetic taste could be written as it has developed and changed in human society. Believing that historical materialism held the key to the solution of this riddle, Mering discusses the relativity of taste, and concludes that art is a peculiar and aboriginal capacity of mankind, in the Kantian sense. The discussion which Mering opened lay largely dormant until the 1950s, when such men as Lukács and Marcuse from quite different points of view once again turned their attention to the aesthetic dimension of Kant and Schiller. Mering was the first to suggest that Marxism was the proper heir to German classical aesthetics as well as to German classical philosophy in general. He was also the first to draw attention to the power of metaphor in the writings of Karl Marx, to the aesthetic means by which Marxism achieved its enormous persuasive effect. In criticism, Mering was and remained a superb sociologist. The second selection, from the Lessing legend, shows that he possessed a great gift for the analysis of the ideological component of literature, for relating the ideas in a work of art to the historical political framework, for revealing the contradictions in society which produce specific forms of literature at given periods of history. He was aware of the possibilities of a synthesis between historical determination of ideology and the aesthetic effect of the work of art, but he himself made no major attempt at such an integration, perhaps because he lacked the mediating category psychology to make the connection, perhaps because such a synthesis would have been irrelevant to the audience which he addressed. The history of Mering's posthumous reputation exemplifies the pattern of discontinuity which has marked the history of Marxist aesthetics. Publication of his collected works commenced in 1929, and by 1931 6 volumes had appeared, when the project was halted. Until 1931, he was revered as an elder statesman, a founder of the Communist Party of Germany, friend of Rosa Luxemburg, pioneer literary critic and historian, and biographer of Marx. In 1931 Stalin published an article entitled Some Questions Regarding the History of Bolshevism, in which he asserted that the pre-war German left-wing Social Democrats had committed a whole series of political and theoretical errors and in which he attacked Rosa Luxemburg and her associates as ideological precursors of Trotskyism. In 1932, Ernst Thälmann, leader of the German Communist Party, ordered a sharp 102. Battle against the ideological remnants of Luxemburgism. A storm ensued against the Old Left. The attack against Mering's literary views was made by Karl August Wittfogel, Paul Reymann, F. P. Schiller, Kurt Sauerland, and, especially, George Lukács, who appeared somewhat overzealous in his annihilation of the man who had been preeminent in Lukács' own field of specialization, that of classical German literature. He accused Mering of an uncritical acceptance of Kant's and Schiller's aesthetics. Ignoring Engels' rejection of tendentiousness in the arts, Lukács wrote, "It follows from the bourgeois conception of art that the ideal of art is the absence of propaganda." Accordingly, Mering was guilty of creating the germ of the literary theory of Trotskyism. That this was perhaps an unconscious process on Mering's part did not lessen the offense. Lukács was to become a specialist in discovering prefigurations of reactionary ideologies in the works of thinkers of prior ages. The Mering heritage, for Lukács, is also the heritage of La Salle. It is eclecticism, it is reactionary ideology. And in still another article of 1933, which Lukács republished in 1954, he accused Mering of complete abandonment of the theory of reflection of reality. It was only after the mid-1950s that the German intellectual left began to make an attempt to restore its past, of which it had been deprived for a quarter century, perhaps in an attempt to strip it of its acknowledged leadership of the Marxist movement from 1848 to 1919. Unfortunately, the restoration of Mering's status is being fought out within the guidelines laid down by Lukács, with Mering's defenders pointing to his specific literary criticism as examples of proper application of historical materialism, eschewing his attempts at integration of classical German aesthetics into Marxism, and indeed finding implicit in his practical applications a Leninist view of literature and even a fundamental demand for socialist realism. Mering, a note on taste from Aesthetic Rambles. As Marx once said of Hegel's philosophy, one cannot dispose of the aesthetics of Kant and Schiller by turning away and with averted head muttering a few vexed and trite remarks. In so far as Steiger attempts to prove that aesthetics is a science concerned not with rational concepts but with intuitions, feelings, and moods, he only repeats what Kant said much more clearly and impressively 100 years ago. The difficulty begins in the first place with the question, how are aesthetic judgments nevertheless possible? How can aesthetic taste be objectively determined, if this taste is merely subjective and personal, if every man has his own taste? This question is the fundamental problem of all aesthetics, and until it is answered a scientific treatise on aesthetics is impossible. If Kant's answer is false, then to give the correct answer would be to progress beyond him, but to assume that this decisive question had never before been posed would be to retrogress from him. Steiger admits that aesthetic feeling develops historically and undergoes constant change. Still he raises the objection that the 1001 historical questions needed to explain a work of art would be considered by any aesthetician as merely preliminary studies in the history of culture which could not begin to explain the purely aesthetic reaction to a work of art. For this reaction is in each particular case entirely an event of subjective experience. In itself this is indeed quite correct, and since Kant it has been accepted, even as a matter of course. However, when Steiger tears the aesthetic reaction as a fact of subjective experience from its historical context, he falls into the same error which he criticizes so severely in Beichner and Mohlschott, namely that of confusing the natural and the social sciences. The question of how man is able to perceive falls within the scope of the natural sciences, specifically the physiology of the sense organs. The question of what men perceive and have perceived falls within the scope of the social sciences, specifically, aesthetics. If an Australian bushman and a civilized European were at the same time to hear a Beethoven symphony, or to see a Raphael Madonna, the psychophysical process of perceiving would be the same in both cases. However, this might be set forth in natural science, since as natural beings they are alike. What they would perceive, however, would be quite different, since as members of society, as creatures of historical circumstances, they are quite unlike. But it is by no means necessary to choose such crude contrasts, for not even on the same level of culture are there as many as two individuals whose aesthetic feelings coincide with the regularity of two clocks. As a social being, each individual is a product of factors of environment which cross one another and blend interminably, and which determine his perceptions in incalculably diverse ways. Precisely for this reason each individual has his own personal taste. Of course, even this subjective taste can have significance, but never more than historical significance, nor relating to other than the perceiving subject. From the differences in the aesthetic tastes of Marx and of La Salle we can draw certain conclusions regarding the differences in their historical and intellectual processes, as not long ago in another place I attempted to do, but we cannot therefrom draw any conclusions concerning the relative aesthetic value of the poets who appealed to these men. Baron von Stein, certainly one of the most important of Goethe's contemporaries, upon reading Faust experienced only a feeling of intense displeasure at the improprieties of the Walpurgis-Nash scene, thereby revealing a great deal about his own aesthetic education, but nothing about the literary importance of Faust. Schopenhauer on one occasion declares that he is not particularly fond of the Divine Comedy, but he wisely introduces this subjective judgment on a subjective basis. I frankly admit that the high reputation of the Divine Comedy appears to me to be an exaggeration, and if we read further to see what Schopenhauer's criticism is, his reflections reveal a great deal about Schopenhauer, but nothing about Dante. Of course, the historical significance of subjective tastes depends entirely upon the historical importance of those who possess them. The extent of our interest in the historical personages Marx, Lassalle, Stein, and Schopenhauer determines the extent of our interest in their aesthetic taste. On the other hand, the historical significance of subjective taste is nil in the case of personages of corresponding historical importance. When Professor Erich Schmidt, some years ago, in the course of a public dispute concerning the aesthetic value of Hamerling's poems, pompously announced, "Well, I just don't like them," this judgment was worthless both objectively and subjectively, at least from the standpoint of aesthetics, though from an ethical standpoint I suppose it might serve as an index of professorial vanity. Thus the attempt to convert the aesthetic impression as a fact of subjective experience into an objective basis for the determination of taste still fails to transcend the limits of subjective taste. However, the collapse of this attempt also invalidates Kant's assumption that the objective determination of taste is rooted in our supersensible substrate, in the indeterminate concept of the supersensible in us. A supersensible concept can have no historical development, and yet every historical judgment is conditioned historically. Schopenhauer, who relied on Kant's aesthetics, and who was an acute logician when his whims did not block his way, doubtless encountered this contradiction. He says on Franz Mehring 105. One occasion, a genuine work of art, in order to be enjoyed, really does not require a preamble in the form of a history of art. That is to say, it really does not if Kant is correct in his assumption regarding the objective determination of taste. But this is not the case, for, according to Schopenhauer, the spirit of the times in each case is like a sharp east wind, which blows through everything. Consequently its mark is found on all action, thought, writing, music and painting. In the flowering of this or that art, it puts its stamp on every activity. To be sure, Schopenhauer does not advance beyond this point, for here his train of thought is interrupted by his familiar crotchet, namely that there is no historical development, that all history is constant repetition, like a kaleidoscope where with each turn the same things reappear in different configurations, etc. In admitting the historical development of aesthetic feeling and yet attempting to make the appreciation of a work of art independent of this development, Steiger falls into a kind of inverted contradiction. All of these and similar contradictions are dissolved in the simple consequence that either there can be no objective basis whatsoever for determining taste, or there can be such a basis only from an historical point of view. The problem of a scientific aesthetics is whether a scientific history of aesthetic feeling, as it has developed and changed in human society, can be written, whether, in the incalculable and endless confusion of subjective taste, there does not prevail an objective basis for determining such a feeling. Adherents of historical materialism will answer in the affirmative, and will regard precisely the historical materialist method as the only key to the solution of the riddle. We have seen that Kant's aesthetics, although it sought its roots in the clouds, had a foundation in reality. Kant abstracted his aesthetic propositions from our classical literature, that is, from as much of it as already existed when his Critique of Pure Reason was written. Although it has been shown that the objective conditions of taste are not rooted in the sky, but on earth, Kant's aesthetics is not therefore necessarily untenable in and for itself. Its critical method is not to be set aside because its absolute system breaks down. There still remains what a mind of Kant's penetrating acuteness perceived in the great literary works of an epoch in its way aesthetically unique. In the preface to his chief work, Marx says that just as the physicist observes natural phenomena at the point where they occur in their most meaningful form and least obscured by disturbing influences, So he examined the capitalist mode of production in England as the classic ground of this mode of production. Similarly, we can say that the laws of aesthetic judgment could nowhere be better studied than in the realm of aesthetic. 106. Appearances created by our classic authors in their most meaningful form and least obscured by disturbing influences. Kant was the founder of scientific aesthetics, even though he failed to recognize the historical conditioning of his aesthetic laws, even though he considered as absolute that which can only be taken as relative. Similarly, his contemporaries Adam Smith and Ricardo were the founders of scientific economics, even though they regarded the economic laws of bourgeois society as absolute, whereas they are only historically valid, and in application are constantly violated. The first prerequisite of a scientific aesthetics is to establish that art is a peculiar and aboriginal capacity of mankind, as indeed Kant did show. However, since reason must be a unity, the power of aesthetic judgment can be separated from it only in the abstract, for the purpose of setting out its laws with full clarity, but not in actual practice, when the feeling of pleasure or displeasure cannot be separated from the capacity for desire and knowledge. For the manner in which we experience phenomena aesthetically is invariably and indissolubly linked with the manner in which we comprehend logically and desire morally. Therefore, when Kant says that aesthetic satisfaction is neither logical nor moral, that any judgment of beauty into which the slightest interest enters is quite biased and by no means a pure aesthetic judgment, he sets forth an abstract absolute proposition in its clearest form. However, if this proposition were to be used as a fixed criterion applied to historical epochs in the evolution of artistic taste, we should discover that there has never yet been a pure aesthetic judgment, in other words, that Kant's law in application under historical conditions has been constantly violated. Mering, Lessing and the drama from the Lessing legend. It is impossible to understand Lessing's dramaturgy unless its social aspects are considered. It is no theory of the drama valid for all time. Applied by the hands of aesthetic dullards, this fine and elastic weapon has done much harm. How often has poor Lessing himself been attacked with it, sometimes out of intentional malice, sometimes, which was still more dangerous, out of well-meaning stupidity. He to whom nothing was more foreign than senseless chauvinism is supposed to have hoisted the banner of German against that of French art, to have critically destroyed the French drama in order to lead German drama towards a better glory, in the steps of the Greeks and the British. Franz Mering 107. Schiller's meaning in the following epigram is quite sensible, although he expressed these ideas much more strongly than Lessing ever did. The French must never become a model for us. No live spirit speaks from their art. To be sure, Lessing's dramaturgy was the greatest national manifestation Germany had seen since Hutton's broadsides. But the national point of view is always determined by the social interests of the classes representing it, in Hutton's case the German aristocracy, in Lessing's the German middle class. It never occurred to Lessing to attack Molière and Destouches in the same strain as he attacked Corneille and Racine, or to throw Voltaire, the writer of middle-class comedies, overboard with Voltaire, the author of court tragedies. Like all ideology, aesthetic and literary criticism is in the last analysis determined by the economic structure of society. Under fundamentally changed economic conditions, we have now arrived at aesthetic and literary views different from Lessing's. His dramaturgy is neither an infallible revelation nor a faulty stylistic exercise. It must be judged from the social aspect to which it belongs historically. Regarded from this point of view, it is most delightful to read this work, and everywhere one feels the manly and courageous spirit of Lessing, to whom dramatic art was not an idle game but, like all art, a lever of human culture. The wretched conditions in Germany forced any national theatre to live mainly on foreign plays. With a few mediocre or bad German plays no attractive program could possibly be created, with Lessing's Sarah and Minna at least not a varied one. Among foreign plays the French stood in the front rank, through Gottsched's endeavors and through the great number of translations as well. In this state of affairs only Lessing's dramaturgy caused a certain change. In the main, it still had to settle account with French dramatic art. Thus Lessing wrote his famous condemnation of the French court tragedy, which would have been like poison to the middle class if transplanted to Germany. Lessing overlooked that Corneille and Racine must somehow have been rooted in the national soil in order to become the classical authors of a great nation. He overlooked that their tragedies were rich in theatrical effects and full of powerful tension for their contemporaries. He made fun of the monsters of women that Corneille liked to show, and yet Corneille's contemporaries had seen these monsters in reality the princesses of the Fronde. In an even more biased manner than against Corneille, Lessing proceeded against Voltaire. 108. As a writer of tragedies, often not without some malice, due to his experiences in Berlin, Lessing's prejudice seems the greater for the very reason that in his tragedies Voltaire had begun a certain reaction against Corneille and Racine. Nevertheless, essentially Lessing was right in fighting against French tragedy. Whatever roots it might have had in a certain historical soil, for all that as a model it was disastrous to middle-class art in Germany. And Lessing speaks as an advocate of this art, not as a critic, enthroned above the clouds, above all times and all nations, one such has ever existed anyway. It might seem, though, as if in the dramaturgy itself Lessing had presented Aristotle as such an eternally infallible judge. But here again one must know how to make distinctions. Corneille founded the court tragedy on Aristotle's rules. It was the last echo of the appalling treatment that had made the ancient Greek the canonical philosopher of the Middle Ages. Lessing swept away all this. He opposed to the wrongly understood Aristotle the correctly understood Aristotle. Indeed, he contrasted the Greek tragedy with the French, and never tired of repeating that rules do not create the genius, but genius makes the rules, and that any rule can at any time be brushed aside by a genius. In the triumphant progress of his victorious polemics, he remarks insolently that the aesthetics of Aristotle are as infallible as mathematical truths, and that he could improve any play of the great Corneille according to Aristotle's rules. But he adds at once that for all that he would be no Corneille, and would not have created a masterpiece. Already in the Letters on Literature Lessing had pointed out that according to Greek standards Shakespeare was a much greater tragic writer than Corneille, that he always achieved the aim of the tragedy, while Corneille never did so, even though he followed the path marked out by the ancient Greeks. Thus Lessing understood that all aesthetics are historically conditioned, and if he did not grasp this fact theoretically, it is implicit in all his writings. It is quite true to say that in Germany Lessing was the first to point out Shakespeare's greatness. In the dramaturgy especially he praises Shakespeare in many marvelous comparisons. But he always contrasts Shakespeare's historical tragedies solely with the historical tragedies of the French, and it is quite incorrect to trace the German Shakespearomania to Lessing. Not the historical tragedy but the middle-class drama is the ideal of this aesthetician. Diderot is his man, not Shakespeare. Nobody who has really read the dramaturgy can doubt this, and Lessing prefers the French. Franz Mehring 109. Comedy to the English as decidedly as he prefers the English tragedy to the French. It is clear then how hopeless it is to regard aesthetics as a purely intellectual matter. Of course Lessing knew that from an aesthetic point of view it was ridiculous to mention Diderot and Shakespeare in one breath. He refuted such an equalization, at least indirectly. He did not think of giving Diderot the honor which he attributed so generously to Shakespeare. But if aesthetics, too, belongs to the superstructure of the class struggle, the connection is quite clear. Shakespeare was no court author, but still much less a middle-class writer. He occasionally paid homage to the court in Henry VIII, but whenever he lets the Lord Mayor of London appear, he invariably portrays him in a manner either ridiculous or contemptible. This is understandable considering that the Puritans hated the theatre bitterly while the court granted it a certain protection. The theatre found its real support in the aristocratic youth, which was vigorous and manly, and all its limitations granted still the leading class of a great nation in a period of powerful advance when new horizons were appearing. In Shakespeare's tragedies the surge of the sea is heard, while in Corneille's the fountains of Versailles murmur. But how could Shakespeare be a model to Germany, whose aristocracy was as decadent physically as mentally? Lessing therefore unswervingly pointed to the English and French middle-class plays as models for German tragedy and drama. The French comedy, however, was much superior to the English. The middle-class opposition in England had long had its parliament and its periodical press, while in France it still had to concentrate its whole intellectual vigor in the comedy. Because of Shakespeare's hostile attitude to the middle class of his time, his comedies moved in a world of fairies and fairy tales, adventures, and romanticism, with one exception, The Merry Wives of Windsor. Though second-rate as comedy, historically this is a highly important satire. Shakespeare portrayed the aristocrat who has come down in the world and is ridiculed even by the women of the middle class. But what sort of model could this be to the German middle classes, the great majority of whose women did not as yet know a greater honor than to be ridiculed by decadent despots? Probably Shakespeare did not intend Merry Wives of Windsor to be a historical satire. It would be the only occasion on which he scorned the aristocracy to the greater glory of the middle classes. According to an old account, his only middle-class comedy is supposed to have been written for a very harmless reason, to grant the wish of Queen Elizabeth to see the brave Sir John as a lover for once. When in 1757 Lessing conceived the first plan for his middle-class Virginia, Amelia Galati, he did not imagine what a scathing satire on German. 110. Conditions posterity would see in the catastrophe of his dramatic masterpiece. Amelia implores her own father to kill her, as she cannot rely on her senses and her blood in the struggle against the amorous advances of the despot who had ordered her fiancé to be murdered just before their wedding. Amelia does not love the prince. But the fact that she and her father know no way to escape the despot's power other than the murder of the daughter has a ghastly effect on the spectator. It can cause neither fear nor pity. It cannot have any tragic effect, even if it can be traced to real history. Lessing himself has convincingly demonstrated this in Chapter 79 of the Dramaturgy. From the point of view of tragic art, the end of the play is indefensible, the reason being that it can be defended only too well from the point of view of history. In Livy's famous story, the young Lessing saw first the most revolting and striking accompaniment of social oppression, the attack on virginal honor, which was as topical in the 18th century as it had been 2,000 years before, as it still is today and will be as long as social oppression exists. Lessing revealed his dramatic instinct in recognizing the general historical import of this tragic problem as far more important than the single case which had been the cause of a political revolution. He wished to write a middle-class Virginia, since the fate of a daughter who is killed by her father, to whom her virtue is worth more than her life, is tragic enough and has sufficient power to impress the whole soul, even if no political revolution follows it. Compared with the original story, Lessing's treatment of the subject is not shallower, as Dyring asserts, but deeper. In 18th century Germany, a middle-class author who wished to write a middle-class Virginia with a really tragic ending would have faced an impossible task. A short time before Amelia Galati was published, in Lessing's Saxon State, an aristocratic family had solemnly celebrated the wedding of their daughter whom the ruling despot had chosen as one of his mistresses. On German soil neither an Amelia nor an Odoardo could be imagined. Here one of the most tragic motives of world history challenged the pen of an Aristophanes rather than a Sophocles. But Lessing would not have been the champion of the middle classes if he had been scornful of this shame rather than incensed by it. In order that his play might be psychologically true, he had to move the scene of action from the half-boring, half-libertine world of the Philistines of his country to the country of the more passionate nation from which the Roman Virginia. Franz Mehring 111. Sprang. Still, if circumstances are otherwise equal, the social forms of life never depend on frontiers. In disunited Italy petty despotism ruled no less than in disunited Germany, though thanks to the ancient culture of the country, in finer and more polished forms. But essentially petty despotism remained everywhere what it was and was bound to be. There was no punishment for its grotesque and ghastly crimes, and if it is doubtful whether Amelia Galati is a real tragedy, nevertheless the play is rooted in the economic structure of the society in which Lessing's figures lived. And the author could not go beyond those denrées. Outstanding contemporaries understood the social meaning of the tragedy at once. Herder called the author a real man and proposed to him to give the tragedy the motto, Discite moniti. Goethe saw in it the deciding step towards a morally inspired opposition against tyrannical autocracy, and even in later years he praised it as an excellent work, a piece full of intelligence, of wisdom, of deep understanding of the world, the expression of an admirable culture compared with which we are already barbarous again, and one that would appear new in any epoch. Karl Koski. And thus the ideal ended continually with a disillusionment, proving itself to be an illusion after it had done its historical duty and had worked as an impulse in the destruction of the old. Koski, Ethics and the Materialist Conception of History. Introduction. Karl Koski was the theoretical leader of the German Marxist movement from the death of Engels until World War I. Born in Prague of a lineage which he described as polyglot and plebeian, he grew up in an atmosphere of family difficulties and occasional poverty. As a young student he was an ardent Czech nationalist with a vaguely theistic inclination, but, following attendance at the University of Vienna and contact with Darwinian and socialist ideas, he joined the Social Democratic Party in 1875 as a Lassaline socialist and was an active propagandist for the German and Austrian party press from 1875 to 1880. Like Engels, he published his earliest writings under a pseudonym to avoid confrontation with his father. He became a Marxist after leaving Vienna in 1880, shortly thereafter he made the acquaintance of Marx and Engels in London. Marx, writing to his daughter Jenny in 1881, described Koski as a mediocrity with a small-minded outlook, superwise, very conceited, industrious in a certain sort of way who belongs by nature to the tribe of the Philistines but is otherwise a decent fellow in his own way. Karl Koski 113. Marx's judgment was premature. In 1883, Koski founded the first Marxist theoretical journal, Die Neue Zeit, which, after a faltering start, provided a platform until the 1920s for the consolidation and development of the socio-economic aspects of Marxist thought and for presentation of the official political views of German social democracy. Engels published many of his later writings in Die Neue Zeit. Under Koski's expert editorship, it became a forum that attracted the best minds among the German Marxists, and a number of foreign Marxists as well. Before 1900, its contributors included Edward Aveling, Paul Barth, August Bebel, Max Beer, Nicolas Berdiev, Edouard Bernstein, H. Kuhnau, Paul Ernst, Georges Labriola, Paul Lafargue, Gustav Landauer, Wilhelm Liebknecht, Rosa Luxemburg, Mering, Plekhanov, Zarga, Ferdinand Tönnies, and Clara Zetkin. The young George Simmel contributed several pseudonymous articles on the humanities, and the work of the founders of the German Sociology of Knowledge school developed within the ambience of Die Neue Zeit. The tone of the publication was predominantly scientific and rationalist, tending to foreclose the exploration of the more speculative areas of Marxism. For the most part, the representation of the arts was perfunctory, with numerous reviews of contemporary literature from a restricted and largely belletristic viewpoint and without specific application of Marxist categories. 1. Koski hit his stride as a Marxist scholar in the late 1880s, in defiance of Marx's opinion. His major works include Karl Marx's economic teachings, Thomas More and his Utopia, the Erfurt Program, forerunners of modern socialism, the agrarian question, ethics, and the materialist conception of history, the foundations of Christianity. The Way to Power, and his edition of Volume 4 of Marx's Capital, Theories of Surplus Value. Although he remains most highly regarded among scholars for his economic writings, it is his Thomas More and especially his Foundations of Christianity which have survived, not so much for the specific details of his researches as for the rigorousness with which he applied sociological categories to the explication of ideology. From the latter book we reprint a section dealing with the connection between trade and the development of abstract thinking, in which he explores the brilliantly speculative idea that handicraft development fosters the abilities required by the pictorial arts, and that these in turn make possible the development of polytheism. Conversely, the absence of handicrafts among certain trading peoples of the ancient world was a necessary precondition for the development of monotheism. Koski himself thought highly of this hypothesis, for he returned to it in 1914 in his book Are the Jews a Race? The bibliography of Koskai's printed works consists of 1,738 separate items. The literary subjects touched on are negligible: a few reviews of books by or on Shakespeare, Shelley, Freiligrath, Heine, Jack London, and William Morris, and an extended essay on rebellions in Schiller's dramas. There is a brief and superficial passage in his Thomas More on the middle class's use of satire and mockery as weapons against the paradigmatic figures the knight, the monk, and the peasant of the old feudal mode of production, and he cites representative examples of this from the Decameron, Don Quixote, and the Merry Wives of Windsor. Koskai evidenced a deep interest in the visual arts, however, during his earliest Marxist years, stemming, perhaps, from identification with his father, who was an unsuccessful painter and scenic designer. From 1880 to 1885 Koskai published a dozen serious articles in the Viennese Zeitschrift für Plastik, such as Development in Art, Reflections on Taste in Relation to Art, Art and Society, Artist and Worker, and the Material Situation of the Artist and its Influence upon Art. Koskai did not return to the arts as such in his later years. Here again, perhaps, is another instance of the suppression of artistic inclinations among Marxists. What makes this rather probable is the revelation in Koskai's posthumous memoirs that he had written 3 novels and numerous theater pieces during the 1870s, all of a thinly disguised autobiographical nature, and had thereafter decided to give up his creative efforts in favor of more practical researches and activities. His inclination to romanticizing, as he called his fictional work, was effectively at an end. Karl Koskai 115. After around 1914 there was a marked decline in Koskai's powers. The Pope of Marxism had set himself adrift from the movement that he had helped to establish, and his later writings are largely of a negatively polemical nature, with a strong admixture of attempted self-justification. Koskai. Art and the Conception of God in Ancient Israel from Foundations of Christianity. Luxury and export industries and art flourished far less than did trade among the Israelites. The reason is probably that they became sedentary at a period when all around them craftsmanship had reached a high point of perfection. Luxury articles were better and cheaper when obtained through trade than when prepared by home industry, which was limited to the production of the simplest goods. Even among the Phoenicians, who became civilized much earlier, the advance of their industry was held back by the competition of Egyptian and Babylonian goods. In early times the Phoenicians were hardly superior to the inhabitants of the rest of Syria in the field of industry. It is more likely that Herodotus is right when he says that the first Phoenicians that landed on the coasts of Greece were peddling goods that were not produced in their own country, but in Egypt and Assyria, that is the countries inland from Syria. The great cities of Phoenicia first became industrial cities after they had lost their political independence and a large part of their commercial connections. It may have been the eternal state of war, too, that interfered with the development of crafts. In any case it is certain that they did not develop very far. The prophet Ezekiel gives a detailed account of the trade of Tyre in his lamentation for that city, including the trade with Israel, whose exports are exclusively agricultural. Judah, and the land of Israel, they were thy merchants, they traded in thy market wheat of Minnith, and Panig, and honey, and oil, and balm. When David made Jerusalem his capital, King Hiram of Tyre sent him cedar trees, and carpenters, and masons, and they built David an house. The same thing happened when Solomon was building the temple, and paid Hiram 20,000 measures of wheat and 20 of oil every year. Without highly developed luxury crafts, that is without artistic handy. *1. R. Peachman, Geschichte Phnisir, p. 238. 116. Crafts. There is no fine art in which to portray the human person, going beyond the outline of the human type to individualize and idealize it. Such an art presupposes a high level of trade to bring the artist all sorts of materials of all sorts of qualities, thus enabling him to choose those best fitted for his purposes. It also presupposes intensive specialization and generations of experience in the handling of the various materials, and finally a high esteem for the artist, which sets him above the level of forced labor and gives him leisure, joy, and strength. All these elements combined are to be found only in large commercial cities with vigorous and well-established handicrafts. In Thebes and Memphis, in Athens, and later, after the Middle Ages, in Florence, Antwerp, and Amsterdam, the fine arts reached their high points on the basis of a healthy craftsmanship. This was lacking among the Jews, and had its effect on their religion. The conception of God in ancient Israel. Ideas about divinity are extremely vague and confused among primitive peoples, and by no means as clear-cut as we see them presented in the mythology books of the learned. The individual deities were not clearly conceived nor distinguished from one another, they are unknown, mysterious personalities affecting nature and men, bringing men good luck and bad luck, but as shadowy and indefinite, at least at first, as visions in a dream. The only firm distinction of the individual gods one from the other consists in their localization. Every spot that particularly arouses the fantasy of primitive man seems to him to be the seat of a particular god. High mountains or isolated crags, groves in special places and also single giant trees, springs, caves all thus receive a sort of sanctity as the seats of gods. But also peculiarly shaped stones or pieces of wood may be taken to be the seats of a deity, as sacred objects the possession of which assures the aid of the deity that inhabits them. Every tribe, every clan tried to obtain such a sacred object, or fetish. That was true of the Hebrews as well, for their original idea of God was quite on the level we have just described, far from monotheism. The sacred objects of the Israelites seem to have been nothing more than fetishes at first, from the images or idols that Jacob steals from his father-in-law Laban to the Ark of Covenant in which Jehovah is located and which brings victory and rain and riches to the man who possesses it justly. The sacred stones that the Phoenicians and Israelites worshipped bore the name of Bethel, God's house. The local gods and the fetishes are not distinctly individual on this stage. Karl Koski 117. Often they have the same names, as for example among the Israelites and Phoenicians many gods were called El and others were called by the Phoenicians, Baal, the Lord. Despite the identity of names all these Baals counted as quite distinct beings. Often nothing more was added to distinguish them than the name of the place in which the god in question was worshipped. It was possible to keep the separate gods distinct in the minds of the people only when the plastic arts had developed enough to individualize and idealize human forms, to present concrete forms with a character of their own, but also with a charm, a majesty, or a size or fearsomeness that raised them above the form of ordinary men. At this point polytheism got a material basis, the invisible became visible and so imaginable by all. Now the individual gods were permanently distinguished from each other and confusion among them became impossible. From then on men could choose individual figures out of countless numbers of spiritual beings that danced about in the fantasy of primitive man, and give them particular forms. We can clearly trace how the number of the particular gods in Egypt increases with the development of the fine arts. In Greece too it is certainly no accident that the highest point of the art industry and human representation in the plastic arts coincided with the greatest diversity and sharpest individualization in the world of the gods. Because of the backwardness of the industry and art of the Israelites, they never carried to completion the progress of the industrially and artistically developed peoples, the replacement of the fetish, the dwelling place of the spirit or God, by the image of the God. In this respect too they remained on the level of the Bedouin mode of thought. The idea of representing their own gods in pictures or images never came into their heads. All the images of gods they knew were images of foreigners' gods, gods of the enemy, imported from abroad or imitated after their model, and hence the hate of the patriots against these images. This had an element of backwardness, but it made it easier for the Jews to advance beyond polytheism once they learned of the philosophical and ethical monotheism that had arisen in various great cities on the highest level of development of the ancient world for causes we have already mentioned. Where the images of the gods had struck root in the minds of the people, polytheism received a firm basis that was not so easily overcome. The indefiniteness of the images of the gods and the identity of their names in different localities on the other hand, opened the way for popularizing the idea of one God, compared to whom all the other invisible spirits are but lower beings. At any rate, it is no mere chance that all the monotheistic popular religions came from nations that were still in the nomadic mode of thought and had not developed any notable industry or art. Along with the Jews, these were the Persians and later the Arabians of Islam, who adopted monotheism as soon as they came into contact with a higher urban civilization. Not only Islam but the Zend religion is monotheistic. This recognizes only one Lord and Creator of the world, Ahura Mazda. Angramanju is a subsidiary spirit, like Satan. It may seem strange that backward elements will adopt and advance more easily and carry it further than more developed elements will. It is a fact, however, that can be traced even in the evolution of organisms. Highly developed forms are often less capable of adaptation and die out more easily, whereas lower forms with less specialized organs can more easily adapt to new conditions and hence be capable of carrying progress further. In man, the organs do not merely develop in an unconscious way, he also develops other artificial organs whose manufacture he can learn from other men. With respect to these artificial forms, individuals or groups can leap over whole stages of development when the higher stage has already been prepared for them by others from whom they can take it over. It is a well-known fact that many farm villages took to electric lighting more easily than the large cities which already had large capital investments in gas lighting. The farm village could jump directly from the oil lamp to electricity without passing through the phase of gas, but only because the technical knowledge required for electric lighting had already been gained in the big cities. The farming village could never have developed this knowledge on its own account. Similarly, monotheism found easier acceptance among the Jews and Persians than among the mass of Egyptians, Babylonians, or Hellenes, but the idea of monotheism had first to be developed by the philosophers of these more advanced civilizations. However, at the time with which we are dealing, before the exile, things had not yet gone so far, the primitive cult of the gods still prevailed. Georgy Plekhanov. An idea which is inherently revolutionary is a kind of dynamite which no other explosive in the world can replace. Plekhanov, Socialism and the Political Struggle. Introduction. Georgy Valentinovich Plekhanov was born into a small landowning family. His education was directed toward a military career, but in 1876 he joined the Narodnik movement and became one of its chief theoreticians. Following several arrests, he was compelled to emigrate in 1880, an exile which lasted until 1917. Within several years he had abandoned Narodnism in favor of Marxism, established contact with Engels, Koski, and other major leaders of the international socialist movement, become a founder of the first Russian Social Democratic Party, and was launched upon a political intellectual career which established him as the foremost Russian Marxist prior to Lenin, upon whom his works had a profound influence. Though a revolutionary by trade and by conviction, he was incapable of revolutionary acts. His break with the Narodniks was over their terrorist activities, and especially their proposal to assassinate the Tsar. Similarly, he broke with Lenin in 1905 on the question of armed insurrection, and 120. Upon his return to Russia in 1917 he opposed the seizure of power by the Soviets. Throughout his life he was unable to sanction the historical consequences of his own theories. His major philosophical works, many of which touch on or deal extensively with the arts, include Socialism and the Political Struggle, Our Differences, On the Development of the Monist View of History, Essays on the History of Materialism, and Fundamental Problems of Marxism. 4 shorter works of pamphlet length are extremely valuable: Anarchism and Socialism, The Materialist Conception of History, The Role of the Individual in History, and Utopian Socialism of the 19th Century. Plekhanov was the first Marxist after marrying to turn his attention to the arts. He investigated an impressive range of subjects in his detached, dry, scientific style, from the origins of art to the Romantics and Symbolists, from primitive music to 18th century French tragedy and painting, from Baudelaire and Ibsen to Pushkin, Chernyshevsky, Turgenev, Gorky. An erudite scholar, he kept abreast of the latest developments in anthropology, evolutionary thought, sociology, and philosophy, and he applied numerous concepts from parallel disciplines in an attempt to confirm the applicability of historical materialism to the arts. Plekhanov's primary significance for Marxist aesthetics lies in the intelligent application of the determinist aspect of Marxism to the genesis of art and art forms. Central to his viewpoint is the concept that art arises as a virtually automatic process from the movement of history, called into being by the needs of the class or stratum whose tastes it expresses. In the first selection, a chapter from the role of the individual in history, he argues that gifted persons appear wherever and whenever social conditions are favorable for their development, that such people can change only the individual aspect of events, not their general direction, and that without this direction they could never cross the threshold that divides potentiality from reality. Marx and Engels, in the German ideology, held a similar view. Whether an individual like Raphael succeeds in developing his talent depends wholly on demand, which in turn depends on the division of labor and the conditions of human culture resulting from it, and Engels, in his well-known letter to Borgias, writes that the great man has always been found as soon as he became necessary, but these passages, which emphasize the broad framework within which creativity operates, are to be seen as only one side of the dialectic, otherwise, consciousness is converted into purely passive. Georgy Plekhanov 121. Reflection. Yet this is precisely what Plekhanov does, in a decisive passage of our selection, when society at a given stage presents certain problems to its spiritual representatives. These problems hold the attention of outstanding minds until they succeed in solving them. Thereupon their attention turns to some other subject. Plekhanov may have intended here to paraphrase Marx's classic formulation that mankind always sets itself only such tasks as it can solve, but in fact he has reversed it, stressing the derivative and genetic aspects of the Marxist dialectic and ignoring its active role. To Plekhanov, art is the solution of a set of problems which arise from the historical development of the mode of production. For Marx, art is a means by which mankind sets tasks for itself to aid it in its progress towards freedom. It is the work of crystallized consciousness, art, theoretical science, and philosophy to offer up for ultimate solution by historical practice the unsolved problems of humanity. Plekhanov's formulations nevertheless have important implications for the history of art. There are moments in the evolution of each art form in which unexploited and latent potentialities suddenly emerge into view. Greatness falls to those artists who are able to grasp the implications of those potentialities, to those who are able to fill all the empty spaces, to work through to their conclusion all the unfinished trends, all the incompletely explored suggestions, to actualize what the material itself shows to be latent and possible. The resulting artwork, in turn, carries forward and multiplies new latent possibilities which the further development of history may make manifest. Plekhanov's art and social life, from which the second selection is drawn, heavily influenced an entire generation of Russian Marxists, for whom it constituted the fundamental Marxist text on art. In it, Plekhanov describes the social conditions which give rise to art for art's sake on the one hand, and to the utilitarian approach to art on the other. These were aesthetic categories of central concern to Russian revolutionaries from the mid-19th century on, and Plekhanov's dispassionate and scholarly exposition constituted the classic solution of these questions for his time. Plekhanov's method accords fully with Marx's insistence that the 1. Frederick Jameson, T.W. Adorno, Historical Tropes, Salmagundi, Vol. I. No. I. p. 30. 2. Plekhanov's often quoted statement that art for art's sake develops when artists and art lovers are in hopeless disaccord with the social environment in which they live, derives from the utopian socialist Pierre Leroux, whose ideas were briefly influential in mid-19th century France and Russia. 122. Products of the mind are to be explained by cleavages within society, but it tends to underplay the dialectical coordinate of this concept, that consciousness itself becomes a motive force as it strips the ideological veil from the realities of existence. For Plekhanov, art arises from life and presents itself as an object for analysis and understanding. The practical consequence of this approach is that Plekhanov would prescribe nothing for art or the artist. History would attend to that. This objective attitude toward art was repudiated from the late 1920s onward by Soviet Marxists, who, wholly in keeping with Plekhanov's observation that any given political power always favors the utilitarian view of art, attempted to negate Plekhanov's sociological laws by imposing the utilitarian view upon its artists, thereby creating that very disaccord with the social environment which Plekhanov had shown gave rise to art for art's sake movements. Plekhanov's tendency to downgrade will in artistic creativity closely parallels his political timidity, his unwillingness to carry forward historical action unless all the groundwork had been prepared. The utopian and transcendent powers of art were a closed book to Plekhanov. He remained primarily a major sociologist of art who, using an amalgam of categories from Hegel, Belinsky, Taine, Marx, and Darwin, solved a number of substantive aesthetic questions for his time and raised a number of others which have not yet been fully resolved. Nevertheless, he himself was not devoid of aesthetic sensitivity. He wrote of Gorky that he was highly unsuited for the role of propagandist, i.e., of the man who speaks chiefly in the language of logic, whereas the artist speaks chiefly in the language of images. Further, while he never integrated this concept into his aesthetic writings, he wrote extensively on what he called the hieroglyphic theory of epistemology, which upon examination turns out to be an anticipation of the theory of symbolic form. Plekhanov was primarily responsible for the incorporation into Marxism of Karl Becher's theory that primitive art originated in the labor process. 4 A dialectically related theory, and one which haunted Plekhanov because he saw in it a possible refutation of historical materialism as he understood it, is that of the Spieltrieb in its relation to labor and to art. Here again Becher was the focus of Plekhanov's attention, for he had reopened this theory of artistic essence which Schiller had investigated in his letters on the aesthetic education of man, and which Herbert Spencer had popularized in the mid-19th century. In the final selection, from the letter without address number 3, Plekhanov comes to grips with this theory. His urgent concern is with the question of priority, which comes first, then play before utilitarian activity, or utilitarian activity before play. He felt that if play is indeed older than labor, and if art is indeed older than the production of useful objects, then the materialist explanation of history will not stand up. I shall have to argue about the dependence of economics on art and not about the dependence of art on economics. But Plekhanov fails to make Marx's crucial distinction between primitive instinctive forms of labor and labor in its exclusively human form. For Marx, the difference between the instinctive and the human forms of labor is that the human being raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality. At the end of every labor process, we get a result that already existed in the imagination of the laborer at its commencement. Play enter here. Play is a dialectical coordinate of labor. The creative element of labor is the imagination, the free play of man's bodily and mental powers. To participate in creative, human labor, man withdraws from the instinctive, repetitive labor process and turns it into play, into mimetic representation, into illusion, into art, so that when he returns to labor it may be transformed into a conscious, superinstinctive, freedom-creating activity. Work and play are a unity of opposites peculiar to the human species. In this sense, play is the philosophy, the art of work. To argue priority is ultimately non-dialectical sent, but under capitalism the play and art elements of the labor process tend to diminish, and alienated labor regresses toward the instinctual, repetitive, time-bound, and mechanical labor of lower forms of life. And so the task which Marx outlined in his economic and philosophic manuscripts may be seen as the restoration of the play-labor unity, which is to say the restoration of the specifically human element to the labor process. Marx's vision, then, ultimately is identical with Schiller's famous phrase, "Man only plays when he is a man in the full sense of the word, and he is only completely a man when he plays." Plekhanov, though unable to break out of the question of priority, was nevertheless the first to focus Marxist concern on the fundamental category of play in its relation to both aesthetics and labor. He returned to the subject again in 1910, in his book Ng Chernyshevsky, where he wrote, "The view of art as play, supplemented by the view of play as a child of labor, sheds a very bright light on the essence and history of art. It makes it possible for the first time to view them from a materialist standpoint. Lenin marked this passage approvingly in his philosophical notebooks. Lukács touched briefly on the subject in History and Class Consciousness, seeing the aesthetic mode as a means of salvaging man from the deadening effects of the mechanism of reification. But the following generations of Marxists turned away from the subject, which became the special domain of psychoanalytical heretics such as Jung and Rank. Registered. It was not until Herbert Marcuse's Eros and Civilization that a Marxist would return to the consideration of the play drive, with a brilliant analysis of the radical implications of Schiller's aesthetics in the light of Marx and Freud. Marcuse, however, sees play primarily as lying beyond the realm of necessity, as a contrast to labor rather than in a dialectical unity with it. Labor is unfreedom, play is defined as unproductive and useless, a means of cancelling the repressive and exploitative traits of labor and leisure. Play, thus sundered from its utopian artistic role as the imaginative anticipation of a desired future reality, spins off into a deadening, autonomous purposelessness, into a new form of alienation. Plekhanov, the role of the individual in history from the role of the individual in history. We must bear in mind the following. In considering the role of great individuals in history, we almost invariably suffer from an optical illusion. In assuming the role of the good sword to preserve the public order, Napoleon by the same token pushed aside all other generals, some of whom could have played the same role equally or almost as well. Once the social need for a vigorous military administrator was satisfied, the path to this post was blocked to all others. The impetus of the social organization was no longer conducive to the display of this kind of skill by other aspirants. And this accounts for the optical illusion just mentioned. Napoleon's personal power appears to us in an extremely exaggerated form because we ascribe to it all the social power which pushed his personal power to the fore and supported it. It seems to be something totally exceptional, because other similar powers had not passed from potentiality to actuality. And when we are asked, what would have happened had there been no Napoleon, our imagination becomes confused and we begin to think that without him the whole social movement upon which his power and influence rested could never have taken place. In the history of the intellectual development of mankind, the success of one individual has seldom so completely blocked the success of other people. Yet here, too, we are not free from the said optical illusion. When society at a given stage presents certain problems to its spiritual representatives, these problems hold the attention of outstanding minds until they succeed in solving them. Thereupon their attention turns to some other subject. By solving the problem, talent A thereby turns the attention of talent B from the problem solved to some other problem. And when we are asked, what if A had died before he had time to solve the problem? We imagine that the thread of society's intellectual development would have been broken. We forget that in the event of A's death the problem would have been tackled by B, C, or D, in which case the thread of society's intellectual development would have continued unbroken despite A's untimely death. If a man possessing certain gifts is to gain important influence upon the course of events by virtue of such gifts, two conditions are necessary. First, his gifts must make him more capable than anyone else of answering the needs of the given time. If Napoleon, in place of his military skill, had possessed the musical genius of Beethoven, he certainly would not have 126. Become emperor. Second, the existing social order must not frustrate an individual possessing the characteristics needed and useful at the given time. The same Napoleon would have died an obscure general or colonel had the old regime dragged on in France for another 75 years. In 1789, Davist, Desailly, Marmont, and MacDonald were second lieutenants, Bernadotte was a sergeant major, Hockey, Marceau, Lefebvre, Pichegru, Ney, Messina, Murat, and Soult were non-commissioned officers or corporals, Augereau was a fencing instructor, Lons, a house painter, Cuvier Saint-Cyr, an actor, Jordan, a huckster, Bessières, a barber. Brune was a typesetter, Joubert and Junot were law students, Kleber, an architect, while Mortier did not enter military service until the revolution had already begun. If the old regime had continued until today, not one of us would ever have thought that at the end of the 18th century in France, certain actors, typesetters, barbers, house painters, hucksters, lawyers, and fencing instructors were potential military talents. Stendhal remarks that a person born at the same time as Titian, i.e., in 1477, could have lived 40 years with Raphael, who died in 1520, and Leonardo da Vinci, who died in 1519, that he could have spent many years with Correggio, who died in 1534, and with Michelangelo who lived until 1563, that he could have been only 34 at the time of Giorgion's death, that he might have been personally acquainted with Tintoretto, Bassanio, Veronese, Giulio Romano, and Andrea del Sarto, in a word. He could have been a contemporary of all the great painters, with the exception of those of the Bolognese school of art which appeared a century later. The same may be said of a person born in the same year as Wouwerman. He could have known almost all the great Dutch painters, while a coeval of Shakespeare lived contemporaneously with a number of outstanding playwrights. It has long been noted that gifted persons appear wherever and whenever social conditions are favorable for their development. This means that every talent which is realized, i.e., every talent which becomes a social force, is the fruit of social relations. If this is the case, however, it becomes clear why gifted persons can, as we have said, change only the individual aspect of events, not their general direction. As a matter of fact, they themselves exist only as a result of such direction without which they could never cross the threshold that divides potentiality from reality. It goes without saying that there are talents and talents. As Taine rightly says, when a new stride in the development of civilization calls forth a new kind of art, scores of talents appear who express the thought of society only partially. They group themselves around one or two geniuses who express it to perfection. Had some mechanical or physiological circumstance having no connection with the social, political, and spiritual development of Italy caused the death of Raphael, Leonardo, and Michelangelo in their childhood, Italian art would have been less perfect, but the general trend of its development at the time of the Renaissance would have remained the same. Raphael, Leonardo, and Michelangelo did not create the trend, they were merely its best exponents. True enough, a whole school usually grows up around a genius, and his disciples strive to acquire even his minutest methods. That is why the gap which would have remained in Italian art of the Renaissance as a result of the early death of Raphael, Leonardo, and Michelangelo would have profoundly affected many secondary features in the subsequent history of the art. But essentially the history of Renaissance art would not have changed, assuming that no substantial change in the general course of Italy's spiritual development was brought about by general causes. It is a known fact, however, that quantitative differences turn in the end into qualitative differences. This is true everywhere, and consequently in history also. A given trend in art may remain entirely without any notable expression if an unfavorable combination of circumstances should carry off, one after another, several gifted individuals who might have become its exponents. However, the premature death of such persons would hinder the artistic expression of this trend only if it was not sufficiently profound to bring forward new talents. And since the depth of any given trend in literature or art is determined by its importance for the class or stratum whose tastes it expresses, and by the social role of this class or stratum, here again in the final analysis everything depends upon the course of social development and the relation of social forces. 4 Ibid, Volume I, p. 5. 128. Plekhanov, Art and Social Life from Art and Social Life. The question of the relationship of art to social life has always played a very important part in all literature that has reached a certain level of development. More often than not the question has been resolved in two ways which are directly contradictory to each other. Some have said and still say, man is not made for the Sabbath, but the Sabbath for man. Society is not made for the artist, but the artist for society. Art must promote the development of human consciousness and the improvement of the social order. Others decisively reject this viewpoint. In their opinion, art is an end in itself, and to turn it into a means of achieving some other end, however noble, is to lower the dignity of a work of art. The first of these two views was clearly expressed in our advanced literature of the 60s. Even if we leave out Pisarev, who, in his extreme one-sidedness, carried it almost to the point of caricature, we may cite Chernyshevsky and Dobrolyubov as the most well-grounded defenders of this viewpoint among the critics of that day. In one of his first critical essays, Chernyshevsky wrote, "Art for art's sake, such an idea is as strange nowadays as wealth for wealth's sake, science for science's sake, and so on. All human activities should serve a useful purpose for man, if they are not to be empty, frivolous occupations. Wealth exists so that man may use it, science so that she may be man's guide, and art also must serve some essential purpose and not be an idle amusement." In Chernyshevsky's opinion, the importance of the arts and, in particular, of the most serious among them, poetry, is determined by the mass of knowledge they disseminate in society. He writes, "Art, or rather, poetry disseminates among the mass of readers a vast quantity of knowledge and, what is still more important, familiarity with concepts elaborated by science. Herein lies the great importance of poetry for life." Point 2. He expresses the same idea in his famous dissertation, The Aesthetic Relationship of Art to Reality. According to its 17th thesis, art not only reproduces life but also explains it, and works of art often have the significance of a judgment on the phenomena of life. In the eyes of Chernyshevsky, and of his pupil Dobrolyubov, the main importance of art lay precisely in its reproduction of life and its passing of judgment on the phenomena of life. Not only literary critics and theoreticians of art regarded the matter in this light. It is not surprising that Nekrasov called his muse a muse of sorrow and revenge. In one of his poems, the citizen, addressing the poet, says, "And thou, poet, art chosen of the skies. Voice of truths eternal. Think not the hungry mortal's cries. Unworthy of prophetic song. Think not that men have fallen quite. God is not dead in man. The cry of a believing heart will ever reach man's spirit. Become a citizen. In serving art, live for the good of fellow men. Submitting genius to the sense of all-embracing love." In these words, Citizen Nekrasov expressed his own conception of the tasks of art. The same viewpoint was shared at that time by the most outstanding personalities in the plastic arts, for example, in painting. In serving art, Perov and Kramskoy strove, like Nekrasov, to be citizens. And like him, they passed judgment in their works on the phenomena of life. A contrary viewpoint on the task of artistic creation had a mighty defender in the Pushkin of the time of Nicholas I. Everyone knows such poems of his as The Rabble and To the Poet. To the people, demanding that the poet should by his songs improve social morality, he replies scornfully, one might almost say, brutally. Away then. May the peaceful poet own a common lot with you. Go, struck to stone, on your remorseless course of wickedness. No song of mine will ease your souls and bless, the spirit shrinks from you like open graves. When your madness or your malice raves, you found upon your backs the whip, the dungeon cell, the axe, enough for you, enough, insensate slaves. Pushkin expressed his idea of the poet's task in the following, so often quoted lines. Not for the world, ambition torn, rage of war and prophet's cares, for inspiration we were born, sweetness of harmony, and prayers. Here we meet the so-called theory of art for art's sake in its sharpest formulation. It was not without good grounds that the opponents of the literary movement of the 60s so readily and often quoted Pushkin. Which of these two flatly contradictory opinions on the task of art should we take to be right? In setting out to solve this question, it is essential to note, in the first place, that it is badly formulated. Neither this nor any similar question can be examined from the standpoint of duty. If in a particular country and at a particular time the artist finds that worldly agitation and battles are no concern of his, while at another time, on the contrary, he eagerly seeks for battles and for the agitation which inevitably goes with them. This happens, not because some outside authority imposes on him different obligations at different times, but because in different social conditions he is swayed by different feelings. Therefore, a correct approach to the subject requires that we examine it, not from the standpoint of what ought to have been, but from the standpoint of what was and is. We will therefore pose the question as follows: what are the principal social conditions in which, in artists and in people taking a lively interest in art, the tendency to art for art's sake arises and is strengthened? When we approach the answer to this question, it will not be difficult to solve another equally interesting question, which is closely related to it. What are the principal social conditions in which, in artists and people taking a lively interest in art, there arises and is strengthened the so-called utilitarian conception of art, that is, the tendency to accord to works of art the significance of judgments on the phenomena of life? The first of these two questions leads us back again to Pushkin. There was a time when he did not support the theory of art for art's sake. There was a time when he did not avoid battles, but sought them out. This was during the reign of Alexander I.J. At that time he did not think that the people should be satisfied with whips, dungeons and axes. On the contrary, he exclaimed with indignation, in his Ode to Liberty: "Alas, where'er I look there loom whips and chains in serried doom, laws broken with no shames or fears, slaves with powerless tears and power unjust in its distorting gloom." But later his mood changed radically. In the epoch of Nicholas I, he adopted the theory of art for art's sake. What brought about this tremendous change in his mood? The beginning of Nicholas I's rule was marked by the catastrophe of December 14,4, which had a tremendous influence not only on the further development of our society but also on Pushkin's personal fate. The defeat of the Decembrists meant the disappearance of the most educated and advanced representatives of the society of the time, and inevitably resulted in a considerable lowering of its moral and intellectual level. "Although I was so young at the time," writes Herzen, "I can yet remember how visibly high society sank and became foul and servile when Nicholas I ascended the throne. The aristocratic independence and military daring of Alexander's reign vanished in 1826. It was hard for an intelligent and sensitive person to live in such a society. All about one was a wilderness, silence," wrote the same Herzen in another essay. "All was pusillanimous, inhuman, hopeless, and, what is more, utterly flat, stupid, and petty. Appeals for sympathy were met by servile threats or fear, men either turned away from them or answered with insults." In Pushkin's letters, written during the period when he was composing The Rabble and To the Poet, one constantly meets with complaints about the boredom and vulgarity of both our capitals. But Pushkin did not only suffer from the vulgarity of the society that surrounded him, his relations with the ruling circles also caused him a good deal of unpleasantness. There is a touching and widely spread legend that in 1826 Nicholas I magnanimously pardoned Pushkin for the political mistakes of his youth, and even became his generous patron. But the facts were very different. Nicholas and his right-hand man in affairs of this sort, Chief of Police A.K. Benkendorf, forgave Pushkin nothing, and their patronage was expressed in a long series of unbearable humiliations. In 1827, Benkendorf reported to Nicholas: "After meeting me, Pushkin spoke enthusiastically about your Majesty at the English Club and made the people dining with him drink your Majesty's health. He's altogether pretty much of a scapegrace, but it would be an advantage to be able to guide his pen and his speeches." The last words reveal the secret of the patronage accorded Pushkin. They wanted to make him sing the praises of the existing order. Nicholas and Benkendorf set themselves the task of directing his previously turbulent muse into the path of official morality. When Field Marshal Paskovic wrote to Nicholas after Pushkin's death, Nicholas replied, "I am sorry about Pushkin, as a writer. I entirely subscribe to your opinion, and it may be justly said that in him we mourn the future, not the past." Registered, this means that the unforgettable emperor prized the dead poet, not for the great works he had written in his short life, but for what he might have written under appropriate police surveillance and guidance. Nicholas expected of him patriotic works like Kukenek's play, The Hand of the Almighty Saved the Fatherland. Even V. A. Zhukovsky, that other worldly poet, who was a first-rate courtier, tried to bring Pushkin to his senses and to inculcate in him a respect for morality. In a letter of April 12, 1826, he wrote, "Our young people, whose bad education leaves them without any support in life, have become familiar with your turbulent thoughts, clothed in exquisite verse. You have already done incalculable harm to many, and that should make you tremble. Talent means nothing. The main thing is moral greatness registered." It must be admitted that, in such a situation, shackled by such a patronage, and having to listen to such edifying exhortations, Pushkin was quite justified in hating moral greatness, in feeling the most profound disgust for all the benefits which art might produce, and in exclaiming to his advisers and patrons, "Away then! May the peaceful poet own a common lot with you." In other words, in the circumstances in which he found himself, it was natural for Pushkin to become an advocate of the theory of art for art's sake, and to say to the poet, in his own person, "Your king, so dwell alone. Your free path tread wherever your free mind your steps may lead, perfect the fruits your secret thoughts have bred, and for your high achievement ask no meed." Dip Zarevsky would have objected that Pushkin was addressing these sharp words, not to his protectors, but to the people. But at that time the people, in the real sense of the word, were completely excluded from the literary field of vision. For Pushkin, the word people had the same meaning as the word crowd, which he frequently used. And this latter word, of course, had nothing to do with the working mass. In his Gypsies, describing the inhabitants of stuffy towns, Pushkin says, "Ashamed of love, they chase away all thought, and their own souls they sell. Bowing to idols and their spell, for money and for chains they pray." It can hardly be supposed that he was here thinking of the town artisans. If all this is correct, then we seem to be arriving at the following conclusion: the tendency towards art for art's sake arises where the artist is in disaccord with his social environment. It may be said that the single example of Pushkin is not by itself enough to support such a conclusion. I do not dispute it. But I will cite other examples from the history of French literature, that is, from the literature of a country whose intellectual trends met with the widest sympathy throughout Europe, at least until the middle of the last century. The French Romantics, Pushkin's contemporaries, were, with few exceptions, fervent supporters of art for art's sake. Théophile Gautier, probably the most consistent of them, launched the following diatribe against the defenders of the utilitarian view of art. "No, you idiots, no, you cretins, you can't make soup out of a book or a pair of boots out of a novel. I swear by the guts of all past, present and future popes, no, 1,000 times, no. I am one of those who consider the superfluous essential. My love for things and people is in inverse proportion to their utility." The same Gautier, in a biographical note on Baudelaire, highly praised the author of the Fleurs du Mal because he had defended the absolute autonomy of art and would not allow poetry to have any other purpose than itself, or any task than that of arousing in the reader's heart a sense of the beautiful in the absolute meaning of the word. How little the sense of the beautiful was connected in Gautier's mind with any social and political considerations, may be gathered from the following declaration: "I will most gladly renounce my rights as a Frenchman and a citizen, in order to see an original by Raphael or a beautiful woman in the nude. It would be impossible to go further than this." Yet all the Parnassians registered would probably have agreed with Gautier, even if some of them might have expressed certain reservations about the excessively paradoxical form in which, especially in his youth, he expressed his demand for the absolute autonomy of art. Whence came this mood among the French Romantics and Parnassians? Were they, too, out of tune with the society about them? In 1857, in an article on the revival at the Théâtre Français of de Vigny's play Chatterton, Théophile Gautier recalled its first presentation on February 12, 1835, and told the following story. The pit before which Chatterton was being played was filled with pale, long-haired youths, who firmly believed that there was no more worthy profession than the writing of verses or the painting of pictures, and who regarded the bourgeois with a scorn surpassing beyond compare that of the Heidelberg or Jena undergraduate for the Philistine 1 degree. And who were these despised bourgeois? The bourgeois, replied Gautier, comprised nearly everyone: bankers, stockbrokers, lawyers, merchants, shopkeepers, and so on, everyone, in a word, who did not belong to the secret cenacle, and who got his living in a commonplace way. And here is another witness. In the commentary to one of his Odes Funambulesques, Theodore de Bonneville admits that he, too, lived through this phase of hatred for the bourgeois. At the same time he explains whom precisely the Romantics called by this name. In the language of the Romantics, a bourgeois is a man whose only religion is that of the 5-franc piece, whose only ideal is to save his own skin, who in poetry enjoys sentimental ballads and in the plastic arts colored lithographs. In view of this, de Bonneville asked his readers not to be surprised if, in his Odes Funambulesques, which, by the way, were published during the last period of Romanticism, people whose only crime was that they led a bourgeois life and did not worship romantic heroes, were treated as the greatest blackguards. This evidence shows convincingly enough that the Romantics did in fact find themselves out of tune with the bourgeois society round them. True, their disaccord held no threat to bourgeois social relationships. The Romantic circles were composed of young bourgeois who had no objection to these relationships, but inveighed against the dirt, boredom, and vulgarity of bourgeois existence. The new art which so much attracted them was their refuge from this dirt, boredom, and vulgarity. In the last years of the Restoration and the first half of the reign of Louis Philippe, that is, in the best period of Romanticism, the youth of France found it all the harder to become accustomed to the prosaic dirt and boredom of bourgeois life, since not so long before France had passed through the fearful storms of the Great Revolution and of the Napoleonic era, both of which had profoundly stirred every human passion. When the bourgeoisie had assumed a leading position in society and was no longer fired by the struggle for emancipation, there was only one thing left for the new art to do: to idealize the renunciation of the bourgeois mode of life. Romantic art was such an idealization. The Romantics sought to express their hostility to bourgeois moderation and punctiliousness not only in their works of art, but also in their appearance. We have already heard from Gautier that the young men who filled the theatre at the first performance of Chatterton, wore their hair long. Who has not heard of the red waistcoat sported by Gautier himself, which horrified respectable people? Fantastic dress, like long hair, served the young Romantics as a means of counterposing themselves to the hated bourgeois. A pale face served the same purpose. It was like a protest against the well-fed bourgeois. Gautier wrote, "It was then the fashion for the Romantics to look as pale as possible, with even a green and almost corpse-like pallor. This gave a man a fateful, Byronic aspect, as though he were torn asunder by passions and tortured by pangs of conscience, and it made him interesting to women." 14. Gautier also tells us that the Romantics found it hard to forgive Victor Hugo his respectable outward appearance. Behind closed doors, when no strangers were present, they used to deplore this weakness of a great genius, which linked him with mankind and even with the bourgeoisie. 15. It is worthwhile noting, by the way, that in the efforts of people to give themselves some particular external appearance or another are always reflected the social relationships of the epoch concerned. An interesting sociological study could be written on this subject. With such an attitude towards the bourgeoisie, the young Romantics inevitably waxed indignant at the thought of utilitarian art. To make art useful meant, in their eyes, forcing it to serve the very bourgeois they so deeply despised. This explains Gautier's outbursts against the protagonists of utilitarian art, quoted above, whom he described as idiots, cretins, and so on. It also explains his paradoxical idea that the value of people and things was in inverse proportion to their use. All these outbursts and paradoxes are equivalent in their content to Pushkin's. Away then! May the peaceful poet own a common lot with you. The Parnassians and the first French realists were also filled with limitless scorn for the bourgeois society around them. They, too, unceasingly abused the hateful bourgeois. If they published their works, it was done, so they said, not at all for the broad public, but for the chosen few, for unknown friends, as Flaubert expressed it in one of his letters. In their opinion, only second-rate writers could appeal to any broad-reading public. Leconte de Lisle considered that, for a writer, a great success was a sign of intellectual inferiority. It is hardly necessary to add that the Parnassians, like the Romantics, were unquestioning supporters of the theory of art for art's sake. Many such similar examples could be cited. But there is no need. It is already clear enough that the tendency of the artist to accept the theory of art for art's sake arises when he finds himself in disaccord with the society in which he lives. It will be as well, however, to define the nature of this disaccord more precisely. At the end of the 18th century, in the period immediately preceding the Great Revolution, leading French artists also found themselves in disaccord with the ruling society of the day. David and his friends were opponents of the old order. And this disaccord was, of course, quite insoluble, in the sense that any reconciliation between themselves and the old order was impossible. More than that, the differences of David and his friends with the old order went incomparably deeper than those of the Romantics with bourgeois society. David and his friends were striving to put an end to the old order, while Théophile Gautier and those who thought like him had nothing against bourgeois social relationships, as I have said more than once, but wished only that the bourgeois system should cease to give rise to vulgar bourgeois habits. Registered nevertheless, in protesting against the old order, David and his friends knew very well that behind them in serried ranks marched that third estate which was soon to become everything as the Abbé Sieyès had expressed it. And so the sense of disaccord with the prevailing order was supplemented in their case by sympathy for the new society which was taking shape within the womb of the old and preparing to supplant it. With the Romantics and the Parnassians it was a very different matter. They neither expected nor desired a change in the social order of France. And for that reason, their disagreement with society was without hope and without issue. 17 Nor did Pushkin expect any changes in the Russia of his day. One might even say that in the reign of Nicholas he had probably ceased to desire them. That is why his attitude to social life too was colored with pessimism. It seems to me that I can now add a word to my first conclusion and say, the tendency of artists, and of those who have a lively interest in art, towards art for art's sake, arises when they are in hopeless disaccord with the social environment in which they live. Nor is this all. The example of the Russian men of the 60s who firmly believed in the approaching triumph of reason, and the example also of David and his friends, who were no less firmly of the same opinion, shows us that the so-called utilitarian view of art, that is to say, the inclination to attribute to works of art the significance of judgment on the phenomena of life, and its constant accompaniment of glad readiness to participate in social struggles, arises and becomes stronger wherever a mutual sympathy exists between the individuals more or less actively interested in artistic creation and some considerable part of society. How true this is conclusively proved by the following. When the refreshing storm of the 1848 revolution burst, many French artists who had previously subscribed to the theory of art for art's sake, decisively rejected this theory. Even Baudelaire, whom Gautier later cited as an example of an artist unshakably convinced of the need for the unconditional autonomy of art, at once began the publication of a revolutionary journal, Le Salut Public. True, the journal soon ceased publication, but as late as 1852, in the foreword to the Chansons of Pierre Dupont, Baudelaire called the theory of art for art's sake puerile and proclaimed that art must serve social ends. Only the victory of the counter-revolution finally turned Baudelaire and other artists, whose temper was similar to his own, back to the puerile theory of art for art's sake. One of the future lights of Parnassus, Leconte de Lisle, revealed very clearly the psychological significance of this about turn, in the foreword of his poems Antiques, a first edition of which appeared in 1852. Here we read that poetry can no longer give birth to heroic deeds, it can no longer inspire social virtues, because at the present stage, as in all periods of literary decadence, its sacred tongue can express only petty personal experiences, and is no longer capable of teaching mankind. 1 asterisk. Addressing himself to the poets, he continues, "Poets, what would you say, what would you teach? Teachers, the time has come when your pupil instinctively knows more than you." Asterisk. In the words of the future Parnassian, the task of poetry is to give an ideal life to those who no longer have a real one. Asterisk. Degree. In these profound words the entire psychological secret of the tendency towards art for art's sake is revealed. Later on, we shall have occasion more than once to refer to this foreword of Leconte de Lisle. To finish with this side of the question, I will add that any given political power, in so far as it is interested in art at all, always favors the utilitarian view of art. And this is quite understandable. It is in its interests to make all ideologies serve the cause to which it is itself devoted. And since political power, which is sometimes revolutionary, is more often conservative or even entirely reactionary, it would be a mistake to assume that the utilitarian view of art is peculiar to revolutionaries, or to people with advanced ideas. The history of Russian literature graphically shows that even our imperial guardians were far from antagonistic to this view of art. Plekhanov, labor, play, and art from letters without address. How did human economy develop from the individual search for food? In Beischer's opinion, we can at present form practically no conception of this. I think, however, that we shall arrive at one if we accept the fact that the search for food was originally social, and not individual. Men originally sought food just as the social animals seek it. Groups of varying size combined forces in order to acquire the ready gifts of nature. Earle, from whom I have already quoted in my previous letter, is right in remarking, after de la Geronnière, that when the Negritos go hunting in whole clans they remind one of a herd of orang-outans setting off on a predatory raid. The ravaging of fields carried on by the united forces of the Aka Pygmy tribe also call such raids to mind. If, by economy, we have to understand the combined activity of men for the purpose of acquiring goods, then such raids must be recognized as one of the very earliest aspects of economic activity. The original form of acquiring goods was collection of the ready gifts of nature. This collection itself can, of course, be subdivided into several categories, among which were fishing and hunting. After collection follows production as seen, for example, in the history of primitive agriculture, sometimes linked with it by a series of scarcely perceptible transitions. Agriculture, of course even the most primitive, already shows all the marks of economic activity. And since primitive cultivation is very often carried on by the united forces of the clan, a graphic instance is provided of the way in which the social instincts, inherited by primitive man from his anthropoid forebears, could be widely applied in his economic activity. The further fate of these instincts was determined by those mutual relations into which people entered through this activity, or, as Marx expressed it, in the social production of their means of existence. All this is as natural as could be, and J do not understand what perplexities there can be about this natural course of development. Just a moment, though. According to Beischer, the difficulty is as follows. It would be fairly natural to suppose, he says, that this upheaval begins when, in place of the simple appropriation of the gifts of nature for immediate consumption, production for some more remote purpose arises, and labor, as an application of physical force with a conscious aim, replaces the instinctive activity of the organs. But in establishing a purely theoretical postulation of this kind we shall have gained but little. Labor, as known among the primitive peoples, is in itself a somewhat vague phenomenon. The closer we approach the point where its development commences, the nearer it approaches, both in form and content, to play. And so the obstacle to understanding the transition from the simple search for food to economic activity lies in the difficulty of drawing a line between labor and play. The solution of this problem, the relationship of labor to play, or, if you prefer it, of play to labor, is in the highest degree important for the clarification of the genesis of art. Therefore I invite you, sir, to give your patient attention and weigh up painstakingly all that Beischer has to say about this. Let him expound his views himself. In leaving the restricted limits of the simple search for food, man was probably prompted by instincts similar to those observable among higher animals, especially by the instinct of imitation and by an instinctive inclination towards all kinds of experiment. The taming of domestic animals begins, for example, not with useful animals, but with those which man maintains solely for his own pleasure. The development of manufacture apparently always begins with the painting of the body, the tattooing, piercing or distortion of various parts of the body, after which, little by little, the preparation of ornaments, masks, drawings on bark, hieroglyphs, and similar occupations develop. Thus, technical skills are elaborated in play and only gradually acquire useful application. And therefore the previously accepted sequence of stages in development must be replaced by their direct opposite: play is older than labor, and art is older than the production of useful objects. Registered, you hear what he says: play is older than labor, and art is older than the production of useful objects. Now you can understand why I asked you to pay particular attention to Beecher's words. They have the closest relationship to the historical theory which I am defending. If play is indeed older than labor, and if art is indeed older than the production of useful objects, then the materialist explanation of history, at any rate as expounded by the author of Capital, will not stand up to the criticism of the facts, and all my reasoning must be turned upside down. I shall have to argue about the dependence of economics on art and not about the dependence of art on economics. But is Beecher right? Let us first test what he has said about play. We shall deal with art later on. According to Spencer, the chief distinctive feature of play lies in the fact that it does not directly assist the processes essential for the support of life. The activity of the individual at play is not undertaken for any specific, utilitarian purpose. True, the exercise of the organs brought into action by the game is useful for the individual who is playing, and so, in the final count, for the whole of his kind. But exercise is not precluded by activity for utilitarian purposes either. It is not a question of exercise, but of the fact that utilitarian activity, besides the exercise and the pleasure it affords, leads to the achievement as well of some practical aim, for instance, that of obtaining food, whereas in play any purpose of this sort is absent. When a cat catches a mouse, besides the pleasure afforded her by the exercise of her limbs, she has a welcome morsel of food, while the same cat, when she runs after a ball of thread rolled across the floor, gets nothing but the pleasure afforded by the game. But if this is so, how can such aimless activity arise? We know how Spencer answers this. Among lower animals, the whole strength of the organism is expended on the fulfillment of functions essential to the support of life. Only utilitarian activity is known to the lower animals. But on higher rungs of the animal ladder it is quite a different matter. Not all their powers, here, are absorbed by utilitarian activity. Thanks to better nourishment, the organism accumulates a certain surplus of strength which demands an outlet, and, when the animal plays, it is this demand that it is obeying. Play is the artificial exercise of strength registered. Such is the origin of play. And what is its content? In other words, if, in playing, the animal exercises its strength, why does one animal exercise it in one way and another differently? Why are various kinds of play peculiar to different varieties of animal? According to Spencer, beasts of prey clearly show us that their play consists of sham hunting and sham fighting. All this is a dramatizing of the pursuit of prey, an ideal satisfaction for the destructive instincts in the absence of real satisfaction for them. What does this mean? It means that in animals the content of play is determined by such activity as assists in the support of their existence. Which comes first then, play before utilitarian activity, or utilitarian activity before play? It is clear that utilitarian activity precedes play, that the former is older than the latter. And what do we find amongst men? Children's plays, nursing dolls, giving tea parties, and so on are dramatizings of adult activities. But what aims do adults pursue in their activities? In the overwhelming majority of cases they pursue utilitarian aims. In other words, activity among human beings in pursuit of utilitarian ends, that is, Activity essential to support the existence of individuals and the whole of society, also precedes play and is the factor which determines its content. Such is the conclusion that follows logically from what Spencer says about play. This logical conclusion completely coincides with the views of Wilhelm Wundt on the same subject. Play is the child of labor, says the famous psychophysiologist. There is not a single form of play which has not its model in one or another kind of serious occupation which, it goes without saying, precedes it in time. For the needs of life compel man to work, and in labor he learns little by little to look upon the use of his strength in the work he is doing as a pleasure. Registered play is born of the urge to experience anew the pleasure afforded by the purposive use of strength. And the greater the reserve of strength, the greater the urge to play, other conditions being equal, of course. Nothing is easier than to convince oneself of this fully. It is only through a misunderstanding that I am in the midst of this whirlpool of world history, whereas in reality I was born to look after the geese in the fields. Rosa Luxemburg to Louise Koskai. Introduction. Many of her friends and associates expected that Rosa Luxemburg would make fundamental contributions to the criticism and appreciation of the arts. In her early childhood she developed strong aesthetic inclinations. She was a trained amateur singer who could negotiate Mozart arias and the German Lieder repertoire. At a tender age she sketched plants, flowers, landscapes, and portraits in brush and pencil, and later worked extensively in oils with sufficient success to draw the admiration of professional painters. Frolic reports that she wrote poetry as a child. No serious poetry survives, but the few rhymes scattered through the correspondence indicate that she had talents in this direction as well. Her tastes were sound, sensitive and, though generally conventional, were occasionally somewhat advanced, as in her passion for Hugo Wolf's songs, for the watercolors of Turner, for de Coster's tie. Eulenspiegel, Maupassant and Balzac were not altogether to her taste. She preferred Stendhal, Flaubert, Goncourt, and the Russians. She knew the entire 145 German classical literature, preferring Lessing to Schiller, and placing Hebel beneath Grillparzer and Kleist. Her admiration for Goethe and Tolstoy was unbounded. She resisted pamphleteering in art. Writing to Hans Diefenbach of Jean Christophe, she finds the book very worthy and sympathetic, but more of a pamphlet than a novel, not really a work of art. Given this background, given a grasp of Marxist theory of the highest order, Rosa Luxemburg might well have expanded the limited boundaries within which European Marxism dealt with problems of art. But in Rosa Luxemburg the aesthetic impulse took a rather extraordinary turn. In her the split between aesthetic appreciation and Marxism is made deliberate and manifest. She did not suppress her love for art or abandon her artistic leanings in favor of her manifold revolutionary activities. Rather, she maintained her love for the arts by a deliberate refusal to analyze or criticize them. This finds its clearest expression in a letter of May 12, 1917, to Hans Diefenbach, defended the wholeness of her artistic ego from critical reductionism. And this extended not only to socialist mythicizing criticism but to bourgeois scholarship as well. I regard the whole stupendous Goethe literature as waste paper, and am of the opinion that too many books have already been written. Despite her resistance to the analysis of art, Rosa Luxemburg did compose several works of literary criticism, and in these we find an attempt at reconciliation of non-socialist ideology with progressive content. Reprinted here are the opening pages of her introduction to her German translation of Vladimir Korolenko's History of a Contemporary. No specific Marxist categories are brought to bear. There is no attempt at creation of a Marxist aesthetic approach. The essay is written from a humanitarian socialist viewpoint in which literature is seen as rising from a particular psychological outlook in turn engendered by large-scale historical movements. This selection is representative of the general approach to literature by many early 20th century socialists. Despite its typicality, it 146 contains several important formulations, including a defense of the aesthetic integrity of the work of art and a sensitive view of decadence, as the full measure of social sympathy under which the energy and resistance of the individual breaks down, was born in Zamość, Poland, one of the centers of Jewish life of Eastern Europe, but was raised in Warsaw from the age of 2. Her parents were well off and her father was a Jewish intellectual businessman who took a deep interest in world affairs and Western literature and was sympathetic to the Polish national revolutionary movement. After attending the gymnasium, she joined the Revolutionary Socialist Party of the Proletariat in 1887 and began to study Marxism. In 1889 she left Poland and enrolled at the University of Zurich as a student first of philosophy and then of law. Botany and zoology were prime interests, which maintained a strong appeal in her later years. She received her doctorate in political science in 1897, and in the following year she left the emigrant revolutionary Bohème of Zurich and moved to Germany where she joined the German Social Democratic Party. From then until her assassination in January 1919, Rosa Luxemburg was one of the foremost intellectual and political leaders of the Marxist world. Her major writings are in the fields of political economy and revolutionary tactics. Her more important works are Social Reform or Revolution, Organizational Questions of Russian Social Democracy, The Mass Strike, The Political Party and the Trade Union, Introduction to Political Economy, and The Crisis in Social Democracy. Her masterwork is The Accumulation of Capital, which is regarded by many as the most significant contribution to Marxist economics after Marx. A controversial writing was the posthumously published incomplete draft of a 1918 work, The Russian Revolution, in which she predicted certain aspects of Stalinism on the basis of already discernible trends in Lenin's and Trotsky's thought, and especially in what she saw as their undialectical formulation of the question of dictatorship or democracy. Wrote Luxemburg, dictatorship, yes. But this dictatorship consists in the manner of applying democracy, not in its elimination. Whether Lenin would have disagreed with her formulation is another matter. Rosa Luxemburg tended to create disagreements where none need have existed. 147. She was perpetually in opposition. She broke with or vigorously debated with every major Marxist theoretician of the age, with Plekhanov, with Kosky, with her dear friend Mering, with Bernstein, with Lenin, with Wilhelm Liebknecht. Her relationship to her disciples was no warmer. Toward Trotsky she was hostile. She maintained a ferocious dislike of Karl Radek. Only August Bebel remained unscathed, probably because he was so totally untheoretical. She followed Marx's motto, doubt everything, with unvarying fidelity. Marx and Engels did not escape her careful scrutiny. She approved of Engels' Peasant War in Germany, but suggested to a reader that he would do well to read Zimmermann's study of the same subject, on which Engels based himself. Engels gives really no history. The nourishing meat of the events is in Zimmermann. She urged her friends to read Marx for the freshness of his style and the daring of his thoughts, the refusal to take anything for granted. Taking nothing for granted, she would have broken with Marx too could she have found an issue, and many regarded The Accumulation of Capital as a radical revision of Marx's political economy. The closest she came to direct criticism of Marx was in the aesthetic realm rather than in political economy. She wrote to Diefenbach in 1817. It is above all now the tendency of my taste, in scientific work as well as in art, to treasure only the simple, the calm and the noble. I now find the much praised first volume of Marx's Capital, with its superabundance of rococo ornamentation in the Hegelian style, an atrocity. Did not turn her talents to quibbling with Marx but rather to the exploration of why his theories had remained essentially undeveloped after his death. In the second selection, Stagnation and Progress of Marxism, she explores the reasons for this latency of Marxist ideas and suggests the conditions under which those ideas might become operative. Of all Marxists up to her time, only she had glimpsed the infinity of Marx's thought, the degree to which it transcended the historical matrix in which it was born and the degree to which it remained unusable, unnecessary, in the early revolutionary and trade union struggles. That she was able to grasp this is a measure of her desire. 148. To transcend Marx, only the constant testing of his ideas against her own attempts at their refutation could have made this conclusion possible. Implicit in her analysis of the stagnation of Marxism is a pessimistic view of cultural and artistic development. Trotsky in his Luxemburgian Literature and Revolution appears to have drawn such conclusions, and they will recur in the later writings of Marcuse as well. For it is a short step from her thesis of the historically inevitable stagnation of Marxism to the idea of the superfluity of theory, of culture, of philosophy, and of art. She did not draw these conclusions herself, although in an unguarded moment she confessed to Diefenbach that she felt her own major theoretical work, the accumulation of capital, to be superfluous. Naturally, the reader must, in order to scientifically appreciate my anti-critique, be a master of national economy in general and of Marxism in particular, and that to the nth degree. And how many such mortals are there today? Not a half dozen. My work is from this standpoint truly a luxury product and might just as well be printed on handmade paper. Her discovery of the latency of the deepest concepts of Marxism is simultaneously the discovery of the limitless possibilities inherent in its method, which she calls part of the means of production of mankind. Perhaps it was her discovery of the regenerative principle within Marxism, its capacity to reveal new aspects and levels of its theory in each of its confrontations with history, which influenced George Lukács to write in his Luxemburgian History and Class Consciousness. Even if we were to assume that recent research had disproven the factual basis of every single utterance of Marx beyond any doubt, these results could be admitted without hesitation by every serious orthodox Marxist. He could reject every single thesis of Marx without surrendering, even for a moment, his Marxist orthodoxy. This can be taken as a leap into faith. On a deeper level, it is a recognition of the poetry of Marxism as its revolutionary principle. 149. Luxembourg, on Russian Literature from Introduction to Korolenko's History of a Contemporary. My soul, of a threefold nationality, has at last found a home, and this above all in the literature of Russia, Korolenko says in his memoirs. This literature, which to Korolenko was fatherland, home, and nationality, and which he himself adorns, was historically unique. For centuries, throughout the Middle Ages and down to the last third of the 18th century, Russia was enveloped in a crypt-like silence, in darkness and barbarism. She had no cultivated literary language, no scientific literature, no publishing houses, no libraries, no journals, no centers of cultural life. The Gulf Stream of the Renaissance, which had washed the shores of all other European countries and was responsible for a flowering garden of world literature, the rousing storms of the Reformation, the fiery breath of 18th-century philosophy, all this had left Russia untouched. The land of the Tsars possessed as yet no means for apprehending the light rays of Western culture, no mental soil in which its seeds could take root. The sparse literary monuments of those times, in their outlandish ugliness, appear today like native products of the Solomon Islands or the New Hebrides. Between them and the art of the Western world, there apparently exists no essential relation, no inner connection. But then something like a miracle took place. After several faltering attempts toward the end of the 18th century to create a national consciousness, the Napoleonic Wars flashed up like lightning. Russia's profound humiliation, arousing for the first time in Tsardom a national consciousness, just as the triumph of the coalition did later, resulted in drawing the Russian intellectuals toward the West, toward Paris, into the heart of European culture, and bringing them into contact with the New World. Overnight a Russian literature blossomed forth, springing up complete in glistening armor like Minerva from the head of Jupiter, and this literature, combining Italian melody, English virility, and German nobility and profundity, soon overflowed with the treasure of talents, radiant beauty, thought and emotion. The long dark night, the death-like silence, had been an illusion. The light rays from the west had remained obscure only as a latent power, the seeds of culture had been waiting to sprout at the appropriate moment. Suddenly, Russian literature stood there, an unmistakable member of the literature of Europe, in whose veins circulated the blood of Dante, Rabelais, Shakespeare, Byron, Lessing, and Goethe. With the leap of a lion it atoned for 150. The neglect of centuries, it stepped into the family circle of world literature as an equal. The chief characteristic of this sudden emergence of Russian literature is that it was born out of opposition to the Russian regime, out of the spirit of struggle. This feature was obvious throughout the entire 19th century. It explains the richness and depth of its spiritual quality, the fullness and originality of its artistic form, above all, its creative and driving social force. Russian literature became, under Tsarism, a power in public life as in no other country and in no other time. It remained at its post for a century until it was relieved by the material power of the masses, when the word became flesh. It was this literature which won for that half-Asiatic, despotic state a place in world culture. It broke through the Chinese wall erected by absolutism and built a bridge to the West. Not only does it appear as a literature that borrows, but also as one that creates. Not only is it a pupil, but also a teacher. One has only to mention three names to illustrate this: Tolstoy, Gogol, and Dostoevsky. In his memoirs, Korolenko characterizes his father, a government official at the time of serfdom in Russia, as a typical representative of the honest people in that generation. Korolenko's father felt responsible only for his own activities. The gnawing feeling of responsibility for social injustice was strange to him. God, Tsar, and the law were beyond all criticism. As a district judge he felt called upon only to apply the law with the utmost scrupulousness. That the law itself may be inefficient is the responsibility of the Tsar before God. He, the judge, is as little responsible for the law as for the lightning of the high heavens, which sometimes strikes an innocent child. To the generation of the 1840s and 50s, social conditions as a whole were fundamental and unshakable. Under the scourge of officialdom, those who served loyally, without opposition, knew they could only bend as under the onslaught of a tornado, hoping and waiting that the evil might pass. Yes, said Korolenko, that was a view of the world out of a single mold, a kind of imperturbable equilibrium of conscience. Their inner foundations were not undermined by self-analysis. The honest people of that time did not know that deep inner conflict which comes with the feeling of being personally responsible for the whole social order. It is this kind of view that is supposed to be the true basis of Tsar and God, and as long as this view remains undisturbed, the power of absolutism is great indeed. It would be wrong, however, to regard as specifically Russian or as pertaining only to the period of serfdom the state of mind that Korolenko describes. That attitude toward society which enables one to be free of 151. Gnawing self-analysis and inner discord and considers God-willed conditions as something elemental, accepting the acts of history as a sort of divine fate, is compatible with the most varied political and social systems. In fact, it is found even under modern conditions and was especially characteristic of German society throughout the World War. In Russia, this imperturbable equilibrium of conscience had already begun to crumble in the 1860s among wide circles of the intelligentsia. Korolenko describes in an intuitive manner this spiritual change in Russian society, and shows just how this generation overcame the slave psychology and was seized by the trend of a new time, the predominant characteristic of which was the gnawing and painful, but creative spirit of social responsibility. To have aroused this high sense of citizenship, and to have undermined the deepest psychological roots of absolutism in Russian society, is the great merit of Russian literature. From its first days, at the beginning of the 19th century, it never denied its social responsibility, never forgot to be socially critical. Ever since its unfolding with Pushkin and Lermontov, its life principle was a struggle against darkness, ignorance, and oppression. With desperate strength it shook the social and political chains, bruised itself sore against them, and paid for the struggle in blood. In no other country did there exist such a conspicuously early mortality among prominent representatives of literature as in Russia. They died by the dozens in the bloom of their manhood, at the youthful age of 25 or 27, or at the oldest around 40, either on the gallows or as suicides directly or disguised as duels, some through insanity, others by premature exhaustion. So died the noble poet of liberty, Relyev, who in the year 1826 was executed as the leader of the Decembrist uprising. Thus, 2. Pushkin and Lermontov, those brilliant creators of Russian poetry, both victims of duels and their whole prolific circle. So died Belinsky, the founder of literary criticism and proponent of Hegelian philosophy in Russia, as well as Dobrolyubov, and so the excellent and tender poet Kozlov, whose songs grew into Russian folk poetry like wild garden flowers, and the creator of Russian comedy, Griboidov, as well as his greater successor, Gogol, and in recent times, these sparkling short story writers, Garshin and Chekhov. Others pined away for decades in penitentiaries, jails, or in exile, like the founder of Russian journalism, Novikov, like the leader of the Decembrists, Bestuhev, like Prince Odoyevsky, Alexander von Herzen, Dostoevsky, Chernyshevsky, Shevchenko, and Korolenko. Turgenev relates, incidentally, that the first time he fully enjoyed the Song of the Lark he was somewhere near Berlin. This casual remark seems 152. Very characteristic. Larks warble in Russia no less beautifully than in Germany. The huge Russian Empire contains such great and manifold beauties of nature that an impressionable poetic soul finds deep enjoyment at every step. What hindered Turgenev from enjoying the beauty of nature in his own country was just painful disharmony of social relations, that ever-present awareness of responsibility for those outrageous social and political conditions from which he could not rid himself, and which, peering deeply, did not permit for a moment any indulgence in complete self-oblivion. Only away from Russia, when the thousands of depressing pictures of his homeland were left behind, only in a foreign environment, the orderly exterior and material culture of which had always naively impressed his countrymen, could a Russian poet give himself up to the enjoyment of nature, untroubled and wholeheartedly. Nothing, of course, could be more erroneous than to picture Russian literature as a tendentious art in a crude sense, nor to think of all Russian poets as revolutionists, or at least as progressives. Patterns such as revolutionary or progressive in themselves mean very little in art. Dostoevsky, especially in his later writings, is an outspoken reactionary, a religious mystic and hater of socialists. His depictions of Russian revolutionaries are malicious caricatures. Tolstoy's mystic doctrines reflect reactionary tendencies, if not more. But the writings of both have, nevertheless, an inspiring, arousing, and liberating effect upon us. And this is because their starting points are not reactionary, their thoughts and emotions are not governed by the desire to hold on to the status quo, nor are they motivated by social hatred, narrow-mindedness, or caste egotism. On the contrary, theirs is the warmest love for mankind and the deepest response to social injustice. And thus the reactionary Dostoevsky becomes the artistic agent of the insulted and injured, as one of his works is called. Only the conclusions drawn by him and Tolstoy, each in his own way, only the way out of the social labyrinth which they believe they have found, leads them into the bypaths of mysticism and asceticism. But with the true artist, the social formula that he recommends is a matter of secondary importance. The source of his art, its animating spirit, is decisive. Within Russian literature one also finds a tendency which, though on a considerably smaller scale and unlike the deep and world-embracing ideas of a Tolstoy or Dostoevsky, propagates more modest ideals, that is, material culture, modern progress, and bourgeois proficiency. Of the older generation the most talented representative of this school is Goncharov, and of the younger one, Chekhov. The latter, in opposition to Tolstoy's ascetic and moralizing tendency, made the characteristic remark that steam and electricity hold more love for humanity than sexual chastity. 153. And vegetarianism. In its youthful, rousing drive for culture, personal dignity, and initiative, this somewhat sober, culture-carrying Russian movement differs from the smug philistinism and banality of the French and German delineators of the just milieu. Goncharov particularly, in his book Oblomov, reached such heights in picturing human indolence that the figure he drew earned a place of universal validity in the gallery of great human types. Finally, there are also representatives of decadence in Russia's literature. One of the most brilliant talents of the Gorky generation is to be found among them, Leonid Andreyev, whose art emanates a sepulchral air of decay in which all will to live has wilted away. And yet the root and substance of this Russian decadence is diametrically opposed to that of a Baudelaire or a D'Annunzio, where the basis is merely oversaturation with modern culture, where egotism, highly cunning in expression, quite robust in its essence, no longer finds satisfaction in a normal existence and reaches out for poisonous stimuli. With Andreyev, hopelessness pours forth from a temperament which, under the onslaught of oppressive social conditions, is overpowered by pain. Like the best of the Russian writers, he has looked deeply into the sufferings of mankind. He lived through the Russo-Japanese War, through the First Revolutionary Period and the horrors of the counter-revolution from 1907 to 1911. He describes them in such stirring pictures as the Red Laugh, the Seven Who Were Hanged, and many others. And like his Lazarus, having returned from the shores of Shadowland, he cannot overcome the dank odor of the grave, he walks among the living like something half devoured by death. The origin of this kind of decadence is typically Russian. It is that full measure of social sympathy under which the energy and resistance of the individual break down. It is just this social sympathy which is responsible for the singularity and artistic splendor of Russian literature. Only one who is himself affected and stirred can affect and stir others. Talent and genius, of course, are in each case a gift of God. Great talent alone, however, is not sufficient to make a lasting impression. Who would deny a Monty talent or even genius, though he hailed, in Dantean terzarima, first the assassination by a Roman mob of the ambassador of the French Revolution and then the victories of this same revolution, at one time the Austrians, and later the Directory, now the extravagant Suvorov, then again Napoleon and the Emperor Franz, each time pouring out to the victor the sweetest tones of a nightingale. Who would doubt the great talent of a Saint Beuve, the creator of the 154 literary essay who, in the course of time, put his brilliant pen to the service of almost every political group of France, demolishing today what he worshipped yesterday and vice versa? For a lasting effect, for the real education of society, more than talent is needed. What is required is poetic personality, character, individuality, attributes which are anchored deeply in a great and well-rounded view of the world. It is just this view of the world, just this sensitive social consciousness which sharpens so greatly the insight of Russian literature into the social conditions of people and into the psychology of the various characters and types. It is this almost aching sympathy that inspires its descriptions with colors of glowing splendor. It is the restless search, the brooding over the problems of society which enables it to observe artistically the enormity and inner complexity of the social structure and to lay it down in great works of art. Luxembourg, Stagnation and Progress of Marxism from Karl Marx, a Symposium. In his shallow but at times interesting causerie entitled Die Soziale Bewegung in Frankreich und Belgien, Karl Grian remarks, aptly enough, that Fourier's and Saint-Simon's theories had very different effects upon their respective adherents. Saint-Simon was the spiritual ancestor of a whole generation of brilliant investigators and writers in various fields of intellectual activity, but Fourier's followers were, with few exceptions, persons who blindly parrot their master's words, and were incapable of making any advance upon his teaching. Grian's explanation of this difference is that Fourier presented the world with a finished system, elaborated in all its details, whereas Saint-Simon merely tossed his disciples a loose bundle of great thoughts. Although it seems to me that Grian pays too little attention to the inner, the essential, difference between the theories of these two classical authorities in the domain of utopian socialism, I feel that on the whole his observation is sound. Beyond question, a system of ideas which is merely sketched in broad outline proves far more stimulating than a finished and symmetrical structure which leaves nothing to be added and offers no scope for the independent efforts of an active mind. Does this account for the stagnation in Marxist doctrine which has been noticeable for a good many years? The actual fact is that apart from one or two independent contributions which mark a certain theoretical advance since the publication of the last volume of Capital and of the last 155 Of Engels' writings there have appeared nothing more than a few excellent popularizations and expositions of Marxist theory. The substance of that theory remains just where the two founders of scientific socialism left it. Is this because the Marxist system has imposed too rigid a framework upon the independent activities of the mind? It is undeniable that Marx has had a somewhat restrictive influence upon the free development of theory in the case of many of his pupils. Both Marx and Engels found it necessary to disclaim responsibility for the utterances of many who chose to call themselves Marxists. The scrupulous endeavor to keep within the bounds of Marxism may at times have been just as disastrous to the integrity of the thought process as has been the other extreme, the complete repudiation of the Marxist outlook, and the determination to manifest independence of thought at all hazards. Still, it is only where economic matters are concerned that we are entitled to speak of a more or less completely elaborated body of doctrines bequeathed us by Marx. The most valuable of all his teachings, the materialist dialectical conception of history, presents itself to us as nothing more than a method of investigation, as a few inspired leading thoughts, which offer us glimpses into an entirely new world, which open to us endless perspectives of independent activity, which wing our spirits for bold flights into unexplored regions. Nevertheless, even in this domain, with few exceptions, the Marxist heritage lies fallow. The splendid new weapon rusts unused, and the theory of historical materialism remains as unelaborated and sketchy as it was when first formulated by its creator. It cannot be said, then, that the rigidity and completeness of the Marxist edifice are the explanation of the failure of Marx's successors to go on with the building. We are often told that our movement lacks the persons of talent who might be capable of further elaborating Marx's theories. Such a lack is, indeed, of long standing, but the lack itself demands an explanation, and cannot be put forward to answer the primary question. We must remember that each epoch forms its own human material, that if in any period there is a genuine need for theoretical exponents, the period will create the forces requisite for the satisfaction of that need. But is there a genuine need, an effective demand, for a further development of Marxist theory? In an article upon the controversy between the Marxist and the Gieventian schools in England, Bernard Shaw, the talented exponent of Fabian semi-socialism, derides Hyndman for having said that the first volume of Capital had given him a complete understanding of Marx, and that there 156 were no gaps in Marxist theory, although Friedrich Engels, in the preface to the second volume of Capital, subsequently declared that the first volume with its theory of value, had left unsolved a fundamental economic problem, whose solution would not be furnished until the third volume was published. Shaw certainly succeeded here in making Hyndman's position seem a trifle ridiculous, though Hyndman might well derive consolation from the fact that practically the whole socialist world was in the same boat. The third volume of Capital, with its solution of the problem of the rate of profit, did not appear till 1894. But in Germany, as in all other lands, agitation had been carried on with the aid of the unfinished material contained in the first volume. The Marxist doctrine had been popularized and had found acceptance upon the basis of this first volume alone. The success of the incomplete Marxist theory had been phenomenal, and no one had been aware that there was any gap in the teaching. Furthermore, when the third volume finally saw the light, whilst to begin with it attracted some attention in the restricted circles of the experts, and aroused here a certain amount of comment as far as the socialist movement as a whole was concerned, the new volume made practically no impression in the wide regions where the ideas expounded in the original book had become dominant. The theoretical conclusions of Volume 3 have not hitherto evoked any attempt at popularization, nor have they secured wide diffusion. On the contrary, even among the social democrats we sometimes hear, nowadays, re-echoes of the disappointment with the third volume of Capital which is so frequently voiced by bourgeois economists, and thus these social democrats merely show how fully they had accepted the incomplete exposition of the theory of value presented in the first volume. How can we account for so remarkable a phenomenon? Shaw, who is fond of sniggering at others, may have good reason here, for making fun of the whole socialist movement, in so far as it is grounded upon Marx. But if he were to do this, he would be sniggering at a very serious manifestation of our social life. The strange fate of the second and third volumes of Capital is conclusive evidence as to the general destiny of theoretical research in our movement. From the scientific standpoint, the third volume of Capital must, no doubt, be primarily regarded as the completion of Marx's critique of capitalism. Without this third volume, we cannot understand, either the actually dominant law of the rate of profit, or the splitting up of surplus value into profit, interest, and rent, or the working of the law of value within the field of competition. But, and this is the main point, all these problems, however important from the outlook of pure theory, are comparatively 157. Unimportant from the practical outlook of the class war. As far as the class war is concerned, the fundamental theoretical problem is the origin of surplus value, that is, the scientific explanation of exploitation, together with the elucidation of the tendency towards the socialization of the process of production, that is, the scientific explanation of the objective groundwork of the socialist revolution. Both these problems are solved in the first volume of Capital, which deduces the expropriation of the expropriators as the inevitable and ultimate result of the production of surplus value and of the progressive concentration of capital. Therewith, as far as theory is concerned, the essential need of the labor movement is satisfied. The workers, being actively engaged in the class war, have no direct interest in the question how surplus value is distributed among the respective groups of exploiters, or in the question how, in the course of this distribution, competition brings about rearrangements of production. That is why, for socialists in general, the third volume of Capital remains an unread book. But, in our movement, what applies to Marx's economic doctrines applies to theoretical research in general. It is pure illusion to suppose that the working class, in its upward striving, can of its own accord become immeasurably creative in the theoretical domain. True that, as Engels said, the working class alone has today preserved an understanding of and interest in theory. The workers' craving for knowledge is one of the most noteworthy cultural manifestations of our day. Morally, too, the working class struggle denotes the cultural renovation of society. But active participation of the workers in the march of science is subject to the fulfillment of very definite social conditions. In every class society, intellectual culture is created by the ruling class, and the aim of this culture is, in part, to ensure the direct satisfaction of the needs of the social process, and in part to satisfy the mental needs of the members of the governing class. In the history of earlier class struggles, aspiring classes could anticipate political dominion by establishing an intellectual dominance, inasmuch as, while they were still subjugated classes, they could set up a new science and a new art against obsolete culture of the decadent period. The proletariat is in a very different position. As a non-possessing class, it cannot in the course of its struggle upwards spontaneously create a mental culture of its own while it remains in the framework of bourgeois society. Within that society, and so long as its economic foundations persist, there can be no other culture than a bourgeois culture. Although 158. Certain socialist professors may acclaim the wearing of neckties, the use of visiting cards, and the riding of bicycles by proletarians as notable instances of participation in cultural progress, the working class as such remains outside contemporary culture. Notwithstanding the fact that the workers create with their own hands the whole social substratum of this culture, they are only admitted to its enjoyment in so far as such admission is requisite to the satisfactory performance of their functions in the economic and social process of capitalist society. The working class will not be in a position to create a science and an art of its own until it has been fully emancipated from its present class position. The utmost it can do today is to safeguard bourgeois culture from the vandalism of the bourgeois reaction, and create the social conditions requisite for a free cultural development. Even along these lines, the workers, within the extant form of society, can only advance in so far as they can create for themselves the intellectual weapons needed in their struggle for liberation. But this reservation imposes upon the working class very narrow limits in the field of intellectual activity. the domain of their creative energy is confined to one specific department of science, namely social science. For, inasmuch as thanks to the peculiar connection of the idea of the fourth estate with our historical epoch, enlightenment concerning the laws of social development has become essential to the workers in the class struggle, this connection has borne good fruit in social science, and the monument of the proletarian culture of our day is Marxist doctrine. But Marx's creation, which as a scientific achievement is a titanic whole, transcends the plain demands of the proletarian class struggle for whose purposes it was created. Both in his detailed and comprehensive analysis of capitalist economy, and in his method of historical research with its immeasurable field of application, Marx has offered much more than was directly essential for the practical conduct of the class war. Only in proportion as our movement progresses, and demands the solution of new practical problems, do we dip once more into the treasury of Marx's thought, in order to extract therefrom and to utilize new fragments of his doctrine. But since our movement, like all the campaigns of practical life, inclines to go on working in old ruts of thought, and to cling to principles after they have ceased to be valid, the theoretical utilization of the Marxist system proceeds very slowly. If, then, today we detect a stagnation in our movement as far as these theoretical matters are concerned, this is not because the Marxist theory 159 upon which we are nourished is incapable of development or has become out of date. On the contrary, it is because we have not yet learned how to make an adequate use of the most important mental weapons which we had taken out of the Marxist arsenal on account of our urgent need for them in the earlier stages of our struggle. It is not true that, as far as the practical struggle is concerned, Marx is out of date, that we have superseded Marx. On the contrary, Marx, in his scientific creation, has outstripped us as a party of practical fighters. It is not true that Marx no longer suffices for our needs. On the contrary, our needs are not yet adequate for the utilization of Marx's ideas. Thus do the social conditions of proletarian existence in contemporary society, conditions first elucidated by Marxist theory, take vengeance by the fate they impose upon Marxist theory itself. Though that theory is an incomparable instrument of intellectual culture, it remains unused because, while it is inapplicable to bourgeois class culture, it greatly transcends the needs of the working class in the matter of weapons for the daily struggle. Not until the working class has been liberated from its present conditions of existence will the Marxist method of research be socialized in conjunction with other means of production, so that it can be fully utilized for the benefit of humanity at large, and so that it can be developed to the full measure of its functional capacity. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. The revolution is made, at the moment of its climax and the exertion of all human capabilities, by the class consciousness, the will, the passion, and the fantasy of tens of millions who are urged on by the very acutest class struggle. Lenin, left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. Revolution unleashes all forces fettered hitherto and drives them from their deep recesses of life to the surface. Lenin to Clara Zetkin. Introduction. Lenin was born in Simbirsk, where his father, Ilya Nikolaevich Ulyanov, was superintendent of the school district. His mother, Maria Alexandrovna, was an amateur pianist and she taught Vladimir Ilyich to play when he was still a boy. She used to say that he had a fine ear and a great aptitude for music. When he was 8 he could play children's tunes on the piano, and later he often played duets with his mother. But when he entered the gymnasium he gave up music, not, writes his younger brother, because it interfered with his studies but because in those days piano playing was considered an unsuitable occupation for boys. He studied the violin, too, and in later years told his sister Maria that he regretted not having continued his studies of the piano or the violin. Throughout his life, Lenin's love for music warred with his desire to avoid the painful pleasure which it caused him by virtue of its intrinsic meanings and its associational references. At first, the positive side predominated. He and his wife attended concerts and 164 the Bolsheviks. Musicales in the earlier years, both in Geneva and in Finland, and as late as 1913 in Krakow he would repeatedly ask his friend and comrade Inosat Armand to play Beethoven's Pathetic Sonata for him. But, writing to Lenin's mother in late 1913, Krupskaya reports that she and Lenin attended a Beethoven quartet concert, and for some reason the music made us terribly miserable. This becomes the slash-eat motif of Lenin's attitude in later years. ALunacharsky writes that Lenin was a great music lover but that music distressed him. He often invited Lenin to his home where Chelyapin, Romanovsky, the Stradivarius Quartet, or Serge Kosevitsky would perform, but Lenin always begged off, finally confessing, "Of course it is a pleasure to hear good music, but imagine it distresses me. It seems to work on me too much." Tsurupa managed to persuade Lenin to hear Romanovsky perform, but noted that Lenin was evidently wrought up by it. Lenin's sister Maria similarly wrote, "Music had too powerful an effect on his nerves, and when they were upset, as was often the case in the turmoil of life among the émigrés abroad, it affected him badly." In a famous post-October passage Gorky touches the core of Lenin's ambivalence toward music. One evening in Moscow, Lenin was listening to a sonata by Beethoven being played by Isai Dobrowin, and said, "I know nothing which is greater than the Appassionata, I would like to listen to it every day. It is marvelous superhuman music. I always think with pride perhaps it is naive of me what marvelous things human beings can do." Then screwing up his eyes and smiling, he added, rather sadly, "But I can't listen to music too often. It affects your nerves, makes you want to say stupid, nice things, and stroke the heads of people who could create such beauty while living in this vile hell. And now you mustn't stroke anyone's head, you might get your hand bitten off. You have to hit them on the head, without any mercy, although our ideal is not to use force against anyone. Our duty is infernally hard." Lenin had expelled Kantian epistemology from Bolshevik Marxism in his battles with Bernstein, Bogdanov, and Mikhailovsky, but the Kantian categorical imperative had captured his soul. Discipline, denial, self-abnegation, service, and duty, in a word, repression of all needs and desires for personal gratification subjugated the aesthetic and sensuous impulses in Lenin. "Socialism could be accomplished," he wrote, "by working with might and main for the building of discipline and self-discipline and for consolidating everywhere organization, order, efficiency, the harmonious cooperation of all the forces of the people. The revolution demands 165 of the masses and the individual concentration, the straining of every nerve," he told Clara Zetkin. "It does not tolerate orgiastic states. The proletariat requires no intoxicant to stunt or excite it. It derives its strongest stimulants to struggle from the position of its class, from the communist ideal." Lenin's self-denial extended into many areas. "When I was a schoolboy I went in for skating, but it made me tired and sleepy, and interfered with my studies, so I gave it up. At one time I was very keen on Latin. But it interfered with my other studies, so I gave it up." Lenin also abandoned chess for a while when he returned to Russia from his 3-year exile in Siberia in 1900. "Chess is too absorbing, it interferes with your work." Krupskaya reports that in London art museums Lenin became exhausted after 10 minutes and would usually make a very quick exit. And in his childless marriage, too, the sensuous element is wholly or almost wholly suppressed in favor of a companionate, comradely relationship. When Paul and Laura Lafargue committed suicide in 1911, Lenin commented, "If you can't do any more work for the party you must be able to face the truth and die." It was not that Lenin lacked the capacity for enjoyment, asceticism did not come naturally to him. He loved a good glass of beer. He loved to read fiction, he read Anna Karenina 100 times. But he would not yield to his natural desires. There was a period of their exile when Lenin and Krupskaya went every night to the cinema or theater and left each performance in the middle. Lenin was simultaneously giving way to the aesthetic emotion and denying it the possibility of fulfillment. A later Leninist Bertolt Brecht would work out his own theoretical system for circumventing catharsis and the reconciliation of the individual with society, which is one aspect of its function. Lenin against his nature trained himself to be an ascetic in the service of history. But history, as he told Gorky, is a cruel stepmother, and though the recognition of necessity is the path to freedom, this does not mitigate the painfulness of the process. Lenin loved to feed the comrades in exile, he tended anxiously to the sick and to the suicidal. But feeding the children took precedence over his own needs, there was not room for both. He subsisted on black bread, tea, and porridge after the revolution, and when he ate an extra portion of bread and dried herring during his convalescence from attempted assassination, he confessed his crime to the cleaning lady, who found him in the canteen. "I felt very hungry, you know," he said with a smile. Similarly, yielding to music, to the arts, to the oceanic aesthetic emotion, was 166 the Bolsheviks. Perhaps seen by him as self-indulgence, as a regression to those early years when he had been cared for, before he had taken on the task of caring for humanity. Whatever the sources of his ambivalence to the arts, there is no doubt of its existence. And so there are passages in Lenin which are in that line of religious political resistance to aesthetics which extends from the murder of Orpheus to Plato, from St. Augustine to Tolstoy. Kierkegaard wrote that it is well known that music has always been the object of suspicion from the standpoint of religious enthusiasm. Heine told of the peaceful monks of Basli who walked in their garden and heard the nightingale singing so sweetly that they had to banish it. Surely music and poetry can turn individuals and masses away from necessity, in some cases the necessity of acceptance, in others the necessity of self-sacrifice in the cause of social advancement, toward sensuousness, toward individual gratification, toward play, toward childhood. Zetkin's Reminiscences of Lenin contains the most famous of Lenin's negative statements about art, which have served as authority for Stanovist censorship and simplistic equations of modernism with decadence. Every artist, everyone who considers himself an artist, has a right to create freely according to his ideals, regardless of anything. But then, we communists cannot stand idly by and give chaos free rein to develop. It is beyond me to consider the products of Expressionism, Futurism, Cubism, and other isms the highest manifestations of artistic genius. I do not understand them. I experience no joy from them. Art belongs to the people. It must let its roots go down deep into the very thick of the laboring masses. It should be understood and loved by these masses. It must unite and elevate their feelings, thoughts, and will. It must awaken and develop the artistic instinct within them. Must we serve sweet cakes to a small minority while the workers and peasants are in need of black bread? Lenin berated ALunacharsky for printing Mayakovsky's 150 million in an edition of 5,000 copies. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Nonsensical, stupid, sheer stupidity and affectation. I think that only 1 out of 10 such things should be printed, and in no more than 1,500 copies for libraries and cranks." And he thought it unseemly to maintain the expensive subsidy for the Bolshoi theater when we haven't enough money to maintain the most ordinary schools in the villages. But for every such reference another can be cited in opposition. "We're both old fogies," he told Zetkin, "we won't be able to keep pace with the 167. New art, we'll just have to come trailing along." His distrust of intellectuals is balanced by his enthusiasm for Gorky's plan of a union of the workers and intelligentsia. Well, that isn't bad. Tell the intelligentsia. Let them come to us. Though he begrudged funds for opera, he nevertheless emphasized that proletarian culture could only be created as the logical development of the store of knowledge mankind has accumulated under the yoke of capitalist, landowner, and bureaucratic society. Lenin's ambivalence to the arts has a social as well as a personal foundation. Revolutionary discipline calls for self-discipline, for suppression of all forms of gratification in the interest of a common purpose. That art possesses communal powers, and can be bent to revolutionary goals was known to Lenin. In the French Revolution's tradition he urged the creation of monumental public art and of popular cultural spectacles. but he was under no illusion as to their aesthetic quality. Let it not be forgotten that spectacles are not really great art. I would sooner call them more or less attractive entertainments. Lenin's negative attitude toward art in the post-revolutionary period, then, has two sources: his dismay at the tenacity of the aesthetic emotion within himself and his realistic fear that creative life required an extravagance that a society in revolutionary turmoil could ill afford. In this he can be placed squarely in the line of social-minded Russian 19th-century critics who regarded art as a utilitarian vehicle of moral uplift. Chernyshevsky, one of Lenin's models, considered poetry's function to be a disseminator of knowledge and education, and regarded art as merely a substitute reality of an inferior order. Let art be content with its lofty, splendid mission of being a substitute for reality in case of its absence, and of being a textbook of life for man. That Lenin did not wholly adopt the anti-aesthetic attitudes of Chernyshevsky or of Tolstoy is a measure of the utopian strain which led an underground existence in him, surfacing in such unlikely polemics as What is to be done? And in State and Revolution. In What is to be done? Lenin quotes Pisarevayi on the necessity of dream: if man were completely deprived of the ability to dream, then I cannot at all imagine what stimulus there would be to induce man to undertake and complete extensive and strenuous work in the sphere of art, science, and practical endeavor. Lenin's personal ambivalence toward art appears biographically, especially in his letters and conversations, but is not reflected in his actual literary criticism or in his tactical formulations of a Bolshevik policy toward art and the artist. The first selections, 3 of his essays on Tolstoy, are models of class analysis in the tradition of Marx's 18th Brumaire and Engels' comments on Balzac. They are based on the psychological premise that class position and ideological outlook are by no means identical. Marx and Engels had depicted Balzac and Goethe as unconsciously transcending the ideology of their own class. Lenin, extending the insight, points to the conscious transference of allegiance from one's own to that of an oppressed class, in Tolstoy's case to the patriarchal peasantry of old Russia. Lenin's approach to Tolstoy is also in the Russian socialist tradition. The anarchist Prince Kropotkin had already described Tolstoy's acceptance of the simple creed of the masses of the Russian peasants in his Ideals and Realities in Russian Literature, but Lenin's more rigorous formulations have exercised an enormous influence and served as valuable correctives to oversimplified sociological analysis. Lenin's primary contribution to Marxist theory is in the field of revolutionary practice, the nature of the state and the nature of the revolutionary organization necessary to smash the instrumentalities of the old order. The second selection, the 1905 article Party Organization and Party Literature, deals with the responsibilities of the party ideologist within the framework of the monolithically organized revolutionary party. It must be read, therefore, in the context of Lenin's debates with the Menshevik parliamentarians on one side and the anarchists and Narodniks on the other. It is crucial to note that Lenin restricts the concept of party literature to strictly ideological writing within the Revolutionary Party. His is by no means a call for censorship. Lenin unambivalently sets forth a policy of freedom for the artist within a framework of revolutionary necessity. We note, however, the difficulties with this concept when the party becomes the state. As with Marx and Engels, Lenin's writings on art and literature do not constitute an aesthetics, rather, they are illustrative of a particular historical phase in the development of the Marxist theories of revolution and ideology. Certain of Lenin's writings on philosophy during World War I. 169. However, point beyond the historical moment toward the aesthetic dimension. From the philosophical notebooks we reprint his notes concerning the question of dialectics, which represent one of the first attempts after Engels to restore Hegelian dialectics to Marxism. Unable to solve the question of epistemology which had preoccupied materialism and empirio-criticism, Lenin turned to the study of the object itself, its contradictions and laws of motion. The germ of an aesthetics of the art object lies in his unfinished writings on philosophy, in his restatement of the principles of dialectics. He had progressed so far from the theory of art as substitute reality that he noted approvingly Feuerbach's remark, "Art does not require that its works be regarded as reality," and underscored Plekhanov's comments on the play drive as the mediating factor between art and labor. Interrupted by the October Revolution, Lenin was unable to carry through his intended fusion of dialectical theory and revolutionary practice, to complete the study which would perhaps have explained how it was possible that a conjunction of historical events and revolutionary will could accomplish the transformation of society. Lenin. Leo Tolstoy as the mirror of the Russian Revolution from collected works. To identify the great artist with the revolution, which he has obviously failed to understand, and from which he obviously stands aloof, may at first sight seem strange and artificial. A mirror which does not reflect things correctly could hardly be called a mirror. Our revolution, however, is an extremely complicated thing. Among the mass of those who are directly making and participating in it there are many social elements which have also obviously not understood what is taking place and which also stand aloof from the real historical tasks with which the course of events has confronted them. And if we have before us a really great artist, he must have reflected in his work at least some of the essential aspects of the revolution. The legal Russian press, though its pages teem with articles, letters, and comments on Tolstoy's 80th birthday, is least of all interested in analyzing his works from the standpoint of the character of the Russian Revolution and its motive forces. The whole of this press is steeped to nausea in hypocrisy of a double kind, official and liberal. The former is the crude hypocrisy of the venal hack who was ordered yesterday to hound Leo Tolstoy, and today to show that Tolstoy is a patriot, and to try to observe the decencies before the eyes of Europe. That the hacks of this kind have been paid for their screeds is common knowledge, and they cannot deceive anybody. Much more refined and, therefore, much more pernicious and dangerous is liberal hypocrisy. To listen to the cadet balalikins of Wretch, one would think that their sympathy for Tolstoy is of the most complete and ardent kind. Actually, their calculated declamations and pompous phrases about the great seeker after God are false from beginning to end, for no Russian liberal believes in Tolstoy's God, or sympathizes with Tolstoy's criticism of the existing social order. He associates himself with a popular name in order to increase his political capital, in order to pose as a leader of the nationwide opposition. He seeks, with the din and thunder of claptrap, to drown the demand for a straight and clear answer to the question, what are the glaring contradictions of Tolstoyism due to, and what shortcomings and weaknesses of our revolution do they express? The contradictions in Tolstoy's works, views, doctrines, in his school, are indeed glaring. On the one hand, we have the great artist, the genius who has not only drawn incomparable pictures of Russian life but has made first-class contributions to world literature. On the other hand, we have the landlord obsessed with Christ. On the one hand, the remarkably powerful, forthright, and sincere protest against social falsehood and hypocrisy, and on the other, the Tolstoyan, i.e., the jaded, hysterical sniveller called the Russian intellectual, who publicly beats his breast and wails, "I am a bad wicked man, but I am practicing moral self-perfection, I don't eat meat anymore, I now eat rice cutlets." On the one hand, merciless criticism of capitalist exploitation, exposure of government outrages, the farcical courts and the state administration, and unmasking of the profound contradictions between the growth of wealth and achievements of civilization and the growth of poverty, degradation, and misery among the working masses. On the other, the crackpot preaching of submission, resist not evil with violence. On the one hand, the most sober realism, the tearing away of all and sundry masks, on the other, the preaching of one of the most odious things on earth, namely, religion, the striving to replace officially appointed priests by priests who will serve from moral conviction, i.e., to cultivate the most refined and, therefore, particularly disgusting clericalism. Verily, thou art a pauper, yet thou art abundant. Thou art mighty, yet thou art impotent. Mother Russia? That Tolstoy, owing to these contradictions, could not possibly understand either the working class movement and its role in the struggle for socialism, or the Russian Revolution, goes without saying. But the contradictions in Tolstoy's views and doctrines are not accidental, they express the contradictory conditions of Russian life in the last third of the 19th century. The patriarchal countryside, only recently emancipated from serfdom, was literally given over to the capitalist and the tax collector to be fleeced and plundered. The ancient foundations of peasant economy and peasant life, foundations that had really held for centuries, were broken up for scrap with extraordinary rapidity. And the contradictions in Tolstoy's views must be appraised not from the standpoint of the present-day working class movement and present-day socialism, but from the standpoint of protest against advancing capitalism, against the ruining of the masses, who are being dispossessed of their land, a protest which had to arise from the patriarchal Russian countryside. Tolstoy is absurd as a prophet who has discovered new nostrums for the salvation of mankind, and therefore the foreign and Russian Tolstoyans who have sought to convert the weakest side of his doctrine into a dogma, are not worth speaking of. Tolstoy is great as the spokesman of the ideas and sentiments that emerged among the millions of Russian peasants at the time the bourgeois revolution was approaching in Russia. Tolstoy is original, because the sum total of his views, taken as a whole, happens to express the specific features of our revolution as a peasant bourgeois revolution. From this point of view, the contradictions in Tolstoy's views are indeed a mirror of those contradictory conditions in which the peasantry had to play their historical part in our revolution. On the one hand, centuries of feudal oppression and decades of accelerated post-reform pauperization piled up mountains of hate, resentment, and desperate determination. The striving to sweep away completely the official church, the landlords, and the landlord government, to destroy all the old forms and ways of land ownership, to clear the land, to replace the police class state by a community of free and equal small peasants. This striving is the keynote of every historical step the peasantry has taken in our revolution, and, undoubtedly, the message of Tolstoy's writings conforms to this peasant striving far more than it does to abstract Christian anarchism, as his system of views is sometimes appraised. On the other hand, the peasantry, striving towards new ways of life, had a very crude, patriarchal, semi-religious idea of what kind of life this should be, by what struggle could liberty be won, what leaders it could have in this struggle, what was the attitude of the bourgeoisie and the bourgeois intelligentsia towards the interests of peasant revolution, why the forcible overthrow of Tsarist rule was needed in order to abolish landlordism. The whole past life of the peasantry had taught it to hate the landowner and the official, but it did not, and could not, teach it where to seek an answer to all these questions. In our revolution a minor part of the peasantry really did fight, did organize to some extent for this purpose, and a very small part indeed rose up in arms to exterminate its enemies, to destroy the Tsar's servants and protectors of the landlords. Most of the peasantry wept and prayed, moralized and dreamed, wrote petitions and sent pleaders quite in the vein of Leo Tolstoy. And, as always happens in such cases, the effect of this Tolstoyan abstention from politics, this Tolstoyan renunciation of politics, this lack of interest in and understanding of politics, was that only a minority followed the lead of the class-conscious revolutionary proletariat, while the majority became the prey of those unprincipled, servile, bourgeois intellectuals who under the name of cadets hastened from a meeting of Trudovics to Stolypin's anteroom and begged, haggled, reconciled, and promised to reconcile until they were kicked out with a military jackboot. Tolstoy's ideas are a mirror of the weakness, the shortcomings of our peasant revolt, a reflection of the flabbiness of the patriarchal countryside and of the hidebound cowardice of the enterprising muzhik. Take the soldiers' insurrections in 1905-06. In social composition these men who fought in our revolution were partly peasants and partly proletarians. The proletarians were in the minority, therefore the movement in the armed forces does not even approximately show the same nationwide solidarity, the same party consciousness, as were displayed by the proletariat, which became social democratic as if by the wave of a hand. Yet there is nothing more mistaken than the view that the insurrections in the armed forces failed because no officers had led them. On the contrary, The enormous progress the revolution had made since the time of the Narodnaya Volya registered was shown precisely by the fact that the grey herd rose in arms against their superiors, and it was the self-dependency of theirs that so frightened the liberal landlords and the liberal officers. The common soldier fully sympathized with the peasants' cause, his eyes lit up at the very mention of land. There was more than one case when authority in the armed forces passed to the mass of the rank and file, but determined use of this authority was hardly made at all. The soldiers wavered, after a couple of days, in some cases a few hours, after killing some hated officer, they released the others who had been arrested, parleyed with the authorities and then faced the firing squad, or bared their backs for the birch, or put on the yoke again, quite in the vein of Leo Tolstoy. Tolstoy reflected the pent-up hatred, the ripened striving for a better lot, the desire to get rid of the past, and also the immature dreaming, the political inexperience, the revolutionary flabbiness. Historical and economic conditions explain both the inevitable beginning of the revolutionary struggle of the masses and their unpreparedness for the struggle, their Tolstoyan non-resistance to evil, which was a most serious cause of the defeat of the first revolutionary campaign. It is said that beaten armies learn well. Of course, revolutionary classes can be compared with armies only in a very limited sense. The development of capitalism is hourly changing and intensifying the conditions which roused the millions of peasants united by their hatred for the feudalist landlords and their government for the revolutionary democratic struggle. Among the peasantry themselves, the growth of exchange, of the rule of the market and the power of money, is steadily ousting old-fashioned patriarchalism and the patriarchal Tolstoyan ideology. But there is one gain from the first years of the revolution and the first reverses in mass revolutionary struggle about which there can be no doubt. It is the mortal blow struck at the former softness and flabbiness of the masses. The lines of demarcation have become more distinct. The cleavage of classes and parties has taken place. Under the hammer blows of the lessons taught by Stolypin, and with undeviating and consistent agitation by the revolutionary social democrats, not only the socialist proletariat but also the democratic masses of the peasantry will inevitably advance from their midst more and more steeled fighters who will be less capable of falling into our historical sin of Tolstoyism. 174. The Bolsheviks. Lenin, L. N. Tolstoy. From Collected Works. Leo Tolstoy is dead. His universal significance as an artist and his universal fame as a thinker and preacher reflect, each in its own way, the universal significance of the Russian Revolution. L. N. Tolstoy emerged as a great artist when serfdom still held sway in the land. In a series of great works, which he produced during the more than half a century of his literary activity, he depicted mainly the old, pre-revolutionary Russia, which remained in a state of semi-serfdom even after 1861, rural Russia of the landlord and the peasant. In depicting this period in Russia's history, Tolstoy succeeded in raising so many great problems and succeeded in rising to such heights of artistic power that his works rank among the greatest in world literature. The epoch of preparation for revolution in one of the countries under the heel of the serf owners became, thanks to its brilliant illumination by Tolstoy, a step forward in the artistic development of humanity as a whole. Tolstoy the artist is known to an infinitesimal minority even in Russia. If his great works are really to be made the possession of all, a struggle must be waged against the system of society which condemns millions and scores of millions to ignorance, benightedness, drudgery, and poverty. A socialist revolution must be accomplished. Tolstoy not only produced artistic works which will always be appreciated and read by the masses, once they have created human conditions of life for themselves after overthrowing the yoke of the landlords and capitalists, he succeeded in conveying with remarkable force the moods of the large masses that are oppressed by the present system, in depicting their condition and expressing their spontaneous feelings of protest and anger. Belonging, as he did, primarily to the era of 1861 to 1904, Tolstoy in his works both as an artist and as a thinker and preacher embodied in amazingly bold relief the specific historical features of the entire First Russian Revolution, its strength and its weakness. One of the principal distinguishing features of our revolution is that it was a peasant bourgeois revolution in the era of the very advanced development of capitalism throughout the world and of its comparatively advanced development in Russia. It was a bourgeois revolution because its immediate aim was to overthrow the Tsarist autocracy, the Tsarist monarchy, and to abolish landlordism, but not to overthrow the domination of the bourgeoisie. The peasantry in particular was not aware of the latter aim, it was not aware of the distinction between this aim and the closer end. 175. More immediate aims of the struggle. It was a peasant bourgeois revolution because the objective conditions put in the forefront the problem of changing the basic conditions of life for the peasantry, of breaking up the old, medieval system of land ownership, of clearing the ground for capitalism. The objective conditions were responsible for the appearance of the peasant masses on the arena of more or less independent historic action. Tolstoy's works express both the strength and the weakness, the might and the limitations, precisely of the peasant mass movement. His heated, passionate, and often ruthlessly sharp protest against the state and the official church that was in alliance with the police conveys the sentiments of the primitive peasant democratic masses, among whom centuries of serfdom, of official tyranny and robbery, and of church Jesuitism, deception, and chicanery had piled up mountains of anger and hatred. His unbending opposition to private property in land conveys the psychology of the peasant masses during that historical period in which the old, medieval land ownership, both in the form of landed estates and in the form of state allotments, definitely became an intolerable obstacle to the further development of the country, and when this old land ownership was inevitably bound to be destroyed most summarily and ruthlessly. His unremitting accusations against capitalism, accusations permeated with most profound emotion and most ardent indignation, convey all the horror felt by the patriarchal peasant at the advent of the new, invisible, incomprehensible enemy coming from somewhere in the cities, or from somewhere abroad, destroying all the pillars of rural life, bringing in its train unprecedented ruin, poverty, starvation, savagery, prostitution, syphilis, all the calamities attending the epoch of primitive accumulation, aggravated 100-fold by the transplantation into Russian soil of the most modern methods of plunder elaborated by the tall powerful Monsieur Coupon. But the vehement Protestant, the passionate accuser, the great critic at the same time manifested in his works a failure to understand the causes of the crisis threatening Russia, and the means of escape from it, that was characteristic only of a patriarchal, naive peasant, but not of a writer with a European education. His struggle against the feudal police state, against the monarchy, turned into a repudiation of politics, led to the doctrine of non-resistance to evil, and to complete aloofness from the revolutionary struggle of the masses in 1905-07. The fight against the official church was combined with the preaching of a new, purified religion, that is to say, of a new, refined, subtle poison for the oppressed masses. The opposition to one. A metaphorical name for capitalists current in late 19th century Russian literature. 176. The Bolsheviks. Private property in land did not lead to concentrating the struggle against the real enemy landlordism and its political instrument of power, i.e., the monarchy, but led to dreamy, diffuse, and impotent lamentations. The exposure of capitalism and of the calamities it inflicts on the masses was combined with a wholly apathetic attitude to the worldwide struggle for emancipation waged by the international socialist proletariat. The contradictions in Tolstoy's views are not contradictions inherent in his personal views alone, but are a reflection of the extremely complex, contradictory conditions, social influences and historical traditions which determine the psychology of various classes and various sections of Russian society in the post-reform, but pre-revolutionary era. That is why a correct appraisal of Tolstoy can be made only from the viewpoint of the class which has proved, by its political role and its struggle during the first denouement of these contradictions, at a time of revolution, that it is destined to be the leader in the struggle for the people's liberty and for the emancipation of the masses from exploitation, the class which has proved its selfless devotion to the cause of democracy and its ability to fight against the limitations and inconsistency of bourgeois democracy. Such an appraisal is possible only from the viewpoint of the social democratic proletariat. Tolstoy is dead, and the pre-revolutionary Russia, whose weakness and impotence found their expression in the philosophy and are depicted in the works of the great artist, has become a thing of the past. but the heritage which he has left includes that which has not become a thing of the past, but belongs to the future. This heritage is accepted and is being worked upon by the Russian proletariat. The Russian proletariat will explain to the masses of the toilers and the exploited the meaning of Tolstoy's criticism of the state, the church, private property in land, not in order that the masses should confine themselves to self-perfection and yearning for a godly life, but in order that they should rise to strike a new blow at the Tsarist monarchy and landlordism, which were but slightly damaged in 1905, and which must be destroyed. The Russian proletariat will explain to the masses Tolstoy's criticism of capitalism, not in order that the masses should confine themselves to hurling imprecations at capital and the rule of money, but in order that they should learn to utilize at every step in their life and in their struggle the technical and social achievements of capitalism, that they should learn to weld themselves into a united army of millions of socialist fighters who will overthrow capitalism and create a 177. New society in which the people will not be doomed to poverty, in which there will be no exploitation of man by man. Lenin, Leo Tolstoy and his epic from collected works. Tolstoyism, in its real historical content, is an ideology of an Oriental, an Asiatic order. Hence the asceticism, the non-resistance to evil, the profound note cf pessimism, the conviction that everything is nothing, everything is a material nothing, and faith in the spirit, in the beginning of everything, and that man, in his relation to this beginning, is merely a laborer, allotted the task of saving his own soul, etc. Tolstoy is true to this ideology in his Kreutzer Sonata II when he says, "The emancipation of woman lies not in colleges and not in parliaments, but in the bedroom," and in the article written in 1862, in which he says that universities train only irritable, debilitated liberals for whom the people have no use at all, who are uselessly torn from their former environment, find no place in life, and so forth. Pessimism, non-resistance, appeals to the spirit constitute an ideology inevitable in an epoch when the whole of the old order has been turned upside down, and when the masses, who have been brought up under this old order, who imbibed with their mother's milk the principles, the habits, the traditions and beliefs of this order, do not and cannot see what kind of a new order is taking shape, what social forces are shaping it and how, what social forces are capable of bringing release from the incalculable and exceptionally acute distress that is characteristic of epochs of upheaval. The period of 1862 to 1904 was just such a period of upheaval in Russia, a period in which before everyone's eyes the old order collapsed, never to be restored, in which the new system was only just taking shape. The social forces shaping the new system first manifested themselves on a broad, nationwide scale, in mass public action in the most varied fields only in 1905. And the 1905 events in Russia were followed by analogous events in a number of countries in that very Orient to the quiescence to which Tolstoy referred in 1862. The year 1905 marked the beginning of the end of Oriental quiescence. Precisely for this reason that year marked the historical end of Tolstoyism, the end of an epoch that could give rise to Tolstoy's teachings and in which they were inevitable, not as something individual, not as a caprice or a fad, but as the ideology of the conditions of life under which millions and millions actually found themselves for a certain period of time. 178. The Bolsheviks. Tolstoy's doctrine is certainly utopian and in content is reactionary in the most precise and most profound sense of the word. But that certainly does not mean that the doctrine was not socialistic or that it did not contain critical elements capable of providing valuable material for the enlightenment of the advanced classes. There are various kinds of socialism. In all countries where the capitalist mode of production prevails, there is the socialism which expresses the ideology of the class that is going to take the place of the bourgeoisie, and there is the socialism that expresses the ideology of the classes that are going to be replaced by the bourgeoisie. Feudal socialism, for example, is socialism of the latter type, and the nature of this socialism was appraised long ago, over 60 years ago, by Marx, simultaneously with his appraisal of other types of socialism. 1 Furthermore, critical elements are inherent in Tolstoy's utopian doctrine, just as they are inherent in many utopian systems. But we must not forget Marx's profound observation to the effect that the value of critical elements in utopian socialism bears an inverse relation to historical development. The more the activities of the social forces which are shaping the new Russia and bringing release from present-day social evils develop and assume a definite character, the more rapidly is critical utopian socialism losing all practical value and all theoretical justification. A quarter of a century ago, the critical elements in Tolstoy's doctrine might at times have been of practical value for some sections of the population in spite of its reactionary and utopian features. This could not have been the case during, say, the last decade, because historical development had made considerable progress between the 80s and the end of the last century. In our days, since the series of events mentioned above has put an end to Oriental quiescence, in our days, when the consciously reactionary ideas of Vichy have become so enormously widespread among the liberal bourgeoisie, and when these ideas have infected even a section of those who were almost Marxists and have created a liquidationist trend in our days, the most direct and most profound harm is caused by every attempt to idealize Tolstoy's doctrine, to justify or to mitigate his non-resistance, his appeals to the spirit, his exhortations for moral self-perfection, his doctrine of conscience and universal love, his preaching of asceticism and quietism, and so forth. Lenin, Party Organization and Party Literature from Collected Works. The new conditions for social democratic work in Russia which have arisen since the October Revolution have brought the question of party literature to the fore. The distinction between the illegal and the legal press, that melancholy heritage of the epoch of feudal, autocratic Russia, is beginning to disappear. It is not yet dead, by a long way. The hypocritical government of our Prime Minister is still running amok, so much so that Izvestia Sovtorabokik Deputatoi is printed illegally, but apart from bringing disgrace on the government, apart from striking further moral blows at it, nothing comes of the stupid attempts to prohibit that which the government is powerless to thwart. So long as there was a distinction between the illegal and the legal press, the question of the party and non-party press was decided extremely simply and in an extremely false and abnormal way. The entire illegal press was a party press, being published by organizations and run by groups which in one way or another were linked with groups of practical party workers. The entire legal press was non-party since parties were banned, but it gravitated towards one party or another. Unnatural alliances, strange bedfellows and false cover devices were inevitable. The forced reserve of those who wished to express party views merged with the immature thinking or mental cowardice of those who had not risen to these views and who were not, in effect, party people. An accursed period of Aesopian language, literary bondage, slavish speech, and ideological serfdom. The proletariat has put an end to this foul atmosphere which stifled everything living and fresh in Russia. But so far the proletariat has won only half freedom for Russia. The revolution is not yet completed. While Tsarism is no longer strong enough to defeat the revolution is not yet strong enough to defeat Tsarism. And we are living in times when everywhere and in everything there operates this unnatural combination of open, forthright, direct, and consistent party spirit with an underground, covered, diplomatic and dodgy legality. This unnatural combination makes itself felt even in our newspaper, for all Mr. Gukakov's witticisms about social democratic tyranny forbidding the publication of moderate liberal bourgeois news papers, the fact remains that proletariat, the central organ of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, still remains outside the locked doors of autocratic, police-ridden Russia. Be that as it may, the halfway revolution compels all of us to set to work at once organizing the whole thing on new lines. Today literature, even that published legally, can be 9/10 party literature. It must become party literature. In contradistinction to bourgeois customs, to the profit-making, commercialist bourgeois press, to bourgeois literary careerism and individualism, aristocratic anarchism and drive for profit, the socialist proletariat must put forward the principle of party literature, must develop this principle and put it into practice as fully and completely as possible. What is this principle of party literature? It is not simply that, for the socialist proletariat, literature cannot be a means of enriching individuals or groups, it cannot, in fact, be an individual undertaking, independent of the common cause of the proletariat. Down with nonpartisan writers. Down with literary supermen. Literature must become part of the common cause of the proletariat, a cog and a screw of one single great social democratic mechanism set in motion by the entire politically conscious vanguard of the entire working class. Literature must become a component of organized, planned, and integrated social democratic party work. All comparisons are lame, says a German proverb. So is my comparison of literature with a cog, of a living movement with a mechanism. And I dare say there will ever be hysterical intellectuals to raise a howl about such a comparison, which degrades, deadens, bureaucratizes the free battle of ideas, freedom of criticism, freedom of literary creation, etc., etc. Such outcries, in point of fact, would be nothing more than an expression of bourgeois intellectual individualism. There is no question that literature is least of all subject to mechanical adjustment or leveling, to the rule of the majority over the minority. There is no question, either, that in this field greater scope must undoubtedly be allowed for personal initiative, individual inclination, thought and fantasy, form and content. All this is undeniable, but all this simply shows that the literary side of the proletarian party cause cannot be mechanically identified with its other sides. This, however, does not in the least refute the proposition, alien and strange to the bourgeoisie and bourgeois democracy, that literature must by all means and necessarily become an element of social democratic party work, inseparably bound up with the other elements. Newspapers must become the organs of the various party organizations, and their writers must by all means become members of these organizations. Publishing and distributing centers, bookshops and reading rooms, libraries and similar establish 181. Mensa must all be under party control. The organized socialist proletariat must keep an eye on all this work, supervise it in its entirety, and, from beginning to end, without any exception, infuse into it the life stream of the living proletarian cause, thereby cutting the ground from under the old, semi-Oblomov, semi-shopkeeper Russian principle, the writer does the writing, the reader does the reading. We are not suggesting, of course, that this transformation of literary work, which has been defiled by the Asiatic censorship and the European bourgeoisie, can be accomplished all at once. Far be it from us to advocate any kind of standardist system, or a solution by means of a few decrees. Cut and dried schemes are least of all applicable here. What is needed is that the whole of our party, and the entire politically conscious social democratic proletariat throughout Russia, should become aware of this new problem, specify it clearly and everywhere set about solving it. Emerging from the captivity of the feudal censorship, we have no desire to become, and shall not become, prisoners of bourgeois shopkeeper literary relations. We want to establish, and we shall establish, a free press, free not simply from the police, but also from capital, from careerism, and what is more, free from bourgeois anarchist individualism. These last words may sound paradoxical, or an affront to the reader. What? Some intellectual, an ardent champion of liberty, may shout. What, you want to impose collective control on such a delicate, individual matter as literary work? You want workmen to decide questions of science, philosophy, or aesthetics by a majority of votes. You deny the absolute freedom of absolutely individual ideological work. Calm yourselves, gentlemen. First of all, we are discussing party literature and its subordination to party control. Everyone is free to write and say whatever he likes, without any restrictions. But every voluntary association is also free to expel members who use the name of the party to advocate anti-party views. Freedom of speech and the press must be complete. But then freedom of association must be complete too. I am bound to accord you, in the name of free speech, the full right to shout, lie, and write to your heart's content. But you are bound to grant me, in the name of freedom of association, the right to enter into, or withdraw from, association with people advocating this or that view. The party is a voluntary association, which would inevitably break up, first ideologically and then physically, if it did not cleanse itself of people advocating anti-party views. And to define the border line between party and anti-party, there is the party program, the party's resolutions on tactics and its rules, and, lastly, the entire experience of international social democracy, the voluntary international associations of the proletariat, which has constantly 182 the Bolsheviks brought into its parties individual elements and trends not fully consistent, not completely Marxist and not altogether correct, and which, on the other hand, has constantly conducted periodical cleansings of its ranks. So it will be with us too, supporters of bourgeois freedom of criticism, within the party. We are now becoming a mass party all at once, changing abruptly to an open organization, and it is inevitable that we shall be joined by many who are inconsistent, perhaps we shall be joined even by some Christian elements, and even by some mystics. We have sound stomachs and we are rock-like Marxists. We shall digest those inconsistent elements. Freedom of thought and freedom of criticism within the party will never make us forget about the freedom of organizing people into those voluntary associations known as parties. Secondly, we must say to you bourgeois individualists that your talk about absolute freedom is sheer hypocrisy. There can be no real and effective freedom in a society based on the power of money, in a society in which the masses of working people live in poverty and the handful of rich live like parasites. Are you free in relation to your bourgeois publisher, Mr. Writer, in relation to your bourgeois public, which demands that you provide it with pornography in frames registered and paintings, and prostitution as a supplement to sacred scenic art? This absolute freedom is a bourgeois or an anarchist phrase. One cannot live in society and be free from society. The freedom of the bourgeois writer, artist, or actress is simply masked dependence on the money bag, on corruption, on prostitution. And we socialists expose this hypocrisy and rip off the false labels, not in order to arrive at a non-class literature and art, but to contrast this hypocritically free literature, which is in reality linked to the bourgeoisie, with a really free one that will be openly linked to the proletariat. It will be a free literature, because the idea of socialism and sympathy with the working people, and not greed or careerism, will bring ever new forces to its ranks. It will be a free literature, because it will serve, not some satiated heroine, not the bored upper 10,000 suffering from fatty degeneration, but the millions and tens of millions of working people, the flower of the country, its strength, and its future. It will be a free literature, enriching the last word in the revolutionary thought of mankind with the experience and living work of the socialist proletariat, bringing about permanent interaction between the experience of the past and the experience of the present. To work, then, comrades. We are faced with a new and difficult task. But it is a noble and grateful one to organize a broad, multiform, and varied literature inseparably linked with the social democratic working class movement. All social democratic literature must become party literature. Every newspaper, journal, publishing house, etc., must immediately set about reorganizing its work, leading up to a situation in which it will, in one form or another, be integrated into one party organization or another. Only then will social democratic literature really become worthy of that name, only then will it be able to fulfill its duty and, even within the framework of bourgeois society, break out of bourgeois slavery and merge with the movement of the really advanced and thoroughly revolutionary class. Lenin, on the question of dialectics from Philosophical Notebooks. The splitting of a single whole and the cognition of its contradictory parts is the essence of dialectics. That is precisely how Hegel, too, puts the matter. The correctness of this aspect of the content of dialectics must be tested by the history of science. This aspect of dialectics usually receives inadequate attention. The identity of opposites is taken as the sum total of examples and not as a law of cognition. In mathematics, plus and differential and integral. In mechanics, action and reaction. In physics, positive and negative electricity. In chemistry, the combination and dissociation of atoms. In social science, the class struggle. The identity of opposites is the recognition of the contradictory, mutually exclusive, opposite tendencies in all phenomena and processes of nature. The condition for the knowledge of all processes of the world in their self-movement, in their spontaneous development, in their real life, is the knowledge of them as a unity of opposites. Development is the struggle of opposites. The two basic conceptions of development are, development as decrease and increase, as repetition, and development as a unity of opposites. In the first conception of motion, self-movement, its driving force, its source, its motive, remains in the shade. In the second conception, the chief attention is directed precisely to knowledge of the source of self-movement. The first conception is lifeless, pale and dry. The second is living. The second alone furnishes the key to the self-movement of everything existing, it alone furnishes the key to the leaps, to the break in continuity, to the transformation into the opposite, to the destruction of the old and the emergence of the new. The unity of opposites is conditional, temporary, transitory, relative. The struggle of mutually exclusive opposites is absolute, just as development and motion are absolute. In his Capital, Marx first analyzes the simplest, most ordinary and fundamental, most common and everyday relation of bourgeois society, a relation encountered billions of times, viz. The exchange of commodities. In this very simple phenomenon, analysis reveals all the contradictions of modern society. The subsequent exposition shows us the development of these contradictions and of this society in the three of its individual parts, from its beginning to its end. 1 Summation ed. 185. Such must also be the method of exposition of dialectics in general. To begin with what is the simplest, most ordinary, common, etc., with any proposition, the leaves of a tree are green, John is a man, Fido is a dog, etc. Here already we have dialectics, the individual is the universal gebi außer den sichtbaren Haussern, ov yap avdnoviv tva oixief mappa tas twas oixias. Point 2. Consequently, the opposites are identical, the individual exists only in the connection that leads to the universal. The universal exists only in the individual and through the individual. Every individual is a universal. Every universal is an individual. Every universal only approximately embraces all the individual objects. Every individual enters incompletely into the universal, etc., etc. Every individual is connected by thousands of transitions with other kinds of individuals, etc. Here already we have the elements, the germs, the concepts of necessity, of objective connection in nature, etc. Here already we have the contingent and the necessary, the phenomenon and the essence, for when we say, John is a man, Fido is a dog, this is a leaf of a tree, etc., we disregard a number of attributes as contingent, we separate the essence from the appearance, and counterpose the one to the other. Thus in any proposition we can disclose as in a nucleus the germs of all the elements of dialectics, and thereby show that dialectics is a property of all human knowledge in general. And natural science shows us objective nature with the same qualities, the transformation of the individual into the universal, of the contingent into the necessary, transitions, modulations, and the reciprocal connection of opposites. Dialectics is the theory of knowledge of Marxism. This is the aspect of the matter to which Plekhanov, not to speak of other Marxists, paid no attention. Knowledge is represented in the form of a series of circles both by Hegel and by the modern epistemologist of natural science, the eclectic and foe of Hegelianism, Paul Volckmann. Circles in philosophy, ancient, from Democritus to Plato and the dialectics of Heraclitus. Renaissance, Descartes versus Gassendi. Modern, Holbach. Hegel. Hegel Feuerbach. Marx. Dialectics as living, many-sided knowledge, with an infinite number of shades of every approach and approximation to reality. Here we have an immeasurably rich content as compared with metaphysical materialism, the fundamental misfortune of which is its inability to apply dialectics to the builder theory * to the process and development of knowledge. Philosophical idealism is only nonsense from the standpoint of crude, simple, metaphysical materialism. From the standpoint of dialectical materialism, on the other hand, philosophical idealism is a one-sided, exaggerated, Iberschwingleiches development of one of the features, aspects, facets of knowledge into an absolute, divorced from matter, from nature, apotheosist. Idealism is clerical obscurantism. True. But philosophical idealism is a road to clerical obscurantism through one of the shades of the infinitely complex knowledge of man. Human knowledge is not a straight line, but a curve, which endlessly approximates a series of circles, a spiral. Any fragment, segment, section of this curve can be transformed into an independent, complete, straight line, which then leads into the quagmire, into clerical obscurantism. Rectilinearity and one-sidedness, woodenness and petrification, subjectivism and subjective blindness, voila the epistemological roots of idealism. And clerical obscurantism, of course, has epistemological roots. It is not groundless, it is a sterile flower undoubtedly, but a sterile flower that grows on the living tree of living, fertile, genuine, powerful, omnipotent, objective, absolute human knowledge. In Paris, Lenin had bought himself a pair of shoes that had turned out to be too tight. As fate would have it, I badly needed a new pair of shoes just then. I was given Lenin's and at first I thought they fitted me perfectly. The trip to the opera was all right, but in the theater I began to have pains. On the way home I suffered agonies, while Lenin twit me all the more mercilessly. Trotsky, my life. I, for my part, scarcely ever gave Stalin a thought. Trotsky, my life. Introduction. Why has art become a subject of such violent controversy among Marxists during the past half-century? The great concern of Marxists with aesthetic questions is of relatively recent origin. The only major debate in Marxist circles on any aesthetic question before the 20th century was between Marx and Engels and Ferdinand Lassalle in 1859, and this had been restricted to a private correspondence which was not published until 1892 and appeared in book form only in 1902. The artistic productions of one's political opponents touched off no fireworks in pre-October Marxism. Engels detested Wagner's music of the future and engaged in many drawing-room discussions about it, but did not feel it necessary to engage in polemics on the subject. Lenin could still write of a play which he had seen, reactionary but interesting. The development of Marxist approaches to the arts during the period up to the Russian Revolution had been relatively harmonious, with the polemics on revisionism, the nature of the state, on revolutionary processes, tactics and strategy, changing aspects of capitalism, etc., finding few reflections in the 188 the Bolsheviks' aesthetic field. It is true that there were already strong hints of controversy developing in the Plekhanov-Lunacharsky debates of I-912 concerning such questions as objective criteria for beauty and the possibilities of a proletarian culture, as well as in Lenin's pre-war chiding of Gorky for joining forces with the utopian theological God-seekers and God-builders. From the 1920s onward, however, aesthetics and the creative arts became sensitive barometers of political dispute, measuring and reflecting the faintest deviations in the theory and practice of revolution. Plekhanov observed that any given political power always favors the utilitarian view of art, to which we may add that in our time political power fears the emotional core of art, its non-ideological aspects, its instinctual appeal. Few earlier societies have dreaded the creative artist so completely. The avenues of communication may be totally blocked, but the fear of a single poet, writing in isolation, overwhelms the state. Which brings us to Trotsky. The following excerpts from his writings on art arose in the course of the first major debates on art in the new Soviet Republic. These debates centered primarily on such questions as, the possibilities or necessity of creating a proletarian culture in conformity with the new proletarian regime, the extent of Communist Party control over artistic activities, the attitude toward the pre-evolutionary cultural heritage. Numerous subsidiary questions arose, which soon involved the leading intellectuals of the party in a fruitful debate on the nature of art and its relationship to society. The extreme left-wing artists and writers were represented organizationally at first by the Proletkult, dedicated to class struggle in art and rashly demanding total autonomy from party control. Its best ideologist was A. Bogdanov, for whom art was primarily a captive reflection of class consciousness and a means of uniting and rallying class forces. Lenin moved swiftly against Proletkult's organizational demands for autonomy, but its ideas of art as a weapon in class struggle and its anti-bourgeois attitudes caught fire in such circles as the Smithy Group and the October Group, whose chief spokesman was the proto-Zdanovist, G. Lelovic. Their main fire was directed against the so-called fellow travelers, non-party writers of non-proletarian origin sympathetic to the revolution, who worked primarily in the 19th century traditions. In addition, there was a proliferation of modernist groupings, which were linked to pre-evolutionary experiments in all realms of art such as the symbolists, imagists, acmeists, formalists, and futurists. All of these had their adherents after October, though only the futurists proclaimed politically revolutionary goals. These groups and the left-wing organizations had the common desire to break in toto with the past. It was against this tendency that virtually all the major Soviet theorists and critics Trotsky, Bukharin, Lunacharsky, V. Polinsky, and Alexander Vorensky took a stand, though each did so from varying aesthetic attitudes and therefore with important consequences for the later development of Soviet art. The first phase of this ongoing debate closed in 1925 with a party resolution which gave protection to the fellow travelers and proclaimed the principle of free competition and coexistence in literary styles. The arts entered a period of inner ferment in a framework of political tranquility. 1 Like Bukharin and Lunacharsky, Trotsky argued against total party control of the arts. In our first selection, Art and the Party, he wrote, the field of art is not one in which the party is called on to command. Nevertheless, he insisted here and elsewhere in literature and revolution that creative freedom could only exist within the categorical standard of being for or against the revolution. He upheld, following Lenin, the necessity of preserving the cultural heritage of prior class societies. The artistic work of man is continuous. Each new rising class places itself on the shoulders of its preceding one. In the tradition of Plekhanov's objectivism, he insisted that a work of art should, in the first place, be judged by its own law, that is, by the law of art. And he was quick to recognize that the modernists were engaged in a process of cleansing language of its accumulated and often sterile associations, that the struggle against the old poetical vocabulary and syntax was, despite extravagances, a progressive rebellion against the closed vocabulary. From Vorensky he adopted his insistence on superclass, universal factors in consciousness and especially in art factors common to all class societies. He was superficially acquainted with psychoanalysis and praised it highly, although his knowledge of Freud is not based on Freud's major writings but on popularizations and especially on the works of Freud's social democratic disciple, Alfred Adler. The second selection, Creativity and Class, shows that, like Vorensky, Trotsky insisted on the unconscious factor in artistic creation, on intuitive cognition in art, and argued from this against the possibility of rationally controlling and channeling either art or the artist. Despite these important and advanced aesthetic opinions, there is a sense in which Trotsky is the most mechanical and pessimistic of all major Marxists concerning the role of art. The heart of the matter, he said in our final selection, Art and Class, is that artistic creativity, by its very nature, lags behind the other modes of expression of a man's spirit, and still more of the spirit of a class. The political writing of a class hastens ahead on stilts, while its artistic creativity hobbles along behind on crutches. By means of this thesis, Trotsky places the artistic millennium in an unspecified future, after proletarian dictatorship, After the abolition of the remnants of class society, after a long and tortuous process of bringing the proletariat, which is uneducated aesthetically, out of prehistoric life. Before the proletariat can appreciate and create art, it must pass through the entire history of artistic culture. Art, to Trotsky, is simply a passive reflection of the social order. He is well aware of the centrality of consciousness in Marxism, but he reserves to political literature the possibility of activity, of changing the world. From this, it is a half step to the superfluity of art, or to the reduction of its role to ornament and entertainment. Art is far less capable than science of anticipating the future, wrote Trotsky in 1936. Trotsky's theory emasculates the power of art, its utopian drive, its ability to alter consciousness, to concretize social yearnings into goals for activity, its role in making history. Trotsky's belief that a proletarian art was theoretically impossible was opposed by Lunacharsky and Bukharin, both pointing out, according to Isaac Deutscher, that Trotsky treated the proletarian dictatorship as a cultural vacuum and viewed the present as a sterile hiatus between a creative past and a creative future. Lev Davidovich Bronstein was born in Yanovka, in the Ukraine, into a well-off Jewish farm family. As son of a prosperous landowner, I belonged to the privileged class, he wrote in My Life. Although his elder sister and brother took music lessons, he himself had no ear, and his love of music always remained helpless and unexpressed. Educated in Odessa, where he lived with relatives, he at first held no political views, and was indeed the stubbornest opponent of social utopias, but he swung leftward with startling speed during his last year of school in 1897. He joined a revolutionary group, was arrested for agitation activities, spent 2 years in prison, and was exiled to Siberia in 1900, escaping to Europe in 1902. He joined Lenin in London as a disciple, but voted with the Menshevik opposition in 1903. He described himself as a non-aligned social democrat from then until his return to Lenin and Bolshevism in 1917, although the main thrust of his polemics during the interim was against Lenin. He participated in the 1905 revolution as president of the Petersburg Soviet, and was again exiled to Siberia. During his second European exile, he was established as one of the major Russian Marxists, both for the brilliance and persuasiveness of his historical and political writing and, especially, for the magnificence of his oratory. There is a sense in which all his best writing is oratory transcribed rhetoric. His arguments are often persuasive for their lofty and somewhat exaggerated style, even when their theoretical foundation is weak. Lenin wrote to Plekhanov in 1903 that Trotsky's writing showed traces of the feuilleton style, and is excessively florid, but he expected that this defect would be outgrown. Trotsky always remained closer to the literary style of Frederick the Great or Count Mirabeau than to that of Karl Marx. Although a confirmed and orthodox Marxist, his use of Marxist categories and of dialectics is minimal, especially in his earlier work. In the writings of Marx, Engels, Plekhanov, and Mehring, he noted in an indication of his intuitive and pragmatic Marxism, I later found confirmation for what in prison seemed to me only a guess needing verification and theoretical justification. 3 Isaac Deutscher, The Prophet Unarmed, p. 198. 192 The Bolsheviks. His early writings on art are journalistic efforts of little lasting interest. He read widely in European literature, and particularly in the French and German novel. As for the fine arts, he confesses that these gave him some difficulty. In point of fact, I was resisting art as I had resisted revolution earlier in life, and later, Marxism, as I had resisted, for several years, Lenin and his methods. The equation of arch-revolution Lenin is fascinating, but difficult to interpret, except perhaps as indicating an unwillingness to wholly give himself to a stronger power. For Trotsky it was always important to be in command, even if this led to isolation. He never fully understood that his period of greatest heroism and accomplishment was precisely the period when he submitted to Lenin's authority and thereby gained his protection. With the death of Lenin, he underwent an emotional crisis which paralyzed his activities. during which those old Bolsheviks who had resented him as a latecomer and a usurper joined forces to oust him from leadership. What now brought about his downfall was hostility not to his policies, but to his person, writes E. H. Carr. From the date of his exile in 1929 until his tragic murder in 1940 he achieved the lonely eminence of the righteous outcast. His hand had not lost its cunning, and his last writings reveal a historical grasp and brilliance of detail which marked them for that history of which he was so consciously a servant. Unfortunately, he permitted his later life and writings to be circumscribed by the orbit of Joseph Stalin. He attributed to Stalin an almost theological power in world affairs. Stalin, of course, returned the compliment, seeing Trotsky as the moving force behind all anti-Soviet and anti-revolutionary movements, thereby doing much to convert the lonely revolutionary émigré into a major world figure. Trotsky has been described as a prophet, a Promethean, an aristocrat of revolution. But there is also something of Don Quixote in the lean, bearded Jewish intellectual tilting his lance against the winds of history. His most penetrating literary study Céline and Poincaré dates from 1935, in it he is jolted into dialectics by his own emotional response to Céline's journey through the cloaca of society. Recognizing Céline's aversion for the lie and his simultaneous disbelief in the truth, i.e., in those great projects and hopes which can lead humanity from out the dark night of the circumscribed eye, he warns that there can be no second journey to the end of the night. Either the artist will make his peace with the darkness or he will perceive the dawn. Trotsky himself accomplished neither of these finalities. Trotsky, art and the party from literature and revolution. Does that mean that the party, quite in opposition to its nature, occupies a purely eclectic position in the field of art? This argument, which seems so crushing, is, in reality, extremely childish. The Marxian method affords an opportunity to estimate the development of the new art, to trace all its sources, to help the most progressive tendencies by a critical illumination of the road, but it does not do more than that. Art must make its own way and by its own means. The Marxian methods are not the same as the artistic. The party leads the proletariat but not the historic processes of history. There are domains in which the party leads, directly and imperatively. There are domains in which it only cooperates. There are, finally, domains in which it only orientates itself. The domain of art is not one in which the party is called upon to command. It can and must protect and help it, but it can only lead it indirectly. It can and must give the additional credit of its confidence to various art groups, which are striving sincerely to approach the revolution and so help an artistic formulation of the revolution. And at any rate, the party cannot and will not take the position of a literary circle which is struggling and merely competing with other literary circles. The party stands guard over the historic interests of the working class in its entirety. Because it prepares consciously and step by step the ground for a new culture and therefore for a new art, it regards the literary fellow travelers not as the competitors of the writers of the working class, but as the real or potential helpers of the working class in the big work of reconstruction. The party understands the episodic character of the literary groups of a transition period and estimates them, not from the point of view of the class passports of the individual gentleman literati, but from the point of view of the place which these groups occupy and can occupy in preparing a socialist culture. If it is not possible to determine the place of any given group today, then the party as a party will wait patiently and gracefully. Individual critics or readers may sympathize with one group or another in advance. The party, as a whole, protects the historic interests of the working class and must be more objective and wise. Its caution must be double-edged. If the party does not put its stamp of approval on the Kuznetsov, just because workers write for it, it does not, in advance, repel any given literary group, even from the intelligentsia, in so far as such a 194 the Bolsheviks group tries to approach the revolution and tries to strengthen one of its links. A link is always a weak point between the city and the village, or between the party member and the non-partisan, or between the intelligentsia and the workers. Does not such a policy mean, however, that the party is going to have an unprotected flank on the side of art? This is a great exaggeration. The party will repel the clearly poisonous, disintegrating tendencies of art and will guide itself by its political standards. It is true, however, that it is less protected on the flank of art than on the political front. But is this not true of science also? What are the metaphysicians of a purely proletarian science going to say about the theory of relativity? Can it be reconciled with materialism, or can it not? Has this question been decided? Where and when and by whom? It is clear to anyone, even to the uninitiated, that the work of our physiologist, Pavlov, is entirely along materialist lines. But what is one to say about the psychoanalytic theory of Freud? Can it be reconciled with materialism, as, for instance, Karl Radek thinks, or is it hostile to it? The same question can be put to all the new theories of atomic structure, etc., etc. It would be fine if a scientist would come along who could grasp all these new generalizations methodologically and introduce them into the dialectic materialist conception of the world. He could thus, at the same time, test the new theories and develop the dialectic method deeper. But I am very much afraid that this work, which is not like a newspaper or journalistic article, but a scientific and philosophic landmark, just as the origin of species and capital will not be created either today or tomorrow, or rather, if such an epoch-making book were created today, it would risk remaining uncut until the time when the proletariat will be able to lay aside its arms. Trotsky, Creativity and Class from Class and Art. One cannot approach art as one can politics, not because artistic creation is a religious rite or something mystical, as somebody here ironically said, but because it has its own laws of development, and above all because in artistic creation an enormous role is played by subconscious processes slower, more idle, and less subjected to management and guidance, just because they are subconscious. It has been said here that those writings of Pilniak's which are closer to communism are feebler than those which are politically farther away from us. What is the explanation? Why, just this, that on the rationalistic plane Pilniak is ahead of himself as an artist. 2. Leon Trotsky 195. Consciously swing himself round on his own axis even only a few degrees is a very difficult task for an artist, often connected with a profound, sometimes fatal crisis. And what we are considering is not an individual or group change in creative endeavor, but such a change on the class, social scale. This is a long and very complicated process. When we speak of proletarian literature not in the sense of particular more or less successful verses or stories, but in the incomparably more weighty sense in which we speak of bourgeois literature, we have no right to forget for one moment the extraordinary cultural backwardness of the overwhelming majority of the proletariat. Art is created on the basis of a continual everyday, cultural, ideological interrelationship between a class and its artists. Between the aristocracy or the bourgeoisie and their artists there was no split in daily life. The artists lived, and still live, in a bourgeois milieu, breathing the air of bourgeois salons. They received and are receiving hypodermic inspirations from their class. This nourishes the subconscious processes of their creativity. Does the proletariat of today offer such a cultural ideological milieu, in which the new artist may obtain, without leaving it in his day-to-day existence, all the inspiration he needs while at the same time mastering the procedures of his craft? No, the working masses are culturally extremely backward. The illiteracy or low level of literacy of the majority of the workers presents in itself a very great obstacle to this. And above all, the proletariat, in so far as it remains a proletariat, is compelled to expend its best forces in political struggle, in restoring the economy, and in meeting elementary cultural needs, fighting against illiteracy, lousiness, syphilis, etc. Of course, the political methods and revolutionary customs of the proletariat can also be called its culture, but this, in any case, is a sort of culture which is destined to die out as a new, real culture develops. And this new culture will be culture all the more to the extent that the proletariat has ceased to be a proletariat, that is, the more successfully and completely socialist society develops. Mayakovsky wrote a very powerful piece called The 13 Apostles, the revolutionariness of which was still rather cloudy and formless. And when this same Mayakovsky decided to swing himself round to the proletarian line, and wrote 150 million, he suffered a most frightful rationalistic downfall. This means that in his logic he had outrun his real creative condition. With Pilniak, as we have said already, a similar disparity is to be observed between his conscious striving and the unconscious processes of creation. To this must be added merely this, that arch-proletarian works also do not in themselves provide the writer in present-day conditions with any guarantees that his creativity will prove to be organically linked with the class. Nor do groupings of proletarian writers provide this guarantee. Precisely because the writer, by devoting himself to artistic work, is compelled, in existing conditions, to separate himself from the milieu of his own class and breathe an atmosphere which, after all, is the same as that breathed by the fellow travelers. Trotsky, Art and Class from Class and Art. The heart of the matter is that artistic creativity, by its very nature, lags behind the other modes of expression of a man's spirit, and still more of the spirit of a class. It is one thing to understand something and express it logically, and quite another thing to assimilate it organically, reconstructing the whole system of one's feelings, and to find a new kind of artistic expression for this new entity. The latter process is more organic, slower, more difficult to subject to conscious influence, and in the end it will always lag behind. The political writing of a class hastens ahead on stilts, while its artistic creativity hobbles along behind on crutches. Marx and Engels were great political writers of the proletariat in the period when the class was still not really awakened. I am very grateful to you. But take the trouble to draw the necessary conclusions from this, and understand why there is not this monolithicity between political writing and poetry, and this will in turn help you to understand why in the old legal Marxist periodicals we always found ourselves in a block, or semi-block, with artistic fellow travelers, sometimes very dubious and even plainly false ones. You remember, of course, Novoye Slovo, the best of the old legal Marxist periodicals, in which many Marxists of the older generation collaborated, including Vladimir Ilyich. This periodical, as everyone knows, was friendly with the decadents. What was the reason for that? It was because the decadents were then a young and persecuted tendency in bourgeois literature. And this persecuted situation of theirs impelled them to take sides with our attitude of opposition, though the latter, of course, was quite different in character, in spite of which the decadents were temporarily fellow travelers with us. And later Marxist periodicals, right down to Prosvshchiny, had no sort of monolithic fiction section, but set aside considerable space for the fellow travelers. Some might be either more severe or more indulgent in this respect, but it was impossible to carry on a monolithic policy in the field of art, because the artistic elements needed for such a policy were lacking. Leon Trotsky 197. But Raskolnikov at bottom doesn't want this. In works of art he ignores that which makes them works of art. This was most vividly shown in his remarkable judgment on Dante's Divine Comedy, which in his opinion is valuable to us just because it enables us to understand the psychology of a certain class at a certain time. To put the matter that way means simply to strike out the Divine Comedy from the realm of art. Perhaps the time has come to do that, but if so we must understand the essence of the question and not shrink from the conclusions. If I say that the importance of the Divine Comedy lies in the fact that it gives me an understanding of the state of mind of certain classes in a certain epoch, this means that I transform it into a mere historical document, for, as a work of art, the Divine Comedy must speak in some way to my feelings and moods. Dante's work may act on me in a depressing way, fostering pessimism and despondency in me, or, on the contrary, it may rouse, inspire, encourage me. This is the fundamental relationship between a reader and a work of art. Nobody, of course, forbids a reader to assume the role of a researcher and approach the Divine Comedy as merely an historical document. It is clear, though, that these two approaches are on two different levels, which, though connected, do not overlap. How is it thinkable that there should be not an historical but a directly aesthetic relationship between us and a medieval Italian book? This is explained by the fact that in class society, in spite of all its changeability, there are certain common features. Works of art developed in a medieval Italian city can, we find, affect us too. What does this require? A small thing. It requires that these feelings and moods shall have received such broad, intense, powerful expression as to have raised them above the limitations of the life of those days. Dante was, of course, the product of a certain social milieu. But Dante was a genius. He raised the experience of his epoch to a tremendous artistic height. And if we, while today approaching other works of medieval literature merely as objects of study, approach the Divine Comedy as a source of artistic perception, this happens not because Dante was a Florentine petty bourgeois of the 13th century but, to a considerable extent, in spite of that circumstance. Let us take, for instance, such an elementary psychological feeling as fear of death. This feeling is characteristic not only of man but also of animals. In man it first found simple articulate expression, and later also artistic expression. In different ages, in different social milieu, this expression has changed, that is to say, men have feared death in different ways. And nevertheless what was said on this score not only by Shakespeare, Byron, Goethe, but also by the psalmist can move us. Yes, yes, I came in at the very moment when you, Comrade Libdinsky, were 198 the Bolsheviks. Explaining to Comrade Vorensky in the terms of elementary political instruction about the variation in feelings and states of mind in different classes. In that general form it is indisputable. However, for all that, you won't deny that Shakespeare and Byron somehow speak to your soul and mine. Whether it will be soon, I don't know, but undoubtedly a time will come when people will approach the works of Shakespeare and Byron in the same way as we approach most poets of the Middle Ages, that is, exclusively from the standpoint of scientific historical analysis. Even sooner, however, will come the time when people will stop seeking in Marx's Capital for precepts for their practical activity, and Capital will have become merely an historical document, together with the program of our party. But at present we do not yet intend to put Shakespeare, Byron, Pushkin in the archives, and we will continue to recommend them to the workers. Nikolai Bukharin. Vyshinsky, I ask the court to explain to the accused Bukharin that he is here not in the capacity of a philosopher, but as a criminal, and he would do better to refrain from talking here about Hegel's philosophy. Bukharin, a philosopher may be a criminal. From the transcript of the trial of Bloch-of-Rights and Trotskyites. Introduction. Nikolai Ivanovich Bukharin was the son of two Moscow school teachers. A brilliant student, he joined the Social Democratic Party in 1906, and in that year organized a strike in a boot factory, with the help of 15-year-old Ilya Ehrenberg. He studied at Moscow University, was arrested several times, and escaped to Europe in 1910. In Vienna, he attended the university, studying economics under Baumgartner. He was an artist as well as a student of political economy. Krupski reports that in 1912 he brought his paintings to Lenin in Krakow when he visited him for the first time. Expelled from Austria in 1914, he went to Switzerland, Sweden, Norway, and in October 1916 to the United States, where he co-edited a Russian newspaper with Trotsky for a few months. He returned to Russia after the February Revolution and played a leading role at the Sixth Party Congress of August 1917. He became a member of the party's Central Committee, editor of Pravda, and a leading figure in the Communist International. He participated actively in all major governmental debates and decisions. 200 The Bolsheviks. Until 1929, when he was stripped of his party offices for opposing the forced collectivization of the countryside. He functioned in lesser posts including the editorship of /Zvezda toward the mid-1930s, and by 1936 was given the major responsibility for drafting the new Soviet constitution. He was tried in 1937, as leader of the oppositionist bloc of rights. He pleaded guilty in a drama whose tangled threads and ambiguities have not yet been fully explored. Soviet Russia's leading Marxist theoretician, that happy nature whom Lenin had loved and whom he had described in his testament as the favorite of the whole party, was condemned to death and shot. He has not yet been rehabilitated. Bukharin's pre-October writings are on political economy and the nature of imperialism. After the revolution, he turned to popularization of the principles of communism and of Marxism, writing a series of books that were an important part of the intellectual equipment of a generation of communists: Program of the Communists, ABC of Communism, and the famous textbook, Historical Materialism, a System of Sociology. The last of these contains an erudite and schematic presentation of a sociology of art, from which we reprint a brief excerpt embodying Bukharin's definition of art. Bukharin's sociology arises within the ambience of Weber, Simmel, and Sombart and may be regarded as an attempt to utilize their findings in the context of a pseudo-Marxist technocratic emphasis. Bukharin was at this time heavily influenced by Bogdanov's empirio-monism, a rigidly organized doctrine which emphasizes the objective character of the physical world at the expense of subjective elements of consciousness, and organizes this objectivity so completely that reality ultimately appears to be nothing more than a mental construct itself. In terms of Marxist theory, it sees superstructural factors as purely derivative, incapable of activity. In other words, it is a sophisticated form of economic determinism. When Bukharin wrote his Historical Materialism, Bogdanov was moving into a new phase, which he labeled techtology, a theory which explains natural and social movement in terms of a dynamic equilibrium whose unstable harmony is disrupted and then restored. Bukharin swallowed this theory whole, and was convinced that it represented an accurate description of Hegelian dialectics. He wrote that Hegel called the original condition of equilibrium the thesis, the disturbance of equilibrium the antithesis, the re-establishment of equilibrium on a new basis the synthesis. But this stereotyped and mechanical triad was, as Walter Kaufmann and others have repeatedly insisted, never adopted by Hegel. For Hegel, the dialectical process involves both the unity of opposites and their contrariety. The unity of opposites produces self-movement, whereas for Bukharin and Bogdanov the origin of motion, being the product of conflict between wholly antagonistic opposing forces, lies outside of things, requiring a mechanical causative factor to bring it into operation. In terms of a theory of art, Bukharin's overemphasis on the technological factor makes impossible the exploration of creativity, of the inner dynamics of the art object, or of the active role of artistic creation or audience response. Bukharin's historical materialism was widely criticized by Western Marxists. Lenin wrote that Bukharin's theoretical views can only with the greatest doubt be regarded as fully Marxist. The general answer: negation is not sheer destruction, but a new phase in which the old exists in aufgehobener form. In such a type of movement we have the possibility of a succession which will dialectically combine both a rupture with the old and a peculiar continuation of it. The opening address to the All-Union Writers' Congress was given by one A. Zdanov. It reveals a quite pathological identification of culture and pornography, an obsession with orgies, decay, decadence, literary prostitutes, etc., which places it outside the realm of aesthetic discourse. Within 2 years, the attack upon the formalist school was renewed, and the word formalism itself became equated with cultural counter-revolution. Formalist criticism was again proscribed and its practitioners were unable to publish. Bukharin's synthesis was not to bear fruit in his own country. Nikolovsky relates that when Bukharin was shown the original manuscript of Capital, he immediately turned to the final, fragmentary pages where Marx had taken up but not developed the Marxist theory of classes. Bukharin was hoping that there was something more in the manuscript than in Engels' edition, but he found nothing. The manuscript corresponded exactly with Engels' published version. Then Bukharin mourned aloud, "Ah, Karlyusha, Karlyusha, Why didn't you finish? It was difficult for you, but how you would have helped us? It was Marx's free choice that he leave his life's work incomplete. With Bukharin, it was another matter. Bukharin, what is art? From historical materialism. Art is as much a product of the social life as is science or any other outgrowth of material production. The expression objects of art will make this apparent. But art is an outgrowth of the social life in the further sense that it is a form of mental activity. Like science, it can develop only at a certain level of productive labor, in default of which it will wither and perish. But the subject of art is sufficiently complicated to justify an investigation of the manner in which it is determined by the course of social life. The first question requiring an answer is, what is art? What is its fundamental social function? Science classifies, arranges, clarifies, eliminates the contradictions in the thoughts of men. It constructs a complete raiment of scientific ideas and theories out of fragmentary knowledge. But social man not only thinks, he also feels, he suffers, enjoys, regrets, rejoices, mourns, despairs, etc. His thoughts may be of infinite complexity and delicacy, his psychic experiences may be tuned according to this note or that. Art systematizes these feelings and expresses them in artistic form, in words, or in tones, in gestures, or by other means, which sometimes are quite material, as in architecture. We may formulate this condition in other words. We may say, for example, that art is a means of socializing the feelings, or, as Leo Tolstoy correctly says in his book, art is a means of emotionally infecting men. The hearers of a musical work expressive of a certain mood will be infected, permeated, with this mood. The feeling of the individual composer becomes the feeling of many persons, has been transferred to them, has influenced them. A psychic state has here been socialized. The same holds good in any other art, painting, architecture, poetry, sculpture, etc. The nature of art is now clear. It is a systematization of feelings in forms. The direct function of art in socializing, transferring, disseminating these feelings, in society, is now also clear. Bukharin, Poetry from Poetry, Poetics, and the Problems of Poetry in the USSR. The final subject of this report is that of the problems of poetic creation in the USSR. But before proceeding to an analysis of these problems, it will be worth our while critically to examine a number of general questions. 206 The Bolsheviks. Connected with poetic creation, the more so since there is still a great deal that is not clear here, and this lack of clarity is reflected above all in our literary criticism, which has a great task to perform and does not always perform it well. Here I must ask my hearers to excuse me. For a certain period of time they may find it rather boring, but boredom, like evil, will the better set off the good that will follow in the latter part of my report, where it will not be so boring, and where I shall, perhaps, encounter violent objections. Here I may invoke the authority of the blessed Augustine, who said that evil exists only in order to set off the good. Having cited such a powerful authority as this, let me ask you to have patience for a little. Let us first consider poetry as such. The Encyclopaedia Britannica says, absolute poetry is the concrete and artistic expression of the human mind in emotional and rhythmical language. It is easy to see that this definition suffers from the fundamental defect that it defines poetry, that is, a concrete form of art, by means of artistic activity, which itself must be defined from the point of view of the specific character of art. The definition is therefore tautological. Moreover, it is obviously necessary somehow to differentiate the special properties of poetic speech, of poetic language and of the corresponding poetic thought, because thought is firmly and indissolubly linked up with language. Ancient Hindu poetics had already developed the Anandavardhana doctrine of the twofold, hidden meaning of poetic speech. According to this doctrine, language in which words are used solely and exclusively in their direct, customary sense cannot be called poetic speech. Whatever such speech may convey, it will be prose. Only when the words, by various associations, evoke other pictures, images, feelings, when poetic thoughts glimmer, radiate, as it were, through the words of the poet, but are not expressed directly by him, do we have authentic poetry. Such is the doctrine of the dvina, of the poetic innuendo, of the hidden meaning of poetic speech. Similar theories have often been associated with a mystic interpretation of poetry and poetic experience, as of something touching the fringe of other worlds. In ancient China we find, for example, a whole brilliant poetic treatise, the poem categories of verse by Sst Keong Tu, on the theme of divine poetic inspiration, where the true Lord, the prime ancestor, the creator of transformations, the spirit-like transmogrophere, the heavenly loom, the wondrous mechanism, the highest harmony, and, finally, the black nothing, the great Tao, lives in a state of inexpressible poetic inspiration. Having their roots deep in the idea of the magic of the word, such ideas often led to the direct deification of the word, which became a mystic. 207. Essence. Thus, we find in one Arab philosopher the interpretation of the word with a capital W, the Greek logos, not as reason raised to the degree of the world's demiurge, but as the embodiment of volition creating the world. Yet strange as it may seem, it is a highly characteristic fact that this magical or semi-magical interpretation of the art of words and the art of poetry, after a long cycle of ages, has once more gained currency in our own era. It was comparatively recently that we had a similar interpretation of poetry in bourgeois literary theory and bourgeois poetics. In our own times Gumilev has expressed this idea in poetic form. In days of yore, when o'er a world still new, God leaned his head, it was a word which made the sun stop in his course. And towns were ruined by a word. But we forgot the word alone is blessed * mid terrors that are sent us for a rod, and in the gospel that was writ by John * 'tis said the word is God. In his day Balmont, an unquestioned master of language, attempted to provide a theoretical basis for this fetishization of speech reflexes in his book, Poetry as Magic, the very title of which clearly indicates the author's trend of ideas. The world needs the creation of images, he declared. The world has its magicians, who broaden and enrich the circle of existence by the magic of their will and the music of their words. This poet, who was organically incapable of logical thinking, produces nothing to prove his argument but a long succession of carefully chosen and impressive images, which are intended to take the place of thought. André Bille, on the other hand, once made an attempt to give philosophic depth to the same subject, and word fetishism with him reached truly Himalayan heights. If there were no words, there would be no world, he wrote. My ego, apart from its surroundings, does not exist at all. The world, apart from me, does not exist either. I and the world spring to life only in the process of their union in sound. 1 Gumilev, Nikolai Stepanovich. Russian poet, prose writer, and critic. Shot in 1921 for participation in a White Guard plot. The verses here quoted are from his last book, The Pillar of Fire ed. 2 Balmont, Konstantin Dmitrievich. Well-known Russian poet. One of the four chief representatives of Russian symbolism: Bryusov, Bloch, Balmont and Bille. Emigrated after the October Revolution of 1917 ed. 3 Russian poet, prose writer, and critic. The passage quoted is from an article entitled The Magic of Words in his book Symbolism ed. 208 The Bolsheviks. Thus, authors of various theories have lapsed into pure mysticism in their attempts to approach the problems of poetic speech. This, of course, had its causes of a social and historical nature which are not far to seek. But at present this does not concern us. We only want to point out the existence of such a way of putting the question, and that at different periods and in different countries. Such points of view, inasmuch as they are idealistic and mystical, are of course unacceptable to us. They are a sort of refined barbarism, crudely contradictory to all scientific experience. But their very existence emphasizes the problem of the specific character of poetic thought and poetic speech, of that mystery, sorcery, and magic, in which the mystics seek to envelop their readers' minds as in a veil, locking all the doors of rational perception. But there is nothing mystic in phenomena themselves. The process of life, taken as experience, has its intellectual, emotional, and volitional sides. We make a conventional distinction between logical thought, thought in terms of concepts, and thought in terms of images, the so-called realm of emotion. True, in actual life the stream of experience is integral and undivided. Nevertheless, in this very unity, we have the intellectual pole and the emotional pole, even though they may not exist in their pure form, even though they may merge into one another. But it would be entirely and essentially wrong to make an absolute mechanical subdivision of the so-called spiritual life into watertight compartments of feeling and intellect, or of the conscious and the unconscious, or of the directly sensory and the logical. These are not separate domains of abstract categories. They are dialectical magnitudes composing a unity. At one and the same time we are confronted with differences and even with opposites, though these opposites also merge into one another. This likewise gives rise to a certain difference in types of thinking. Logical thinking employs concepts, which range themselves into a whole ladder of thought, with various rungs, or degrees, of abstraction. Even when we are dealing with the highest type of logical thought, dialectical logic, where the abstract concept includes its concrete attributes, the very concept, as such, causes sensory colors, sounds and tones to lose their vividness. Moreover, perceptive action oversteps the bounds of the senses, although it has its source in them. In summarizing human experience, it perceives, for instance, the subjectivity of color, and coming closer to a real perception of the world, of its objective nature, independent of the subject, it replaces color by a light wave of definite length. In science, the entire qualitative diversity and multiformity of the world take on other 209 forms, quite distinct from immediate sensation, but giving a much more adequate reflection of reality, that is, more true. On the other hand, the entire world of emotions, love, joy, terror, grief, rage, and so on to infinity, the entire world of desire and passion, not as the object of research, but as experience, as well as the whole world of immediate sensations, also have their points of condensation thought in terms of images. Here there is no abstraction from what is directly experienced. Here the process of generalization does not take us beyond its limits. Here this very sensory experience, doubly concrete and doubly alive, is itself condensed. Here we have, not a scientific reflection of real existence, but a sensorily generalized picture of a phenomenological series, not of the essence, but of the phenomenon. This does not by any means signify that we are dealing with an illusion or a dream. Nothing of the sort. This essence appears in the phenomenon. The essence merges into the phenomenon. The senses do not fence us off from the world. But objective reality is here reflected differently. In science, it is reflected as a world of qualitatively diverse forms of matter; in art, as a world of sensory images; in science, as electrons, atoms, species, value, etc.; in art, as colors, odors, hues, sounds, images. The type of thinking here is not the same as in logical thought. Here generalization is achieved not by extinguishing the sensory, but by substituting one complex of sense symbols for a great multitude of other complexes. This substitute becomes a symbol, an image, a type, an emotionally colored unity, behind which and in the folds of whose garments thousands of other sensory elements are concealed. Every such unity is sensorily concrete. To the extent that such unities are selected and fixated, i.e., that these experiences are constructively, creatively reproduced, to this extent we have art. The word itself is a highly complex magnitude. Being the product of many thousands of years of development, it embraces, like some cell of a spiritual organism, all the problems of thought with both its principles, image and concept. In scientific terminology, it grows as a symbol of the pure concept; in poetical speech, it is imagery first and foremost. Consequently, the laws governing both the selection of words and their combination will differ, or, to express it otherwise, poetical speech will inevitably have its specific peculiarities. That remarkable investigator of these problems, Patibniati, who while essentially developing the theory of Humboldt 5 arrived at a number of most original solutions, formulates the polarity of art and science as follows. Alike in the broad and in the strict sense, all that pertains to thought is subjective, that is to say that, even though conditioned by the external world, it is yet the product of personal creation. But within this all-embracing subjectivity, we can distinguish the objective and the subjective, and refer science to the first and art to the second. The basis for this is as follows: in art, only the image is the common property of all, it is understood differently by everyone, and the understanding of it can consist only of unanalyzed feeling, such as is evoked by the image. In science, however, there is no image, and feeling cannot enter save as a subject of research. The sole building material of science is the concept, composed of symbols of the image already objectivized in the word. If art is a process of objectivized primary data of spiritual life, then science is a process of objectivizing art. The difference in degree of objectivity of thought is identical with the degree of its abstractness. The most abstract of sciences, mathematics, is at the same time the most unquestionable one in its principles, the one that least of all admits the possibility of personal views. It is easy to see that these formulations contain a number of errors. The author does not present any clearly defined ideas on the truthfulness, the objectivity of perception, and a loophole is left open for idealism. He obviously underestimates the social character of language, of the entire creative process, etc. He draws too sharp a line of demarcation, metaphysically separating different aspects of thought. In consequence, there is little that is dialectic here. At the same time, there is much that is true and unquestionably deserving of attention. To continue the broken thread of our argument, we may say that the system of concepts proceeds outward through science. Taking the sensations as our starting point, we advance further and further beyond their borders, where we perceive the objective character of the world, continually studying new facts and perfecting science, moving along the endless path of converting relative truth into absolute truth, destroying antiquated systems of science as we proceed on our way. In the field of art, we do not go beyond the limits of the phenomenological series. Here, as we said before, the objective world is reflected differently. Here emotions are not made the object of scientific research. Here even nature is humanized. Here, therefore, the warm, emotional, vivid, and metaphorical principle is placed in relative contrast to the cold, intellectual, logical principle. 5. Humboldt, Karl Wilhelm von. German philologist. Author of The Heterogeneity of Language and Its Influence on the Intellectual Development of Mankind, ed. 211. Water and Stone. Verse and Prose. Ice and Fire. Poetry is understood both in the broad and in the narrow sense of the word. All speech in terms of images is poetical speech. From this point of view, Gogol's Dead Souls or Pushkin's The Captain's Daughter are poetical works. By poetry in the narrow sense is understood not simply the fixation of sensory images in words, but, in addition, rhythmical speech and even rhymed speech. It must not be thought, however, that there are any hard and fast lines of demarcation. The rhymed, rhythmical rules of arithmetic in India have only the sound image. They thus possess one element of poetry, but that does not make them poetry. The philosophical treatise of Lucretius, De Rerum Natura, presents not only sound images but many others besides, and is therefore poetry. Here too, then, one element merges into the other. Poetic creation and its product poetry represent a definite form of social activity, and are governed in their development, regardless of the specific nature of poetic creation, by the laws of social development. As we shall see later, when we go into this question in detail, the verbal character of poetic creation is no argument whatever against the sociological treatment of poetry. On the contrary, only by a Marxian analysis of poetry can we understand it in its full scale, in all the totality of its attributes. True, the Marxists have paid but little attention to the specific problems of language. But a deeper analysis of its phenomena inevitably leads to a sociological treatment of the word itself. And indeed it could not be otherwise. Examine a word, and you discover the paleontology of language. Words are the depository of the whole previous life of mankind, which has passed through various social economic structures, with diverse classes and groupings, different spheres of experience, labor, social struggle, culture. That which Patibnia calls the heredity of words, and which can be developed into the evolution of language, is the reflection of actual social historical life. Within the microcosm of the word is embedded the macrocosm of history. The word, like the concept, is abridged history, an abbreviature, or epitome, of social historical life. It is a product of this life, not a demiurge of history, not a logos creating a world out of nothing. We have seen how poetry, as the fixation of sensory images in words, summarizes the world of emotion in its own peculiar way. But these emotions, these experiences are in themselves experiences of the social historical man, and in a class society, of the class man. For even such emotions as 212 the Bolsheviks have their roots in the fathomless biological depths of man, like emotions of an erotic nature, are modified in the course of the historical process. Fixated, selected images therefore cannot but come within the spheres of sociological analysis, they are social phenomena, phenomena of social life. Finally, thinking in terms of imagery is none the less thinking. The emotional element here merges with its opposite. On the other hand, a tremendous wealth of ideas, concepts, standards, ideologies, systems of philosophy enters bodily into poetic unity as an inseparable part of it. Here the intellectual merges with the emotional, that is, with its opposite. The poetic image, as an integral unity, is therefore not purely emotional, much less is the unified system of images purely emotional. Hence it follows that poetry, when considered from this angle, is a social product, it is one of the functions of a concrete historical society, reflecting and expressing in a specific form the specific features of its time and in so far as we are dealing with a class society of its class. It is highly ridiculous how certain bourgeois theoreticians, giving a rehash of idealist, philosophical aesthetics or aesthetic philosophy, which has been represented by very great names, by such giants of bourgeois thought as Kant, Schopenhauer, and Hegel, keep reiterating surprisingly vapid and tedious arguments to the effect that art in general and poetry in particular have no relation at all to practice, to interest, to will. Kant, for example, in his Kritik der Urteilskraft, asserted this principle with all his force. Schopenhauer contrasts disinterested artistic contemplation to the ancillary character of science registered according to Hegel. The object of art should be contemplated in itself, in its independent objectivity, which, though existing for the subject, does so only in a theoretical, intellectual way, not practically, and without any reference whatever to desire or will. All this is utter nonsense. Take the art of ancient Greece. The comedies of Aristophanes are political journalism, but at the same time admirable works of art. There you will find the struggle of parties, definite political tendencies, ridicule of political opponents, etc. And the tragedy on Sophocles, Aeschylus, Euripides. Everyone will understand the significance of the poetic contests that were held there, when the poets were awarded crowns by the crowd. If we went a step further, and if the crowd in the Park of Culture and Rest were to crown with laurels, let us say, Sasha Bezymansky, as the best popular bard, that would be something taken right out of the ancient Greek world. The objective, and also active, significance of the social function of 6. Schopenhauer, The World as Will and Idea, section 36. 7. Hegel, Werke, Forsthetik, Dritter Teil, Volume X, pages 253 to 54. 213. Poetry, if we are to give it a more general formulation, is to assimilate and transmit experience and to educate character, to reproduce definite group psychologies. This peculiarly perceptive, peculiarly educative, and peculiarly effectual function of poetry is truly tremendous, and at times it turns into that of an extraordinarily active militant force. Here we must emphasize once again that the subjective experience even of a purely scientific worker may be just as completely disinterested, in the sense of its remoteness from all practice, as that of the creative artist. That contemplation of the astronomical map may, subjectively, be void of any element of self-interest or practicality. But objectively, in the total social relation, i.e., when regarded as a social function, both science and art in general and poetry in particular play, as has been pointed out, a tremendously vital and at the same time a practical role. The cosmogonies of ancient India, the Gilgamesh epic of Babylon, the Greek/Iliad and Odyssey, the Chinese fables, Virgil's Fornade, the works of the great Greek tragedians, the Song of Roland, the Russian folk tales, etc., were they not all mighty levers of a peculiar social pedagogy, forming people in accordance with their own commandments and canons? The ancient cosmogonies were veritable poetical encyclopedias. Homer was a fundamental subject of so-called school tuition. In Rome the verses of Virgil were crammed and scanned by no means as an empty pastime. The society of those times and its social leaders were thereby reproducing themselves in the realm of ideas, in an idealized form, inculcating their ideas, thoughts, conceptions, feelings, characters, ambitions, ideals, virtues. Even the Aristotelian catharsis is a method of peculiar moral and intellectual hygiene. Horace knew what he was doing when he wrote that the aim of poetry was to mingle the useful with the pleasant, misera utile dulci. The well-known Arab philosopher, Averroes, spoke of tragedy as the art of praising and comedy as the art of censure. Contrary to idealist philosophy, Chernyshevsky, in his famous dissertation, upheld the principle, what is of general interest in life forms the content of art, and this somewhat crude formula is nevertheless infinitely closer to reality than are the pale shades of disinterested idealistic definitions, whose metaphysics carry us away into the almost airless void of an asocial stratosphere. The fact that words play a tremendous part in poetic creation, that the specific character of poetry is thought in terms of images, does not in any 8 cf. IGN. Krachkovsky, Die Arabisk Poetik im 9. Jahrhundert, in Le Monde Oriental, No. XXII, 1929. UPS 214. The Bolsheviks way run counter to a sociological treatment of poetry, because even the word itself is the product of social development and represents a definite condensing point in which a whole series of social factors find their expression. And for this reason we Marxists are faced with the task of subjecting this side of the matter, to a Marxist study, viz., the question of language, the question of words, the question of word creation, of the evolution of language, etc., and it seems to me that quite a considerable theoretical foundation for such a study has been laid in our Marxist and near-Marxist literature. Anatoly Lunacharsky. Death is a serious business, it forms part of life. One must know how to die with dignity. After a silence he added, Art, now it can teach even that. Lunacharsky to Ilya Ehrenberg, 1933. Introduction. The tracing of the artist's class background, affiliations, and ideology dominated Marxist criticism from the death of Engels until the 1930s, and for many this line of exploration has been considered the proper sphere for Marxist exploration of the history of the arts. The selections in the Marxist Reader section of this book, however, surely indicate that the tracing of correspondences between art and class is only one of the legitimate implications of the Marxist approach to art. Nevertheless, for historical reasons related to the requirements of revolutionary movements and intellectual reasons related to the rise of sociology as a discipline of knowledge, virtually all Marxist literary practitioners have worked this vein. The authority in Marxism for this almost exclusive concentration on class as a determinant of art is presumably the Communist Manifesto, with its famous slogan, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles." However, the theory of class struggle as the motor of historical movement was never intended by Marx and Engels to replace their more fundamental premise that the mode of production is the 216 the Bolsheviks' ultimately determining factor in history. Indeed, Engels hints in Dialectics of Nature that he and Marx stressed class struggle determinants not because they were the only means of entering the historical dialectic but because they were more fruitful than other approaches. But class struggle is also a superstructural factor, hence, the tracing of correspondences between art and class involves the interaction of superstructural elements upon one another. The action of the mode of production is implicitly acknowledged but is ignored in practice. Is class analysis of a work of art really more fruitful than its analysis in terms of the mode of production? To pose the question in this way raises immense difficulties to those who follow Engels' later expositions of historical materialism unimaginatively, for Engels seems to imply that the connection between art and the mode of production is so complicated by intermediate factors that no necessary connection can be established. Marxist after Marxist has cited Engels' words on the ultimate influence of the mode of production, his emphasis on its decisiveness in the last instance as an article of faith rather than as a tool for analysis. Few Marxist aesthetic eons have taken up the question of the direct influence of the mode of production or the relations of production or of economic or biological life upon creation of the artwork except in the most general sociological terms, i.e., in reference to the broad outlines of the genesis of art forms, questions of audience composition, materials of the artist, development of the instruments of artistic labor, and the like. Almost invariably, a mediating factor has been substituted to generate a causative relationship. And in most cases this mediating factor has been class and its derivatives, class psychology and class ideology. The interposition of mediating factors objectively resolves itself on the one hand to increasing the distance between the mode of production and the ultimate art object and to widening the gulf between the art object and its observer on the other. In a sense this may be regarded as a defense against the specifically aesthetic qualities of the artwork, a means of preventing direct confrontation between the artist and the perceiver, each of whom is converted into a common statistic. The artwork also is given an abstract relevance which has little bearing on its specific life history, its aura, its effective meaning. The sociological approach to literature with its interposition of multiple mediating factors between social biological origin and 217. The artwork converts the work of art into an abstraction from which is drawn a statistical ideological meaning, a meaning which can be stated as a proposition bearing no necessary relationship to either the mode of production or to the discrete artwork. Given, however, the Marxist preoccupation with art and class, few Marxists have worked fruitfully in this area, partly because proof of a causal connection or dialectical relationship between them is often tenuous. Parallels between class ideology and the ideas of a given work of art can often be readily established, but these are no sure sign of a crucial or necessary tie, and the tendency to reduce art to a mutant ideological formation blunts its special essence. Class affiliation is a sociological category subject to more or less precise determination. But class consciousness is almost wholly a psychological category, in which the dialectical complexities are immense, including problems which arise from identification with the oppressor, adoption of the ruling ideas by the oppressed classes, representation of ideas by the opposite, false consciousness, and so on. One of the most skilled and sensitive analysts of the interpenetration of art and class was Anatoly Vasilyevich Lunacharsky. The first selection, the opening chapter of Lunacharsky's study of Alexander Blok, is a model of Marxist class analysis, wherein careful attention is given to such matters as the evolving biography of the class, the nobility from which the poet emerged, the way in which the artist reflects the disintegration of the class to which he belongs while simultaneously serving as a bearer of antibodies, the appropriation by other classes of elements of Blok's outlook despite its noble class origin. The conjunction of class and individual psychology in the creation of the poets over the simultaneous reflection in block of class ideology and psychobiological preconditioning. Lunacharsky possessed the rare ability to show the connections between class consciousness, individual psychology as manifested in a creator's biography, and the ideological meaning of a given work of art. In his theses on the problems of Marxist criticism, he wholeheartedly accepted what he called Plekhanov's principle that art depends upon the forms of production in a given society only to an extremely insignificant extent. They depend on them only through such intermediate links as the class structure of society and the class psychology which has formed as a result of class interest. In applying this principle, Lunacharsky paid particular attention to the ambivalent, contradictory, and even schizophrenic psychology of social classes, and he searched out unconscious tendencies in psychology and in the work of art to an extent previously unknown to Marxists. He let the 218 The Bolsheviks work of art lead him to often startling and original conclusions, and rarely drew back when those conclusions hovered on the edge of unorthodoxy. He was not afraid to describe Pushkin's pathos as almost pathological and to wonder whether it was perhaps this very quality which made later Russian literature so rich and remarkable. In the essay on Bakhtin's book on Dostoevsky here reprinted, he perhaps unwittingly applied Freud's theory of the splitting of the ego in dream to Dostoevsky's novels and discovered in Dostoevsky the repressed revolutionary nihilism which the author of The Possessed had tried so hard to purge from his soul. Lunacharsky knew that art was not only the stylized perpetuation of the object found in reality but an act of creation as well. And most of all he was aware of unsolved problems in art. In his essay on Heine, he noted, the problems which are linked with the abolition of the contradiction between man as a fully fledged representative of his class and man as a separate individual, do not, even now, lend themselves easily to solution. Lunacharsky was born in Poltava in 1875, where his father was a liberal-minded government official. He studied Marxist literature at an early age, and by 1892 was lecturing on Marxism to workers in Kiev. His early life follows the usual pattern of imprisonment, deportation, and exile. He became a Bolshevik in 1903, but after the 1905 revolution he broke with the Bolsheviks as he came under the influence first of Ernst Mach and then of Bogdanov. In 1917 he rejoined the Bolshevik Party and was appointed by Lenin as the first Soviet Commissar of Education, a post which he held until 1929. He died in 1933, in Paris, on his way to Madrid to take up a new post as ambassador to Spain. His work was suppressed during the Stalin era, and only now has an edition of his collected works begun to appear. Lunacharsky's intellectual evolution proceeds from the sociological positivism of Spencer, to the empiricism of Ernst Mach and Richard Avenarius, to the empirio-monism and God-building philosophies of Bogdanov, and finally to Leninism. Enormously prolific, he wrote over 1,500 articles on virtually every area of art literature, painting, music, sculpture, aesthetics, and a large number of papers on art, including Fundamentals of Positivist Aesthetics, Dialogue on Art, Tasks of Social Democracy in the Arts, Letters on Proletarian Literature, Culture in the West and in Our Country, The Class Struggle in Art and Lenin and Literary Studies. His more properly philosophical works include Critical and Polemical Studies, Echoes of Life, Critique of Pure Experience, and The God-Building Religion and Socialism, in which Lunacharsky invents a new trinity, the forces of production as Father, the proletariat as Son and Marxism as the Holy Ghost. He also wrote a number of dramas, such as Faust and the City, Vasilisa the Wise, and the Magi, as well as the acutely observed pen portraits of the Soviet leaders' revolutionary silhouettes. After October, Lunacharsky was the good shepherd of Soviet art, preserving cultural monuments from vandalism, supervising the publication of great literature, keeping the peace between the warring factions of the myriad splinter groups, protecting each stylistic manifestation and artistic school from the onslaughts of the others, protecting all from the preemptive moves of the politicians, creating a united front of the intelligentsia in the service of the revolution, in addition to laying the educational foundations for the elimination of illiteracy in the Soviet Union and supervising every aspect of educational and cultural life. Despite a strong tendency toward the Tolstoyan moral uplift function of art, he insisted that his commissariat's function was to be impartial in its attitude to different trends of artistic life. As far as questions of form are concerned, the taste of the People's Commissar and all other representatives of authority must be set aside. All persons and groups in art must be given freedom of development. No one movement must be allowed to suppress another. He sympathized most with the fellow travelers working in the great tradition, but he sanctioned futurism, symbolism, constructivism, Nichevoism, and all the rest. But there was something of Chernyshevsky in him, too, and toward the late 1920s he moved toward the position that the critic must be a teacher of the childlike, sensitive artist, who possesses neither special gifts nor special interest in abstract and scientific thinking. By the end of his career he had become a strict constructionist of the Leninist approach to art, applying Lenin's party organization and party literature dictums to imaginative literature, insisting on the right to intervene in the course of culture, capable of writing such a line as, "The proletarian class cannot allow literature to grow like mushrooms in the wood." I do not think that this was a capitulation to the hardline theorists. Lunacharsky had taken upon himself the mantle of Belinsky. Few were capable of wearing it as well as the first People's Commissar of Education. Lunacharsky, Alexander Blok from Alexander Blok. Every writer speaks for one class or another. This does not mean that every writer is the spokesman for his own particular class, the adequate and unadulterated expression of the whole plenitude of its content, its traditions, culture, and interests. The classes themselves have each, as one might say, their own social biography. They go through various stages and may be at any given moment at their conception, nearing their prime or on the decline. The biography of a class may even comprise several such peaks and declines. Class background is not always the same for corresponding classes from one country to another. In one country a class may be more markedly in evidence than in another. However, if a class be taken at some specific epoch, it is possible to find among those who may be accounted its spokesmen some whose work is indeed more or less adequate to express its essence, who seem to have grown out of the very heart of the class in question, whereas others appear rather on its periphery, where they are more subject to the influence of other classes. It is essential to take into account all those shifts and modifications in that subsoil of class which in social time and social space is the breeding ground of ideology, and at all costs to avoid the pitfalls of oversimplified Marxism or, more exactly, anti-Marxism, which considers class as an indivisible and unchangeable formation and which, for this reason, has difficulty in defining the true social essence of this or that ideology. In this way, a 221 whole series of such artists can be assigned to the same generalist class category, and the differences between them are no longer seen as having their origin in social causes. This approach leads either to such differences being ignored or to their being explained by transient and socially fortuitous elements. Blok is a spokesman of the nobility. He should be regarded as a scion of the line of the nobility's ideologists, and his place is to extend the metaphor at the end of that line. With certain reservations he may be considered the last great artist of the Russian nobility. In so far as his place is at the end of the line of the nobility's historical development, Blok reflects the nadir of its disintegration. Profoundly infected by the traditions of the nobility, he is, at the same time, a bearer of antibodies. He is charged with hatred for his milieu and for his class. In so far as he finds these in a state of enfeeblement, of disintegration, and is himself a product of such disintegration, Blok is debarred from seeking salvation in that aristocratic nucleus which still, to all appearances, formed the acknowledged establishment of his society, i.e., in the hard core of reactionary bureaucrats and firmly entrenched landed gentry. One of the characteristic features of the decline of the nobility was, incidentally, that its more or less progressive representatives tended to break away from this central core. In Russian literature we find a whole series of authors belonging to the nobility who are consciously or half-consciously defending their culture against the most terrible immediate foe of their class, against the bourgeoisie, against capitalism. Nonetheless, it is no longer possible for these defenders of aristocratic culture openly to champion the blimpish platform of the nobility as a class. On the contrary, they are well aware that this kind of aristocratic traditionalism is the most vulnerable joint in the armor of their class. Morally, they shun this hardcore of their own class as though it were a black, dirty smear on its face. To this moral revulsion is added a frequently vague but nevertheless anxious premonition that such mechanical, violent, black hundred methods of self-defense are doomed to defeat, and that the more ruthless the defense, the more ruthlessly will it be defeated. In essence, all the nobility's neurotism was rooted in the desire to defend their hereditary culture from the advances of capitalism and from those inevitable results of the development of capitalism, which the more intelligent representatives of the nobility at least partially foresaw. To this end, they sought to bring into play not so much the attitudes of the landowners as those of the peasantry, which were complementary to them. Truth and justice, as the peasant understood them, were in many ways akin to the ideals of his master and came to be adopted by the latter as if they had been his own. The landlord hid behind the peasant, tucking his estate away behind the village, and, from this point of departure, proceeded to work out his own peasant ideology according to the promptings of his own class consciousness. Bakunin, for instance, interpreted the peasant in a spirit of elemental romanticism. Herzen stressed his inborn affinity with certain homegrown germs of socialism. Tolstoy approached him from a lofty moral angle in an exceptionally disinterested religious spirit, and so forth. Bloch came upon the scene to find his own class in a state of extreme disintegration. The bourgeoisie, on the other hand, were at the height of their power and vigor, although, at the same time, uneasily aware of mortality in face of the unexpectedly rapid, tidal advance of their antipode the proletariat. For all his hatred of the bourgeois world, Bloch feared the end of the bourgeoisie and the onset of a new era without historical precedent. Nevertheless, even he managed to construct something resembling a personal philosophy out of the tatters of aristocratic tradition, a romanticist conception of the peasantry, and a confused, harsh, anxious, burning sympathy for the forces of revolution, a philosophy in which he tried to find the solution to the growing storminess of the social scene. Class was the determining factor of Bloch's general platform as a citizen, as a political thinker, and as a philosopher. This particular subsection consisted of the most educated members of the ruined, semi-déclassé landed gentry who were at that time having to seek a living from other sources than the land and rapidly becoming indistinguishable from the professional petty bourgeoisie. The fact that Bloch happened to be a poet, however, and that, as a poet, he achieved wide recognition and became the mouthpiece of fairly considerable circles of the Russian intelligentsia was, to a considerable extent, the result of his own, strictly individual qualities. Bloch's way of thinking, I repeat, is entirely conditioned by matters of class and time. Personal to him, at least to a considerable extent, is the fact that, although his thought found a more or less adequate medium, in his publicistic articles, his diaries, letters, etc., it was first and foremost in poetry that he achieved a supremely individual form of self-expression. Only personal to him to a certain extent, of course. Let us explain. Bloch became a poet because he was extraordinarily sensitive. A heightened sensitivity is a prerequisite of the artist's calling, as of his success. It is possible, however, to imagine an artist in whom the process of thought is highly developed. The images such an artist creates are distinguished by clarity of outline. Almost as clearly as does the language of ideas, only, of course, more immediately, vividly and emotionally, they offer an interpretation of that reality in contact with which the artist's imagination brings them into being. However, the nobility had no need of such a poet in Bloch's time, and, even had such a poet intact appeared at the same time as Bloch, he would not have been greatly admired even given considerable talent. On the contrary, the extreme nervousness, the uncertainty, the shaky hold on reality and the failure to perceive a clearly defined way through this reality all ensured a peculiarly enthusiastic reception for a poet such as Bloch, for whom poetic images are not so much an interpretation, not so much the expression of the artist's profoundly poetical understanding of reality as, on the contrary, a manifestation of his inability to understand it, and, as a direct result of this inability, of his hostility towards it. Hostility towards reality leads, inevitably, to despair. Bloch often came very close to despair. However, he was not a poet of unadulterated hopelessness. On the contrary, at almost all periods of his work he was trying to find for himself as for his flock some message of consolation. Yes, reality is incomprehensible and abhorrent, but there is always the hope that it is nothing but a filthy covering behind which is a high mystery. Perhaps the occasional glimpses of beauty in nature, man, and art are simply mysterious pointers towards something which exists eternally in some other sphere and beckons man to itself, filling him with hope. Perhaps it is possible to touch on these other worlds not only in a flight of white wings towards a dream of holiness, perceiving their blurred contours in the imagination as in a glass, darkly, as the Apostle Paul has it, but also amidst the dregs of vice, of all that is satanic in life, in the oblivion. 224 The Bolsheviks. Which comes of drink and debauch. Perhaps, in a word, it is possible, at the very bottom of the abyss, to enter into a similar communion with this same eternal power which, itself beyond good and evil, yet promises to whirl man away beyond all hard decisions, troublesome rules, hesitations, and anxieties, and to plunge him into the flaming ocean of the supertemporal and superspatial music of true being? It may even be, finally, that the squall of revolution, whose approach can already be sensed, will, on closer inspection, turn out to be the onset of that very divine dance of the violent, wild, and primitive element which is destined to burst like lava through the prosaic, boring crust of everyday life. With regard to existence in its everyday manifestations, Bloch is always a revolutionary. He tries to see this existence either as an obstacle to be overcome, or as a symbol, a hint at some other, radically different state of being. He cannot, however, find comfort in any definite religious system. For that matter, he could scarcely have consoled his sceptical and sophisticated contemporaries with the aid of any definite religious doctrine or of any pedantically constructed metaphysical system. This hint of the inexpressible, however, now seen as a glimpse of whitish-blue heights, now of yellowish-black, now of burning red, devoid of all definite form but rich by virtue of its breadth and vast scope and beautiful with the beauty of the ill-defined, this alone might mount to the head like the wine of truth, even though that truth be revealed only to the prophetic mind. On the other hand, because Bloch chose to play the part of a prophet who cannot, or will not, speak out clearly, but who uses the word as though it were a note of music, because he elected to become a musician, who operated words and images to suggest a yearning for that which is beyond speech and varied the approaches and the glimmering, half-caught visions in many keys, he became more than the spokesman and the seducer of those of his own class who felt as he did. He appealed not only to the degenerate, déclassé nobility with their intensely refined culture, but also to wide circles of the bourgeois intelligentsia, for, at that time, the triumphant bourgeoisie, the detested enemy of the nobility, had itself begun to sing sad songs foreshadowing its own approaching end. It had itself begun to fear reality and, in its own, far clumsier manner, had begun to peer anxiously into the beyond in order to distract its own attention from uneasy contemplation of the historical prospects which were opening up before it. Certain individual features of Bloch's personality were, of course, a sign qua non of such popularity. However, even these purely personal traits were not without a class foundation. Also, they were subject to class control. I shall explain. Bloch was the scion of several noble families. There is no need to trace his pedigree back too far. His father was not altogether normal. He was a professor of some talent and an original thinker whose unbalanced, nervous temperament made itself felt even in his writings. That demonic unease which is invariably mentioned in reminiscences of Alexander Lvovich Blok was undoubtedly inherited by his son. Together with a certain, perhaps typically German, physical toughness, kind-heartedness and sentimentality, truly Blockish traits in the full sense of the word, Blok's father, possibly through the Cherkasovs, his maternal ancestors, bequeathed to his son a slightly sadistic kink, an exaggerated sensuality, a tendency towards extremes, a tenseness always near to breaking point. This demonism was the basic factor of Blok's paternal heredity. But neither can the Beketov line be considered altogether healthy. The Beketovi style of living was profoundly ingrained in Blok, for, in his childhood and adolescence, he had grown up under the dominant influence of his mother's family. Beketovism might be described as a well-balanced, harmonious version of the way of life of the cultured nobility. The Beketovs, once rich but, by the time of Blok's birth, considerably impoverished aristocrats, had found an outlet into the world of scholarship, where they were held in considerable esteem. Without breaking either with the traditions of religion or with their attachment to the homeliness and pleasant customs of the country house idyll, the Beketovs seem to have experienced no difficulty in reconciling all this with a liberal outlook and a rosy belief in enlightenment in a spirit of respect for art and science with capital letters. The Beketovs were thoroughly decent, gentle people with a social conscience. In spite of a certain measure of essentially harmless progressiveness, they were profoundly traditional. All this had the effect of strengthening in Blok those very aristocratic features which attached him to his class. At the same time, however, we know that Blok's mother was inclined to mysticism, that she was an epileptoid, subject to more and more frequent attacks towards the end of her life. So, on the side of the Beketovs also, we find a heightened nervosity and pathological tendencies. All this taken together and ploughed back into the stormy and bewildering life of the period went to form the subsoil from which grew Blok's profoundly morbid dreams, the flowering of which was the reflection of that life in his own psyche. 226. The Bolsheviks. On the one hand, Blok's psychobiological predispositions were in many ways just what might have been expected in a class such as the nobility of that time had come to be. On the other, the social milieu which forms the poet is always on the lookout for a spokesman, for an instrument as perfectly adapted as possible to produce that music the creation of which is the peculiar task of its artists. When a poet begins his service to society, when he publishes his first songs, and while he mounts the next few steps of the ladder, his fate is in the balance, he may either be rejected or acknowledged. Whether or not the poet is acknowledged by certain sections of society, which sections are the first to recognize him and the extent of this recognition, are all contributory factors of enormous importance to his further career and even to his development as a writer. Blok had every qualification to become the prophet, dreamer, and latirdae romantic of the nobility, a kind of novella singing the sunset of the Landowning intelligentsia, and this is just what he did become. Had he not been burdened by his own specific psychobiological preconditioning, had he been healthier, let us say, more definite, more balanced, then his work would have passed more or less unheeded by his contemporaries, at any rate by those circles of the intelligentsia who were at that time to some extent the mentors of public taste and who, in fact, took up his poetry as their emblem. If Blok's way of thinking was the product of his class and his epoch, then his way of expressing his thoughts, or not even so much his thoughts as his emotional complexes, was preconditioned by his psychobiological nature which, in its turn, was predetermined by a heredity that was itself a reflection of the psychobiological instability of his class. Added to this, his class accepted him as their spokesman in his own time, gave him fame, inspired him to become the poet of his epoch, that is, to express certain great and necessary truths. It was the very abnormality, or, to put it mildly, the extreme originality of Blok's psychological make-up which fitted him so excellently for the writing of that symbolist poetry, which, wavering between the poetic arrogance of high despair and a dream which took many forms, groping in the darkness after some kind of salvation from the horrors of life, was most suited to meet the requirements of his public. 227. Lunacharsky, Dostoevsky. From Dostoevsky's Plurality of Voices. The social position of Dostoevsky, which reduced him to the status of the lowest of the low, acquainting him with the bitter lot of the injured and insulted, taken in conjunction with his exceptional sensibility, his gift for suffering and compassion, could not fail to put him on the road to a sufficiently vivid form of protest, on the road to dreams of a radical reformation of the whole social system. Attempts are often made to represent Dostoevsky's affiliation with the Petrashevsky circle as a superficial and passing aberration, and the fact that he was condemned to death for his connection with this circle as just another, completely unprovoked, absurd juridical atrocity on the part of the autocracy. However, such an explanation will simply not do. One would have to be completely devoid of all psychological sensibility and, moreover, be missing a whole series of politically responsive strings in the instrument of consciousness, in order to doubt that the young Dostoevsky was among those who sought for a city. He was indubitably full of anger against social injustice, and so profoundly so that, at some half-hidden subterranean level, this anger continued its volcanic work throughout his existence. Its grumblings and rumblings can only be ignored by the politically deaf, and the glow it throws up only by the politically blind. Dostoevsky's clash with autocracy took place in the most violent fashion imaginable. To be condemned to be hung, what could be more violent than that? Forced labor came as an easing of the situation. The question of the physiological causes of Dostoevsky's illness and of its first origin has still to be solved. While we are on the subject, we note in passing that, in this field, Marxist criticism will have to cross swords with modern psychiatry, which always interprets what we choose to call morbid phenomena in literature as the result of hereditary sicknesses or, in any case, of causes which bear no relationship to what might be described as the social biography of the writer in question. Of course, we do not mean by this that Marxists should deny the existence of disease or the influence of mental illness on the works of this or that writer, if he happened at the same time to be a psychiatrist's patient. It is merely that all these purely psychological factors do seem to follow very logically from certain sociological premises. In our own good time we shall return to this rich and interesting theme, but now we thought it necessary to mention it in connection with this brief analysis of Dostoevsky's split personality, which is in itself as imper. 228 The Bolsheviks. Tant a cause of his plurality of voices as were social conditions during the epoch of the tempestuous growth of capitalism. After all, other writers, Dostoevsky's contemporaries, lived under the same social conditions, whereas here we have Bakhtin proving that Dostoevsky was the originator of the polyphonic novel, at least on Russian soil. According to Dostoevsky himself, his first attack of epilepsy took place while he was still doing forced labor and took the form of a kind of revelation from above after an argument about religion and Dostoevsky's agonist and passionate opposition to the atheist, "No, no, I believe in God." This fact is in itself most revealing. Here, too, the social and the biological subsoil seem to bring forth the same fruit, or, rather, combine to bring it forth, not entering into opposition with one another. Driven off to forced labor, Dostoevsky, who was, like Gogol, extremely conscious of his own genius and of the special role he was called upon to play in life, felt with all his being that autocracy was eating him alive. He did not wish to be eaten. He had to adopt a position which would preserve his prophetic calling and yet not lead to further trouble with the authorities, which could only have ended in immediate catastrophe. I do not mean that Dostoevsky tried consciously to become a monarchist, adapting himself to the power that be. Such an assumption would be but poor psychology. Of course, Dostoevsky passed through terrible storms of doubt, but expediency helped to eliminate, to blur, and to soften the voices which called him to protest, struggle and sacrifice. The voices which presented the case for the opposition were not those which were over-frank, nor yet those which retained the taint of self-preservation, nor even those which cried in our present conditions the sacrifice will be in vain, but those which justified an almost opposite position and, on the contrary, found a way to sublimate this apparently modest and retiring expediency. With the hand of a skilled conjurer, expediency illuminated even Dostoevsky's instinct for self-preservation and the conservative romanticism born of this instinct in a heroic light. Indeed, did not Dostoevsky have ahead of him a fearless struggle against the radicals and all progressive society? After all, this, too, requires courage. So the basic foundation of Dostoevsky's future conciliatory position in relation to the autocracy and the social order was laid in tempests and inner conflict. Dostoevsky went through hell. To the day of his death he could not convince himself not only his conscious mind, but his subconscious, his mighty social conscience of the rightness of this position. The most superficial analysis of epilepsy, particularly in the form suffered by Dostoevsky, shows us that aspect which involves a heightening. 229. Of the sensibility, a kind of exposure of the nerves, and hence, particularly in the difficult conditions of the society in which he lived, constant suffering often petty in origin, but magnified by the nervous condition. On the other hand, the epileptic attack itself is felt, according to Dostoevsky's inside evidence, as the onset of the macrocosm, of a feeling of harmony, of oneness with the whole creation. In other words, it represents the triumph of a kind of emotional optimum. But how else is it possible to imagine Dostoevsky's psychology at that time? What poles of thought and feeling must have manifested themselves in this constant battle? On the one side disgust and indignation in the face of reality, on the other a passionate hope in the reconciliation of all contradictions, even if only in the next world, even if only in the sphere of mysticism. Dostoevsky's gifted and passionate nature delved down and intensified the first aspect of his condition to that terrible torturing of himself and of others which is one of the dominant features of his writing. The second aspect it raised to the point of ecstasy. In this way, social causes led Dostoevsky to the sacred illness and, having found, in prerequisites of a purely physiological nature a suitable subsoil, proceeded to cultivate in him a particular view of life, a particular style of writing and his illness. By this, I do not in the least mean that in other circumstances Dostoevsky would never have suffered from epilepsy. I am referring to that extraordinary coincidence which makes us think of Dostoevsky as being so exactly suited to the role which he in fact came to play. At the same time, Dostoevsky, the first great petty bourgeois writer in the history of our culture, reflected in these moods of his the confusion of a wide section of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia and of the more educated members of this class. To them, he was a very powerful and much needed organizer, the source of that Dostoevshchina which continued, for certain wide sections of that petty bourgeoisie, to provide one of the main ways of self-preservation right until the time of Leonid Andreyev and even on into our revolutionary days. However, Dostoevsky's ecclesiastical revolution takes place in an atmosphere of even greater humility than Tolstoy's sectarian revolution. It is a task which will take many hundred years, a matter for the distant future, perhaps even for the next world. It is possible that Dostoevsky, like Tolstoy, is led by the very logic of his thought to perceive this harmonious. 230 The Bolsheviks. Co-inheritance as a purely nominative ideal, as something which will be realized only in eternity, in infinity, in the sphere of metaphysics. In this way, God, orthodoxy, Christ as a democratic, individual, purely ethical principle of the Church, all this was quite essential to Dostoevsky, for it gave him the opportunity to avoid a final spiritual break with socialist truth while, at the same time, justifying him in anathematizing materialist socialism. These positions also gave him the chance to assume a profoundly loyalist attitude in relation to the Tsar and to the whole Tsarist regime. At the same time, from the altar end of the church, the end facing the congregation, it was possible to embellish these ecclesiastical modes with all kinds of effective graces. In this way, Dostoevsky's orthodoxy is at once a profoundly conservative principle and, at the same time, a kind of maximalism. Maximalists in the sphere of religion have always been in a position to say to materialists, you will never dare to include the right to immortality in your programs. You will never be able to demand absolute bliss and the merging of all men into one all-spirit. We, on the other hand, can manipulate these beautiful, delicious things as much as we like, representing them as the true reality. A less tragic nature than Dostoevsky's might, perhaps, have been quite satisfied with this kind of cunningly worked-out self-comforter. But Dostoevsky, a genius of fathomless profundity, was tormented by his immense conscience, by his acute sensibility. Dostoevsky challenges his foes again and again under various guises, and these foes are not only Philistinism, not only vice in all forms but, first of all and above all, this damnable, self-assured materialism. In his own soul he has killed it, buried it, rolled great stones across the entrance to the tomb. But it is no corpse which is immured behind these stones. Someone is always moving about, someone's heart is beating loudly, giving Dostoevsky no peace. Dostoevsky continues to feel that it is not only the socialism outside of himself which will not let him rest, not only the developing revolutionary movement in Russia, Chernyshevsky and his theory, the proletariat in the West, etc., above all he is tormented by materialist socialism in his own self, which must on no account be allowed to emerge from the underground, which must be spat on, trodden into the mire, humiliated, made to look insignificant and ridiculous. This is what Dostoevsky does do to it. Not once and not twice. In the possessed he loses all self-control in this respect. And so what? A little time goes by, the smoke of argument dissipates and the mud of insinuation wears off, and the uncompromising disk of real truth begins once again to shine and to beckon. Of course, after his experience of forced labor, Dostoevsky did not for 231 one moment have a genuine faith in his materialistic phantom. Yet it was enough for him to feel the stirrings of doubt to lose all peace of mind. On the other hand, he devoted all his genius for thought, feeling, and character drawing to the erection of altars to heaven. There is something of everything, the subtlest sophism and the faith of a charcoal burner, the frenzy of the fool in Christ and refined analysis, the poet's facile gift of winning over the reader by the acute insight attributed to the religious characters, etc. Yet Dostoevsky returns in doubt again and again to survey his many-storied edifices, understanding that they are not built to last and that, at the first underground tremor caused by the movement of the fettered titan whom he has buried in his own heart, the whole pile of spillikins is going to collapse. It seems to me that only if we adopt this approach to Dostoevsky will we understand the true substructure of that polyphony which Bakhtin has noted in Dostoevsky's novels and novellas. Only Dostoevsky's split personality, together with the fragmentation of the young capitalist society in Russia, awoke in him the obsessional need to hear again and again the trial of the principles of socialism and of reality, and to hear this trial under conditions as unfavorable as possible to socialism. However, if this trial is not given at least an appearance of unbiased fairness, the hearing of it loses all its comforting, soothing properties and cannot be expected to calm the tempest of the soul. So a long line of characters from revolutionaries to the most superstitious reactionaries, as soon as they emerge from Dostoevsky's inner world and are allowed to run free, immediately get out of hand and begin to argue each in his own voice, and to prove each his own thesis. For Dostoevsky this is a pleasure, an agonizing pleasure, all the more so because he realizes that, as the author, he retains the conductor's baton, remains the host in whose home all this ill-assorted company have foregathered, and can, in the end, always restore order. 4. General Introduction. Stanovism. Petrograd, 1919. From the villages in the north of Russia came several thousands of peasants, some hundreds of whom were housed in the winter palace of the Romanovs. When the Congress was over, and these people had gone away, it appeared that not only all the baths of the palace, but also a great number of priceless Sèvres, Saxon, and Oriental vases had been befouled by them for lavatory use. It was not necessary to do this since the lavatories of the palace were in good order and the water system working. No, this vandalism was an expression of the desire to sully and debase things of beauty. 2 revolutions and a war have supplied me with hundreds of cases of this lurking, vindictive tendency in people, to smash, deform, ridicule, and defame the beautiful. Gorky, Days with Lenin. The dominance of Stanovism in Soviet Marxism lasted from the mid-1930s until the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1956, ending with Khrushchev's admission of the extent and nature of the distortions and crimes in socialist life under the late rule of Joseph Stalin. Stanovism can be regarded as a temporary aberration of Marxist criticism peculiar to a particular stage of development of the Soviet Union and the world communist parties. However, its roots extend into the pre-Stalin era, and its reverberations are still with us. It is perhaps more helpful, therefore, to examine the possibility that elements of Stanovism represent general tendencies in the attitudes toward art during post-revolutionary periods. Several lines may be stressed. First, the insistence by revolutionary movements on the creation of a body of exemplary myths in art. Second, the rejection of complex and advanced styles in art. Third, the censorship of the arts and their subjection to repressive modes of patronage. The first of these is a universal factor in such periods, the function of 236 Stanovism. Art is seen as that of creating a viable body of models for the purpose of emulation and inspiration. Art and the exemplary myth-making function are merged. Art tends to become a form of pedagogy, based on glorification both of the tradition out of which the revolution emerged and of the new man who brought about the revolution. The music of the French Revolution consists largely of hymns, odes, and large choral works celebrating the principles and the leaders of the revolution. The mural painting of the Mexican Revolution establishes a pre-Columbian golden age as a model for the future and searches for a principle of heroism in the resistance of the Indian peoples to the Spanish conquests. The Lutheran chorales clothe the Reformation in popular religious symbolism based on resistance to the hierarchical deformations of Christianity within the Catholic Church. The Handel oratorios place the victorious English bourgeois in a tradition of biblical heroism and moral grandeur. Seen from this standpoint, the call for socialist realism is a call for heroic self-portraiture, for grandiose representations of the new men in the Roman manner with the genitals well hidden in the flowing folds of their togas. The rejection of complexity in art is also common to revolutionary movements, resulting from the popular role which art undertakes. The French revolutionary composers cast aside the entire superstructure of Baroque style, its advanced harmonic language, its rich polyphony, its highly organized and complex forms in favor of a square homophonic simplicity utilizing a limited range of harmonies, based almost entirely on march rhythms, insisting on formal patterns so obvious and restricted as to represent one of the great regressions in the history of music. Similarly, the concentration on easily mass-produced graphic art in the Mexican and Chinese revolutions represents this trend towards simple and direct art forms for popular education and inspiration. Lenin called for encouragement of monumental and popular arts in the service of the Soviet Revolution, although he clearly recognized that this was not the only role of post-revolutionary art. Mao Zedong, in his Yan'an talks on literature and art, stressed the importance of the popular and the realistic. Related to this process is the demand for the use of national and folk elements in art as a means of opening avenues of communication to mass. 237. Audiences, through utilization of their native modes of expression and their own popular imagery. Censorship and control, too, are common denominators of the art of post-revolutionary periods, though here the patterns are somewhat more varied, reflecting specific historical circumstances. In many post-revolutionary situations, especially those where most intellectuals fully support the goals of the revolution, censorship is largely unnecessary. Such was largely the case in the Soviet Union during the 1920s, in Cuba to 1970, in China up to the period of the Cultural Revolution, in certain phases of the French Revolution. In such instances the sole precondition is that the artist not work against the revolution. Censorship that goes beyond this almost universal precondition arises, precisely in accordance with Plekhanov's principle, when there is a basic disharmony between the artist and the state. Marxism can explain the rise of Stanovism, but Stanovism has no roots in Marxism itself. Nowhere in Marx or Engels is there a demand that art create artificial exemplary models or serve purely utilitarian ends. On the contrary, Engels specifically opposed tendentiousness in art and Marx believed that bias interferes with the pursuit of truth. As for censorship, no stronger statement of the necessity for creative freedom exists than Marx's humanist comments on the latest Prussian censorship of 1842. The Zdanovist appeal to Lenin speciously applies Lenin's party organization and party literature to a post-revolutionary situation. Even in difficult pre-revolutionary circumstances, Lenin had insisted on freedom from censorship. At the root of the Zdanovist aesthetic is the economic determinist theory of direct superstructural reflection of society. The art of the bourgeois world reflects bourgeois economic decadence. The art of socialist society must mirror socialist reality. The general crisis of capitalism is reflected in a general crisis of capitalist culture in confusion, decay, and depair in all ideas and cultural activity, as one writer put it. Zdanov, in 1934, spoke of the decadence and disintegration of bourgeois literature, resulting from the collapse and decay of the capitalist system. Now everything is degenerating: themes, talents, authors, heroes. That this mechanistic determinism could be passed off as Marxism is itself remarkable, for it overlooks such fundamental Marxist precepts as the active role of theory, its reflection of class struggle in superstructural activity, the transcendence of class position by art and artist, the revolutionary power of theory, the continuity of thought and science in society, in short, the dialectics of this Tory itself. The dying culture concept is not inherent in Marxist dialectic. 238 Zdanovism. Ticks. Decadence has its roots in Victorian antisexuality and achieved some general notoriety in the writings of the social Darwinists when it was imported into Marxism from Lombroso, Spengler, Max Nordau, and other petty bourgeois cultural pessimists. Its logic is fascist and racist rather than communist and Marxist. With Zdanovism, the idea of degeneration in the arts merges with the Comintern worldview of two camps and with the economic determinist theory of art as direct reflection to create a pseudo-scientific means of attacking all efflorescences of culture and all attempts to broaden the meanings and languages of the arts. At the root of this approach is a deeply rooted fear of art which can only be fully understood as a psychological rather than as an economic category. It is here that we encounter another general tendency of post-revolutionary movements: the repression of the sexual element of art. The desexualization of life under repressive class orders and enforced March revolutionary situations tends to drive sexuality into the arts, where it carries on a more or less disguised, subterranean existence. In post-revolutionary times, this safety valve tends to be blocked by the mobilization of the artist and the high seriousness with which society views the arts. In such societies, the arts tend to be censored, not so much for their ideological content as for their sexual connotations. That this is a perhaps inevitable tendency is undeniable, for sexual repression may be a necessary precondition for self-abnegation and personal submission in the collectivist cause. That this tendency turned pathological with Zdanovism should be equally clear. Zdanov's central concern was to bulwark art against the impingement of irrationality, which he defined as any subject matter beyond the confines of normal human emotions. Two touchstones governed his brutal aesthetic views: insanity and sexuality. The intrusion of such characters as pimps, chorus girls, gangsters, adulterers, adventurers, rogues, depraved criminals, schizophrenics, and paranoiacs into art automatically made him reach for his gun. His was a bitter outcry for some undefined normality which he evidently could not himself achieve. His disciples pursued similar preoccupations. V. Kaminov, a typical Zdanovist, writes of modern art that it seeks to destroy that which is human in man and to rouse in him the beast, with all its base, primitive, animal instincts. Two American Zdanovists, Martel and Rice, define decadence as art which tends to demean human beings, to convert people into mere sexual instruments, to advocate pessimism or mysticism. Lukács, who largely accepted Zdanovism, not from opportunism or automatic obedience but because of a deep agreement with its anti-sexual aesthetic, wrote that the true poet is one whose knowledge of man and faith in their fundamental goodness causes him never to doubt their final victory over their animal instincts. Stalin himself wrote no literary criticism, but the watchword of Soviet Stalinist criticism was Stalin's writers are engineers of human souls. Here, the body and its innate drives disappear from Soviet Marxist aesthetics altogether, sublimated into a spirituality worthy of the Counter-Reformation itself. And so it was inevitable that Zdanov's and Radek's 1934 call for socialist realism coincided precisely with cancellation of the liberal abortion and divorce laws, with passage of strict laws against homosexuality and with the arrest of a large number of homosexuals among the intelligentsia, accused of conspiracy with the Rome Nazis. On January 28, 1936, Pravda published a violent critique of Shostakovich's highly successful opera Lady Macbeth of the district of Mzyansk, in which the anti-sexual core of Zdanovism was made explicit, and which opened a long series of repressive actions against Soviet artists. The article, unsigned, was by Zdanov himself. The music was described as nervous, convulsive, and spasmodic, involving the coarsest kind of naturalism. All this is coarse, primitive, and vulgar. The music quacks, grunts, and growls, and suffocates itself, in order to express the amatory scenes as naturalistically as possible. And love is smeared all over the opera in the most vulgar manner. The merchant's double bed occupies the central position on the stage. On it all problems are solved. The article closed with the demand of Soviet culture that all coarseness and wildness be abolished from every corner of Soviet life. The repressions of the arts during the Stalin period rose from a number of causes: actual or supposed political heresy of individual artists, panic over the rise of fascism in Europe, the placing of the nation on a footing of war economy in preparation for an expected invasion. But it is hard to avoid the conclusion that many specific works of the artists who were persecuted and or banned contained a common element of sexual rather than political heterodoxy. So far as I am aware, none of the purged artists were political counter-revolutionaries, nor did a single banned work oppose the Soviet Revolution as such. Gladkov was compelled to revise Cement for its sexual, not its political content. Ehrenberg's proscribed early novels were fully communist in outlook, but centered around sexual conflicts. Babel's vignettes of Jewish life in Odessa and his conte cruels of Red Army life during the intervention contained no political heresies. It was their easy hedonism and sexuality which brought Babel down. It is the presence of forbidden aspects of sexuality in works by Soviet and Western modernists which is the common denominator of their banishment from Soviet life during the Stalin era, no matter how the criticism of these works was clothed in the rhetoric of pseudo-Marxism. The terms of opprobrium themselves * decadence, grossness, naturalism, coarseness, dung heap, vulgarity, depravity, baseness, primitive, corruption testify to the preoccupations of the Zdanovist critic. The exemplary model of the Stalin era is young Pavel Korchagin, in Ostrovsky's Born of the Storm, whose ascetic heroism extends so far that he refuses to make love to a pleading virgin who has been imprisoned with him by the White Guards. Preserving his moral purity and his dedication to the revolution, he watches as the Whites drag her from the cell to be raped, feeling no twinge of conscience at his denial of her request. And so the emancipation of the flesh of which Saint Simon, Fourier, Marx, and Engels had dreamed was proscribed, and a tortured theory of anti-pornography was promulgated as Marxism. Zdanovism is an Old Testament view of art, wherein the political leader becomes Moses, while artist and audience are the tribes of Israel who have dedicated themselves. 241. To false idols and fornication. Its models are the books which changed humanity: Uncle Tom's Cabin, The Jungle, Mother. Its vision is of a new Harriet Beecher Stowe who will eradicate evil from a generation which has tolerated decay in its midst for too long. It grows out of the Enlightenment view of art as an exemplary model for humanity. And late feudal modes of patronage and control were instituted quite in the manner of enlightened despotism, with all of the devices of princely self-glorification and self-portraiture, including the Deus ex machina, the savior bone prince, the happy ending, the avoidance of tragedy, the revival of classic models. Revived, therefore, in a dialectical reversal, is a utopian conception of art, for socialist realism is a picture of man as he should be rather than as he is, it is a wish rather than a reality which Stalinist patronage calls upon the artist to depict. Art is a consecration of the lie, and the Zdanovists, while outwardly upholding the representational reflection theory of art as their model, secretly practice the enforcement of ideological deception, of utopian construct. The dialectic of this process should in time lead to the overthrow of Zdanovism, to the withering away of bureaucratic patronage, to the insistence that political leadership conform to the images of art, and ultimately to the freedom of the artist, including the forbidden freedom to be realistic. The following selections by Gorky, Yuri Davidov, Mao Zedong, Jean-Paul Sartre, and W.E.B. Du Bois are presented as commentaries on Zdanovism, its sources and categories. None of them is itself Zdanovist in outlook. Introduction. The first selection, excerpts from Maxim Gorky's address to the 1934 Soviet Writers' Congress, interprets myth as a poetic condensation of man's struggle with nature and society. Though it idealized men's abilities and was a harbinger, as it were, of their powerful development, the creation of myths was fundamentally realistic. The stimulus can easily be discerned in every flight of ancient fantasy, this always being men striving to lighten their labor. This magical function merges with the exemplary function so that the mythic heroes serve as models for emulation, the heroes and the tricksters, the wise men and the fools, all of these show the way to freedom, to victory over hostile forces. Realism is defined as the embodiment of an imagining in an image. If to this is added the logic of the possible wish, mythic realism turns revolutionary, and we have the kind of romanticism which underlies the myth, and is most beneficial in its promoting a revolutionary attitude toward reality, an attitude that in practice refashions the world. This is Gorky's own definition of socialist realism. That it has nothing in common. Maxim Gorky 243. With Zdanovism is apparent. That it should not be swept away in the revulsion against Zdanovism is equally apparent. Gorky, Art and Myth from Soviet Literature. Historians of primitive culture have been completely silent regarding the unmistakable signs of a materialist mode of thought inevitably precipitated by labor processes and by the sum of the facts of ancient man's social life. These signs have come down to us in the form of fairy tales and myths, which carry memories of the work of taming wild animals, discovering herbs, and inventing tools. Even in antiquity men dreamed of aerial flight, which can be seen in legends about Phaethon, Daedalus, and his son Icarus, and the tale of the flying carpet. Men also dreamed of high-speed travel, hence the fairy tale about 7-league boots. The horse was domesticated. The desire to travel along rivers at speeds faster than their currents led to the invention of the oar and the sail, while the striving to smite foes and beasts from a distance brought about the invention of slings, and bows and arrows. Men dreamed of spinning and weaving a tremendous quantity of cloth in a single night, of building palaces overnight, i.e., a house fortified against any enemy. The distaff, one of the most ancient of tools, and the primitive handloom came into being, as did the Russian fairy tale about Vasilisa the Wise. One could cite dozens of more proofs of the way ancient fairy tales and myths stem from the facts of life, dozens of proofs of the farsightedness of primitive man's thinking in terms of images and hypotheses, this already along technological lines, but a kind of thinking which has led to such present-day hypotheses as, for example, the utilization of the energy of the Earth's rotation on its axis or the destruction of polar ice. All the myths and tales of antiquity are crowned, as it were, by the myth about Tantalus, who, up to his neck in water, is tormented by unquenchable thirst, an image of ancient man surrounded by phenomena of the external world which he has not yet learned to understand. I have no doubt that you know these ancient tales, myths, and legends, but I should like their fundamental meaning to be more profoundly understood. I have in view the striving of working men of ancient times to ease their labor, raise productivity, arm themselves against enemies, both quadruped and biped, and also to exert an influence on the hostile natural elements by means of the spoken word, by spells and invocations. The latter fact is of particular importance, since it shows how profoundly men believed in the power of the spoken word, this faith stemming from the obvious and tangible advantages provided by human speech, which organizes men's social life and labor processes. They even tried to influence the gods through invocations. This was quite natural, since all the gods of antiquity lived on earth, bore the image of human beings and behaved as such. They favored the obedient and frowned upon the disobedient, and were just as envious, vengeful, and ambitious as human beings are. The fact that man created gods in his own image goes to show that religious thinking did not spring from a contemplation of the phenomena of nature, but sprang from the social struggle. It is quite feasible that notable people of antiquity provided raw material for the invention of gods. Hercules, the hero of labor, and master of all skills, was eventually elevated to Olympus to sit among the gods. In the imagination of primitive men, a god was not an abstract conception or a fantastic being, but a perfectly real figure equipped with some implement of labor, skilled in one trade or another, and man's instructor and fellow worker. A god was an artistic embodiment of successes in labor, so that religious thinking among the toiling masses is something that must be placed within quotation marks, since this was a purely artistic creation. Though it idealized man's abilities and was a harbinger, as it were, of their powerful development, the creation of myths was fundamentally realistic. Any myth is a piece of imagining. Imagining means abstracting the fundamental idea underlying the sum of a given reality, and embodying it in an image, that gives us realism. But if the meaning of what has been abstracted from reality is amplified through the addition of the desired and the possible, if we supplement it through the logic of hypothesis, all this rounding off the image, then we have the kind of romanticism which underlies the myth, and is most beneficial in promoting a revolutionary attitude toward reality, an attitude that in practice refashions the world. Yuri Davidov. Introduction. The ability of future revolutionary governments to avoid Stanovism in the arts and sciences will depend on their ability to understand its sources. We have already tried to indicate several of the main tendencies toward post-revolutionary societies. If the guillotining of André Chenier and Eulogius Schneider had been understood, we might not have had the murders of Babel, Pfeffer, and Meyerhold. But there are also national tendencies at work in each revolution which shape its attitudes toward art. Stanovism arises in the Soviet Union not primarily in the name of Marx and Engels but in the name of Chernyshevsky, Pisarev, Dobrolyubov, and Tolstoy, all of whom were strongly imbued with anti-aesthetic attitudes, sought to subordinate artistic to pedagogic categories, and reflected in their criticism the patriarchal peasant's fear and hatred of beauty and of art. Our second selection, by the brilliant modern Soviet critic Yuri Nikolaevich Davidov, finds in Tolstoy's views of art the expression of what Marx had called crude communism, a communism which preached universal asceticism and social leveling in its crudest form. It is unnecessary for Davidov to mention Zdanov. In his description of Tolstoy's Robespierrean dismissal of any art not completely and directly accessible to the peasant mentality, in his exploration of the Tolstoyan insistence on utilitarianism in art, of Tolstoy's proscription of virtually all the major works in the history of the arts as decadent and immoral, we have the image of Stanovism. Davidov shows that Tolstoy's communism treats art as a consumer product of a purely material nature, that it leads to a leveling that considers man in general and the artist in particular as a thing, in Marx's words as a piece of communal and common property which society can manipulate in accordance with its desires. The struggle for a free art becomes a struggle to transcend crude communism, to move forward to a humanist, Marxist communism. Davidov, the Tolstoyan view of art from the October Revolution and the arts. In stressing the universality of the criterion that a work of art should be completely, directly accessible to all men, without exception, and in his insistence on the absolute applicability of his criterion as a standard for evaluating art, as the only way of distinguishing between true and false artistic values, Tolstoy does not stop even at the necessity of including in the category of false harmful work the Divine Comedy, Jerusalem Delivered, most of Shakespeare and Goethe, Raphael's Transfiguration, etc. In this alarmingly vague and casual etc. there rings out loud and clear the music of the raging elements of peasant revolt, to use a favorite expression of Bloch. Not the logic but indeed the music of those elements, which in their demands for complete equality were bound to demand an immediate leveling distribution not only of material goods, but also of spiritual values, with the risk that the latter would be destroyed if they did not lend themselves to such leveling distribution. For as Marx said, if you want to enjoy art, you must be an artistically cultivated person. It is almost as if Tolstoy is approving of and at the price of denying himself as an artist giving his blessing to the cost in destroyed works of art which the approaching revolution was to entail, such destruction as Bloch was to tell Mayakovsky about in October 1917, 20 years later. Velherd trademark equals a. From the country. They burned the library on my estate. Indeed the clear, reasonable criterion for which Tolstoy was prepared to cast the etc. to the four winds, all that was not immediately intelligible to the literate country laborer, had less to do with artistic values than with the legal concept of equality. It was the principle of equality in the legal sense, which Tolstoy, with his serious moral approach to art, applied as an aesthetic principle, appealing to justice. Is it just that so much human labor and goodness, so many human lives should be sacrificed to what we call art, which is the property of a small section of society? The natural answer is no, it is not just, and such things ought not to be allowed, Tolstoy replied emphatically. He is right, it is indeed unjust and ought not to be allowed. His moral awareness enables him to pinpoint the social contradiction inherent in the distinction between the art of the upper classes and the masses. He begins to go astray when he tries to apply the principle of justice to the realm of art, which has its own terms of reference for the discussion and solution of the contradiction in question. Applied to the sphere of art, the principle of justice was not equipped to solve the problem of the accessibility of art to the working crowd. It ceased to be an essentially positive force, and became a negative, even destructive element. For indeed, in the realm of art the problem of the relationship between people and art could be solved in one way only, and that was by bringing art to a level where it would be accessible to all without exception. Where conditions of actual inequality obtain, this can be done in principle only by lowering art to the lowest level possible. Any higher level would inevitably make it inaccessible, incomprehensible, and alien to some, especially if we insist on the condition that it be not eventually but immediately comprehensible. Such was the flaw implicit in the attempt to apply the formal principle of 248 Stanovism. Justice to the realm of art, where it did not belong. It was the inevitable result of converting a moral sense of justice into a criterion for evaluating works of art, and of adopting as an aesthetic plumbline the common sense of the country laborer, as the great writer had done with such remarkable, and tragic, selflessness. It was to a large extent inevitable that Tolstoy should have raised his sense of justice, demanding equality now consciously, now unconsciously to the level of a universal criterion to be applied indiscriminately to all spheres of human activity. By consciously identifying his own position with that of the Russian peasant after the reform, the country laborer, Tolstoy was adopting the viewpoint of a man for whom agricultural labor was the source of all wealth, and all cultural values. The sociological basis of this outlook was agricultural labor, manual labor, representing the only real labor worthy of the name, and of benefit to the individual and society. The basic juridical principle inherent in this outlook was the principle of equality, understood as equal remuneration for equal labor. The basic moral deduction to be made from this principle was the concept of justice, according to which a man who makes a greater physical effort and works harder, should be rewarded with greater material wealth. The aesthetic ideal inherent in this outlook was that there be some proportion, some harmony between the amount of physical effort expended by a man and material wealth, in other words between the physical man and nature, to the point of their being identical, their total fusion. When a man with this outlook meets wealth in any form, be it material or cultural which is not proportionate to the labor of the individual who possesses it, his first instinctive reaction is to divide this wealth fairly and share it out among those who expend a certain amount of physical energy, those who work. If such wealth takes the form of a strip of land which is too large for its owner to work, then it should be divided up, for it is God's gift to man, and man can only justify his possession of it by his capacity to work it daily with his own hands, in the sweat of his brow. In no other way can he justify his owning it. If wealth takes the form of something which cannot be completely, directly divided by general redistribution, it is liable to immediate destruction, total eradication. Otherwise the principle of equality would suffer, without which there is no justice. Yuri Davidov 249. For what justice is there if a person can own something which is not justified by the work of his hands and the sweat of his brow? Directed against landlord property, the principle of equal remuneration for equal labor, above all manual labor, was eventually to evolve into the whole system of bourgeois Protestant attitudes, under the banner of which social relations were to develop in the 16th and 17th centuries in the most advanced European countries, and which eventually became a universal principle comprehending the principles of labor, labor law, labor morality, labor aesthetics, and so on. Directed against bourgeois capitalist property, as one of the main manifestations of the glaring disproportion between manual labor and material reward which was a feature of 19th-century capitalism, this principle became the point of departure of the communist outlook, although it was as yet completely crude and thoughtless communism. What is peculiar to Tolstoy's interpretation of the principle of equality, which reflected the peculiar social and legal position of the Russian peasantry after the reform, is that it was directed both forwards and backwards, both against unearned landlord property and predatory bourgeois capital. Tolstoy's dual, syncretic approach is apparent in the tract In the Way capitalists, landowners, bureaucrats, and intelligentsia are all lumped together indiscriminately, as the upper classes, the idle classes, the parasitic classes, etc. This duality did have a positive value in that it saved Tolstoy from many of the mistaken ideas of the as yet completely crude and thoughtless communism, in fact from all those ideas which did not answer the needs, attitudes, and ideals of the country laborer. Tolstoy took a wide view of the matter and managed to avoid the sectarian tendencies of egalitarian communism, which preached universal asceticism and social leveling in its crudest form. To use the words of the Communist Manifesto *, there was one particular field, however, where the outlook of the proletarian supporters of egalitarian communism came very close to the peasant aspirations at the time of general redistribution, sometimes even to the point of becoming identified with them. This was their attitude to the art of the upper classes. It was here that Tolstoy, the art theoretician, having identified his standpoint vis-a-vis ethics and society with that of the peasants, paid his greatest tribute to crude communism, despite the fact that he was basically at variance with the views it put forward. Mao Zedong's Problems of Art and Literature contains his decisive contributions to a conference of writers and artists held in Yenin in May 1942. Our selection from his speech of May 23 is a classic statement of the position that revolutionary art must create exemplary models in order to inspire the masses and advance historical processes. Such literature and art can stir the people into action, awaken them, and impel them to unite to carry on an organized struggle through which the masses will take destiny into their own hands. Mao elsewhere describes this educational radicalization function of art as revolutionary utilitarianism, and it seems likely that this position represents an inevitable and necessary stage in the uses of art during a national liberation revolutionary struggle. The statement of the position, however, does not resolve the difficult problems that radiate from it, leading on one side to a desired harmony between the artist and the working masses, and on the other to the possibility of deformations of the creative process and impoverishment of the cultural heritage. Mao Zedong 251. Mao Zedong, Literature and Revolution from Talks at the Yenin Forum on Literature and Art. Literary and art criticism is one of the principal methods of struggle in the world of literature and art. It should be developed and, as comrades have rightly pointed out, our past work in this respect has been quite inadequate. Literary and art criticism is a complex question which requires a great deal of special study. Here I shall concentrate only on the basic problem of criteria in criticism. I shall also comment briefly on a few specific problems raised by some comrades and on certain incorrect views. In literary and art criticism there are two criteria, the political and the artistic. According to the political criterion, everything is good that is helpful to unity and resistance to Japan, that encourages the masses to be of one heart and one mind, that opposes retrogression and promotes progress. On the other hand, everything is bad that is detrimental to unity and resistance to Japan, foments dissension and discord among the masses and opposes progress and drags people back. How can we tell the good from the bad by the motive or by the effect? Idealists stress motive and ignore effect, while mechanical materialists stress effect and ignore motive. In contradistinction to both, we dialectical materialists insist on the unity of motive and effect. The motive of serving the masses is inseparably linked with the effect of winning their approval, the two must be united. The motive of serving the individual or a small clique is not good, nor is it good to have the motive of serving the masses without the effect of winning their approval and benefiting them. In examining the subjective intention of a writer or artist, that is, whether his motive is correct and good, we do not judge by his declarations but by the effect of his actions on the masses in society. The criterion for judging subjective intention or motive is social practice and its effect. We want no sectarianism in our literary and art criticism and, subject to the general principle of unity for resistance to Japan, we should tolerate literary and art works with a variety of political attitudes. But at the same time, in our criticism we must adhere firmly to principle and severely criticize and repudiate all works of literature and art expressing views in opposition to the nation, to science, to the masses and to the Communist Party, because these so-called works of literature and art proceed from the motive and produce the effect of undermining unity for resistance to Japan. According to the artistic criterion, all works of a higher artistic quality are good or comparatively good, while those of a 252 Stanovism lower artistic quality are bad or comparatively bad. Here, too, of course, social effect must be taken into account. There is hardly a writer or artist who does not consider his own work beautiful, and our criticism ought to permit the free competition of all varieties of works of art, but it is also entirely necessary to subject these works to correct criticism according to the criteria of the science of aesthetics, so that art of a lower level can be gradually raised to a higher and art which does not meet the demands of the struggle of the broad masses can be transformed into art that does. There is the political criterion and there is the artistic criterion. What is the relationship between the two? Politics cannot be equated with art, nor can a general world outlook be equated with a method of artistic creation and criticism. We deny not only that there is an abstract and absolutely unchangeable political criterion, but also that there is an abstract and absolutely unchangeable artistic criterion. Each class in every class society has its own political and artistic criteria. But all classes in all class societies invariably put the political criterion first and the artistic criterion second. The bourgeoisie always shuts out proletarian literature and art, however great their artistic merit. The proletariat must similarly distinguish among the literary and art works of past ages and determine its attitude towards them only after examining their attitude to the people and whether or not they had any progressive significance historically. Some works which politically are downright reactionary may have a certain artistic quality. The more reactionary their content and the higher their artistic quality, the more poisonous they are to the people, and the more necessary it is to reject them. A common characteristic of the literature and art of all exploiting classes in their period of decline is the contradiction between their reactionary political content and their artistic form. What we demand is the unity of politics and art, the unity of content and form, the unity of revolutionary political content and the highest possible perfection of artistic form. Works of art which lack artistic quality have no force, however progressive they are politically. Therefore, we oppose both the tendency to produce works of art with the wrong political viewpoint and the tendency towards the poster and slogan style which is correct in political viewpoint but lacking in artistic power. On questions of literature and art we must carry on a struggle on two fronts. Jean-Paul Sartre. Introduction. Each stage in the political development of the Marxist movement gives rise to certain issues which become fixed as the proper questions to be explored by its critics and philosophers. For example, the possibility of a distinct proletarian culture shaped many of the concerns of Soviet critics in the 1920s and of Western critics in the 1930s. The central issues of Soviet Marxist criticism: realism, typicality, partisanship, propaganda, tendentiousness, form and content, decadence, socialist realism, responsibility, and so on continue to be debated among Marxists in our own time. But these are not the only substantive issues of Marxist aesthetics and criticism. This anthology has tried to avoid becoming fixated around the traditional but inevitably transitory nodal points of current post-Zdanov controversy, because this would bar the path to the exploration of new categories, and close off the possibility of applying Marxism to the infinity of legitimate questions which radiate from the arts and from the creative process. There. 966-2966. 254 Zdanovism. 4. We have given only minor representation to the ongoing debates that take place within the categories which preoccupied Marxism during the Zdanovi period. The interested reader can pursue these matters at length in the various writings of Lukács, Roger Garaudy, Ernst Fischer, Henry Lefebvre, Hans Kuck, Hector Agosti, and of many contemporary Soviet, German, and East European aesthetic eons. An intelligent treatment of several of these traditional subjects at their present stage of development is to be found in Jean-Paul Sartre's speech at a conference of European writers, held at Leningrad in the summer of 1963. Sartre speaks here as a Marxist. He points to the core problem of realism, that literature is creation of a reality which is not initially given, and his comments on decadence similarly focus on the central issue that there is a dialectical opposition as well as a causal sequence between social developments and literature. He is less telling on the troublesome question of the artist's commitment and responsibility, and appears to abandon it by attributing responsibility to the social forces and relations which shape the artist. In short, he assumes the artist's responsibility as a given, but is not willing to ask why, perhaps because this is an emotionally freighted question. Why should the artist be his brother's keeper? Is he to live his own life, or is he to submerge his personal desires in favor of the needs of others? Must he bear the perpetual weight of a categorical imperative? Has he rid himself of theology's ethical injunctions of Job and Isaac, of Hercules and Aeneas, only to take on the equally burdensome injunctions of the angel of history with his red flag and his insistence on brotherhood and progress? For responsibility is repression, and repression is precisely what the artist joins communism to escape from, only to find that he has exchanged one mode of repression for another. Surely Marxist ethics and dialectics offers some satisfactory answer to these questions, but Sartre no more than the Zdanovists does not seek it. Sartre, the novel and reality, from speech at a conference of European writers. The second problem, which has also been rightly stressed, is that of the relation between novel and reality. But first of all, if we wish to study it, we need a definition of reality. There is not a single writer in this hall who would not like to say something about reality. Nathalie Sarraut told us that this reality had to be discovered. I felt that I agreed with her entirely, but at a point she seemed in danger of being understood in an idealist way, when she spoke of creating it. This is the core of the whole problem: creation, expression, or discovery. There is no contradiction between these terms. One can certainly discover through creation, but one should make this clear. On the other hand, certain speakers gave the impression that socialist realism simply expresses reality. But we must not forget that socialist novels are still novels, that is to say, creation. In other words, the same problem emerges, but in reverse. You may call us idealists, because we are looking for a truth or a reality which is not initially given, but we have a right to answer that you too are creating works of fiction, that you are, when it comes down to it, liars like us. Every writer lies in order to tell the truth. A further problem is that of values. I think it was Rob Grillet who said, and I think he was right here, that many of those who are against the Nouveau Roman base themselves on established values, which they require the writer to reflect, as if the world were already made and all there was for us to do was to describe it. But for me this is not the problem of a true socialist realism. I am going to quote somebody who is not very well thought of by writers, Zdanov. God knows how many objections can be made to what Zdanov said. But when he writes, for socialist realism the task is to interpret the present in the light of the future, he says something which is pregnant with consequence. If one is to suppose that the future is as rigorously determined as the present, the statement is terrible, it binds the writer hand and foot, and I am afraid that this is how Zdanov meant it. But if, as I think, the future, though it can no doubt be thought of with optimism, is nonetheless a development which is by definition unknown, uncertain, then to treat the existing world from the point of view of what it will become, of what others 256 Zdanovism are going to make it, is precisely to contest the present in the name of the future. This is why literature must always retain a critical function, even if one's perspective is optimistic as a matter of principle. Perhaps there has precisely been too much insistence here on the positive road of literature and not enough on its function of discovery and as a critical mirror. In any case, this problem of the novelist's discovery of his values should be discussed further. In the same way, I think that there is one question which has been dealt with very superficially, the question of decadentism, to use a term dear to our friends. When they speak to us of Proust, Joyce, and Kafka as decadent authors, very often they have not read them, or, like Ehrenberg, they read them in tiny doses. That is not enough. However, this is not the problem. The real problem is an ideological one, and it must be stressed. Either we accept an utterly naive and simple Marxism, and say, such and such a society is decadent, therefore the writers who express it are decadent. Example, the great decadent of Tsarist feudalism is clearly Gorky. Or we say, a decadent society poses new problems for a writer, tortures him in his own consciousness and in his creative activity. Otherwise, would there be any progressive people in a decadent society? Thus we must certainly consider that this society, which contains and produces the artist, also conditions him, but we are not by any means compelled to think of this author strictly as a decadent. On the contrary, he can be recuperated by a new society, and there is no certainty that, in this struggle against his own contradictions, he may not have invented the forms of the ideas which will be used by the liberated society. We have so far only expressed preferences. I like Proust or I don't like Proust. But this has no significance. The real problem is to know what is meant by the decadence of the novel. Does it simply reflect social decadence, or is there a dialectical relation between social developments and the novel? If there is not such a relation, I do not know where the dialectic could be found. Perhaps nowhere. And here finally is the essential problem, the relation of man to man, that is to say responsibility. About this too some very important things were said towards the end of the meeting. In the earlier part everybody had agreed that the writer had a responsibility. Some definitions were given. I believe in the responsibility of the writer towards his work. All right. That does not mean very much, since the work is, in spite of everything, communication. It implies a responsibility towards the reader. I believe in the responsibility of a man, an author, towards the best in man. First of all, I do not know what the best in man is, since each of you would describe it differently. And in the second place, I do not see why, if I were concerned with men who were Jean-Paul Sartre 257. Exploited, crushed, wretched, and not perhaps quite in any condition to be the best, being full of hate and suffering, I do not see why I should take up a standpoint different from theirs, from that of the exploited against their exploiters. I think we should throw out these vague notions. There does really exist a relation with man, but this too is vague, since a man is an abstraction. There are men in specific situations and societies. Hence the true problem here is that the writer's responsibility is in the society which has made him, and in his relation with the others whom that same society has made. And after all, we all know this responsibility. Only, in the West we have a kind of individual and diffused responsibility, while in the East, where socialism means man's recovery of control over all that is human, it is held that the responsibility of the writer must also be taken into collective control. To argue whether the writer is, or is not, responsible is fruitless. We must say that the responsibility exists, but takes different forms in the East and in the West. In the capitalist system, investments are made through intermediaries. For a Western writer, even a progressive one, responsibility follows the same path. Here it is different. Both systems have advantages and disadvantages, but it is at this level that we must pose the problem if we wish to discuss it further. Finally, I think that we might agree on the idea that a novel is the work of a total man, and that it cannot be good if it is not total. A novel can be total in very many ways. Kafka wrote slim books which are only concerned with specific, petit bourgeois problems. But if one reads them in depth, one discovers that totality which a modern, new novel must always aspire to attain. The totality is what the writer and his readers have in common. Society produces both of us, so we must be able to recognize and understand each other through this common context, which makes it possible for us at every instant to speak to each other. So it does not matter very much if literature is called committed or not. It is, necessarily, for a man's totality today is the fact that we risk dying in an atomic war if we do not concert our efforts to prevent it. This is no doubt a less optimistic perspective than that which Leonov so brilliantly outlined, but it is perhaps more serious. This does not mean that the writer is obliged to write about atomic war. It means that a man who is afraid of dying like a rat cannot be quite sincere if he is satisfied writing poems about birds. Something of his epoch must be reflected in his work, in one way or another. These then are the points of view about which I have the impression that we might not agree unanimously. That is not to be desired. Conflict is necessary, but profitably pursue our dialogue. What I have found good in this symposium is that it constitutes a first step. It is a prelude to real discussions in the future. I.S. Introduction. As a final commentary on the categories of Stanovism, we reprint Dr. W. E. B. Du Bois' 1949 address to the Cultural and Scientific Conference for World Peace, which may be read as an application to intellectual creativity of Engels' writings on freedom as the recognition of necessity. Never losing sight of the inexorable ways in which natural law and social necessity shape and constrict human possibility, Du Bois concentrates here on the transcendent powers of the human spirit, compared with the realm of physical law and even of biological and psychological compulsions. The regions where the spirit of man may range, free of all distortion and restraint, are infinitely larger, deeper, and broader than the narrow margins of compulsion. The dreams and fantasies of the imagination permit us to contemplate for a moment what the human soul may do after it has been liberated from the determinism of class history. The critique of unspecific but unmistakable. Du Bois inveighs against those who hold power in the borderland, where W.E.B. Du Bois 259. Leaders choose ignorance, for fear too many will know, give the masses too little, so that a few may have too much, prefer hate to love, lest power change hands. For Du Bois, the suppression of the dream is the surest bar to the passage of mankind from the kingdom of necessity to the realm of freedom. Du Bois, The Nature of Intellectual Freedom, from Address to the Cultural and Scientific Conference for World Peace. Writing and publishing, knowing, expressing, and thinking, dreaming and contriving, through the world-old ways of poetry and story, drama and essay, history and the interpretation of human emotion, experience and action, these things occupy the broadest realm of freedom which the mind can grasp. No sane person ever pictured freedom everywhere and at all times. Parts of human action always have been, and always will be, subject to inexorable law. We cannot abolish gravitation because we do not like it, and the law of atomic weights will ever defy Congress. Even where natural law and human effort unite to wrest life from nature, the freedom of human action must yield in greater or lesser degree not simply to probabilities or tendencies which refuse to conform entirely to desire, but to enacted law, which insists that if we would conquer ignorance, men must be made to learn; if we would conquer poverty, thieves cannot be led to steal. Many who scream for freedom, and despair because struggling humanity is so often coerced by "thou shalt not," appear to forget that, compared with the realm of physical law and even of biological and psychological compulsions, the regions where the spirit of man may range, free of all distortion and restraint, are infinitely larger, deeper, and broader than the narrow margins of compulsion. Beyond that, while in our ignorance and fear, and with our utter lack of faith in the capacities of the human soul, we stand compelled here and today to remain prisoners of our bellies to an extent which disgraces our science and history. We nevertheless know that we also stand this instant tiptoe on the threshold of infinite freedoms, freedoms which outstretch this day of slavery as the universe of suns outmeasures our little earthly system. We have but to think of the upsurging emotions of men, of the dreams and fantasies of mind, of imagination and contrivance, playing with the infinite possibilities of ever-revealing truth. We have but to let our minds contemplate for a moment what the human soul may do, once it is free to think and write and say but a morsel of what our thought is capable. Even 260's Danovism. The chained and barred fields of work and food and disease today will yield to vaster freedoms when men are let to think and talk and explore more widely in regions already really free. There is of course a gray borderland, where human effort and natural law combine to raise food, build shelter, and train the young. Here inflexible law merges with wish and will, and freedom is an indeterminate variable. Here men may restrain action in order to protect and guide ignorance and inexperience toward using freedom aright. It is in this borderland that more often too many men seek artificially to restrain such freedom as emerges for selfish and short-sighted aims. They choose ignorance, for fear too many will know, give the masses too little, so that a few may have too much, prefer hate to love, lest power change hands and prestige wane. They forget that it is the wide reaches of more complete freedoms that can ultimately best teach and guide our twilight ignorance amid the inescapable iron of law. The borderland where freedom chokes today may easily, as freedom grows, fade into its more complete realm. Two barriers and two alone hem us in and hurl us back today: 1. The persistent relic of ancient barbarism, war, organized murder, maiming, destruction and insanity. The other, the world-old habit of refusing to think ourselves, or to listen to those who do think. Against this ignorance and intolerance we protest forever. But we do not merely protest, we make renewed demand for freedom in that vast kingdom of the human spirit where freedom has ever had the right to dwell, the expressing of thought to unstuffed ears, the dreaming of dreams by untwisted souls. The return to Marxist humanism. Antonio G. Ramsay. Introduction. The historical and intellectual developments which produced the explosive re-emergence and realignment of Marxist thought in our time, and which have laid the foundation for an integration of a Marxist aesthetics, can only be sketched here. A few of the more decisive historical factors were the cluster of events leading to the Khrushchev revelations at the 20th Party Congress in 1956, and the consequent disintegration of the monolithic ideological construct which had clothed the Stalin period in a mythicizing false consciousness, the rise of polycentrism among the world's socialist states and communist parties, the emergence into view of irrational factors behind the political events and ideological repressions within the socialist movement, and the rehabilitation of previously anathematized Marxist thinkers and creative artists, thus opening up a vast realm of suppressed Marxist ideas for exploration. In the capitalist world, increased repression and dehumanizing currents triggered a number of revolutionary and pseudo-revolutionary movements, virtually all of which having rejected the traditional Marxist categories as they had come to 264 The return to Marxist humanism. Be understood during the Zdanov period were in search of a new revolutionary theory. After a period of theoretical peregrination which led to an exploration of neglected strains of socialist thought, anarchist, utopian socialist, populist, nihilist, the picaresque revolutionaries rediscovered Marx. The new Marxism which is in process of formation is leavened by the experiences and learning which accompanied the journey, and is characterized by a re-examination of the entire literature of Marxism. Of especial importance has been the rediscovery of the early Marx the poet, Marx the converted Jew, Marx the son, the messianic Marx, the humanist and psychological Marx, the hip Marx, which flowed from the conjunction of these historical factors and the publication and wide dissemination of his early works, which in turn led to a new reading of the mature works. Economic determinism is dead, and the petrified husk of its doctrine has been stripped away to reveal the humanism and utopianism at the core of Marx's thought. Dialectical thought, a mode of comprehending reality in the process of its becoming, both in its unity and its oppositions, in its totality and in its fragmentation, is emerging from the long sleep imposed on it by the bourgeois scientific revolution, and this permits a reappraisal of the concepts of work and freedom, a re-emergence of revolutionary, eschatological, system-breaking thinking, including the Marxist critique of Marxism itself. This last was perhaps the most important step. Rival systems of thought and new disciplines of knowledge were placing intolerable strains upon a rigidified Marxist structure, the questions being asked by Freudians, linguistic philosophy, structuralism, and existentialism were forcing Marxism to reappraise its intellectual viability, to become creative and Marxist once more, or to decline. In the field of aesthetics and art criticism, Marxist official positions were outmoded and ineffectual, largely discredited, essentially incapable of grappling with the complex categories of rival theories. Official Marxist aesthetics could not account for or match the dialectical insights to be found in the work of the empathy theorists, the symbolic linguistic analysts, the formalists, and their Mandarin followers in the new criticism, the ego-psychologists of the Freudian school, or even with the pseudo-dialectical eclectics. The super-rationality of Marxist political and class criticism with its one-to-one equations and its neglect of aesthetic factors was unsuited to dealing positively with the major developments of modern art, leading to estrangement from Marxism of creative artists, the avant-garde, and the young. The widely advertised hostility of Zdanovist criticism to 20th-century art brought into question the ability 265 of Marxism to work as a progressive force in the arts or as a guide for revolutionary and humanist artists. The selection from Marxism and Modern Culture by the Italian Marxist was written before the full impact of had been felt, but it sets the philosophical stage within which that phenomenon took place. There are important implications here for an analysis of the relationship between the intelligentsia and revolutionary philosophy. The selection is presented here, however, to indicate the contradictory stresses to which Marxism is subjected in the course of its development, drawn on one hand into various idealist currents and on the other toward the kind of crude materialism which culminated in Zdanovism. Gramsci's essay uncovers a historically conditioned internal dialectic of Marxist thought itself. He views the evolution of Marxism as a series of spiraling oscillations between the metaphysical and the practical, between exploration of theoretical limits and specific applications of theory to social praxis, seeing Marxism as proceeding on one hand toward contact with metaphysical modes of thought, and on the other being pulled back toward common sense and banal materialism of the positivist type. Gramsci tends to hypostatize Marxism into a pure doctrine which undergoes a historical process of blending with other ideologies or alien tendencies. Though he cites Rosa Luxemburg's Stagnation and Progress of Marxism, he overlooks her magnificent insight that Marxism contains certain ideas which lack utility at a given historical moment and which remain latent until historical need calls them forth. Extending this a bit further, one might say that the latent ideas in Marx can be made manifest only by contact with catalytic agents of subsequent development, and that the 1 Gramsci was born and raised in Sardinia. He studied at the University of Turin, specializing in linguistics and philology, but abandoned his studies in favor of politics. By the end of the World War he was a leader of the left-wing socialist movement, and participated in the formation in 1921 of the Italian Communist Party. In 1924 he was elected secretary of the party, founded its newspaper, Unit, and was elected to the Italian parliament. He was arrested by the fascists on November 8, 1926, and sentenced to 20 years imprisonment. He was released from prison 1 week before his death on April 27, 1937. His prison writings, published after the defeat of Mussolini, have established him as one of the foremost Marxist theoreticians and philosophers of our time. His writings on literature may be found in Letteratura e Vita Nazionale, which contains the important essay, Il Teatro di Pirandello. 266 The Return to Marxist Humanism. Process described by Gramsci is not merely a fragmentation of a pure doctrine but the process by which that doctrine develops its own legitimate implications. Gramsci, Marxism and Modern Culture from the Modern Prince. Marxism has been a potent force in modern culture and, to a certain extent, has determined and fertilized a number of currents of thought within it. The study of this most significant fact has been either neglected or ignored outright by the so-called orthodox, and for the following reasons. The most significant philosophical combination that occurred was that in which Marxism was blended with various idealist tendencies, and was regarded by the orthodox, who were necessarily bound to the cultural currents of the last century, as an absurdity if not sheer charlatanism. Therefore, it seems necessary to evaluate the posing of the problem just as Antonio Labriola attempted to do. This is what happened. Marxism in fact suffered a double revision, was submitted to a double philosophical combination. On the one hand, some of its elements were absorbed and incorporated, explicitly and implicitly, into various idealist currents. On the other hand, the so-called orthodox, preoccupied with finding a philosophy which, from their very narrow point of view, was more comprehensive than a simple interpretation of history, believed they were being orthodox in identifying Marxism with traditional materialism. Still another current turned back to Kant. In general, one can say that the attempts to combine Marxism with idealist trends stemmed mainly from the pure intellectuals, while the orthodox trends were created by intellectual personalities more obviously devoted to practical activity who were, therefore, bound to the masses. The distinction is very important. The pure intellectuals, as elaborators of the most developed ruling class ideology, were forced to take over at least some Marxist elements to revitalize their own ideas and to check. 267. The tendency towards excessively speculative philosophizing with the historical realism of the new theory, in order to provide new weapons for the social group to which they were allied. The orthodox, on the other hand, found themselves battling against religious transcendentalism, the philosophy most widely spread among the masses, and believed they could defeat it with the crudest, most banal materialism, itself a not unimportant layer of common sense, kept alive more than was or is thought by that same religion which finds, among the people, its trivial, base, superstitious, sorcery-ridden expression, in which materialism plays no small part. Why did Marxism suffer the fate of having its principal elements absorbed by both idealism and philosophical materialism? Investigation into this question is sure to be complex and delicate, requiring much subtlety of analysis and intellectual caution. It is very easy to be taken in by outward appearances and to miss the hidden similarities and the necessary but disguised links. The identification of the concepts which Marxism ceded to traditional philosophies, and for which they temporarily provided a new lease of life, must be made with careful criticism and means nothing more nor less than rewriting the history of modern thought from the time when Marxism was founded. Obviously, it is not difficult to trace the clearly defined absorption of ideas, although this, too, must be submitted to a critical analysis. A classic example is Croce's reduction of Marxism to empirical rules for the study of history, a concept which has penetrated even among Catholics, and has contributed to the creation of the Italian school of economic juridical historiography whose influence has spread beyond the confines of Italy. but most needed is the difficult and painstaking search into the implicit, unconfessed, elements that have been absorbed and which occurred precisely because Marxism existed as a force in modern thought, as a widely diffused atmosphere which modified old ways of thinking through hidden and delayed actions and reactions. In this connection the study of Searle is especially interesting, because through Searle and his fate many relevant hints are to be found. The same applies to Croce. But the most important investigation would appear to be of Bergsonian philosophy and of pragmatism, in order to see in full how certain of their positions would have been inconceivable without the historical link of Marxism. Another aspect of the question is the practical teachings on political science inherited from Marxism by those same adversaries who bitterly combated it on principle in much the same way that the Jesuits, while opposing Machiavelli theoretically, were in practice his best disciples. In an 268 The Return to Marxist Humanism. Opinion published by Mario Miseroli in La Stampa when he was its Rome correspondent, the writer says something like this, that it remains to be seen whether the more intelligent industrialists are not persuaded in their own minds that capital saw deeply into their affairs and whether they do not make use of the lessons so learned. This would not be surprising in the least, since if Marx made a precise analysis of reality he did no more than systematize rationally and coherently what the historical agents of this reality felt and feel, confusedly and instinctively, and of which they had the greater awareness after his critical analysis. The other aspect of the question is even more interesting. Why did even the so-called orthodox also combine Marxism with other philosophies, and why with one rather than another of those prevalent? Actually the only combination which counts is that made with traditional materialism. The blend with Kantian currents had only a limited success among a few intellectual groups. In this connection, a piece by Rosa Luxemburg on advances and delays in the development of Marxism should be looked into. She notes how the constituent parts of this philosophy were developed at different levels but always in accordance with the needs of practical activity. In other words, the founders of the new philosophy, according to her, should have anticipated not only the needs of their own times but also of the times to come, and should have created an arsenal of weapons which could not be used because they were ahead of their times, and which could only be polished up against some time in the future. The explanation is somewhat captious since, in the main, she takes the fact to be explained, restates it in an abstract way, and uses that as an explanation. Nevertheless it contains something of the truth and should be looked into more deeply. One of the historical explanations ought to be looked for in the fact that it was necessary for Marxism to ally itself to alien tendencies in order to combat capitalist hangovers, especially in the field of religion, among the masses of the people. Marxism was confronted with two tasks: to combat modern ideologies in their most refined form in order to create its own corps of independent intellectuals, and to educate the masses of the people whose level of culture was medieval. Given the nature of the new philosophy, the second and basic task absorbed all its strength, both quantitatively and qualitatively. For didactic reasons the new philosophy developed in a cultural form only slightly higher than the popular average, and as such was absolutely inadequate for overcoming the ideology of the educated classes, despite the fact that the new philosophy had been expressly created to supersede the highest cultural manifestation of the period, classical. 269. German philosophy, and in order to recruit into the new social class whose worldview it was a group of intellectuals of its own. On the other hand, modern culture, particularly the idealist, has been unable to elaborate a popular culture and has failed to provide a moral and scientific content to its own educational programs, which still remain abstract and theoretical schemes. Ernst Fischer. Art is necessary in order that man should be able to recognize and change the world. But art is also necessary by virtue of the magic inherent in it. Ernst Fischer, The Necessity of Art. Introduction. The withdrawal from, and subsequent return to, humanism in the Marxist approach to art is exemplified in the career of the Austrian Ernst Fischer. He studied philosophy at Graz and joined the Social Democratic Party as a journalist, working as an editor of the Arbeiterzeitung. In 1934, following the brutal suppression of the Austrian workers, he broke with the Social Democrats and joined the Communist Party, in which he served as a leading cultural Stalinist in the campaigns against fascist ideology, Trotskyism, Bukharinism, decadence, formalism, vulgar sociology, sectarianism, and so on in the standard Stalinist manner. The ideology of fascism, he wrote in 1937, concocted out of garbage and filth, was prepared for by the penetration of a stifling mysticism into the natural and social sciences. And in a self-criticism of his early admiration for Trotsky, he wrote, 10 years ago I had a very nebulous, unfounded idea of Stalin. Step by step I became persuaded of the correct policy, the historical greatness of Stalin, the grandeur of his work. A new world has opened up before my eyes. Fischer worked during the Second World War as a radio commentator in Moscow. After the war he returned to Austria where, after serving in the provisional government and in parliament for a time, he returned to journalism. Since his life had already revealed a pattern of disillusionments linked to new and passionate conversions, it was not surprising that he should repudiate his own Stalinism. What was surprising was that Fischer, whose cultural work had been on a machine-made level, would not only remain a Marxist but would commence a serious and sensitive study of the Marxist approach to art. Fischer's The Necessity of Art was the first important popular introduction to Marxist aesthetics after Finkelstein's Art and Society and played a role in indicating the possibilities of a non-Stalinist communist aesthetics. Essentially Caudwellian in its approach to the function of art, Fischer's main purpose is to liberalize the concepts which had fettered the Marxist response to art. Inevitably, perhaps, Fischer remains largely bound within the traditional categories of pre-thaw communist criticism. Impelled by the opposition which his flexible new approach aroused in East Germany and the USSR, his later work became both more impassioned and more strident in its affirmations of an undogmatic approach to art and artist. Art Against Ideology * is largely devoted to an attack on the remnants of the Stalinist approach, whose strength and viability Fischer vastly overrates. From this book we reprint the passage on productive memory, an exploration of the dialectics of the imagination, of the way in which the labor process gives rise to the desire to restore man's lost unity with nature, a unity which persists as the memory of a lost paradise and as a model for images of the future images which are the stuff of art. 2. The Road of a Left Social Democrat, Communist International, February, 1938, p. 142. 3. Dresden, 1959, English translation, 1963. 4. Hamburg, 1966, English translation, 1969. 272. The Return to Marxist Humanism. Fischer, Productive Memory from Art Against Ideology. The imagination is dialectical insofar as anticipating the future is a form of productive remembering. In the work process there is at first an imitation of useful objects found in nature, say a wedge to become an axe. But gradually the object placed before the eye as a model becomes a remembered, an inwardly imagined one. The worker improves, refines the crude model, adapts it more and more closely to his purpose, discovers more advantageous combinations, unrealized possibilities. What was once a material model now appears to the worker as an ideal original image, an idea of the thing to be made. The possible as still unformed reality, the stuff that dreams and gods and tools, phantoms and inventions, myths and mechanisms are made of, is the never-ending material of the imagination. The trinity of the creative imagination is there from the beginning. To imagine what has not yet been objectified, what is not yet present, to combine things which are not yet mutually related, to join them together and to establish an interaction between them, to draw what is to be from that which is remembered, to overstep the inadequate here and now, to make what has never yet been seen, conceived of or noticed creatively visible, conceivable, and conscious, that is the imagination's threefold manner of working. Originating in the working process, it is itself an inward working process, the simplest and the richest way of working. The imagined, the not yet present, the new is waylaid and captured, not merely the past but the future becomes a cause and an original object. but this future is born out of the past, and all that is still to be accomplished is mirrored in memory. By his work, man destroys his unity with nature. He does violence to nature and fears its revenge. With the increasing division of labor, with the beginning of authority, the division into ruled and rulers, into those who serve and those who enjoy, into haves and have-nots, the memory of a lost paradise, of a golden age, of a time when work was not a curse but a humanizing personal activity, becomes an inexhaustible source for the imagination. Original sin was the fact of becoming man. The imagination works to anticipate a renewed condition of the past. Drawing from ancient wells, it transforms a fluid element into something malleable and molds from it images of the future. The force of the instincts, the power of dreams, the material of memory is enriched by new experience and modified by reason, yet anticipation is always the result of looking back upon a past which appears golden. Later we will consider how the imagination produces myths and examine the myth as a model of reality. Now, however, we must try to see how the imagination tends to shrink in the highly developed industrial society. Tinsiidinyi ifianikil. The people, yes, the people. Carl Sandburg. Introduction. Was born in the Williamsburg section of Brooklyn and educated in the New York City school system and at the City College of New York. He received one master's degree in English literature at Columbia University for a thesis called The Writer in the Victorian Novel, and another at N.Y.US Institute of Fine Arts, published in German as Der Junge Picasso. While he was working at the Brooklyn Post Office during the Depression, he wrote his first book, Art and Society, which was revised after service from 1942 to 1946 in the United States Army and published in 1947 by international publishers, achieving an instantaneous popularity for its author's infectious delight in the arts, its appreciation of the classic works of 20th-century modernism, and the deceptive ease with which Finkelstein was able to introduce non-specialist readers to some of the complexities of artistic creation and its major styles. It should be remembered that until then no American Marxist had attempted a broad survey of the arts in their relation to society. Such books as Granville Hick's Great Tradition and V. F. Calverton's Liberate 275 of American literature had left a somewhat bitter taste by their destructive use of class analysis and their total neglect of the aesthetic dimension of art. Nevertheless, during the Popular Front period, first-rate critical studies were produced by Marxists in the universities, and excellent work began to appear in such journals as Science and Society, Calverton's Modern Monthly, Marxist Quarterly, the Early Partisan Review, and in the little magazines, especially those linked to the John Reed clubs. The better-known left-wing literary essayists Joseph Freeman, Michael Gold, Joshua Kunitz, Isidor Schneider, Malcolm Cowley were deeply occupied with cultural political issues of the day. Their influential work appeared primarily in New Masses and other weeklies. Intensive research into fundamental texts of Marxist aesthetics was inaugurated in 1937 by Angel Flores Critics Group in a series of monographs, and in the periodical Dialectics. This auspicious beginning was interrupted by the disintegration of the Popular Front spirit and the onset of World War II. A number of interesting figures of the 1930s were relatively unfamiliar to the left audience. The brilliant work of Harry Allen Potemkin on film was so dense and idiosyncratic that it generated little influence. T.K. Whipple died before his later work on American literature could find an audience. Edmund Wilson, ever passing through stages, had already settled his accounts with Marxism and was moving on in his unending search for a viable past. Kenneth Burke had introjected Marxism so completely that it disappeared within his synthetic philosophy of symbolic form and action. Meyer Scapiro continued to insist on his Marxism but rarely exercised it in his stylistic analyses. Obed Brooks had reverted to his professorial identity and abandoned the questions of Marxism and literature of which he had written so knowingly. F. O. Matheson had composed a great monograph on American literature with a profound grasp of humanist dialectics, but was not ready, nor did he ever become ready, to fully accept Marxism. Finkelstein's book was a fresh breeze. It permitted those on the left who, one generally speaking, The special contribution to Marxism of the Americans lay not in criticism, philosophy, or aesthetics, but in journalism, reportage, and chronicle. The outstanding representatives are Randolph Bourne, John Reed, Michael Gold, Malcolm Cowley, and Joseph Freeman, with occasionally brilliant work by Erskine Caldwell, John Dos Passos, Ernest Hemingway, Albert Maltz, and Joseph North. For representative examples, see Granville Hicks et.al., eds, Proletarian Literature in the United States, an Anthology, and Joseph North, ed., New Masses, an Anthology of the Rebel Thirties. 276 The Return to Marxist Humanism. Loved music, literature, and the fine arts to set aside their guilt at enjoyment of the arts. It confirmed the significant social functions of art, its essential nature being seen as one of establishing kinship among people, its aesthetic emotion rising from the leap in understanding which flows from a conquest of another particle of the human experience. Artists of widely varying ideological persuasion are saved for Marxism by Finkelstein's alternating use of several theoretical devices. First, by stressing popular and progressive content in the artwork or biography of the artist. Second, through the concept that decadent or negative art arises as protest against bourgeois domination of art and intellectual life. Lastly, by Finkelstein's main thesis, which is a restatement of the 18th century notion that all significant art finds its nourishment and regenerative power in folk art. Using these yardsticks, it became possible for Finkelstein to emphasize folk elements in art as indicative of a progressive outlook. This theory is applied imaginatively and at length in Finkelstein's succeeding books, Jazz, A People's Music, How Music Expresses Ideas, Realism in Art, and Composer and Nation. Finkelstein's strongest field is music. He has a first-hand knowledge and deep appreciation of the entire range of Western music, and he possesses the rare capacity of describing a musical composition in word imagery that brings its content to life. His only attempt to create a musical aesthetic is in How Music Expresses Ideas, written during the period of Stanov's greatest influence, and not altogether free of that influence itself. The selection reprinted here is in Finkelstein's best manner, illustrating and deepening the Marxist thesis that art educates the senses through its illumination of a portion of reality, converting the unknown into the known, heightening awareness by stripping away a fragment of the alienating veils which cloak our social and productive relations. Art is seen as a specialized form of creative labor and the languages of art as a social inheritance for the organization and enhancement of communal ties. Following Marx closely, Finkelstein emphasizes the role of art in recording social life at a particular stage of its historical development, in both its subjective and objective aspects. The educative side of art is stressed, as is its fundamental function in humanizing reality and developing the senses themselves. The history of the arts is a record of the successive stages in the humanization of reality, writes Finkelstein in an extension of Marx's phrase, the forming of the five senses is a labor of the entire history of the world down to the present. 277. Finkelstein, Art as Humanization from the Artistic Expression of Alienation. Art is one of the many ways through which people explore and think about the world outside, appraise the changes they have brought about in it, and through this, discover their own growing qualities and potentialities as human beings. Art accomplishes this as a specialized form of creative labor. It is creative in that it produces works which can continue to exist, as a social possession, after the artist has finished with them. Its specialization lies in its skills with its materials. There are the language of words, the building or carving of objects with various shapes, the organization of sounds in musical patterns of pitch and rhythm, the creation of images through drawing, coloring, modeling, and the organized movements of the human body. These are the means that society has evolved for the purpose of reflecting life, thinking about it, exchanging experiences, and organizing or enhancing communal activity. All these materials are a social inheritance taken up by the artist, and they already have more than a mechanical quality, or in other words evoke a living or a human presence, as a social possession. Thus the most ordinary spoken and written language is more than a series of dictionary definable units but has rhythm, Intonation, vivid or colorful imagery. Shapes or images created for the most practical, utilitarian purpose, like tools, dwellings, drawings simply to record information, attain in their very creation, symmetry, curve, texture, rhythm. Music, in the form of song and dance, is as widespread a possession as language, and without this wide provenance in most people's minds and ears of at least a rudimentary but already emotionally evocative music, it is hard to see how individual works of creative music could come into being. People also express their inner states through their bodies. The most commonplace action or gesture has qualities which a painter's line or dancer's movement need only select, fix, isolate, and incorporate into another context to become a living part of an artwork. Not only are the materials with which works of art are created given to the artist as a social heritage. Art serves social needs, and it comes into being under conditions or through channels evolved by society. Thus from the earliest civilizations public buildings called forth sculpture and painting. In more recent times, the rise of theaters goes hand in hand with the writing of plays, and the novel develops along with the institution of print. 278 The return to Marxist humanism. Ing. Bookselling and libraries. The creations of art in turn become a part of social reality. The world is different because it possesses them. Basic to the understanding of art is the unending labor process of changing the world to fit human needs. As things of the outer world are turned to human use, manipulated and reshaped, all their manifold qualities are disclosed and the senses grow in response to them. If things in nature appear to have entrancing form, it is because the development of human senses and skills through manifold shaping and form-creating activities have enabled human beings to perceive this. The beauty of art differs from that of nature in that a work of art is a man-made object, and whatever its practical function, or however close its image may be to the outer world, it embodies in its shape and makeup the growth and presence of the human being in the process of discovery. Art has subject matter and style, content, and form. The subject matter of an artwork is some phenomenon in the outer world, or some function to perform, which also becomes a subject, that is, a challenge to the artist, a stimulus to thought, a problem to solve, a question to answer. The style of an artwork is the unique pattern the artist gives to the socially inherited materials for reflecting reality, so that they embody and can impart to others the heightened skills, senses, and perceptions aroused in him during the process of creation. A work of art may embrace any kind of ideology or doctrine. Its real content, or artistic content, however, is its discovered truth, or in other words the illumination it brings to reality, its disclosure of something new born out of the old, its crystallization of a stage of growth of the human being in response to the surrounding world. This truth is affirmed by the heightened possibilities of life it brings to those who make it their own. The form of a work of art is the reflection, in its all-over structure, of the life process of the artist in creating it. This life process includes not only the organized work of the hands, eyes, ears, and body, but also the work of the mind, the thinking about life and the resources of past experience brought to the problem at hand. It is this thinking which determines each step in the construction of the finished work. As with all extensions of knowledge, the discoveries of the individual artist fix and bring into social consciousness a changed view of reality that has already been prepared for by the collective operations of society. The term reality, in reference to art, embraces both the outer, objective world of nature and human activity, and the inner, subjective, psychological world of thought about life and response to it. There are many ways of recording the outer, objective world which are not art, natural science, the writing of history, journalism, sociology, statistics, economics, photography used simply for documentary purposes. The unique quality of art, a quality 279, which sometimes touches the above activities and makes them enter accidentally, so to speak the realm of art, is that it discloses the inner world, corresponding to the outer. In other words, it shows what it means to live at a certain moment, or stage of development, of social life and the conquest of nature. It replaces fact with typicality. It discloses not an actual event but a pattern of outer movement, as a force operating on human hopes and feelings. If the history of the arts shows the utmost diversity in this relationship of inner and outer worlds, from a super-objective art which seems almost mechanistically documentary to an overwhelmingly subjective art which seems to be only a private world of the emotions, this only means that to look at art appreciatively it must also be looked at critically. To see it critically is to place its disclosures into the context of the real world that all people share. This is another way of saying that really to appreciate a work of art, we must ask, what is it that we learn from it that is applicable to all of us? What has been clarified for us that was obscure? What blindness has been turned into knowledge? How have our perceptions and ways of thinking about the world changed? Art also possesses, and must possess, beauty. Beauty is the awareness of the development of the human senses, as they have grown in response to the continually advancing discovery of the richness of the external world. We can call this development of the senses a product of the humanization of the real world. There is first the humanization of nature, engendered by the adaptation of nature to fit human needs. Through this the secrets of nature are progressively discovered, its laws are revealed so that they come to be consciously used as instruments of human progress, and the mind is enriched by the disclosure of nature's manifold sensuous qualities. There is secondly the humanization of human relations. With the changes, conflicts in and reorganizations of society that make up history, there is a progressive discovery, understanding, mastery, and reshaping of the laws governing the organization of society. Human relations become more human in the sense that destructive antagonisms are replaced by cooperation, ignorance and fear are replaced by kinship and understanding, and through cooperation the individual is enabled to develop more freely. Each stage in the humanization of the external world, including both nature and society, is a stage in the growth of the human being, an enlargement of the scope of individual life, an awareness of a step towards freedom, and a growth of the senses. What happens is not a change in the physical basis of sense perception, but rather that with the new, more fruitful relationships of the individual to the outer world, the eyes open up so to speak. Each outer discovery is also an awareness of internal powers and richness. The individual grows by continually rediscovering. 280 The return to Marxist humanism. Himself in the outer world. The aesthetic emotion, the recognition of beauty, is the joyous consciousness of this leap in human powers. When we find that a work has the joy and excitement of beauty, this is another way of saying that we have learned from it, in the special way that makes us feel our senses have grown, our powers have become heightened, the world is a little more understandable, and we can thereby live a little differently. The history of the arts is a record of the successive stages in the humanization of reality. The arts reveal, as no other human product can, this process of humanization, of showing it not only in what is depicted from life, but also and more important, in the way it is depicted, the human involvement with outer reality. Bella Bolish. Old the castle, old the tale. Old is my riddle. Give it your ear. Bella's, Bluebeard's Castle. Introduction. Bella Bolish was born in Szeged, Hungary, August 14, 1884. After taking his degree in philosophy, he became a leading literary figure in Hungarian cultural life during the last years of the monarchy, writing numerous volumes of poetry, stories, romances, and dramas, as well as the Maeterlinckian libretto for Bartók's opera Bluebeard's Castle, and scenarios for other stage works of Bartók and Kodály. After the fall of the short-lived proletarian regime of 1919 he fled to Vienna, where he became film critic for the newspaper Der Tag. In 1923, he wrote Der Sichtbare Mensch, which was one of the first books in any language on the aesthetics and philosophy of art of the film, and which set out many fundamental questions that were later to be explored by Pudovkin, Eisenstein, John Grierson, Rudolf Arnheim, Siegfried Kracauer, Luigi Chiarini, and many others. Among the subjects dealt with are, film and literature, the nature of visual continuity, the significance of the visible, stylization, tempo, simultaneity, the grotesque, the uses of silence, mass. 282 The return to Marxist humanism. Scenes, the relation of film to dream, and a host of similarly evocative categories. From this pioneering work, we reprint a section incorporating what was to become one of Ballash's main themes, the role of film in restoring the human image to collective consciousness. The invention of printing had tended to render illegible the faces of men, thus reducing the expressive language of the human body and leading to the atrophy of gesture and expression. The film restores this lost visual culture to humanity, along with the rich and colorful language of gesture, movement, and facial expression. Ballash foresees, at the end of a long process of re-education of the senses by the example of film, the prospect of a new, wordless, universal language, with all the possibilities of bringing humanity together which this implies. The silent film is free of the isolating walls of language differences. If we look at and understand each other's faces and gestures, we not only understand, we also learn to feel each other's emotions. The gesture is not only the outward projection of emotion, it is also its initiator. The film, then, represents a new stage in the arts, one which recaptures the human image and human expressive powers for a mankind that had been stripped of its own reflection by the technological progress of an earlier capitalism. Man has again become visible. Ballash moved to Berlin in 1926, where he joined the German Proletarian Writers Association and became a leader of the communist-directed Arbeitertheaterbund. He wrote or collaborated on a number of important screen scenarios, including Die Abentur eines Zenmarkscheins, I+1=3, Narcos, Papst die Drei Groschenoper, and Das Blaue Licht. In 1930, he published Der Geist des Films, which extended the theoretical explorations of his previous book to such technical subjects as montage, camera technique, cutting, sound, dialogue, optics, and the like. The closing chapter, Ideological Observations, contains illuminating ideas on the sociology and aesthetics of cinema, on the proletarian film, and the relation of Marxism to the film art. In the early 1930s, Ballash emigrated to the USSR and became professor of cinematographic aesthetics at the Moscow Art Institute. Jay later reports that Ballash directed his first and only film, Tissa Burns, in the USSR, in 1933.3. It was never released, probably for ideological reasons. Perhaps this is one of the reasons that Ballash did not wish to recall or to write about his years in the Soviet Union. In 1945 he returned to Hungary and became professor of drama and cinematography at the Academy of Art in Budapest, teaching also at the film academies in Poland and Czechoslovakia until his death in 1949.4. He wrote one more screenplay, Valahall Urodban, and in 1948 he completed his major work, The Theory of the Film, begun in Vienna, continued in Berlin, largely written in Moscow. The summation of his work on the subject, which has appeared in German, Hungarian, Italian, Russian, and English. We have selected several pages from the section entitled The Face of Man. The expressivity of things rises from their relationship to man. What makes objects expressive are the human expressions projected onto them. This is a return to a theme which Ballash had developed in his first book, The Milieu becomes the visible aura of men. Things have meaning only insofar as they have a relationship with man. More important than the physiognomy of things, however, was the discovery of the human face. Ballash reaffirms his belief in the universal language of the body's expressivity and then launches into a dense and speculative attempt to situate the film close-up of the human face in a superspatial dimension, that of microphysiognomy. Drawing an analogy to Bergson's comments on the temporal nature of music, Ballash holds that facial expression is not a phenomenon pertaining to space. Ballash probably intends this line of exploration to lead into those metasociological categories of universal human essences where he is most at home. Other Marxists have stressed the dialectical process whereby art is simultaneously an expression of socio-economic historical genetic factors and of universal or transcendent. To a diary entry in Ballash posthumously published Almad 6 Ifyugst places his emigration in 1931. The authoritative film Lexicon degli autori dell'opera, Volume I, p. 354, dates his arrival in the USSR from 1933. 3. C. J. Leta, Kino, p. 303. 4. There is some confusion about the date of Bala's death, complicated by the existence of another Bela Balash, a communist political historian who died in 1959. 5. Der Sichtbare Mensch, 2d ed., p. 92. 284. The return to Marxist humanism. Human qualities. Balash is perhaps the first to suggest another dialectic, the simultaneous existence of art within a spatial matrix and a supraspatial dimension. Balash, the visible man from the sightless man. The discovery of printing gradually rendered illegible the faces of men. So much could be read from paper that the method of conveying meaning by facial expression fell into desuetude. Victor Hugo wrote once that the printed book took over the part played by the cathedral in the Middle Ages and became the carrier of the spirit of the people. But the thousands of books tore the one spirit, embodied in the cathedral, into thousands of opinions. The word broke the stone into 1,000 fragments, tore the church into 1,000 books. The visual spirit was thus turned into a legible spirit and visual culture into a culture of concepts. This of course had its social and economic causes, which changed the general face of life. But we paid little attention to the fact that, in conformity with this, the face of individual men, their foreheads, their eyes, their mouths, had also of necessity and quite concretely to suffer a change. At present a new discovery, a new machine, is at work to turn the attention of men back to a visual culture and give them new faces. This machine is the cinematographic camera. Like the printing press, it is a technical device for the multiplication and distribution of products of the human spirit. Its effect on human culture will not be less than that of the printing press. For not to speak does not mean that one has nothing to say. Those who do not speak may be brimming over with emotions which can be expressed only in forms and pictures, in gesture and play of feature. The man of visual culture uses these not as substitutes for words, as a deaf-mute uses his fingers. He does not think in words, the syllables of which he sketches in the air like the dots and dashes of the Morse code. The gestures of visual man are not intended to convey concepts which can be expressed in words, but such inner experiences, such non-rational emotions which would still remain unexpressed when everything that can be told has been told. Such emotions lie in the deepest levels of the soul and cannot be approached by words that are mere reflex ions of concepts, just as our musical experiences cannot be expressed in rationalized concepts. What appears on the face and Bela Balash 285. In facial expression is a spiritual experience which is rendered immediately visible without the intermediary of words. In the golden age of the old visual arts, the painter and sculptor did not merely fill empty space with abstract shapes and forms, and man was not merely a formal problem for the artist. Painters could paint the spirit and the soul without becoming literary, for the soul and the spirit had not yet been confined in concepts capable of expression only by means of words. They could be incarnated without residue. That was the happy time when paintings could still have a theme and an idea, for the idea had not yet been tied to the concept and to the word that named the concept. The artist could present in its primary form of manifestation the soul's bodily incarnation in gesture or feature. But since then the printing press has grown to be the main bridge over which the more remote interhuman spiritual exchanges take place, and the soul has been concentrated and crystallized chiefly in the word. There was no longer any need for the subtler means of expression provided by the body. For this reason our bodies grew soulless and empty. What is not in use, deteriorates. The expressive surface of our body was thus reduced to the face alone, and this not merely because the rest of the body was hidden by clothes. For the poor remnants of bodily expression that remained to us, the little surface of the face sufficed, sticking up like a clumsy semaphore of the soul and signaling as best it could. Sometimes a gesture of the hand was added, recalling the melancholy of a mutilated torso. In the epoch of word culture the soul learned to speak but had grown almost invisible. Such was the effect of the printing press. Now the film is about to inaugurate a new direction in our culture. Many million people sit in the picture houses every evening and purely through vision, experience happenings, characters, emotions, moods, even thoughts, without the need for many words. For words do not touch the spiritual content of the pictures and are merely passing instruments of as yet undeveloped forms of art. Humanity is already learning the rich and colorful language of gesture, movement, and facial expression. This is not a language of signs as a substitute for words, like the sign language of the deaf and dumb. It is the visual means of communication, without intermediary of souls clothed in flesh. Man has again become visible. Linguistic research has found that the origins of language lie in expressive movement, that is, that man when he began to speak moved his tongue and lips to no greater extent than the other muscles of his face and body, just as an infant does today. Originally the purpose was not the making of sounds. The movement of tongue and lips was at first the same spawn. 286 The return to Marxist humanism. Taneous gesturing as every other expressive movement of the body. That the former produced sounds was a secondary, adventitious phenomenon, which was only later used for practical purposes. The immediately visible message was thus turned into an immediately audible message. In the course of this process, as in every translation, a great deal was lost. It is the expressive movement, the gesture, that is the aboriginal mother tongue of the human race. Now we are beginning to remember and relearn this tongue. It is still clumsy and primitive and very far removed as yet from the refinements of word art. But already it is beginning to be able sometimes to express things which escape the artists of the word. How much of human thought would remain unexpressed if we had no music? The now developing art of facial expression and gesture will bring just as many submerged contents to the surface. Although these human experiences are not rational, conceptual contents, they are nevertheless neither vague nor blurred, but as clear and unequivocal as is music. Thus the inner man, too, will become visible. But the old visible man no longer exists today and the new visible man is not yet in existence. As I have said before, it is the law of nature that unused organs degenerate and disappear, leaving only rudiments behind. The animals that do not chew lose their teeth. In the epoch of word culture we made little use of the expressive powers of our body and have therefore partly lost that power. The gesturing of primitive peoples is frequently more varied and expressive than that of the educated European, whose vocabulary is infinitely richer. A few more years of film art and our scholars will discover that cinematography enables them to compile encyclopedias of facial expression, movement, and gesture, such as have long existed for words in the shape of dictionaries. The public, however, need not wait for the gesture encyclopedia and grammars of future academies, it can go to the pictures and learn it there. We had, however, when we neglected the body as a means of expression, lost more than mere corporal power of expression. That which was to have been expressed was also narrowed down by this neglect. For it is not the same spirit, not the same soul that is expressed once in words and once in gestures. Music does not express the same thing as poetry. In a different way it expresses something quite different. When we dip the bucket of words in the depths, we bring up other things than when we do the same with gestures. But let no one think that I want to bring back the culture of movement and gesture in place of the culture of words, for neither can be a substitute for the other. Without a rational, conceptual culture and the scientific development that goes with it, there can be no social and hence no human progress. The connecting tissue of modern society is the word. Bell Abolish 287. Spoken and written, without which all organization and planning would be impossible. On the other hand, fascism has shown us where the tendency to reduce human culture to subconscious emotions in place of clear concepts would lead humanity. What I am talking about is only art, and even here there is no question of displacing the more rational art of the word. There is no reason why we should renounce one sort of human achievement in favor of another. Even the most highly developed musical culture need not crowd out some more rational aspect of culture. But to return to the simile of the bucket, we know that the wells that dry up are the wells from which no water is dipped. Psychology and philology have shown that our thoughts and feelings are determined a priori by the possibility of expressing them. Philology is also aware that it is not only concepts and feelings that create words, but that it is also the other way round, words give rise to concepts and feelings. This is a form of economy practiced by our mental constitution, which desires to produce unusable things just as little as does our physical organism. Psychological and logical analysis has shown that words are not merely images expressing our thoughts and feelings, but in most cases they're a priori limiting forms. This is at the root of the danger of stereotyped banality which so often threatens the educated. Here again the evolution of the human spirit is a dialectical process. Its development increases its means of expression, and the increase of means of expression in its turn facilitates and accelerates its development. Thus, if then the film increases the possibilities of expression, it will also widen the spirit it can express. Will this newly developing language of facial expression and expressive gesture bring human beings closer to each other, or the contrary? Despite the Tower of Babel, there were concepts common to all behind the different words, and one could also learn the languages of others. Concepts, on the other hand, have, in civilized communities, a content determined by convention. A universally valid grammar was an even more potent unifying principle, holding together the individuals who in bourgeois society were prone to become estranged and isolated from each other. Even the literature of extreme subjectivism used the common vocabulary and was thus preserved from the loneliness of final misunderstanding. But the language of the gestures is far more individual and personal than the language of words, although facial expression, too, has its habitual forms and conventionally accepted interpretations, to such an extent that one might and should write a comparative gesturology on the model of comparative linguistics. Nevertheless, this language of facial expression and gesture, although it has a certain generally accepted tradition, lacks the 288 the return to Marxist humanism. Severe rules that govern grammar and by the grace of our academies are compulsory for us all. No school prescribes that you must express your cheerfulness by this sort of smile and your bad humor with that sort of wrinkled brow. There are no punishable errors in this or that facial expression, although children doubtless do observe and imitate such conventional grimaces and gestures. On the other hand, these are more immediately induced by inner impulses than are words. Yet it will probably be the art of the film after all which may bring together the peoples and nations, make them accustomed to each other, and lead them to mutual understanding. The silent film is free of the isolating walls of language differences. If we look at and understand each other's faces and gestures, we not only understand, we also learn to feel each other's emotions. The gesture is not only the outward projection of emotion, it is also its initiator. The universality of the film is primarily due to economic causes, which are always the most compelling causes. The making of a film is so expensive that only very few nations have a home market sufficient to make film production pay. But one of the preconditions of the international popularity of any film is the universal comprehensibility of facial expression and gesture. Specific national characteristics will in time be permissible only as exotic curiosities, and a certain leveling of gesturology will be inevitable. The laws of the film market permit only universally comprehensible facial expressions and gestures, every nuance of which is understood by princess and working girl alike from San Francisco to Smyrna. We now already have a situation in which the film speaks the only universal, common world language understood by all. Ethnic peculiarities, national specialties sometimes can lend style and color to a film, but can never become factors in causing the story to move on, because the gestures which convey the meaning and decide the course of the action must be uniformly comprehensible to every audience everywhere, otherwise the producer will lose money on the film. The silent film helped people to become physically accustomed to each other and was about to create an international human type. When once a common cause will have united men within the limits of their own race and nation, then the film which makes visible man equally visible to everyone, will greatly aid in leveling physical differences between the various races and nations, and will thus be one of the most useful pioneers in the development towards an international universal humanity. Bella Balish 289. Balish, The Face of Man from Theory of the Film. The basis and possibility of an art of the film is that everyone and everything looks what it is. Every art always deals with human beings, it is a human manifestation and presents human beings. To paraphrase Marx, the root of all art is man. When the film close-up strips the veil of our imperceptiveness and insensitivity from the hidden little things and shows us the face of objects, it still shows us man, for what makes objects expressive are the human expressions projected onto them. The objects only reflect our own selves, and this is what distinguished art from scientific knowledge. When we see the face of things, we do what the ancients did in creating gods in man's image and breathing a human soul into them. The close-ups of the film are the creative instruments of this mighty visual anthropomorphism. What was more important, however, than the discovery of the physiognomy of things, was the discovery of the human face. Facial expression is the most subjective manifestation of man, more subjective even than speech, for vocabulary and grammar are subject to more or less universally valid rules and conventions, while the play of features, as has already been said, is a manifestation not governed by objective canons, even though it is largely a matter of imitation. This most subjective and individual of human manifestations is rendered objective in the close-up. A new dimension. If the close-up lifts some object or some part of an object out of its surroundings, we nevertheless perceive it as existing in space, we do not for an instant forget that the hand, say, which is shown by the close-up, belongs to some human being. It is precisely this connection which lends meaning to its every movement. But when Griffith's genius and daring first projected gigantic severed heads onto the cinema screen, he not only brought the human face closer to us in space, he also transposed it from space into another dimension. We do not mean, of course, the cinema screen and the patches of light and shadow moving across it, which being visible things, can be conceived only in space. We mean the expression on the face as revealed by the close-up. We have said that the isolated hand would lose its meaning, its expression, if we did not know and imagine its. 290 The return to Marxist humanism. Connection with some human being. The facial expression on a face is complete and comprehensible in itself, and therefore we need not think of it as existing in space and time. Even if we had just seen the same face in the middle of a crowd and the close-up merely separated it from the others, we would still feel that we have suddenly been left alone with this one face to the exclusion of the rest of the world. Even if we have just seen the owner of the face in a long shot, when we look into the eyes in a close-up, we no longer think of that wide space, because the expression and significance of the face has no relation to space and no connection with it. Facing an isolated face takes us out of space, our consciousness of space is cut out and we find ourselves in another dimension, that of physiognomy. The fact that the features of the face can be seen side by side, i.e., in space, that the eyes are at the top, the ears at the sides and the mouth lower down, loses all reference to space when we see, not a figure of flesh and bone, but an expression, or in other words when we see emotions, moods, intentions, and thoughts, things which although our eyes can see them, are not in space. For feelings, emotions, moods, intentions, thoughts are not themselves things pertaining to space, even if they are rendered visible by means which are melody and physiognomy. We will be helped in understanding this peculiar dimension by Henry Bergson's analysis of time and duration. A melody, said Bergson, is composed of single notes which follow each other in sequence, i.e., in time. Nevertheless, a melody has no dimension in time, because the first note is made an element of the melody only because it refers to the next note and because it stands in a definite relation to all other notes down to the last. Hence the fast note, which may not be played for some time, is yet already present in the first note as a melody-creating element. And the last note completes the melody only because we hear the first note along with it. The notes sound one after the other in a time sequence, hence they have a real duration, but the coherent line of melody has no dimension in time. The relation of the notes to each other is not a phenomenon occurring in time. The melody is not born gradually in the course of time but is already in existence as a complete entity as soon as the first note is played. How else would we know that a melody is begun? The single notes have duration in time, but their relation to each other, which gives meaning to the individual sounds, is outside time. A logical deduction also has its sequence, but premise and conclusion do not follow one another in time. The process of thinking as a psychological process may have duration, but the logical forms, like melodies, do not belong to the dimension of time. Bell abolished 291. Now facial expression, physiognomy, has a relation to space similar to the relation of melody to time. The single features, of course, appear in space, but the significance of their relation to one another is not a phenomenon pertaining to space, no more than are the emotions, thoughts, and ideas which are manifested in the facial expressions we see. They are picture-like and yet they seem outside space, such is the psychological effect of facial expression. A.I. Baktin. The body of the people and of mankind, fertilized by the dead, is eternally renewed and moves forever forward along the historic path of progress. Bakhtin, Rabelais, and His World. Introduction in the arts and in criticism consisted of a deliberate and terroristic suppression of the traditions of humanist revolutionary Marxism and of the early Soviet communist intellectual heritage itself. At the risk of oversimplification, Stanovism may be described as a self-mutilating process whereby a post-revolutionary society cut away the ideas and the ideology which had created that very society, a process whereby Marxism and early Soviet communism were converted into a conformist dogma based largely on the pre-Marxist and pre-Leninist Russian populist democratic intellectual heritage. The writings of many Bolshevik and early Soviet theoreticians were almost wholly eliminated from public discourse, just as 70% of the Bolshevik delegates to the 1934 Party Congress were physically annihilated during the purges of the late 1930s. One of the main preconditions for the defeat of the remnants of in Soviet creative life is the resurrection of the suppressed heritage. The rehabilitation of the victims of the purges is an important part of this process, and in Soviet criticism, philosophy, and aesthetics. Mikhail Bakhtin 293. Important headway has been made, although the restoration of the past heritage is often accomplished timidly and in a negative fashion, with occasional revivals of the Zdanov spirit, and with significant omissions. Among the important early Soviet critics whose works are again now becoming part of Soviet consciousness are ALunacharsky, Voronsky, Shklovsky, and various of the formalist and structuralist writers of the 1920s. One of the most significant resurrections is that of Mikhail Bakhtin. Bakhtin was born in 1895 and educated at the University of Petersburg, where he majored in philology. His Problems of Dostoevsky's creative genius established him as a major Soviet critic. He was the leader of a group of adherents, which included such figures as V. N. Volozhinov and P. Medvedev. He then disappeared from Soviet literary life for a quarter of a century. In 1957, he was appointed to a post at the university in Saransk. In 1963, his Dostoevsky book was republished in Moscow, and in 1965 he was finally permitted to publish Rabelais and His World, which he had essentially completed in 1940. It is a major work. Bakhtin emerges as a scholar and critic of global magnitude, whose categories of analysis open up large segments of world literature for re-examination. In this context, we stress only one aspect of Bakhtin's rich contribution, the restoration of the human being to the center of literary criticism. In Marxism, radicalism retains its etymological meaning, to go to the root of things, for Marx the root is man himself. But in economic determinism, Trotskyism, Stanovism, and such rational Marxists as Lukács, man is defined without reference to his biological existence, he is split into lower and higher aspects. This catastrophic division of the human being into distinct material and ideal spheres belongs to Christian theology and bourgeois hypocrisy rather than to Marxism. Marx's teaching is that man is the highest essence for man, and his goal is the categoric imperative to overthrow all relations in which man is a debased, enslaved, abandoned, despicable essence. In 1883, Engels, warning against the revival of Philistinism among the German socialists, praised poets who could express natural robust sensuousness and the joys of the flesh. Bakhtin's radicalism cuts so deep that it seeks to restore man's body and its biological functions to the humanist sphere. Taking Rabelais as his text, he reveals how the utopia of the common people kept alive in their oral language traditions, festivals, and carnivals opposes the official ruling class, hierarchical, spiritual, disembodied view of man with a glorification of the body image, a topsy-turvy negation in which the lower processes of man's supposedly animal functioning are revealed as the realm of freedom, the path to paradise, the road to social regeneration and revolution. Bakhtin's is a class struggle view of literature, in which the utopian and freedom images of the common people explode into literary consciousness and shape its concerns and its content. For those who reject class-inspired paradises in the hereafter, the body itself becomes the locus of paradise. Our selection from Rabelais and his world shows how in the medieval folk culture laughter was a means of overcoming the central ideas, images, and symbols of official culture. It served this purpose by focusing upon bodily life, copulation, birth, growth, eating, drinking, defecation. The liberation of the body is accompanied by laughter in the medieval feast, serving as a temporary suspension of hierarchy and prohibition, as a brief entry into the sphere of utopian freedom. Laughter and freedom are indissolubly linked. Laughter serves as the repository of the people's unofficial truth, thereby conquering fear. Laughter overcomes fear, for it knows no inhibitions, no limitations. Its idiom is never used by violence and authority. Laughter is the social consciousness of all the people, and signifies the defeat of power, of earthly kings, of the earthly upper classes, of all that oppresses and restricts. Bakhtin shows how Rabelais used the imagery of traditional folklore to construct a new model of the world as a contrast to the medieval hierarchical model. In Rabelais, the top and the bottom change places, the spiritual is displaced to the material, the mind to the body. He intentionally mixed the hierarchical levels in order to discover the core of the object's concrete reality, to free it from its shell and to show its material bodily aspect, the real being outside all hierarchical norms and values. Opposites merge in Rabelais' appropriation of folk imagery. Death loses its terror, and becomes the necessary link in the process of the people's growth and renewal. The dying world gives birth to the new one, and this process is represented in the images of the material bodily lower stratum. Everything descends into the earth and the bodily grave in order to die and to be reborn. The topsy-turvy, inside-out, back-to-front imagery of the common people and the positive negation of man's bodily utopia serve as instruments of liberation, as vehicles for the transformation of death into resurrection. The revolutionary aspects of Bakhtin's new categories of criticism will become evident when others take up the task of applying them to the history of literature and the fine arts. Bakhtin himself has already noted the applicability of his theories to Shakespeare and Dante, but it is evident that a whole range of literature including Swift, Smollett, Sterne, Melville, and Joyce unfolds new meanings when examined in the light of Bakhtin. As for the fine arts, the ramifications are equally explosive, and may yet lead to an iconography of the body image. Bakhtin, Laughter and Freedom from Rabelais and His World. Medieval laughter is directed at the same object as medieval seriousness. Not only does laughter make no exception for the upper stratum, but indeed it is usually directed toward it. Furthermore, it is directed not at one part only, but at the whole. One might say that it builds its own world versus the official world, its own church versus the official church, its own state versus the official state. Laughter celebrates its masses, professes its faith, celebrates marriages and funerals, writes its epitaphs, elects kings and bishops. Even the smallest medieval parody is always built as part of a whole comic world. This universal character of laughter was most clearly and consistently brought out in the carnival rituals and spectacles and in the parodies they presented. But universality appears as well in all the other forms of medieval culture of humor, in the comic elements of church dramas, in the comic dits and debats, in animal epics, fabliaux and 296 The return to Marxist humanism. Schwanke. The main traits of laughter and of the lower stratum remain identical in all these genres. It can be said that medieval culture of humor which accompanied the feasts was a satiric drama, a fourth drama, after the tragic trilogy of official Christian cult and theology to which it corresponded but was at the same time in opposition. Like the antique satiric drama, so also the medieval culture of laughter was the drama of bodily life. But of course it was not the drama of an individual body or of a private material way of life, it was the drama of the great generic body of the people, and for this generic body birth and death are not an absolute beginning and end but merely elements of continuous growth and renewal. The great body of satiric drama cannot be separated from the world, it is perfused with cosmic elements and with the earth which swallows up and gives birth. Next to the universality of medieval laughter we must stress another striking peculiarity, its indissoluble and essential relation to freedom. We have seen that this laughter was absolutely unofficial but nevertheless legalized. The rights of the fool's cap were as inviolable as those of the pileus. This freedom of laughter was, of course, relative, its sphere was at times wider and at times narrower, but it was never entirely suspended. As we have seen, free laughter was related to feasts and was to a certain extent limited by the time allotted to feast days. It coincided with the permission for meat, fat, and sexual intercourse. This festive liberation of laughter and body was in sharp contrast with the stringencies of Lent which had preceded or were to follow. The feast was a temporary suspension of the entire official system with all its prohibitions and hierarchic barriers. For a short time life came out of its usual, legalized and consecrated furrows and entered the sphere of utopian freedom. The very brevity of this freedom increased its fantastic nature and utopian radicalism, born in the festive atmosphere of images. The atmosphere of ephemeral freedom reigned in the public square as well as at the intimate feast in the home. The antique tradition of free, often improper, but at the same time philosophical table talk had been revived at the time of the Renaissance. It converged with the local tradition of festive meals which had common roots in folklore. This tradition of table talk was continued during the following centuries. We find similar traditions of Bacchic prandial songs which combine universalism with the material bodily element, with awareness of the time element. They express a peculiar utopian strain, the brotherhood of fellow drinkers and of all men, the triumph of affluence, and the victory of reason. The comic rituals of the Feast of Fools, the Feast of the Ass, and the various comic processions and ceremonies of other feasts enjoyed a certain legality. The diabolries were legalized and the devils were allowed to run about freely in the streets and in the suburbs a few days before the show and to create a demonic and unbridled atmosphere. Entertainments in the marketplace were also legalized as well as carnival. Of course, this legalization was forced, incomplete, led to struggles and new prohibitions. During the entire medieval period the church and state were obliged to make concessions, large or small, to satisfy the marketplace. Throughout the year there were small scattered islands of time, strictly limited by the dates of feasts, when the world was permitted to emerge from the official routine but exclusively under the camouflage of laughter. Barriers were raised, provided there was nothing but laughter. Besides universalism and freedom, the third important trait of laughter was its relation to the people's unofficial truth. The serious aspects of class culture are official and authoritarian, they are combined with violence, prohibitions, limitations, and always contain an element of fear and of intimidation. These elements prevailed in the Middle Ages. Laughter, on the contrary, overcomes fear, for it knows no inhibitions, no limitations. Its idiom is never used by violence and authority. It was the victory of laughter over fear that most impressed medieval man. It was not only a victory over mystic terror of God, but also a victory over the awe inspired by the forces of nature, and most of all over the oppression and guilt related to all that was consecrated and forbidden. It was the defeat of divine and human power, of